This young man was known as Elpam, a legendary adventurer with combat skills that defied logic and a strategic mind sharp enough to pierce the heavens. But one moment of arrogance cost him everything. He led his team into a suicide mission against the nightmare three-headed dragon. Because of his foolishness, every single one of his precious comrades was slaughtered. Consumed by despair, he tried to burn his own life force to take the beast down with him, but fate is cruel. Before he could unleash his final technique, the dragon turned him into ash. Yet the heavens weren't done with him. By a stroke of divine luck, he was sent back in time. He returned as humanity's last survivor. This time he vowed to bathe in the blood of his enemies and save the world from destruction. He rewrite destiny. Let's find out in this epic leveling manhwa recap. Let's dive into the abyss, a volcanic wasteland where the sky swarmed with chaos. From a distant cliff, the last remnants of humanity watched their doom approach. Here they come, a horde of nightmares with faces twisted by madness. And above them, a colossal shadow that blotted out the sun. The despair took form. The three-headed dragon horntail. A female voice cut through the roar. The centaur's nest has fallen. She turned to the man standing at the edge. We have nothing left. The Cygnus Knight Alliance, the Resistance, the Cross Hunters. Even the 6 heroes, our last rays of hope. Alexis whispered the final verdict. They are all dead. Elpam stared into the distance, the weight of being the sole survivor crushing his soul. She looked at him with hollow eyes. The last adventurer, Elpam. We should go. But suddenly, a scream tore through the air. A massive shadow engulfed them. A maw gaping like a portal to hell, ready to swallow these tiny humans whole. This was truly their final adventure. Moments later, the world was a sea of flames. Elpam knelt in the dirt, face masked in blood, surrounded by the corpses of his friends, while a monster feasted on flesh nearby. He looked up, vision blurring. Is this how I die? Before the lesser beast could finish him, the three-headed dragon descended. One of its heads had been severed. But Elpam watched in horror, as flesh knitted back together. It was regenerating. Everything was meaningless. The dragon snapped at the smaller beast. The light faded from his eyes. It's over. He remained on his knees. The world, his journey, everything was finished. He slammed his fist into the earth. The ground shattered under his rage. Eyes bloodshot, he gritted his teeth. Is this really the end? The memories of their deaths played on repeat. Philip impaled by a tail. Jen, whose hand he held until her last breath. Alexis, who took the blow meant for him. They sacrificed everything. He screamed, his soul tearing apart. I cannot accept this. Forcing his broken body up, he glared at the dragon. Horntail, it won't end like this. He gathered every ounce of his life force. The energy took the form of a spectral bow. No matter what, I will. But his body failed him. Blood sprayed from his mouth. The dragon gathered catastrophic energy in its maw and fired. A beam of pure destruction raced toward him. You pathetic fool. Why? Why did it end like this? If only I was stronger. If only I had one more chance. Suddenly, a rough voice shouted, Wake up, you idiot. Splash freezing water hit his face. His eyes snapped open. Where was he? The insults kept coming. You think you can play sick? Remember your place, slave? Elpam's mind raced. What? Where's Horntail? Am I alive? Wait. He scanned his surroundings. Fresh stock just arrived. Perfect fodder for the dungeon. He felt the cold iron of chains on his wrists. Then, a familiar voice spoke. Oh, my thank you. You won't find this quality elsewhere. This one looks decent. How much for him? You have a sharp eye. Realization hit Elpam like a truck. This was a slave market. Impossible. These were abolished ages ago. But there was no mistaking it. Still clinging to life, slave, Elpam looked up at the repulsive face. He remembered him. This was the merchant who owned him 6 years ago. There was no doubt. Elpam was lost in thought, processing the impossible. The merchant, annoyed by his silence, grew furious. I have returned to the past. A fist flew toward his face. What the hell are you staring at? The punch stopped inches from his nose. I am back at the starting line. He crouched down, mind reeling. Is this a dream? No, the pain, the smell. It was too real. This was reality. Just then, a group of adventurers approached. All these slaves are bait, right? Pick whoever you want. This one has a good build. Fresh arrival. The customer grinned. Good. I'll take both. Don't worry about the price. This is my second chance at life. Elpam scanned the ground and picked up an object. He analyzed it with a veteran's eye. A fire rocket staff. Not bad. He slung it over his shoulder. Matches my current weak stats. But it's not enough. A true survivor needs more than one weapon, or this regression is wasted. He spotted a severed leg lying in the rubble. Grimly, he removed the shoe. Sometimes fools hide treasures in their boots. Bingo. He pulled out a ring glowing with pale blue light. The ring of Heart's Mind. His instincts screamed danger. He glanced back. A pack of monsters was charging straight for him. Their eyes burned with hunger. He gripped a spear. Did they catch the scent of fresh meat? They circled him instantly. As one lunged, he slashed, but a long tongue lashed out, wrapping around his weapon. Snap. His spear was broken in two. He froze. Behind him, another beast opened its jaws to decapitate him. Eat this fire rocket. Flames erupted. He swung the staff, keeping them at bay. His mind raced, calculating a new strategy. Time to test the ring. As the fire flared, he extended his hand. Azure energy surged from the ring. He traced a circle in the air. A spectral arrow followed his movement, piercing through the monsters like paper. The arrow vanished. The beasts collapsed in a heap. I can't keep this up forever, he panted. More eyes glared at him from the darkness. He aimed the staff, but nothing happened. Damn it, he dodged. Just as two monsters lunged. Crash, they smashed into the stone wall. The staff won't fire. Is it broken? No, it's on cooldown. He leaped back, barely evading a snapping jaw. He planted his foot, pivoted, and smashed the staff into the beast's face. With no other options left, he unleashed a brutal assault, smashing the beast's face before driving his boot into its skull. The impact sent the monster flying. As the staff's energy surged back to full power, flames engulfed his entire being, locking onto the approaching beast. The control ring on his finger flared as he prepared a devastating fire arrow. Once again, the projectile tore through the air, piercing through the horde of monsters like paper. The arrow blasted a massive hole through the creature's chest. Finally, the slaughter was over. He stood silently amidst a sea of corpses, until a voice broke the silence. Ah, you. Turning around, his cold gaze fell upon a trembling figure face down in the dirt. Isn't that just a lowly slave? She was barely clinging to life, a girl drenched from head to toe in blood. Gritting her teeth through the pain, she interrogated him. That spear technique? And magic too. Who the hell are you? He looked down at her with pity. She might think she was lucky to survive. But in reality, her luck had just run out. Infuriated by his silence, she snapped. How do you possess that staff? And what is that artifact on your wrist? You're nothing but a slave. How could you possibly awaken such power? They were alone now, surrounded only by the cold dead. Wait a second. Was this your plan all along? He glared down at her eyes, burning with terrifying killing intent. The forest fell deathly silent, save for the howling of the frigid wind. Then his icy voice cut through the air. Are you finished talking? Terror gripped her heart. What? He replied with chilling calmness. My apologies, but you have misunderstood one thing. Even if I had set this trap, the outcome would remain unchanged. Because I intend to slaughter every single one of you. Panic surged in her chest as she realized her fate. What did you just say? She tried to look fierce, but her eyes betrayed her trembling fear. His cold, ruthless words filled her with absolute disgust. He raised the staff, unleashing a wave of raw energy. Scum like you, who use slaves as bait, deserve no mercy. Meanwhile, back in the city. What is that? The crowd began to murmur in confusion. Look over there. Is this a joke? Someone was emerging from the shadows. Impossible. It was El Pam. Ignoring the stunned whispers, he walked forward without looking back. A sacrificial slave had returned from the jaws of death. Deep in thought, his resolve hardened. The dice has been cast. I must move quickly. I will not let history repeat itself. Standing before the towering guild building, he made a vow. First things first, I need my freedom. Words spread like wildfire about the survivor. High above in a luxurious office, a man sat at his desk, listening intently to a report. It is true, Lord De Beer. The subordinate reported with a stoic face. The subject, El Pam, returned without a single scratch. De Beer dismissed it with a wave. So what? It's not the first time Bait has crawled back alive. But all the accompanying adventurers were wiped out. De Beer flicked the ash from his cigarette, then paused. Something didn't add up. What did you say? He came back alone. A creeping suspicion settled over him. That is strange. But more importantly, he didn't run. He returned here voluntarily. Debt slaves are condemned to be bait for eternity, even if they survive. Yet this one acts differently. He realizes that escaping our grasp is impossible. He knows the price of running is death. De Beer clasped his hands, his voice dropping to a low growl. That is the iron law of the Gaffa Merchant Guild. So why are you wasting my time with this trivial report? The subordinate swallowed hard before answering. There is one more critical detail. The slave. They has unlocked the first circle. De Beer jolted in his seat. Would a mere slave achieve such a feat? He frowned, calculating the risk. If he harbors hatred toward the Merchant Guild, he could be a dangerous variable. He also stated he wishes to renegotiate his contract. De Beer blinked in confusion. Renegotiate, he wants to register as an adventurer. For the second time that day, the slave had left the executive speechless. The audacity of a slave. He has forgotten his place. The subordinate placed a hand on his chest. Lord Rakon has personally ordered you to handle this matter. De Beer kicked his desk in shock, standing abruptly. Lord Rakon, cold sweat trickled down his back. Why would a high executive of the Gaffa Guild care about a lowly slave? No, it can't be. Is it because of that incident the door clicked shut, leaving the cigarette to burn out in the silence? Staring out the window, De Beer pondered. Bate wants to become a hunter. Under the reign of Queen Cygnus, a slave is less than dirt. The sight of humans kneeling before money is terrifying indeed. He thought it was just a saying, but reality proved otherwise. Humans are always slaves to the currency called meso. If you cannot repay the debt, you pay with your life. Elpam remembered the day his father, his only family, collapsed from illness. With a dull expression and a collar around his neck, he too had become livestock. Black moss. The herb I bought from the Gaffa Guild on credit. The guild had inflated the price to extortionate levels. The current market price. 1 million meso. He stood in the courtroom looking up at the high-born judges. Defendant, you have failed to repay the principal of 1 million meso by the deadline. Terror paralyzed him. The judge looked down without a shred of mercy. You are hereby sentenced to labor equivalent to your debt for the Merchant Guild. His entire body froze. Those words were the chains that bound his fate. For 6 long years I was exploited and bled dry by the guild. Now sitting across from De Beer, he knew the waiting was over. It is time for revenge. My name is Elpam. You must be De Beer. Rock Khan's left hand. Ah, one of the guild's executives. Elpam smirked internally. I've caught a big fish. De Beer sipped his tea calmly. Indeed. I hear you wish to modify your contract. I have read the report, so I will be brief. Setting the teacup down, his expression hardened. I will upgrade your status to an F-rank adventurer. Elpam smiled outwardly. Thank you. But inside, he was celebrating. He accepted it too easily. Just as I thought. He is playing it cautious. Then, Elpam dropped the bomb. I have one more condition. De Beer narrowed his eyes. Elpam smiled with dangerous confidence. I want rank E. It was a calculated move. I have no intention of playing by your rules. De Beer was taken aback by his boldness. What rank E? The Adventurers Guild hasn't even evaluated you yet. Elpam replied with absolute composure. In the past 3 years, I have cleared hundreds of gates as mere bait. It was a grind straight out of a brutal leveling manhwa. Even so, you were just bait. You have never slain a monster yourself. De Beer scoffed in disbelief. Since when is being a meat shield considered a qualification for an adventurer? What memories flashed through Elpam's mind? Standing atop a dragon's head, his sword piercing the heavens. The most important talent for an adventurer to build a legacy is simply staying alive. An adventurer's greatest virtue isn't bravery, it's coming back alive. He figured intel from a survivor was worth more than a dead hero's glory, so he muttered his agreement. Fair point. The man reached into his coat. Surviving 3 years as a decoy slave is a miracle, I'll give you that. But let's be honest, that's all it is, dumb luck. You've only scoured the bottom of the barrel in low-tier dungeons. Do you really think your cockroach-like survival skills will work in a high-stakes awakening manhwa environment like this? He lit a cigarette smoke, veiling his smirk. You underestimate us. We specialize in high-risk contracts for people who die. That way we don't have to pay a dime. Internally, he scoffed at the fool. Does he think he's special? Trash like this won't last 3 steps before getting crushed? The protagonist sat in silence, oblivious to the man's inner mockery, yet he bowed his head, sensing a disturbance. What is this? A sticky, disgusting sensation of malice was clinging to his skin. The man continued. There is a unique gate where only 5 can enter, yet it bears 12 distinct traces of ruin. The protagonist looked up sharply. As if recalling a fond memory, the man laughed. That's right. The bones of at least 12 parties are buried there. The protagonist glared, but the man ignored it. Prove yourself, if you're as skilled as you claim. With a crazed grin and eyes burning crimson, he handed over the permit. Survive this, and I'll grant your wish. Later, deep within the forest, he met his new companions. So, you're the rookie joining us. One of the men stepped forward to break the ice. Nice to meet you. Just call me Elpam. I'm the team's tank. I heard about you from Lord De Beer. You were a decoy slave, right? The protagonist pointed a thumb behind him. I don't care about titles or backgrounds, so don't worry about it. My teammates feel the same. The others waved warmly at him. The protagonist stood there slightly stunned. I hope we can work well together. Another voice chimed in. I heard you can wield fire arts. He nodded honestly. That's right. Tom laughed, throwing an arm around Elpam's shoulder. So his magical affinity is already set. Elpam added with a knowing look. I've heard that mages can't use elements outside of their innate awakening. He smirked, his expression dripping with condescension. So any item not related to their element is useless trash to them. His face seemed to ask. You knew that, right? Tom shrugged. Sounds complicated. Elpam cut in. Enough chatter. You know the drill. Our objective here isn't to hunt monsters. Tom nodded in agreement. Exactly. Elpam laid out the plan. Our goal is to scavenge the gear left behind by the 12 annihilated teams. We just hand the loot to the guild, and we're done. Rumor has it they pay 3,000 Mei per item. Tom let out a heavy sigh. Cheapskates. If we come back empty-handed, we don't get a single coin. Gear for First Circle adventurers is worth 7,000 Mei or more. They aren't even paying us half price. Mac couldn't help but scold him. Stop whining. They bickered as they walked. So what? When did I complain? You're complaining right now. Knock it off. Everyone ready. Let's make some money. The zone was choked with gloom and thick fog. Tom muttered in annoyance. It's technically morning, but it feels like a graveyard in here. Elpam issued a command. Listen up. This might turn into a long siege. We need to establish a base camp first. He looked up at a colossal tree. Elpam, how's that one? Plenty of sturdy branches. Hiding and moving between trees will be much easier. Not bad. All right, let's claim that tree. Tom tossed a bag of spikes and rope to the ground. He clapped a hand on the protagonist's shoulder. Elpam, take a breather. Base building is my specialty alongside this idiot. After some time, a shelter sat high within the massive tree. Base camp complete. Now we split into 2 groups and sweep the area. Elpam assigned the teams. Tom, Mac, your group 1. Scout the east and west, then return. If anything happens, send a signal and run back to base immediately. Understood, they shouted in unison. Roger. The protagonist went with Elpam. Elpam muttered. Strange. We haven't seen a single monster, let alone any loot. Are we too early? We'll have to push deeper tomorrow. The protagonist listened quietly. By the way, how is your first real mission as an adventurer treating you? The protagonist finally spoke. I feel anxious. Elpam chuckled softly. That's the right attitude. You know, I've been an adventurer for a long time, but every time I step into a gate, I get nervous. I look tough, but I'm actually a scaredy cat. But despite that, I find courage because I have good people beside me. It feels weird praising myself, but they really are good guys. His broad back seemed to radiate warmth and reliability. I felt terrible hearing your story. Just imagining the life of a decoy slave, it must have been hell. On that note, Elpam. He turned with a beaming smile. If this works out, join our party for real. Elpam saw him standing frozen and acted surprised. He scratched his head, feigning embarrassment. Just kidding, don't look so serious. Night fell. The team gathered at their base, sharing food around a fire. So, your side came up empty too, huh? Elpam replied, did you think we'd find treasure that easily? He chewed his meat aggressively. No shop talk while we eat. Save it for tomorrow. Elpam sipped his water as the forest wind howled. Later, near the sleeping quarters, a figure approached with a torch. Elpam, and the others loomed over the sleeping spot. Is he asleep? Receiving no answer, someone whispered, Captain, what's the play? Just this morning, they were smiling friends. Now, they looked like demons, their faces twisted in hideous greed. This guy is lost in dreamland. God, why were we so careful with him? Did you forget the sedative we spiked his food with? He swallowed enough to kill an elephant? It's a miracle he's breathing. By the way, that fire staff of his is worth at least 10,000 Mei. Tom raised his blade, one hand pinning the sleeping figure. Time to get to work. But as the blade pierced the sleeping bag, he froze. The sensation was wrong. Seeing his hesitation, someone asked, what's wrong? He ripped the blanket back. No body. Only a wooden log lay in his place. The target was gone. Shock paralyzed them. What, impossible? Elpam roared in fury. Find him. He can't have gone far. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the tree. Elpam barely dove out of the way. The base was engulfed in flames. Fire. It's a fire. From the shadows, the protagonist watched the chaos with cold eyes. What's happening? Why is there a fire? Hurry. Save the food and the loot. Elpam cursed. Damn it. Did that rat Elpam do this? Mac pointed into the darkness, trembling. Ah. Elpam. Elpam whipped around, screaming. What now? A slime-covered nightmare with gigantic eyes was staring right at them. Terror seized their very souls. Could it be a predatory eater? Its maw was gaping and vile. Did he use us as bait? The group fled instantly. The beast obliterated the tree in a single strike. Perched high above, he watched the chaos with cold, judging eyes. Pathetic. If they planned to betray him, they should have dropped the act sooner. 12 veteran squads were wiped out in this red gate, yet they welcomed a rookie like him. It was obvious from the start, this was a trap. So this is the area boss. Seeing them scramble in terror confirmed his suspicions. He sensed a presence from the traces, but this beast was massive. The party leader's face went pale as a sheet. Damn it, we are at a severe disadvantage, Max screamed. Leader, what the hell is that thing? If I'm right, the leader gasped, that's a golden slime. A berserk anomaly not found in the normal maple world. A rare boss, exclusive to the Red Gate. It spews high-grade acid, a total nightmare for close combat fighters like them. Look at the ground, everything it touched just melted away. But the true terror was just beginning. His eyes widened. Dodge, a stream of liquid death shot out. The leader shoved Max aside, lungs burning with fear. Staring at the melting crater, terror set in. It has ranged attacks too. Max's face twisted in despair. Omni shot. A skill that turns its body into a weapon. This is insane. Watch out, it's closing in. Leader, do we have a plan? Retreat, we need to run. That acid shot has a 1-minute cooldown. See that red sphere in its center? We heal up, then strike the core. Tom forced a cocky grin, blinded by greed and adrenaline. Ha, so it's defenseless now. Tom and Max bolted forward. We have plenty of time. I'll take this beast down myself. Wait, you idiot. We need to strike together. But it was too late. Acid sliced Tom cleanly in two. The leader froze. Impossible. The cooldown. It shouldn't be ready yet. The beast didn't stop. A torrent of acid engulfed them instantly. Flesh melted from bone until nothing remained. From the shadows, he watched silently. And just like that, it was over. His gaze was icy. The leader's info wasn't wrong, but he forgot one thing. Golden slimes evolve by devouring items. I'd wager its cooldowns reduced with every meal. The monster's size was abnormal. In a leveling manhwa like this, stats matter, and this thing had 0 downtime. No wonder every previous squad was annihilated. This monster's power far exceeded its rank. It slithered away, leaving a trench of sizzling acid in its wake. This wasn't something a first circle adventurer could handle. And judging by its size, it had already digested every piece of loot in this dungeon. Mission failed, huh? He recalled the Guildmaster's challenge. Prove your worth. A smirk curled his lips. The beast paused as a fireball smashed into its face. Corrosive slime splattered everywhere. The beast shrieked in agony. Perched high above, he analyzed the damage. Is its magic resistance that high? I definitely hit the core. Not bad. Watching the flesh sizzle, a plan formed in his mind. The real hunt was starting now. 4 more direct hits should do it. No. Better make it 5. He drew his dagger. Fine then. I'll show you exactly what I'm made of. The monster retaliated with a volley of acid. He vanished from his spot, just as the liquid death struck. Dodge. Counter. Keep moving. He gritted his teeth. His ring pulsed with azure mana coating his dagger. With a flick of his wrist, he drove the tethered blade deep into the earth. Precision is key. Don't miss by a single inch. A move no ordinary mage would dare attempt. Acid rained down, but he was already gone. But I am no average mage. In his past life, he held a legendary title, the first telekinetic master. Pure skill flowed through his veins. Boom! A magic missile slammed into the beast's face. It roared and lunged. 4 left. He swung on the rope, vaulted up a tree, and danced out of range. Fire arrow mana surged. Another hit. 3 to go. His body moved like water weaving through the deadly spray. 2, another blast. 1, but the monster swerved. He kicked off a tree trunk, barely dodging a counterattack. Fast for a giant blob of jelly. He reached out, his ring flashing. You think you dodged? Telekinesis took hold. The mist arrow hooked back, smashing directly into its face. The slime's face erupted. The core was exposed. He dove from the canopy, aiming for the kill. But the beast wasn't dead yet. A massive limb snatched at him. The giant hand closed in. Time seemed to slow. His eyes locked onto his ring, resonating his mana with the dagger. He yanked the tether, launching himself sideways. The giant hand grabbed empty air as he swung to safety. Skidding to a halt, he channeled every ounce of power. Fire arrow. The beast guarded its face. Gotcha. He grinned, curving the shot straight into its exposed belly. Direct hit. The red core shattered instantly. The monster bloated like a balloon, eyes bulging before exploding in a catastrophic shower of slime. He leaped back, evading the corrosive flood. Staff in one hand, tethered dagger in the other. Perfect form. He zipped up to a high branch as the acid washed over the forest floor like a river of death. Looking down, a satisfied smirk crossed his face. Everything below was dissolved. Once it cleared, he dropped down into the devastation. His eyes locked onto the prize. He reached out his ring, humming. The red core floated up, wrapped in a telekinetic embrace of blue mana, landing gently in his palm. The gem pulsed with a warm crimson glow. Back in the guildmaster's office, he sat opposite Debir. "I have returned." Debir studied him in silence. "You're a man of few words. Back alone and empty-handed. Where are the quest items?" "The team you assigned me were amateurs," he replied coolly. "Worse, they tried to rob me blind. I stayed back, but their greed triggered a boss trap. They're dead." Debir frowned. "A boss, a golden slime." Debir nearly choked. "A what? If they fought that thing?" "Correct. Everything dissolved." Debir chewed his cigarette, his face darkening. The guild's rental gear was toast. A total loss. But as he looked at the survivor, he realized the rules had changed. This wasn't just a manhwa recap of a failed mission. A new power had arrived. First, the system enforces a strict participant cap. Embedded within the ancient tree lies a crimson jewel etched with the specific number of years allowed. Only those marked by the Great Pillar may cross the threshold. Once activated, the massive gate seals shut, becoming a tomb until every soul inside is extinguished. The shimmering hues of these portals. They dictate the level of hell awaiting within. Second, the laws of the dungeon are absolute. Entry is restricted by the gate's difficulty and the user's circle rank. From the blazing red gates to the abyssal death gates, those possessing power exceeding the gate's limit are barred from entry. Third, you get exactly one shot at the raid. A single chance to defy death. This is the ultimate barrier. If a survivor manages to claw their way back to reality, the gate shatters, vanishing forever. Therefore, failing to clear it means death, but surviving means the dungeon is gone for good. There are no second tries in this game. The guildmaster scoffed internally. The mission was a suicide run from the start. Let's be real. A golden slime is an impossible nightmare for a mere first circle user. He finally broke the silence. "I see. So you're the sole survivor of that massacre. You claim the loot melted away. I don't know why you couldn't retrieve it, but excuses don't matter. The fact remains, you failed the objective." The protagonist stood there, his expression unreadable, listening to the berating in stony silence. "Patience, kid. I'm not done lecturing you." The man paused, confused by the shift in the air. "What?" The adventurer calmly pulled a glowing strand from his gear, the remains of the golden slime. The guildmaster's eyes bulged. "No way." Two azure rings manifested on his arm, humming with power. He smirked. "I didn't lose it. I ate it." Panic seized the merchant. Second circle. You actually absorbed the mana core dropped by a golden slime. Radiating absolute confidence, he stared the man down. "I believe this suffices as proof of my capabilities. Now hand over my E rank badge as promised." The merchant blurted out rank D. The adventurer blinked, caught off guard. "Excuse me." The merchant leaned in, eyes manic with greed. "I'll give you rank D. No, scratch that. Work with me and I'll treat you like a C rank elite." Without a second thought, he signed the contract. Watching him sign, the merchant calculated rapidly. Assigning a C rank classification to someone who hasn't even reached the third circle. Under normal circumstances, this would be unimaginable favoritism. In this world, adventurer rankings are slaves to the circle system. Veterans hold A and B, juniors sit at C and D, while rookies rot in E and F. The circle is the absolute symbol of authority, the divine divide between the weak and the strong. But this kid, he is an anomaly. Just having a mana stone doesn't guarantee a circle advancement. That's not how the system works. Didn't he mention relying on pure survival instincts earlier? The merchant grinned from ear to ear. He really has it. A monstrous survival instinct. It is a terrifying talent. To ascend from the first to the second circle in such a short time, I have never witnessed growth speed like this in my entire life. Greed washed over the merchant. "I need to own this weapon." The hero didn't care what was going through that shady merchant's mind. He simply sighed internally. "I'm getting VIP treatment faster than I calculated. This guy must be desperate." Well, the stage is set. The first 100-man raid. A catastrophic Red Gate event. This is the legendary event watched by every guild and merchant alliance in Port L. He checked his notes. Perfect. No errors in the timeline. I am on a tight schedule. Since the timeline has shifted, I need to adjust my strategy. Debir, I have a request. The merchant didn't look up. Huh. What is it? Speak freely. He raised his hand without a shred of shame. Loan me some cash. The merchant's smile froze instantly. Internally, he screamed, "You cheeky bastard." Suddenly, a purple system window materialized with a grim narration. Some claim the Great Gates heralded a golden age for adventurers. But the narrator's voice trembled with a dark truth. It was all a trap set by the Dark Mages. Countless heroes perished, within snuffing out the future potential of the season. And inevitably, the final day of judgment will arrive. Hidden monsters flooded through the shattered gates, and humanity faced total defeat. We have exactly 3 years left. The apocalyptic fate awaiting this world is approaching fast. In a high-rise building, a man with a rugged eye patch stood by the glass. He puffed on a cigarette, his solitary eye scanning the cityscape below. The streets were teeming with busy souls oblivious to their doom. Elpham touched his satchel, calculating. Time is tight, but if I move now, I can still change the future. Laughter echoed from nearby, but the noise couldn't penetrate his fortress of concentration. His mind was locked on the mission. The 100-man raid, discovered this time, is a red-rank catastrophe. Only those capped at the second circle can enter. The image of that guild's emblem flashed in his mind, deepening his frown. Normally, the Gafor Merchant Guild only bets on high-tier elites. The fact that they are investing in a second circle scrub like me proves one thing: they are desperate to conquer that red gate. Elpham strode down the street, scoffing at his own predicament. I made a fortune, yet I am too broke to gear up. Spending it all on equipment now would be a rookie mistake. Gear matching my current level costs an astronomical amount. He slowed his pace, approaching his true destination. If I'm going to spend this cash, I am buying a living weapon. High above hung a yellow sign. This was Elpham's primary objective for the day, the lit slave market. A sign so notorious, it didn't even need letters to be recognized. He stood there analyzing the sign for a moment. Suddenly, a slaver appeared, oozing customer service charm. "Welcome, I am honored you chose our humble establishment. You radiate the aura of a seasoned adventurer. Please allow me to give you the grand tour." All around them, rough-looking adventurers were bidding on human lives trapped in iron cages. The merchant didn't miss a beat. Are you seeking a companion? Perhaps bait for a dungeon trap? Or a loyal warrior to guard your back? His words were honeyed, but they masked the brutal reality of slavery. Elpham cut him off coldly. "I already know the path." The merchant froze, his sales pitch dying in his throat. He looked bewildered, struggling to process the refusal. Moments later, in the damp gloom of a tunnel, the merchant nervously led the way. The slaver explained, "This is the discipline zone. We use this hellhole to break the rebellious ones. Like the specific item you asked for. Right this way." Suddenly, the guide halted. He gestured toward a dark cell, his hand trembling slightly. His voice dropped to a whisper. Inside the shadows, a figure sat heavily chained. The merchant gulped audibly, the stench of fear radiating off him. He spun around to face Elpham, eyes wide with anxiety. "My dear customer, are you absolutely certain you want this one?" This beast, as Elpham didn't let him finish. "I know." Elpham took a step closer to the iron bars. He stared into the darkness at the chained prisoner, with unwavering resolve. "He is exactly who I need." The moment Elpham spoke, Debo's eyes snapped open, glaring with the intensity of a wild beast. But hold on, let's pause this leveling Manhwa recap for a second, and rewind to where it all began. Before my regression, a single tragedy hastened the end of the Great Maple War, the fall of the legendary polearm master Ariant, a figure with flowing white hair shouldering a colossal weapon. The most critical turning point was that this invincible warrior was slaughtered. Back in this harsh reality, Dio struggled against his iron chains like a trapped beast. I watched him closely, knowing the truth. He was the first and final disciple of Ariant, the man who triggered the beginning of the end. Inside that cage, covered in filth and blood, he looked pathetic. But my gaze remained steady, burning with certainty. The pack assassin Dio. Sensing my presence, he snarled with a mix of wariness and suspicion. "You looking for me?" His eyes were daggers of ice as he spat. "I don't know who you are. Get lost." The merchant whipped around in terror, stammering, "My apologies, esteemed customer." His mental state is a bit. Dio ground his teeth, radiating the dangerous aura of a wild wolf. His behavior might be different from the timeline before my return, but right now, he is nothing more than a slave. Treating potential masters this way, he had zero manners. Even the merchant trembled as he whispered, "There aren't many mad dogs as crazy as this one." While the merchant clutched his aching head, a smirk played on my lips. It wasn't just his savage nature that made him special. It was his skills. Memories of the past resurfaced. We were two sides of the same coin. He was one of the few who stood tall after the final day. People constantly compared us. We hailed from the same region, awakened our powers simultaneously, and wielded similar abilities. The torchlight flickered and flared, casting dancing shadows that made my thoughts drift into the mystical quiet. But the biggest similarity, as soon as Dio was dragged out, I cut to the chase. How much is he worth? He sneered, keeping that arrogant attitude. You look like a rich little young master. Carson, you even afford my price. He let out a scoff, his expression full of challenge. 1,000,000 mesos. How about that? Young master, is that all right? The merchant asked nervously. I remained calm despite Dio's provocation. The truth was, both he and I were desperate for money. The image of Dinev sinking into the abyss flashed in my mind, amplifying Dio's tragedy. That man had a younger sister suffering from the incurable black blood disease. Seeing my silence, Dio gritted his teeth in irritation. If you don't have the cash, get lost. Don't stand there acting superior. I didn't let him finish. I reached into my coat and pulled out a thick stack of bills. Dio's eyes went wide shock, replacing his anger. Staring at the fortune in my hand, he shrieked in absolute terror. 1,000,000 mesos disbelief washed over him as he yelled, Is that actual money? It's not counterfeit, is it? The merchant shared his horror, his voice cracking. Are you serious about this? After the initial shock faded, Dio fell into deep thought. Seeing his hesitation, I stepped in. Hold on. Listen to my terms first. The contract lasts 1 year. Profit split is 70-30. And I get priority pick on all items dropped from the Great Gate. The merchant's jaw dropped as he processed my conditions. He wants to sign a party member contract instead of a slave deed. I produced the document. Here is the before I could finish, Dio snatched the paper. Don't you dare regret this. He bit his finger until blood welled up and slammed his print onto the page. Watching his decisiveness, I realized the weight on his shoulders. He accepted without a second of hesitation. His sister's life depended entirely on this. Whatever his reasons, I couldn't help but smile. The first step of my plan was complete. I approached Dio and spoke plainly. Since the contract is signed, we're heading straight for the Great Gate. He clutched the paper tightly, buzzing with adrenaline. Just leave it to me. My eyes narrowed, turning cold and sharp. You need to prove your worth, Dio. He grinned with manic excitement. I'll work harder than anyone you've ever seen. Time flew by, and soon we stood in a dense verdant forest, a classic setting for a leveling manhwa. I walked ahead while Dio trailed behind, struggling with a massive polearm. He hesitated. Elpam. He looked confused as he explained, I'm grateful you bought me a new weapon, but I'm a swordsman. We should go back and swap this for a longsword. I glanced back over my shoulder, my voice brokering no argument. From now on, you use a spear when you work for me. If you don't like it, we can tear up the contract right now. Dio clicked his tongue in annoyance but quickly shifted topics. Is this the Great Gate you're planning to use for my test? I focused on a tree marked with a glowing sigil, distinct from the rest. Red level. Single cut. Entry limit is 8 people. This looks like the perfect spot. Hearing this, Dio scanned the surroundings. So where's the rest of the party? If our Elpam has pockets this deep, I'm sure you hired some elite members. He started rambling, trying to hide his nerves. Right, we definitely have a healer, yeah. Fighting is one thing, but a healer is essential. Suddenly, he noticed my silence and froze. What? Why are you staring at me like that? A sudden, terrifying realization hit him, and his voice began to tremble. See, could it be Elpam? While Dio spiraled into panic, I answered calmly. No need to worry about party members. We have enough people. He let out a massive sigh of relief, wiping sweat from his brow. Oh, thank God. Just as I thought. You almost gave me a heart attack. At that moment, I slowly raised my arm. My long finger pointed directly at Dio's chest. It's you. A heavy silence hung in the air before Dio exploded. What, no wait a damn minute? I didn't care for his protests. I planted my foot in his back and kicked him forward. Stop wasting time. Get in there. His screams faded as he tumbled into the abyss. Moments later, in a strange, desolate wasteland, a red object plummeted from the sky. It was Dio, crashing face first into the dirt with zero grace. As his soul slammed back into his physical body, rage blazed in his eyes like wildfire. He screamed at Elpam, Have you lost your mind? A 2-man party for an 8-man dungeon. This is suicide. You are completely insane. Is this some kind of sick joke? Diobo felt like vomiting blood from sheer anger as he unleashed a torrent of curses upon Elpam. But his tirade died in his throat the moment he saw the darkening expression on the other man's face. Suddenly, A frenzied rustling noise erupted from the shadows behind them. In a flash, a horde of wooden abominations charged. Panic seized Diobo as he shrieked. It's a swarm of stumps. They're everywhere. Gripping his spear until his knuckles turned white, his mind raced with calculations. I let my guard down. I was too careless. These things are famous for armor that deflects steel. And there are too many of them. Just then, Elpam stepped forward, his presence, commanding as he shoved Diobo aside. Move. Watching Elpam walk toward certain death, Diobo screamed wait, but the mage wasted no breath, uttering two simple words. Fire arrow. Instantly, a searing flame latched onto the beast. Diobo's jaw dropped in disbelief as the flame bored straight through the wooden torso. One by one, the monsters were obliterated by Elpam's relentless bombardment. A single spell was all it took to slaughter them. Even the final creature was reduced to ash without mercy. Standing amidst the carnage, Elpam turned his back, scoffing with cold disdain. We just entered the gate and you're already panicking. How utterly disappointing. Framed by the smoke and dying embers, Elpam issued a dark warning. Do not make such a pathetic mistake again. In that moment, a single thought echoed in Diobo's mind. Just who is the real monster here? Meanwhile, under the light of a perfect full moon, a towering skyscraper stood shrouded in an ominous gloom untouched by the light. A voice echoed from the shadows of that dark citadel. The merchants have taken the bait. Bu knelt on one knee, her posture radiating absolute reverence. We are still adjusting the timeline, but our agent has been selected. In the darkness, a figure swirled a glass of crimson wine with elegant menace. As he gazed up at the beautiful moon, Bu pressed for orders. Do we have permission to commence the operation, sir? The white-haired man cloaked in shadow gave a single command. Proceed. Bu bowed deeply before turning, her footsteps fading into the distance. Once silence returned to the room, he raised his glass in a solitary toast. Everything shall unfold exactly according to his will. The blood-red wine shimmered against the moonlight as Yul whispered his true ambition, freedom for the Demon King. Back in the dungeon, the charred remains lay scattered. Diobo hefted a heavy sack, reporting in. I have harvested 27 mana stones. It is a decent haul. Elpam didn't even glance back as he marched forward. Then let's move. The subordinate quickly fell into line. Understood. As they trekked across the scorching wasteland under a blistering sun, Diobo watched his companion with a gaze that had completely changed. I thought he was just a lunatic, but he is a monster I cannot provoke. Is that telekinetic control? I have never seen a fire arrow used like that. A greedy grin slowly spread across Diobo's face. If I stick with a powerhouse like this, couldn't I make a fortune? With a 7-3 split, I will save a ton on medical bills and living expenses, but his fantasy was cut short by Elpam's sharp voice. Found them. Diobo looked up eagerly. Ahead lay another cluster of monsters, but these seemed to be in a deep slumber. Peeking from behind a boulder, Diobo whispered, more stumps. Maybe 8 or 9 of them. Elpam's eyes glinted. A perfect number. What perfect? Diobo turned around only to freeze when he realized Elpam had been staring directly at him the entire time. A chill ran down his spine. Suddenly, a small rock flew from nowhere, striking the sleeping monsters. As the beasts blinked in confusion, a shadow loomed above. A spear descended. One strike, one kill. The monsters awoke to a nightmare. His eyes were sharp, his stance heroic. But inside, Diobo was screaming in terror. Damn it, I have to solo this mob. I have never used a spear before. This feels so awkward. As the horde closed in, despair hit him. 10 lives wouldn't be enough for this. Overwhelmed, he roared, you crazy bastard. Elpam observed every twitch and stumble, analyzing the data. He claims to be a swordsman. His clumsy footwork confirms it. Elpam's gaze remained fixed. But he will soon learn. The spear is the key to unlocking his true potential. Elpam smiled, recalling a distant memory. He had no doubts. He is the only one chosen by the spear hero Aran. He is her legacy. Back in the fray, the monster's roots lashed out like whips, fast and deadly. Diobo countered with a desperate slash. But mid-swing, a strange sensation washed over him. The spear. Something clicked. It had reach. It had power. And strangely, it felt more natural than a sword ever did. The tension is gone. It feels weightless in my hands. If I just flow with it. He raised the weapon high. It looked like a heavy blow, but the strike was as light as a feather. The monster was severed in two before it even knew it was dead. He danced through the battlefield, slaughtering them all. Elpam nodded. He adapts quickly. No mana circles yet, but his talent is undeniable, like a protagonist in a leveling manhwa. Just as the adrenaline peaked, the ground began to tremble violently. Dio Bo staggered. An earthquake. A massive boulder shattered into 1,000 pieces, debris rained down on Dio Bo like a meteor shower. Frozen in fear, he could only watch as a massive object slammed into the earth, knocking him off his feet. He looked up, trembling at the shadow looming over him. What is that thing? A colossal wooden titan rose before him, the dungeon's lord. Dio Bo screamed. In pure horror, it's a giant stump. The beast unleashed a barrage of attacks without mercy. But Elpam flashed in, dragging him from the jaws of death. Without a second thought, he tossed Debo aside like a ragdoll. Flames roared to life around his staff, hungry for destruction. Elpam stared down the titan with cold, dead eyes. Size means nothing, he muttered. True danger isn't measured in height. Chanting a quick incantation, he unleashed a blazing arrow straight at the core. The bigger they are, he scoffed, the easier they are to burn. Debo scrambled in the dirt, adrenaline pumping through his veins. Yes, the magic is working, but then, the atmosphere shifted, and a chill ran down his spine. The colossus whipped its massive branches forward, intercepting the flame. Elpam's eyes narrowed in genuine surprise. It blocked it. He analyzed every twitch, readying another volley. Its reflexes are insane for its size. Let's see how you handle this. He fired again, but this time, telekinetic car control activated. The fire arrow danced through the air, curving toward a blind spot. Just one hit, that's all he needed. But reality is cruel. With a casual swipe, the beast shattered the spell into sparks. Elpam's eyes widened. It stopped that too. Meanwhile, Debo was losing his mind, screaming in pure panic as he retreated. Your magic is useless. Why are you just standing there? Run, or we die. But Elpam stood his ground, his eyes dissecting the monster's defense like a surgeon. No, the damage is real. It's only surviving because it blocks. Realization flashed in his mind. The problem is those accursed branches. The monster lunged, they dodged by a hair's breadth. Those branches were evolving, becoming faster, more lethal. This is getting intense for a simple Manhwa recap. Terror twisted Debo's face as he looked back. But Elpam simply raised a finger. Azure energy gathered at the tip, blasting forward like a cannon. Boom! The impact shattered the incoming branch. Elpam levitated a boulder, surfing through the air to escape the encirclement. Watching this god-tier movement, Debo could only scream in awe. You're a legend, Elpam, coughing up dust, he gasped. I saw the Grim Reaper for a second there. Thanks. Elpam cut him off sharply. Debo, look alive. A horde of smaller monsters emerged from the shadows. You handle the trash mobs. I'll slaughter the king. Debo looked up pale with horror. Since when were they here? Before he could blink, Elpam was already charging the giant alone. Hey, wait up. Why are you so fast? Elpam ignored him, his expression deadly serious, his staff blazing with infernal light. Another flame arrow ripped through the air. Debo watched trembling. This is madness. We can't win without a strategy. We need to retreat. But in the heart of the inferno, Elpam grinned. His theory was correct. Gotcha. The giant froze, confused by the feint. A golden beam of pure mana pierced straight through its defense. Debo's jaw dropped. He punched a hole right through it. Elpam's eyes burned with unwavering resolve. His staff glowed brighter as he prepared the next volley, his mind racing like a supercomputer. Those vines are accelerating beyond my calculations. Another explosion rocked the battlefield. The beast roared in pain. It was finally taking damage. Elpam adjusted his tactics instantly. I can't maintain defensive telekinesis and offensive magic simultaneously through those gaps. He weaved through the vine cage. A fire arrow threaded the needle, flying straight for the monster's heart. But now that I've reached the second circle, I can double cast. Two spells merged into one, slamming into the beast. This is the broken power of a leveling Manhwa protagonist. Even while fending off the swarm, Debo couldn't take his eyes off the main battle. I don't believe it. I see it now. He hit a second missile in the shadow of the first. No matter how fast that thing is, it can't block a phantom strike. Watching the duel between man and monster, a realization struck Debo. That thing is helpless against him. The real monster here is Elpam. Suddenly, his face drained of color. A warning screamed in his mind. Oh God, a pack of minions was lunging at Elpam's exposed back. Debo screamed, his voice cracking. No. Watch your back, he cursed himself bitterly. Damn it, I missed a few, this is my fault. Whoosh. In a split second, Elpam's magic skewered the giant and vaporized the ambushers behind him. He glanced back unimpressed. Debo, surely you're not struggling with these pests. The giant's eyes bulged in fury as the explosions chained together. It lunged again, desperate to crush this insect. Nice try, ugly. Elpam danced away like smoke. If I lose focus for even a fraction of a second, He leaped. A vine slashed mere inches from his cornea. Suddenly, a hand gripped his shoulder. It was Debo. He yanked Elpam back and severed the incoming vines with a savage strike. They landed in a cloud of dust, back to back. Debo grunted, looking annoyed. I just saved your life, Elpam. So take back what you said about me being useless. Elpam let out a rare faint chuckle. He slammed his staff into the earth. Complex magic circles bloomed beneath them, summoning an arsenal of flame. His expression darkened with menacing power. Fine. You're not completely worthless after all, Debo smirked. Then let's finish this. He glared at the approaching horde with renewed resolve. Remember that I saved you? Elpam ignored the banter, channeling every ounce of his mana into the ground. The magic circles pulsed violently. Shadows veiled Elpam's eyes. Time to end this. He unleashed the barrage, his voice booming like thunder. Die. The fire arrows swarmed like angry hornets, creating a symphony of destruction. Terror finally filled the monster's golden eyes as it shrieked in agony. The bombardment was endless. Nearby, Debo fought like a man possessed. His blade sang, decapitating another beast with a visceral spray of ichor. Every arrow that landed tore a chunk of flesh from the giant, but suddenly, Elpam froze. What the? The colossus wasn't dead yet. It split its massive limbs, launching a pincer attack from both sides. Elpam's mind raced. A dual-directional strike. Elpam channeled a surge of mana into his staff and shouted, Debo, I'll handle the right flank. Hearing the command, Debo raised his massive spear, a roar tearing from his throat. Then the left is mine. Debo unleashed a devastating horizontal slash. Beside him, a blazing fire arrow streaked from Elpam's position. The relentless barrage forced the beast to retreat. Unleashing a new burst of speed, Debo carved a lethal arc through the air. With agile precision, he severed the monster's appendages in a single breath. But in the heat of this fierce battle, disaster struck. A heavy blow slammed into his gut. Fresh blood sprayed from Debo's mouth as the impact rattled his bones. The behemoth roared in triumph as Debo plummeted toward the abyss. But he didn't hit the ground. A floating boulder, controlled by precise magic, swooped in to catch him just in time. However, fate was not so kind today. The monster struck again, shattering the stone platform instantly. Debo began his freefall once more. Elpam struggled to maintain focus, splitting his mana between offense and support. Sweat beaded on his brow. This is getting complicated, he gritted out his energy draining fast. With a wave of his hand, he levitated more debris into position. Debo recovered, finding his footing on a massive slab of rock. His stance shifted. He was ready for round 2. But the beast closed in from behind, a shadow of death looming over him. Realizing escape was impossible, Debo cursed. Damn it, not enough time to dodge. A cataclysmic blow struck where he just stood. He barely rolled to safety. Meanwhile, Elpam's fire arrows flared with maximum output, coiling around the black giant like chains of flame. Spotting his partner's silhouette emerging from the smoke behind the beast, Elpam shouted, End this now, Debo. Without hesitation, Debo delivered a thunderous slash his target, the monster's glowing golden eye. The creature shrieked, staggering back from the agonizing critical hit. The recoil was too great. Debo's grip failed, and his spear slipped from his grasp. Gravity took hold, dragging him down toward the ground below. Years of combat experience allowed him to land safely, but he refused to rest. Ignoring the pain, he charged back toward the beast, his war cry echoing. It's not over yet, you filth. Elpam clenched his fist, and a verdant aura erupted around him. Responding to the call, the fallen spear began to resonate with power. With a sharp gesture, the weapon launched into the air. Guided by invisible strings, it flew perfectly into Debo's outstretched hand, just as he prepared his final art. He gripped the steel, his knuckles white. Open your eyes and witness this. His gaze turned steely, cold blood staining his grin. He was fully awakened now. Time for dessert. What followed was a symphony of carnage, orchestrated by Debo. Each strike carved deep into the monster's hide, spraying vitality everywhere. But the beast spun violently, throwing Debo off balance. He executed a tactical roll, barely regaining his footing. Above him, the monster's maw descended, ready to swallow him whole. Suddenly, streaks of flame whistled past Debo's ear. The fire arrows flew straight into the beast's gaping mouth. It swallowed the trap, and the magic detonated from within. The giant was engulfed in a pillar of fire. Debo watched the inferno, his chest heaving for air. Elpam walked up from behind, his voice calm. Good work. The mage glanced down at his partner's trembling hand. Debo's face was a mask of blood and grit. He looked up at Elpam, hesitating for a heartbeat. You too, brother. Behind them, the colossal corpse burned, marking the end of the raid. Night had fallen over the town. Inside a warm-lit home, Din sat at the dinner table. It's getting late, she whispered. I should eat and rest. She clasped her hands, offering silent thanks to the gods. Just as she reached for her spoon, a heavy knock echoed outside. Din hurried to the door. Who is it? Her question died in her throat. Her eyes went wide. Standing there battered but alive was Debo. Seeing her tremble, Debo softened his voice. I'm back. Tears broke free. Din threw herself into his arms, sobbing. Welcome home. Elsewhere, the atmosphere was far colder. Elpam, still clutching his staff, approached a small dilapidated shack. The scent of battle still clung to his clothes. Darkness swallowed the room, broken only by faint moonlight. His gaze fell upon a single framed photograph resting on the table. On the bed lay a figure barely skin and bone. Elpam looked down, his eyes, void of emotion, yet full of burden. He spun his staff, gathering mana. Flames erupted, consuming the small house and its secrets. The arsonist walked away in silence. Meanwhile, Debir scratched his head over a stack of documents. We have a problem. The subjugation of the Gate of 100 is approaching. Lord Ron is leading this personally. If I disappoint him, the pressure was suffocating. All 10 merchant guilds were watching this raid. Rumors whispered of a legendary grade artifact hidden within the dungeon. But the current lineup is a mess. There are too many awakened individuals with outstanding skills. Debir thought of the Natasha sisters from the Goldrich Alliance. Their overwhelming prowess defied the logic of a standard awakening Manhwa. Compared to them, the adventurers from the Ghafor Merchant Association are mere trash. To be honest, every mercenary deployed by the rival guilds is a monster in their own right. And Ghafor has such a notorious reputation. This feels wrong. Suddenly, a knock shattered his train of thought. Debir looked up annoyed. You dare enter without announcement. But as the door opened, his annoyance turned to terror. He shot up from his chair. Lord Ron. Ron stepped in. How is the party formation going? Debir stammered. Forgive me, Progress is slow, Ron interrupted coldly. This inefficiency doesn't suit you. What about that mage you mentioned earlier? I have reservations. The wolf party was wiped out. No witnesses confirmed his story. He clearly possesses talent, but this mission is too critical to gamble on rumors. Ron waved his hand dismissively. Why not verify him yourself then? One test, one location. That is all it takes. In fact, throw all the candidates into a single party. Ron's eyes gleamed with malice. This time, there will be plenty of witnesses to see who survives. And so to forge the ultimate team, Debir orchestrated a brutal selection trial. For Elpam, this wasn't just a test. It was the perfect stage to shatter doubts and force the world to acknowledge his strength. Days later, the air crackled with tension at the rendezvous point. Debo grinned like a kid in a candy store, scanning the crowd. Whoa, look at this turnout. Now this is what I call a party right. Mockery drifted their way almost immediately. Team 5. That's Iburu's crew. A voice dripped with disdain. You mean the Suicide Squad dragging 2 former slaves along? Elpam didn't even blink, his eyes sweeping the perimeter. Let them sneer. In this world, the arrogant were usually the first to die, while veterans knew better than to underestimate the quiet ones. Bao Mi's eyes dissected the competition like a hawk. Most have 1 or 2 mana circles, he calculated. Unlike Trap's group, these are apex predators. No bait required for these beasts. A hush fell over the crowd as Debir materialized his presence, commanding absolute silence. Is everyone present? The fact that the master himself had descended shocked them all. He wasted no time. I'll keep this brief. The trial begins now, Debir declared, his voice echoing with authority. I am offering a chance for you worthless lots to grasp destiny with your own hands. Iburu frowned. A chance. Precisely, Debir continued, his eyes glinting. The privilege to raid a 100-man gate. A collective gasp tore through the crowd. 100-man gate, that was madness. Bao Mi narrowed his eyes, realizing the trap. So that's his game. A classic awakening Manhwa survival test. The timer hit 40 seconds. Survive if you can. Space warped, tearing open a portal to another dimension. Without hesitation, the horde surged into the abyss. A dense, suffocating jungle awaited them. Iburu barked orders immediately. Stick to the plan, we split up, and only regroup when the boss is located. Agreed. Dulan signaled his squad from the rear, eyes sharp. Spread out. Return only when the signal flares light up the sky. The formation shattered as teams scattered into the brush. Only Debo and Bao Mi held back. Meanwhile, Dulan pushed his squad with a feverish intensity, sensing the clock ticking. Time is money. Kill anything that moves, Dulan roared. Yes, Lord Dulan. Suddenly, the underbrush rustled. A single one-eyed mushroom creature emerged from the gloom. Just one, Dulan scoffed, unleashing a bolt of lightning. What a waste of mana. He reached out to collect the magic stone, expecting a pile of ash. Boring. Let's loot and move. But the smoke cleared, and reality hit him hard. The creature stood there, completely unscathed. Not even a scratch on its rubbery hide. What? Dulan's eyes bulged in disbelief. Impossible. Is its shell harder than my lightning magic? Or is my power failing me? Fall back, he screamed, sensing the shift in the air. Something's wrong, but it was too late. The jungle came alive around them. Watch your six, we're not alone. An army of fungi horrors erupted from the shadows, encircling them instantly. Damn it, it's an ambush. Panic took over his spells, and Steel flew in a desperate struggle for survival against the horde. The skirmish ended as quickly as it began, leaving the squad gasping for air, their mana reserves dangerously low and bodies trembling from exertion. It's over. A subordinate trembled, terror in his eyes. Lord Dulan, these trash mobs. They're abnormally strong. What do we do? Dulan's mind raced, searching for a solution. Numbers mean nothing here. If we stay, we'll be whittled down to nothing. He made a reckless decision. Screw the plan. It's risky, but we're ditching the others and soloing the boss ourselves. It was exactly the kind of arrogant play the majority would make. Baomi's prediction was spot on. Back at the river, Debo panted. You know, that actually sounds like a solid plan. Forget that for a second. Why are you just watching me do all the work? Baomi shrugged coldly. It was only 3 enemies. If you can't handle that, you don't belong here. Debo scoffed, catching his breath. Whatever. You said no time to waste, right? Let's move. We need to hunt the boss and wipe out the pests. Their paths diverged philosophically. Debo paused, confused. Huh, you said we'd hit the boss, but your eyes are set on a bigger prize. Baomi smirked. That's what amateurs think. We are going to exterminate every small monster in this forest. Killing the boss isn't the only metric. The system rewards technique and mob farming too. Besides, the boss room will be a slaughterhouse of competition. It's too dangerous. You have no idea what desperate awakened ones will do to secure the kill. Maybe they'll fail. Who knows? Baomi's logic was ironclad. Debo opened his mouth to argue, then shut it. He hated it when the guy was right. Baomi frowned. I smelled death near the main gate. Meanwhile, Dulan's squad pointed ahead excitedly. Lord Dulan. Look, the exit. A massive gate. Dulan smirked, relieved. Sooner than expected. Mark the path. We're getting out of this hellhole. Suddenly, a chilling sound pierced the air. Ha ha ha. A teammate doubled over in hysterics. Evan, shut up. Dulan snapped. But the laughter only grew louder and more manic. Did you hear me? Dulan raged. You'll draw every monster in the sector. The man turned, revealing a face twisted into a grotesque, unnatural grin that defied anatomy. It was a look of pure madness. Others began to twitch and giggle uncontrollably. Dulan froze, realization dawning on him. He slammed a hand over his mouth and nose. Poison gas. Fear spiked in his chest. I have to get out of here. Abandoning his men to their insanity, he sprinted toward the gate, desperation fueling his legs. Freedom was inches away. But the dungeon had other plans. A colossal mushroom titan blocked his path, releasing a concentrated burst of toxic spores directly into his face. Damn it. Dulan wheezed, his vision blurring. Move. But his muscles betrayed him. His mouth tore open into a permanent ear-to-ear grin as his mind shattered. Miles away, peace reigned on the river. Debo rode, grumbling. This guy hasn't lifted a finger all day. Since when did I become the designated oarsman? Something flashed in the sky. Elpam, look. A flare. Debo's eyes lit up. Someone found the target. The hunt is on. I know the protocol, Baomi muttered, scanning the gathering crowd with a cold gaze. But something's off. He counted heads. Dulan's squad is missing. Ibru arrived, his face pale and sweat-drenched. Since we're all here, listen up. Jeber interrupted, looking around. Wait, where is the mage Dulan? Iburu waved his hand dismissively, his voice trembling. Forget him. He's gone. We found the boss. He had seen the horror, the giant mushroom that devoured Dulan. We watched from the shadows. Dulan's entire team are erased, wiped out in seconds by the guardian of this floor, the mad poison mushroom. The name dropped like a bomb. Jeber recoiled in horror. What? That S-rank nightmare. The crowd erupted into chaos. We're doomed. A party of our level can't scratch that thing. If the mad poison mushroom is real, the mission is over. We need to find an exit before we all end up like Dulan. Panic spread like wildfire. Yet the oblivious Debo turned to his leader. Elpam, is this mushroom guy really that big of a deal? Balmy didn't answer. His mind was already calculating the impossible odds. The pressure was suffocating. It was the dungeon Elpam. Encountering a monster of this caliber at their current level, it was a nightmare scenario. Beside him, a voice kept nagging. Hello, are you even listening to me? The spores it releases create a lethal zone, making it nearly impossible to approach. That means we can't just swarm it with numbers to take it down. If we want to kill it, we need long-range bombardment. But weak attacks won't even scratch it. That thing is built like a tank and moves like the wind. Debo, however, wouldn't stop whining in his ear. You are deliberately ignoring me, aren't you? Hey, Elpam, Iburu crossed his arms, anxiety written all over his face. Unfortunately, the Elpam was blocking the Grand Gate, the only exit. If they didn't fight, they were trapped. Unlike him, Debo slapped his chest with naive confidence. You scared? This Elpam is trash against my invincible fire arrow. Palmy cut him off instantly. Shut your mouth, Debo. The tank was left fuming for the second time. This bastard Palmy stepped forward, cutting straight to the chase. We are dead if we charge in without a strategy. My fire arrows won't even pierce its skin. This revelation shocked even his own teammate. Why, even the trash mobs in this dungeon have insane durability, so the Elpam must be practically invincible. Iburu hated to admit it, but the logic was sound. Why state the obvious? A teammate chimed in urgently. Iburu, this isn't the time for ego. We need a plan right now. 50,000 mesos. What? Iburu blinked. Palmy set his price 50,000 mesos per head. With 30 people here, that totaled 15 million mesos. You want to exchange money for your lives? Pay up, and Debo and I will become the shields. We'll act as bait for every single one of you. The crowd was stunned into silence, but Debo exploded in protest. Damn it, what the hell is he saying? Iburu looked like he'd swallowed a bug. Paying someone he despised was agony. Don't get cocky. You might be used to your standard slave driver tactics, but don't think every situation is the same. I am not some pig you can easily manipulate. Even if we agreed to your crazy terms, what if you fail? If you enrage that monster and lose aggro, we all die instantly. He kept twisting the knife in their dark pasts. Slaves only get in the way inside high-tier dungeons. Then he pointed a trembling finger at Debo. And wait a minute, what is wrong with that guy? He looks even more clueless than us. What can a mere two-circle adventurer and a slave possibly achieve against a Elpam? Forget provoking the monster. He had successfully enraged Debo. The way these guys talked was starting to really tick him off. They had been mocking him from the start. Paomi didn't even want to be the bait, but unlike the raging Debo, he kept his cool. Ice flowed in his veins as he asked, "Then what do you want to do? Do you have a better plan? You scream and shout, but you're clueless on how to solve this." Iburu could only stammer. Well, Paomi struck the core of his insecurity. You have nothing right. If you had a way to kill the Elpam, you wouldn't have fired the distress flare. Also, let me clarify one thing. My party consists of a 2-circle user and a 1-circle user. As he spoke, a new magic circle manifested on Debo's arm, shocking everyone. When did that happen? Then Debo burst into triumphant laughter. What, I gained a level, haha. I really am a genius. It turned out this was a classic leveling Manhwa moment. He had been farming the mobs to power up all along. Paomi hadn't lifted a finger, allowing Debo to hoard all the experience points. He pressed the advantage. Doesn't your squad only have a couple of 2-circle users anyway? That shut him up completely. Unlike Iburu's hesitation, Jebber stepped in, desperate to close the deal. Wait, if you really act as bait for us, I'm willing to pay, but we don't carry that much cash on us. Paomi accepted the credit. No problem. Once we escape, we'll collect the debt. If we don't escape, well, we'll just be dead sacrifices anyway. However, he had one condition everyone had to agree. Decide. Now, in the distance, the berserk mushroom was tearing through the unlucky stragglers. Suddenly, a flaming arrow tore from the bushes, striking the beast right in the head. It was Palmy. Beside him, Debo covered his nose and mouth, ready for war. Palmy commanded Debo move only when the Elpam locks its aggro on us. His partner still hesitated. Do we really have to do this crazy shit? Before he could finish, the monster spotted them. It charged with terrifying speed. It's coming. They sprinted instantly, but the monster matched their pace, striking fear even into Debo. How is it so fast? They managed to lure the Titan far away from the dimensional gate. Seizing the chance, the survivors scrambled toward the exit. Jebber shouted, "Everyone activate the gates before the bait gets slaughtered. Move." The portals hummed to life in record time. Everyone fled for their lives. Hurry! Meanwhile, the monster remained relentless, hot on the heels of the bait. Worse yet, minions were swarming them. Debo roared, "Damn it, you think I'm easy prey?" He raised his flaming axe high. Die. One swing incinerated the small fry, but the giant Elpam loomed right behind him, jaws gaping wide to swallow him whole. A mana-infused arrow slammed into the beast, knocking it back. Palmy unleashed a barrage to cover him. But the Elpam wasn't just a meat shield. It dodged the storm of arrows with unnatural agility. It was closing the distance. Ah, it's catching up. It's right on us. They sprinted toward a fissure in the forest floor and leaped into the void. As the monster swiped at them, Debo screamed, "Hey, you ugly piece of trash, eat this." Palmy was right behind him, waiting for this exact second to aim a critical shot at the beast. Kaboom! A massive explosion rocked the chasm. They plunged into the river below, just in time, the water shielding them from the monster's poisonous gas. Debo surfaced, coughing and cursing. "That damn poison mushroom, I almost died." He collapsed on the riverbank, covered in disgusting slime. Debo gasped in disbelief. Why was it so strong? Palmy wiped the grime from his face. "Didn't you listen? That's the dungeon Elpam. If you want to kill it, you need to be prepared." Those words made Debo freeze. He blurted out, "You're talking like we're actually going to hunt that thing. Tell me I'm hearing things." Palmy remained as calm as a still lake. "You heard correctly." Debo couldn't hold it back anymore and screamed, "Are you kidding me? What is wrong with you? From the start, didn't we come here specifically to raid the Elpam?" Debo raged. "That's because I didn't know the Elpam was a psychotic poison mushroom. Don't you know about tactical retreats? Once a gate is used to escape, it closes forever. There is no second way out." Elpam replied with ice-cold indifference. "I know that toxic monstrosity still haunts your nightmares, Debo. But running away just because we finished the bait phase? That's weak. Even our strongest missiles couldn't put a dent in it. We're walking into a death trap," Debo argued, sweat beading on his brow. Yet Elpam remained unmoved. "The variables have shifted," Elpam declared. "With the competition gone, this boss is basically a free buffet of XP and loot. Plus the bonus payout. Doesn't that tempt you? Or are you planning to breach the contract?" The question silenced Debo instantly. He stammered, I didn't say that, but you better double my cut for this insanity." "Done," Elpam agreed without a second thought. Debo sighed, shifting to battle mode. "Fine, Elpam. But tell me, if melee is suicide and ranged attacks bounce off, how do we kill this thing? I have no intention of throwing my life away on an impossible quest," Elpam stated, his eyes gleaming with calculation. As Debo wrestled with his doubts, the scene shifts outside. The Crimson Gate flared violently, spitting out a ragged group of survivors. Their terror was palpable. "You're out already," Debir sneered, scanning the head count. 40 survivors. A bit fast for a full clear. He turned to a panting subordinate. "Jebber, report. What happened inside?" We failed," Sir Jebber gasped, barely standing. Dulan's squad was wiped out instantly. Elpam and his man. They're still trapped in there. We only escaped because they acted as bait. That dungeon boss. It's a monster beyond our league. We were helpless." Debir let out a sharp laugh of disbelief. His voice dripped with disdain. "So, apart from tucking your tails and running like cowards, you accomplished nothing." "It's the crazy poison mushroom, sir. A legendary terror," Jebber cried. Unimpressed, Debir turned his back. "Useless. Pack it up, we're leaving." Jebber froze. "Wait, Lord, Debir, Elpam hasn't emerged yet. The gate is still stable, they might be alive." "Dead men walking," Debir cut him off coldly. "It's only a matter of time. You said it yourself, it's the crazy poison mushroom. No one survives that. Stay if you want to rot here. I have better things to do." Internally, Debir scoffed. Trash. Bad luck, or not a mere two-circle user taking down that beast. Impossible. Average adventurers are a waste of space. I need a true anomaly. Someone who can bend reality and turn the impossible into the possible. Back inside the dungeon, the real Manhwa recap action was just beginning. Elpam smirked. "Let the hunt begin." High atop the cliff, he drew his massive mechanical bow. Energy crackled. With a thunderous boom, the arrow tore through the silence like a meteor. Elpam analyzed the data instantly. This boss is faster and tougher than the record stated. And that poison mist. It makes close combat a nightmare. The only winning move is to maintain distance. I need to crush it with overwhelming long-range firepower. Standard missiles won't scratch it. But if I use psychokinesis to induce hyper-rotation, I can amplify the penetration power exponentially. This is a technique unique to me in this world. a method inspired by the rifling of a revolver bullet, my secret weapon. A skill to defy the laws of physics. The arrow screamed toward the mushroom's skull, but the beast sensed the killing intent. It roared, shifting at the last second. The projectile missed the kill shot. Instead of piercing the brain, it grazed the monster's massive torso, carving a deep furrow in its flesh. The crazy poison mushroom shrieked as the shockwave hammered it. Even a grazing hit carried enough kinetic force to send the behemoth stumbling backward. Elpam's hawk-like eyes scanned the damage through the chaos. Smoke rose from the wound, defense breached. Damn, I only clipped its arm. That won't be enough to put it down. I aimed for the core in its head. Missing that shot complicates things. The boss, now fully enraged, unleashed a massive cloud of toxic purple gas. It blurred into motion, rushing toward Elpam's sniper nest with terrifying speed. Elpam fired again, but the beast weaved through the arrows effortlessly. I can't use the revolver spin while moving. Elpam grit his teeth. And the cooldown is too long. I have to end this before it climbs the cliff. The monster ignored the rain of explosive arrows closing the distance. Its maw opened wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp fangs ready to feast. Now, Debo, Elpam commanded. Down below, holding his breath against the stench, Debo hauled on a thick cable with all his might. Heave. The hidden tripwire snapped taut. The charging beast caught its foot and went down hard, face-planting into the earth. Boom. The impact sent mud flying. As the monster struggled to rise from the sludge, Elpam looked down from the peak like a judging god. While the beast screamed in humiliation, a cold voice cut through the air. Hey, you filthy vegetable. A blade flashed, aiming for its neural center. Debo joined the fray. Gripping his saber, he looked at the battered boss with sadistic glee. The tables had turned. Finally, I can breathe without choking. The air smells sweet, doesn't it? Come on, ugly. Let's dance. Debo raised his weapon, ready for close quarters. Conditions met. Elpam thought. The mission wasn't just bait. It was positioning. Dragging it into the swamp was the key to neutralizing its mobility. With its movements restricted and its poison pores clogged with mud, its greatest weapons are gone. Debo laughed. What's wrong, big guy? Mad because your blowholes are stuffed? Debo swung his blade. Slash. The steel sang, wreathed in flames, aiming to incinerate the abomination. My condolences. With a roar, he buried the blade deep into its flesh. Foul, toxic fluids sprayed out like a geyser. Debo didn't let up. Slash after slash rained down, carving the monster apart, until the giant fungus collapsed into the muck. The swamp does more than block its poison. For a speed-type monster, this sticky terrain is the ultimate death trap. A classic tactic in any leveling manhwa. Now Elpam unleashed the revolver spin shot. The arrow became a drilling streak of lightning, piercing the boss's hard shell and burrowing deep into its core. K-boom. A massive explosion erupted from within the beast, blasting mud and debris everywhere. Debo squinted through the thick smoke, unsure of the result. Is it finally dead? But as the smoke cleared, a grim realization hit him. Damn it, this beast's hide is impenetrable, Elpam shouted urgently. Aim for the core, it is right near the head. Without hesitation, Dio unleashed his chain blade. I'm on it. Steel sliced through the air, aiming to strike the boss with deadly precision. But in a split second of terror, the monster's massive arm surged upward, catching the blade mid-flight. Dio froze in horror at the scene unfolding. With a terrifying yank, the creature dragged him toward the abyss. However, Elpam was already moving. Channeling his aura, he controlled a massive timber to intercept the boss. Dio seized the momentum. Using the log as a fulcrum, he defied gravity to turn the tides. The behemoth was forced back, its balance crumbling at the critical moment. Dio did not waste a millisecond. He twisted his body for a devastating kick. His heel crashed into the monster's skull. The impact was enough to shake the very earth, leaving the giant teetering on the brink of collapse. Seizing the opening, he recalled his weapon. He landed gracefully on the timber, eyes locked on the prey like a predator. The entire swamp trembled beneath their combined might. Yet the nightmare marched forward once more. Elpam unleashed another wave of power from the heavens. Pressure crushed down on the beast. While it reeled in confusion, Dio raised his blade. Time to send this thing back to hell. But this boss was no low-level mob. It sensed the killing intent. Razor-sharp claws slashed out in a desperate bid for survival. Dio severed the limb in a spray of gore. His eyes burned with the resolve of a leveling manhwa protagonist. Suddenly, an arrow pierced the wind. The monster's head was blasted clean off. A final wretched wail echoed through the swamp. The headless corpse crashed into the mire, motionless at last. Dio exhaled, flashing a thumbs up to his partner. Elpam lowered his guard, satisfied with the kill. But then his eyes widened in sheer terror. The headless mushroom was still moving. It prepared a blind attack right behind Dio. Before he could react, a massive fist sent his teammate flying. Dio vanished beneath the suffocating mud. The beast stood tall, mocking their futile efforts. Elpam raised his spear again, mind racing. Impossible. I definitely destroyed its head. The spinning lance fired once more. Smoke erupted from the impact zone. Yet the monster stood unshaken, countering with a wave of deadly venom. While dodging, the truth began to dawn on him. The headless form leaped with terrifying agility. Like a mad demon, the crazy mushroom scurried up the cliff face. It was closing the distance fast. Elpam gritted his teeth. I only have one explosive shot left. I cannot waste it on a missed guess. Witnessing its vitality, Dio cursed. Motherfucker, he burst from the swamp, eyes blazing with fury. Now you have really pissed me off. His blade flew like a seeking viper. Just as the madness reached the summit, steel pinned it against the cliff. Its limbs were severed, sending it tumbling back to the abyss. Got you now, Dio roared in triumph. Take that. But his victory cry died in his throat. Even with half a body, the monster continued to crawl forward. What the hell? His scream echoed through the mountains. This boss is insane. Elpam fired his final rocket, but the beast evaded the blast. And then the nightmare revealed its true face from the severed neck. Crimson eyes glowed with malice. Elpam leveled his gun, voice cold as ice. So that is where you were hiding your real head. Dio watched in awe from below. A signal shot. Was the previous attack just a feint? Elpam did not hesitate. The spinning lance struck true, aiming for the monster's real weak point. The impact blasted the beast back into the swamp. The lance drilled into the skull, tearing through flesh and bone. A critical hit pierced the boss straight through. Elpam stood like a god of war atop the cliff. Below, the crazy mushroom finally exploded into dust. Dio stared at the magnificent destruction. Finally, it is over. Elpam dragged his exhausted teammate to safety. Dio collapsed, gasping. I really thought I was a goner back there. They gazed down at the battlefield. A sea of purple toxic mist began to rise from the swamp. Dio asked, voice trembling, "Is it truly finished?" Elpam nodded. "Yes, you did well today. We will collect the mana stones once the poison clears." But his instincts screamed danger. This was a classic system Manhwa twist. Its upper torso launched into the air. A crimson light pulsed from its tattered remains, spewing toxic smoke. The purple fog swallowed Dio whole. From within the mist, a maniacal, unsettling laughter echoed. Meanwhile, back at the guild office, Ran laughed heartily. "You ran away. Your temper has not changed a bit." Debir bowed his head. "I apologize. We should have deployed the Xnas Knights instead." A knock interrupted them. Debir scowled, his patience thin. "I said no disturbances. Get lost." The visitor ignored the command. "I am coming in." Debir raged. "What? Who dares?" But the figure in the doorway made his blood run cold. Elpam announced calmly, "I have returned." Rand's eyes lit up with amusement. "How interesting." He glanced at the stunned guildmaster. "Hey Debir, what is wrong? Looks like you have seen a ghost." Rand stepped forward. "Pleasure to meet you. I am Ran. And you must be Elpam. Your survival skills are truly legendary. You are exactly the man we need for Gotho." Elpam bowed slightly. "You flatter me." Rand beamed. "Excellent. I appreciate a man who knows his place. I have but one question. Carson, you replicate that miracle in 100-man gate." Elpam fell silent, weighing the impossible request. He replied coolly, "That will be difficult." The casual refusal offended Ran. Debir exploded. "Watch your tone with the Lord. Elpam, do not forget, you are an adventurer, drowning in debt. You do not get to choose your missions." Ran raised a hand. "But you did not say it was impossible, did you?" "I dislike beating around the bush. I will ask you directly. What is your price?" Later at the local tavern, Dio sprayed his beer across the table in shock. He screamed in disbelief. "What? 5 million mio per person? That is 10 million total. That is insane." Seeing Elpam's dark expression, Dio shrank back. "Sorry, but isn't that too greedy? There is no way they will accept those terms. This is our first major mission in ages." Elpam took a sip of his drink, indifferent. "That is not my problem. They will be the ones to decide." Dio sighed, anxious about the fallout. "How can you be so calm after causing such a scene? If this deal falls through, Debir will blacklist us forever." A figure emerged from the shadows, calm as a still lake, contrasting our near-death panic. Debo slammed his fist down in a rage. "Say what? Is this how you repay your saviors?" he roared. "Forget the ranks. Let's settle this with steel, right here and now." But then the unthinkable happened. The group bowed low, their pride shattered. "We apologize," Iburu confessed, "for doubting your skills as adventurers. The shame consumes me." He pressed a heavy sack into Debo's hands. "The promised reward for 30 heads. 15 million as agreed." Debo stammered, completely floored. Thanks," but Elpam cut in his voice like ice. "We agreed on 1 million meso. I only take what my contract demands. Keep your gratitude." His cold detachment left Iburu and Jeber frozen in place. Debo mumbled, checking the bag. Shay, false alarm. Guess I'll just count my coin." Elpam turned his sharp gaze to the pirate. "You. Iburu, was it? And you. Are you actually capable?" Meanwhile, in Rand's office, Debir shouted, "Impossible 10 million meso. That's the rate for a third or fourth circle adventurer. He may be the strongest awakening Manhwa candidate we have, but yielding to these demands sets a dangerous precedent, sir. He's likely bluffing to test the waters. Recall him immediately for renegotiation." Rand's eyes narrowed dangerously. "Is that what you truly believe? Honestly, even double that price would be a bargain." Debir gasped in disbelief. Rand slid a document across the mahogany desk. "Read." Debir took the paper, his hands trembling. It stated that for the Gofro Merchant Guild, only Elpam's party would be deployed. Only 2 men. Madness. But as he read on, the impossible truth sank in. Is this authentic?" Rand leaned back unfazed. "If it were fake, I'd be dead. That intel cost a fortune." Debir felt a chill run down his spine. The Demon King. "If this is true," Rand set his pen down with finality. "Make no mistake, Debir. The war has already begun." Outside, the sky remained mockingly blue, indifferent to the chaos. At the gate, adventurers gathered around fires, whispering like shadows. "I can't believe they actually accepted those insane terms." Debo grinned at the chatter, but Elpam checked him. "Stay sharp." Debo scoffed. "Relax, I'm a seasoned pro in this leveling Manhwa world now." Elpam's badge caught the light gleaming on his chest. The surrounding glares were heavy with hostility and suspicion. "The air is thick today," Debo noted nervously. Well, fresh meat," a voice called out. A stranger approached with a practiced smile. "You're from Gaffaro, I'm student E-rank from the Genus Guild." Elpam replied coolly, "Pame." "C-rank." Sudan blinked, stunned. "C-rank impossible. This gate is restricted to first and second circles. How did a C-rank get clearance?" Before he could finish, a sharp voice cut through. "Move it, fodder." Kiri shoved Sudan aside. "I have business with him." Sudan clicked his tongue. "They're with her." Elpam analyzed the threat instantly. Flashback to the office where he had asked, "Why take this job?" "Don't ask questions," the handler had said. "Our guild is partnering with the legendary Cygnus Knights for this grand gate. They serve Empress Cygnus, the strongest order in the realm. Even the icons of power are watching this gate hungrily," Debir explained. "The entry slots were monopolized by other major guilds, leaving us with no room. So we allied with them. They're just trainees, but their pedigree boosts our success rate, even if they have hidden agendas for entering. The terms were lucrative, so we shake hands." Elpam sighed. "Understood. Simple cooperation is easy enough." "Don't get cocky," Debir warned him. "Something about them. My gut screams danger." Back in the present, the girl sneered. "I am Kiri, leader of the Cygnus Cadets. Don't mistake this alliance for equality just because we spoke. I hate baggage. Just obey orders and stay quiet." Debo bristled with irritation. What is her problem? Who does she think she is? She eyed them with disdain. "Just 2 from Gaffro, pathetic." Elpam met her gaze calmly. "It seems so." Kiri sighed dramatically. Did Gaforo give up? Heavy footsteps approached. First, the Dick Merchant Guild, led by the hulking Knockers. Next, the Mia Guild's elite team led by Kios. Debo swallowed hard. The pressure from these elites was suffocating. Finally, the Goldrick Guild arrived. The Natasha sisters, their badges gleaming like stars in the night. Kiri rolled her eyes at their arrogance. Then Longko stepped forward. "Assemble. Everyone is here. I am the warden for this sweep. We provide support while you raid. Listen closely to the loot distribution protocols even if your guild's already briefed you. Legendary artifacts are not yours. Even if you bleed for them, they belong to the guilds the moment you exit this gate. Ownership is absolute. You get your contract pay. Be grateful we let you keep the monastones you harvest." He continued, his voice dark. "Try to smuggle an artifact, and you answer to my B-rank enforcement squad." His arm rippled with muscle, bound by 5 heavy power restriction rings. Debo gasped. 5 rings, they're all monsters. Briefing over. Enter Longko barked. Kiri marched forward. Follow me, victory belongs to Cygnus. Debo stared at her back, bewildered. Is she insane? We have to babysit that ego. Elpam remained silent, deep in thought. All my preparation led to this moment. The one dungeon I missed in my past life. It all starts here. He stepped into the abyss. Debo scrambled after him. Hey, don't expect me to save you if you start crying. The Crimson Gate flared with blinding intensity, swallowing them whole and spitting them out into a new dimension. Twilight draped over an endless sea of reeds. The guide's voice cut through the air. Everyone stay close to me. Debo stared at the towering grass, dwarfing him completely. Whoa, is this grass on steroids? Or what? Kiri shot him a sharp look. Do you think we're here for a picnic? Focus. Fall behind and you're dead weight. Her attitude grated on his nerves. Elpam, are we seriously gonna let them disrespect us like this? Those bastards? Suddenly, Ipa dropped to one knee, pressing his ear to the earth. Debo blinked, confused. What are you doing down there? But then, a terrifying rumble echoed from the ground beneath them. Debo's eyes narrowed at the rising dust cloud on the horizon. I hear something. A stampede of beasts charged with murderous intent, ice boars. Are you kidding me? Someone's voice cracked in panic. There must be over 1,000 of them. Kiri roared orders over the chaos. What are you standing there for? Scatter now. We still have teammates entering the gate. Do not lead the monsters to the entrance. That is the Iron Law. But fear had already taken hold, scattering the formation like leaves in a storm. El Nido Merchant Guild. Move this way. No, we're heading this side. The group fractured in two just as the ice boars slammed into their position. The beasts locked onto them, eyes burning with hunger for fresh meat. Kiri commanded her squad. Excellent. Lure them into the rough terrain. We'll slaughter them once they're slowed down. But a grim report interrupted her. My lady, we have a problem. The Gafor Merchant Guild. They've vanished. Kiri's face went pale. What did you say? Yet miles away from her panic, Debo was casually enjoying the breeze. Man, this breeze feels amazing. I think we can finally chill out. He turned to Ipa. But seriously, how did you predict those ice boars would charge like that? Ipa replied calmly. Experience. Plains like this are highways for beast herds. The ice boar, a beast averaging 2 meters in length. Violent by nature. They hunt in packs of hundreds, sometimes thousands. Their hide is tough, making them a pain to kill, but not impossible to hunt. The other merchant guilds know this. They fled to avoid a pointless skirmish. No one wants to drain their stamina this early inside a major gate. Because, in this place, no one knows what nightmare awaits us next. It won't end with just a few pigs. Before my regression, the raid on the sleeping forest ended in total massacre. Every single adventurer was wiped out. It was a tragedy worthy of a dark leveling manhwa. Debo noticed Ipa's intense focus. Bro, why so serious? What's on your mind? Before he could finish, his foot snagged on a hidden tripwire. His eyes went wide. In a split second, Ipa yanked him back. Whoosh! A massive spiked log swung down, missing Debo's face by an inch. Holy, what was that? Staring at the deadly mechanism, Ipa spoke one word. A trap. Debo couldn't believe it. Who the hell sets traps inside a dungeon? Nearby, another trap triggered. A massive wooden spike launched at an adventurer. But with a flash of cold steel, the man drew his blade. Slash. The trap was cleaved cleanly in two. The man scoffed coldly. Child's play. His subordinate reported area secured, sir. That seems to be the last of them. Crocus, leader of the Mechanic Guild, narrowed his eyes. Do not lower your guard. He scanned the forest with a predator's gaze. Simple as they seem, those traps were designed to kill. They mimic human hunting tactics. Just looking at the craftsmanship, these are no ordinary mindless beasts. Intelligence means one thing: goblins, and they are a headache to deal with. Their threat level rivals a red gate boss. This confirms it. The difficulty of this major gate is S rank. Without an elite adventurer of my caliber, you lot would be marching to your graves in ignorance. Crocus smirked, his arrogance overflowing. We will turn this to our advantage. Follow me, he barked orders at the group. And keep your eyes open, don't miss a thing. But the moment he turned his back, thud. Before his sentence even finished, his severed head hit the dirt. Behind him, a storm of hidden projectiles shredded his squad like paper. Crocus's consciousness faded, his lips moving one last time. What? Then darkness took him. His headless body collapsed heavily, blood pooling in the soil. A shadow stepped forward. All that yapping. You really thought you were someone special, huh? Meanwhile, the true scheme of this dungeon was revealed. The ice boars were just a distraction for the invaders. I don't know whose plan this was, but it works for us. Time for me to clock in, I guess. Hiding in the brush was William, looking utterly bored. He sighed, scratching his head. What a drag. But I suppose it's unavoidable. We are running on a tight schedule. Let's get this over with. Suddenly the adventurers froze. Their limbs refused to obey, locked in invisible chains. William smirked. Don't bother struggling. That's paralysis magic. You're stuck like that for at least 30 minutes. A woman gritted her teeth, forcing out words. Why? Are you doing this? Oh, impressive. William raised an eyebrow. You can still speak through the bind. You must be from the NASA Guild. Cluck. Without hesitation, he drove a blade through her stomach, sending her to the afterlife. You seemed like a variable, so I had to delete you first. The remaining members of the Three Sisters Guild could only tremble in silent terror. William looked at the corpse, pondering. Why do I do this? That's a philosophical question. His eyes glowed with malice. Dark magic swirled around his spear as he aimed at the remaining two. Let me put it in a language you'll understand. A chilling grin stretched across his face. Everything is for the dark wizard. Boom, red light engulfed their vision. The two living women were instantly reduced to a mist of blood and bone. The air grew heavy with the metallic scent of death. William sighed, wiping blood from his cheek. So messy. I really just wanted to nap. His mind drifted back to the past, to the moment his master Yok summoned him. William. He knelt instantly. I am here, master. Yok's voice echoed through the dark palace like a curse. We have waited in the shadows for an eternity, hiding our true strength, biding our time. The time has finally come to harvest the fruit of our patience. William bowed his head. I will not fail you, my lord. Yok handed him a feather emanating dark energy. Take this. It is a gift from him. Failure is not an option. With this artifact, I can't exactly slack off. Back in the present, William moved out to hunt his next prey. Guess I have to get serious for once. Night fell over the dungeon. Deep within the gate, the monster encampment came alive. Sentries patrolled the perimeter, guarding their stronghold against intruders. Epaw and Debo crouched in the shadows, their eyes fixed on the scene. Debo's jaw dropped, terror gripping him. What the hell are those things? Debo's voice trembled as he turned to him. Are those things all boss-level monsters? Elpam replied with a calm that sent shivers down his spine. I already told you, only one of them holds the title of boss. But numbers were the least of their worries. Every single one of these mobs possessed the vitality and strength of an elite ranker. Just look at how they scavenge gear from fallen adventurers. Engaging them is a death wish. Some of them can even utilize artifacts to trigger high-level skills. Hearing this, the color drained from Debo's face as terror took hold. Are you kidding me? That is a full raid party of monsters. You expect the two of us to clear them out? Elpam answered with a casual shrug. Exactly. At least you are quick on the uptake. Debo could not stop his knees from shaking. What kind of insanity are you spouting? Two people cannot take an army. We need to turn back right now and regroup with that Curie woman's squad. Elpam shot back a cold question. Were you not the one begging to split from them earlier? Regret washed over Debo like a tidal wave as he realized his fatal mistake. I did not know we were walking into a nest of monsters back then. I am telling you, if it is just us, I am sitting this fight out. Nearby patrols forced them into sudden silence. A beast scanned the area with predatory instincts. Suddenly, it sensed killing intent from behind and whipped its head around. Debo swung his blade in a desperate arc, but the creature dodged with terrifying speed. Panic exploded in his voice. Is he seriously making me do this? I'm not cut out for solo leveling. A massive fist hammered toward him. Debo barely evaded the death blow, slamming his hilt into the earth to vault backward in a display of unexpected agility. He stuck the landing, gripping his weapon tight. What followed was a pathetic dance of cat and mouse. But fate is cruel, and a heavy fist finally connected with Debo's jaw. Rage flared in his eyes as he swung back. Shut your mouth, you ugly bastard. But the monster's counterattack came, instantly punishing his arrogance. The beast dominated the rhythm of this bloody duel. Debo roared, channeling every ounce of his aura into his blade for one final strike. He leaped high, bringing the steel down for a spine-shattering blow, but he only cleaved empty air. The monster sidestepped and prepared to punish the sneak attack. The impact sent Debo flying like a ragdoll. He gritted his teeth against the pain. Seriously, why won't this thing just die? The beast bared its fangs, ready for round two. Debo scrambled aside at the last second, shifting his footwork, but his escape route led him straight into the jaws of hell. A massive hand crushed his skull. The monster slammed Debo's body into the ground with bone-breaking force, then hoisted him up by the head, like a trophy. In a moment of survival instinct, Debo smashed his pommel into the beast's jaw. Roaring in pain, it released its grip, allowing Debo to retreat from the kill zone. Adrenaline refused to let him rest. He launched himself forward like a gale wind. As Debo's blade descended, the monster roared, throwing a punch to meet him head-on. Silence returned to the chaotic forest. The beast crumbled to dust, returning to the earth. Pam had stepped in at the critical moment, yet Debo barked, "I did not think you would actually lift a finger to help." Pam replied coolly, "It looked like you had it under control. See, your combat confidence has leveled up." But Debo was fuming. Confidence. I am just questioning my life choices. If this place is crawling with monsters like that, we are doomed. Suddenly, he froze his eyes, widening at the horror before them. What is this carnage? Bodies littered the ground ahead. Are these not the knights from the Cygnus Guild? What could have slaughtered them? A faint groan broke the silence. Debo shouted, Pam. One of them is still breathing. Pam approached the survivor. Tell me, what happened here? Did the goblins wipe you out? Pin, a member of the Cygnus Knights, grit his teeth in agony. No, it was a trap. Watching from afar, Debir felt a chill run through him at the revelation. He gasped. Impossible. Pin continued his grim tale. Ambushers attacked us inside the gate. Since no one knows what happens in a dungeon, it is the perfect crime scene. Once they escape, the gate closes, and all evidence vanishes into the void forever. But this situation is a zero-sum game. The survivors are forced to clear a high-difficulty dungeon with depleted numbers and exhausted stamina. Even if they miraculously clear the gate and return with loot, the outside world will view them with suspicion. Debir analyzed the situation. Is this a ploy to eliminate rival guild leaders? It is too risky. If caught, it would trigger an all-out war between the merchant factions. No merchant group would take such a reckless gamble. There must be a mastermind pulling the strings from the shadows. Inside the gate, Debo was in disbelief. No way, Pam. Pam scanned the area. I do not see that woman anywhere. Where is Kiri? Pin slammed his fist into the ground in frustration. Damn it. This is my fault. How could I let a viper hide in our ranks? Why would Lady Kiri betray us? Pam narrowed his eyes. It makes no sense. Was she not a sworn member of the Cygnus Knights? Pin looked vacant, lost in the horror. I refuse to believe it, but her orders at the entrance make sense now. Lady Kiri. She is a disciple of the Black Mage. Debo reeled back as if struck. The Black Mage. That name belongs to one of the Transcendents. This is exactly like a historical Manhwa recap, come to life. 800 years ago, the Black Mage threatened the very existence of the king. 6 legendary heroes rose up, turning the tides of war by sealing themselves away with the darkness. The Allied forces launched a counterattack on the panicked cultists, wiping the followers of the Black Mage from the face of history. Every citizen of Maple World knows the legend. But to think the cult has returned, it is a nightmare manifested. A follower of the Black Mage here, impossible. Pam cut in sharply. Forget the monster hunting. We need to find that woman immediately. Carson, you move knight. You better be ready to cross swords when we find Kiri. Pin's eyes burned with vengeance. That is exactly what I am hoping for. Footsteps echoed in the dead silence of the night. Kiri moved with purpose until she spotted William. He greeted her with a sinister smile. I have been waiting for you. His gang of thugs stood ready. William chuckled. Lady Kiri, it looks like you had some fun with the ice boars. Splitting them up made our purge plan much easier. We are in the endgame now, so how did you like the little gift we prepared for you? Kiri pointed her cold steel at them. Who are you people? Meanwhile, back with Debo voices drifted through the dark. If you are hurt, we can slow down. The Pam is already way ahead of us. Thanks, but I'm fine. Debo smiled with innocent confidence. Don't sweat it. My Pam has a nose for treasure. We'll reunite with her in no time. A twist. Pin's face twisted into a sneer. Is that right? Murderous intent flooded the air. Perfect. Meanwhile, shattering the sunset's calm, Kiri launched a devastating assault on the Dark Mage's lackeys. Steel screamed against steel. Chaos erupted. Watching from the sidelines, William clapped slowly. Now that is impressive. Standard practice for a captain of the Cygnus Knights, I assume. Let's see how long your stamina lasts. Kiri didn't give an inch. She unleashed the art of the rising sun. Her opponent scoffed. Quit showing off. But in a flash, a masterful strike silenced the arrogant woman forever. Before she could even question her existence, the Sunbreaker blade ignited flames roared, reducing her body to nothing but ash. Kiri exhaled, exhaustion creeping in. Her eyes turned icy as she threatened the survivors. If you don't want to die here, tell me your objective. Now? So noisy, the enemy leader spat. What are you idiots waiting for? Kill her. The minions swarmed her like rabid dogs. Die, they screamed, but suddenly a blur cut through the tall grass. A mysterious force obliterated the attackers into a bloody mist. The leader's jaw dropped in horror. Saved from the brink of death, Kiri frowned at the newcomer. Wait, you. Debo stood there, radiating heroic energy. But let's rewind to that moment with Pin. My LPAM is great at finding things, Debo had said. We'll see her soon. The moment Pin said, that's good, he struck. He choked Debo, grinning like a maniac. Send her my regards when you see her in hell. But a rookie can't beat a veteran. Debo slammed him to the ground effortlessly. LPAM watched coldly as the traitor screamed in agony. My hand, it's broken. Debo was clueless. LPAM, what's going on? LPAM glared down. You disappoint me. I gave you a chance, and this is how you repay me. Terror filled Pin's eyes. Before ending him, LPAM whispered one final truth. I never trusted you trash to begin with. Back in reality, William stepped forward, his aura menacing. How strange. An uninvited guest has arrived. A lackey reported, Sir William, that's a member of the Goffor merchant group. If he's alive, that means William cut him off. I know. Pin was too cowardly to even kill himself. Useless, he sighed. I gave him a chance to redeem himself for losing Lady Kiri, yet he failed. What a drag. Since these two look strong, send in the elites. Wipe them out. Debo readied his weapon. Watch out for these scumbags, Kiri warned. I know. Debo smirked with overflowing confidence. They're just a bunch of perverts, right? Kiri sighed. What are you waiting for? William barked. End this. Debo glanced at Kiri. You handle one. I'll take care of the rest of this system Manhwa trash. Don't get cocky, she yelled. A massive wind slash forced the enemies back, but Kiri collapsed, her stamina drained. Strong, huh? That's one down, Debo gloated. Suddenly, a piercing attack. He barely sidestepped, a blazing arrow aimed at his heart. The female assassin clicked her tongue in annoyance. But while he was distracted, a coward launched a sneak attack from the shadows. Debo froze. Pain flared across his back as a blade sliced flesh. The attacker looked at the bloodied back and sneered. Just a scratch. He raised his sword again. Time to send you to the afterlife. The enemy leaped high, locking onto his target from above. You muscle brain. Move, Kiri screamed. But Debo was already gone. Appearing behind the enemy with glowing red eyes, he delivered a lethal slash. Another one rushed in. Is that all? I was just warming up. Debo weaved through the sharp blades like water. He swung his blade, sending the next goon flying. He stomped the ground, causing the earth to tremble. What the hell is this brute strength? The enemy gasped as his ally's body slammed into him. Watching his men fail, William groaned. Pathetic. Kiri was tearing through them too. She glared at William. You call these weaklings your elite warriors? Jero stood there humiliated and silent. William's eyes went cold. I can't watch this circus anymore. That's enough. You've wasted enough of my precious time. He raised a spear that looked just like LPAM's. Debo gasped. A flame missile. It came roaring towards him faster than even the LPAM's attacks. Boom. A massive explosion swallowed the area. William smirked arrogantly. You froze because you recognized the technique. But my mastery is on a completely different dimension. Even if you knew it, you couldn't dodge it. Game over. Now, let's proceed to the Great Gate. But suddenly, his words died in his throat. As the smoke cleared, an imposing godlike figure stood amidst the flames. Debo stood there completely unharmed. LPAM's eyes glowed with terrifying sharpness. Trembling, William stammered. Who are you? LPAM pointed casually into the distance. I hate to inform you, he said smoothly, but you have more guests. Suddenly, massive ice bears burst from the reeds. Their jaws hit the floor. It wasn't just one. An entire stampede of monsters was charging right at them. An ice bear with razor-sharp fangs lunged, but William cut the beast down instantly. He glared at LPAM. You lured a monster horde to us and ran, you bastard. He barked orders at Jero. Sorry, Sir William, Jero cried, standing over a pile of beast corpses. I just finished cleaning up this side. William's voice dropped an octave. We don't have time to regroup. Forget the beast, chase that man immediately. The subordinates roared. Yes, sir. William gritted his teeth. If they escape the Great Gate. Damn it, my head is pounding. There's something wrong about that guy. Sir, footprints found over here. William turned to Jero. If you see that cloaked man, just stall him. I will execute him personally. Jero hesitated. Is that wise, sir? I know my place, but that man's aura? He's definitely not just some random traveler. The cold voice pierced the air. Do you even know who you are worrying about? You know the truth, don't you? In this great gate I reign supreme. Meanwhile, Elpam's squad vanished into the emerald depths of the forest. Dio grinned. Bro, did you see the look on their faces? I wonder how they will survive being chewed up by those boars. However, Elpam's expression remained grim. Don't underestimate them. They won't die that easily. Watch your step. This forest is crawling with traps. Dio remained curious. I am on guard, Elpam. But why didn't you end them back there? You had the perfect opening. Elpam's answer was chilling. Because he is stronger than me. Dio froze stunned. Say what? The memory of that clash replayed in his mind. His fire arrow. Speed, impact, everything was superior. When I countered with my own magic, his spell tore right through mine. I couldn't believe my eyes. My aim never falters yet against him. It was like throwing a pebble at a boulder. Dio forced a laugh. Come on, stronger than you. Stop joking. Elpam didn't flinch. Why would I joke about survival? Panic finally set in for Dio. So, we are actually running for our lives. Elpam rolled up his sleeve. The magic circle glowed on his skin. My circle has expanded to its absolute limit. Even with the same spell, the level of expansion dictates speed and power. I am at the peak of the second circle. Logically, we should be equals or I should be superior. But his strength defies the system's logic. Seeing how he entered the Great Gate, he is definitely a second circle user too. Somehow he has reinforced his skills beyond the limit. He is the strongest adventurer here. Dio gasped. Impossible. The news weighed heavy on them. Then what is the plan? Should we use the goblin strategy again? Elpam shook his head. No, that won't work twice. Goblins are smarter than boars. They will recognize us as enemies and turn the trap against us. Kiri snapped, cutting him off. Wait, what are you two talking about? Do you not grasp the gravity of this situation? A follower of the Dark Mage is hiding within the Exnas Knights. This intel decides the fate of the Mali world. We must escape and report this. Forget this Manhwa recap adventure. We leave now. Elpam scowled. Meaningless. Dio blinked. Huh. Kiri glared furious. I knew it. Once a slave, always a slave. Are you still chasing petty rewards? Elpam countered calmly. Say we warn the outside. Then what? Do you think that solves the problem? Don't be naive. These fanatics have hidden for centuries. Exposing one is just cutting a leaf off a poisonous tree. We must dig out the roots. If they go into hiding now, they will never be found. They will rot this world from the inside out. Kiri trembled with rage. She screamed, we can't fight, we can't run. What then? What the hell do you want us to do? If you won't help shut up, we are being hunted right now. We leave this place. Elpam cut her off. We find them first. We decide who the real hunter is. Silence fell over the forest. But peace was short-lived. Heavy footsteps thundered against the earth. Sudin and his kill squad were closing in. Find them, Sudin roared. If they escape the Great Gate, our heads will roll. Suddenly, a shadow lunged. Dio grinned. Hello there. Sudin stumbled back, barely dodging the blade. The minions swarmed Dio instantly. Idiots. You walked right into your graves. I will kill you myself. But then, snap. A rope holding a massive log gave way. The trap sprung. Boom. The log crushed a mercenary instantly. Kiri had cut the rope. Dio wasted no time raising his blade. Looking away during a deathmatch, rookie mistake. Dio slashed, but Sudin charged. Dio tilted his head. The steel missed his jugular by a millimeter. Sudin's eyes went wide. What? Dio didn't talk. He acted. An uppercut sent Sudin flying. Dropping his blade, Dio turned his fists into lethal weapons. He treated the knight like a punching bag. A stomp to the face drew fresh blood. Nearby, an archer aimed at Dio's blind spot. But Kiri was already there. The archer gasped. What the? A kick sent her crashing into the dirt. Kiri descended like a valkyrie. Her blade crashed down. Tia barely blocked with her sword teeth gritted. Kiri pressed the attack. Eyes on me, trash. I am in a foul mood. Meanwhile, sunlight filtered through the canopy. William walked calmly, spear in hand. It seems the party has started. But I have a burning question. He stared at Elpam's back. Were you waiting for us? Elpam turned, eyes cold as ice. Both spears ignited with mana. Let's dance. William conjured his fire arrow instantly. Elpam matched him flame for flame. The projectile screamed through the air. Elpam sidestepped the inferno. His gaze remained steady. He launched his own counterattack. William's eyes bulged with manic glee. Magnificent! A massive explosion rocked the forest. Elpam shielded his face from the heat. Black smoke choked the air. But through the haze, and something solid flew. By the time Elpham saw it, it was too late. A rock. William's voice whispered right behind his ear. Is that all you've got? He unleashed his rocket, lighting up the void with raging fire. The flames swept through the forest, but amidst the inferno, Elpham's silhouette slowly emerged like a demon from hell. He stepped forth completely unscathed. On the other side, William scoffed in excitement. You actually dodged that. Color me surprised. I knew you lacked the power to block it head on. So how did you do it? Not much of a talker, are you? Fine then, hard to chat. In the middle of a deathmatch anyway. Then I will beat the words out of you. Despite the villain's endless rambling, our hero remained silent as the grave. Left-hand spiral spear clashed directly against him. The move left him shook. Did he just use psychic interference to redirect the arrow? It pierced through his magic like a drill. I have never seen anything like this before. The technique overwhelmingly suppressed the opponent. William gasped in disbelief. Impossible. You reinforced your skills using psychic interference. Now I get it. You are one of those so-called geniuses, are you not? That is the type of person I despise the most. Shall we spice things up then? Show me the extent of your power. To grant his death wish, a fist filled with devastating energy swung his way. He gathered earth and stone to block the enemy rocket, but the projectile pierced right through. The villain gloated. What are you doing? Is playing hide and seek the only thing you know? The protagonist's hand extended once more. William ducked, barely dodging the returning rocket. He froze in shock. Since when did it loop back? Elpham remained silent from start to finish, focusing all his aura into his palm. The rocket slashed past the opponent's face again. He struggled to dodge the homing missile's cold sweat pouring down his face. He launched a counterattack, firing another blazing rocket. Enough games. Elpham remained calm as the projectile flew in. Left-hand spiral spear formed like a drill. Two massive power sources collided, triggering a catastrophic explosion. William smirked, thinking his plan had succeeded. You finally used up both shots, did you not? Suddenly, a deadly green miasma spewed from the villain's ring, spreading in all directions. The toxin clung to Elpham's face as the sky drowned in thick poison fog. But as the haze gradually lifted, a figure vaguely emerged from the mist. He started yapping again. This poison is quite useful. It forces you to reveal an opening while casting. You are a user of fire and psychic interference, are you not? He sneered. I can easily block your attacks if I force your rockets into a cooldown state. Now you are powerless for 30 minutes. My arrows are also in cooldown, so I will have the pleasure of finishing you with this dagger. Now for my favorite part, I cannot wait any longer. Oh, I am dying to see that look of utter despair on your face. Will you tremble in fear? Will you beg for mercy? While William drowned in his delusions, Elpham had already chambered a fist. The fool did not even sense the impending doom. By the time he realized it was too late, his eyes bulged in shock. The fist crashed down, caving William's entire face inward with a sickening crunch. The protagonist's expression was deadly sharp. William was sent flying backward, flashback to when Iburu asked Debo. How exactly did he do that? In the tavern that day, Iburu was desperate for an answer. Tell me how he neutralized the toxin from those crazy poisonous mushrooms. Your boss is not here, so spill the beans. I will cover the tab, Debo replied casually. Even if I tried, it would be useless. That is not a skill you can just use whenever you feel like it. He calls the technique convergence right. It is a skill that uses psychic power to vacuum and condense the surrounding air. Just when I thought it was over, he inhaled every drop of poison in that massive area. That is all. Nothing special. Right? Iburu thought his ears were deceiving him. Say what? That is basically a cheat code. Debo laughed loudly. My boss is a magnificent fraud, a true bug in the system Manhwa world. Back in the present battle, William had been completely outplayed, reduced to nothing but a punching bag for our hero. Even as his teeth flew out like confetti, he still tried to ask about the poison. But Elpham gave him no chance to speak. Another heavy blow forced his mouth shut. He channeled raw power into his fist. William drowned in agony as a rain of fists plummeted upon him. He was blasted into a distant tree. The spear was summoned instantly. Elpham's hand tightened around the shaft. A blazing rocket was unleashed just as William gasped for air. His eyes nearly popped out of his skull, reflecting the golden death rushing toward him. The rocket tore right through him. His severed arm lay abandoned on the ground. Despite the amputation, William summoned every ounce of strength and roared. His poison exploded outward, shrouding the space once more. Elpham extended his hand, wrapped in a mystical blue radiance. Convergence activated. He contained William's poison within a tight sphere. He glanced at the villain. Cheap tricks. Finding madness won't save you now. Since his poison failed, he must be trying to retrieve his staff. Go ahead. I will end you instantly. Suddenly, a massive fireball roared from behind, obliterating everything in its path. Only when the heat scorched his face did Elpham realize he had been ambushed. William had constructed a gigantic magic matrix. The rocket borrowed power from the formation and slammed into Elpham. The villain screamed, "You bastard! I will tear you to shreds." The ground was gouged into a deep, endless trench. Elpham coughed up a mouthful of blood, cursing himself. I was too arrogant. I never expected a fireball to be his trump card. In the past, I never would have made such a rookie mistake. As scorching masses of fire hurtled toward him, he realized he had truly lost his edge. The surge of fire was felt by Debo in another zone. He grabbed Suden by the collar, shouting in worry, Elpham. Meanwhile, Kiri's blade danced through the enemy lines, sending a severed head tumbling. She barked at Debo. Wrap it up. The enemy is too strong. He cannot hold out alone. Debo snapped back. I am fighting as fast as I can. Just then, an arrow pierced straight through Suden's skull. Heavy footsteps thundered against the earth as a horde of savage green goblins charged. The leader was armed with a crossbow. Debo cursed. Damn it, I was wondering when these pests would show up. Kiri squinted suspiciously. Are those green goblins? Focus, we need to wipe them out immediately. Debo warned her. Do not underestimate them. They are not easy prey. Suddenly, a wooden palanquin appeared, carried by subservient goblins. Debo continued as he saw the boss sitting majestically atop the litter. And that strange guy is here too. The goblin boss bared his fangs, looking at them with twisted amusement. On the far side of the battlefield, smoke and ash choked the air. Amidst the carnage, William let out a long breath of relief. He's finally dead, he muttered. But his triumph was short-lived. Blood erupted from his lips, staining the earth, and hideous veins crawled up his neck. He had been poisoned. I'll admit you're not half bad, a deep voice boomed. For pushing me this far, I grant you the honor of knowing my name before you die. It's Ipa. Terror seized William's heart as the name echoed. Impossible. Stepping through the roaring flames like a demon, Epa glared. Etch that name into your soul. It's the last thing you'll ever hear. William refused to accept defeat and cackled maniacally. You filthy insect. Your bluffing won't save you now. You speak of my ability? Epa cut him off coldly. True, 2 circles wouldn't be enough to end you. Suddenly, a radiant orange stone materialized in his grasp. William's eyes widened in disbelief. A mana stone. You've lost your mind. Do you really think absorbing that will force an awakening? Raw mana alone cannot raise your rank? You're right. What I needed was enlightenment forged in the fires of combat. A terrifying aura exploded around Epa, just like the protagonist of a leveling manhwa, realizing his true potential. William gritted his teeth as a third mystical mark carved itself onto the protagonist's arm. 3 circles. I finally possessed the power I lacked. William launched a desperate offensive. You're nothing but talk die. 2 blazing missiles screamed through the air, but Epa watched them approach with freezing indifference. Epa drew back his spear, channeling his newfound might. Unleashing his technique, a missile of cataclysmic proportions erupted from his weapon. William tried to defend with a firewall, but it was futile. Epa's magic twisted into a spiraling drill of inferno. William's eyes nearly bulged out of his skull in pure horror. The colossal construct slammed into him. William shrieked as the impact broke him. It's over. The blast sent his broken body flying, setting the entire forest ablaze. Epa stared down at the crater he had carved. Nothing remained of his enemy but drifting ash. Ah, he muttered casually. I forgot to ask for his name. Elsewhere, the heavy footsteps of green goblins shook the earth. The monsters fanned out, hunting for fresh prey within the dense woods. Kiri dragged the injured Debo behind a tree, her heart pounding. This is a nightmare, she thought. Debo, however, was still lost in the battle lust, recalling how he cleaved through them 16-17. Kiri watched him in disbelief. How is he slaughtering these monsters so easily? Debo laughed arrogantly. Piece of cake, I can read their moves like an open book, you trash. A goblin roared, throwing a massive punch. Debo vaulted into the air, dodging the blow. He crashed down behind the beast, his blade flashing. And that makes 18. But before his blade could taste blood, a colossal energy blast swept toward him. The entire clearing was instantly engulfed in a devastating explosion. The goblin sneered. Kiri's eyes narrowed as she analyzed the trajectory. Was that a magic missile? She looked up to see a goblin mage channeling a spell with a staff. How does a monster possess such firepower? It's even using artifacts. This wasn't a normal mob. It was an aberration. Damn it, we're in serious trouble. We have to survive until Eppa returns. If he's even alive. Just then, a razor-sharp claw swiped from the shadows behind her. Acting on instinct, Kiri grabbed Debo and leaped away just in time. The horde of goblins roared, swarming after them like a tide of death. Cornered, Kiri hurled Debo into the air. With her hands free, she sliced a goblin in two, then caught Debo perfectly as he descended. So annoying, I could handle them one-on-one, but not like this. Suddenly, her instinct screamed. Death was approaching fast. Another fireball screamed toward them. Eyeing the Elpam, she prayed. If only that monster Eppa were here. She scrambled, dragging Debo out of the blast zone. The forest lit up with the explosion, the Elpam roaring into light. But, as the thick smoke parted, a silhouette stood firm within the haze. Debo had returned to the fray, standing tall against the Elpam. Collapsed on the ground, Kiri gasped. "Hey Harry, you're still standing." His face was a mask of dark fury. Without a word, Debo launched himself forward. He crashed into the goblin ranks, his blade shearing through them as if they were made of wet clay. A cunning goblin attempted a backstab. Debo ducked with supernatural reflexes, leaving the creature frozen in shock, its strike hitting nothing but air. The Elpam unleashed another hellish fireball, obliterating the area. "Impossible," Kiri whispered. Through the flame, she saw Debo soaring high, diving straight for the Elpam's head. Is he really just a first circle user? Kiri wondered. Fire blazed in Debo's eyes as he brought his heavy blade down with earth-shattering force. Inches before the blade connected, a point-blank fireball blasted Debo away. Kiri rushed to catch him midair. Yet blood trickled from the Elpam's mouth. The attack had connected. The monster roared, in pure rage, eyes glowing with killing intent. Raising its staff, it conjured an inferno far surpassing its previous attacks. Kiri stepped in front of Debo, sword raised. "Stay back, I'll handle this." The annihilation sphere flew toward them. Suddenly, boom, a missile intercepted the spell midair. The goblin Elpam froze in confusion, its vision filled with red light. The overwhelming power of the missile tore through its defenses, shredding its body to pieces. Kiri's jaw dropped. Emerging from the shadows was Eppa, battered and bruised, but standing tall like a hero. "Looks like I made it just in time, didn't I?" Outside the dungeon, Longko yawned, bored out of his mind. "It's been 4 days, he muttered, confusion growing. "Why haven't they come out yet? I thought this was easy money, but I'm dying of boredom here. My body is itching for action. That's it, I'm never taking a passive defense mission ever again." Suddenly, a commotion near the gate caught his attention. A crowd was gathering, pointing at the dungeon entrance. "What's with the noise?" The blood-red gate pulsed like the heart of a giant beast, then cracked. Long Ko leaped up screaming. "What the hell?" As the portal shattered before his eyes, Kiri's voice pierced the chaos. "Someone get a healer now." Long Ko rushed over. "What happened inside?" Report. She gave him the grim details. "We have survivors, Long Ko. The gate is dissolving. The raid is officially cleared." Long Ko stood frozen, staring at the scene. They actually made it back. He looked down at the 3 broken bodies of the raid team. Later, Eppa gasped, jolting awake from his coma. Long Ko, sitting by his bedside, spoke calmly. "So you're finally up." Eppa looked around frantically. "Where am I?" Long Ko's expression was icy as he leaned in. "Answer me truthfully. It seems only the 3 of you from the Gaho Merchant Guild walked out of there alive. What in the world happened inside that gate?" The question caught Elpam off guard. "Wait, are we really the only 3 survivors?" Clutching his bandaged wound, he muttered, "I had a feeling. But it looks like everyone else was wiped out." Long Ko immediately moved in for the kill. "Watch your tongue unless you want to lose the life you barely managed to save." Elpam dropped a bombshell that shook the room. There was a demon. The man's eyes went wide. "A demon? Are you serious? Give me a pen and paper. I'll show you." Elpam sketched quickly. "I don't know its name, but this is it." Long Ko stared at the drawing, his face twisted in disbelief. His brow furrowed as a scream tore through the tent. "This is absurd." The council of leaders erupted into chaos. "We sent 100 elites in there. Those weren't amateurs. They were the aces of every major merchant alliance. It was just a red gate, the mere child's play, compared to a 100-man raid. Do you expect us to believe simple monsters wiped them out? Those hunters wouldn't even break a sweat in a normal dungeon." Toriel, representing the Sky Merchant Group, slammed the table. "My own cousin was part of that raid." Long Ko held up Elpam's sketch. "Hold your fire. It looks like the kid isn't lying. This is the Elpam of the 100-man gate." The room gasped in unison. "A green goblin. If it's a green goblin variant. Can't they use artifacts, I've heard? Their intelligence rivals humans. A large-scale battle against them is like fighting a trained army. Even 100 hunters would struggle against a commander like that. A refined gentleman stroked his golden beard, his face grim. But total annihilation. Unacceptable. Franco from the Gondric Alliance sneered. I don't know about your trash, but there is no way in hell our Natasha would fall to a beast like that. Longko glared at him. What are you implying? Franco's eyes narrowed. I think you know. It was a trap. Someone stabbed them in the back. That's the only explanation. We can't see inside the gate, but someone clearly took advantage of the chaos. Whether planned or not, isn't it suspicious that the only 3 survivors belong to the same guild? Debir stepped forward, sensing the hostility. I'm done listening to this garbage. Are you seriously accusing the Gafor Alliance of betrayal? It's simple. Our side just happened to have someone reach the 3rd circle. That's why we lived. Carson, any of you claim the same? Franco scoffed. Are you saying our adventurers are inferior to your lot? Debir shrugged, his voice calm. I'm just stating facts. Franco let out a mocking laugh. Hilarious. If Gafor actually had talent, you wouldn't be dead last among the 5 great merchant alliances. Debir laughed even harder. We're just the new kids on the block. We'll be climbing those rankings soon enough. So keep that seat warm for us. Longko rubbed his temples, watching them bicker. Are you two finished? Franco turned back to the survivors. You talk a big game, but where's your proof? Proof. Debir spread his hands. We didn't bring a single artifact out of that gate. We have no motive and no loot. Do you understand now? The argument died down, and Longko escorted Elpam's group out. Elpam bowed slightly. I'll be taking my leave then. Thanks for the hospitality. Just watch your back. As they walked away, a subordinate whispered, Sir, are we really letting them go? Longko's eyes were cold. The council has reached its verdict. It's done. Outside, the lush green forest seemed deceptively peaceful. Elpam's sharp eyes caught movement, a snail watching from a distance. Kiri whispered, Look, it actually followed us. The harmless-looking snail, a flower blooming on its shell, inched closer. Flashback to the raid, the green goblin lay dead. Kiri had looked at Elpam in confusion. Why are you hesitating? We took out the Dark Mage's pursuers, crushed the green goblin, and wiped out his minions. Now, we just ditch the loot and fake a struggle before leaving, right? Elpam gave her a look. Tucked in his belt was the legendary phoenix feather he'd snatched from William. This plays out just like a classic leveling Manhwa twist. Usually, we'd kill the boss and dump the cargo. But this phoenix feather, just holding it, boosts fire magic power by 30%. Unlike garbage gear, this item's effects can stack. Now I see why those adventurers were slaughtered here. Someone wanted this bad. It's an unexpected jackpot. I'm taking this out of the dungeon no matter the cost. Kiri's face paled. If we smuggle out unregistered artifacts, they'll brand us as traitors. You're the one who warned us about the scanners. Elpam, don't get greedy. Stick to the plan. Just as they found the exit portal, a strange creature appeared. They both froze. Is that a snail? This was no ordinary monster. It was a snail pet, 0 attack power, but possessed a unique ability to sniff out and store high-tier items. The more it ate, the larger its shell grew. A rare life form discovered only after the gates fully opened in his past life. Elpam gently placed it on his shoulder. As its shell clicked open, from within the shell, he pulled out a shimmering golden feather. Success. He now possessed 2 phoenix feathers. Kiri stared in awe. You smuggled it right past the detectors. How did you even know what that snail could do? Elpam smirked. Better to try and fail than leave empty-handed. So what now? Kiri asked. I followed your lead. What's the play? Elpam narrowed his eyes. Patience. The enemy has already infiltrated the Cygnus Knights. We need to gather intel carefully, or they'll burrow even deeper into the shadows. Kiri tilted her head. And then Elpam stared into the distance. They should have reported back by now. We wait. Meanwhile, in a dark chamber, names were being crossed off a list. Genis Media, Dick Gondric, El Nido Sky, all confirmed dead. Yoka crushed the report in his fist, his aura flaring. This raid was a complete catastrophe. Biju bowed nervously. Sir, reports say the dungeon Elpam wiped them out. The raid failed. Only 3 survivors from the Gafor Guild made it out alive. The council suspected a traitor naturally, but with no evidence, the accusations against the survivors fell flat. Biju continued sweating. The mission failed, but our cover is intact. I'll prepare the next phase. The palace air grew heavy with Yoka's killing intent. Wait, you said they weren't caught. Correct, sir. Yoka's mind raced, piecing together the puzzle. Our plan was absolute: eliminate every witness and secure the Elpam ourselves. That means at least one of those survivors must have seen our agent William. Yet Elpam's report mentions nothing of him. A dark grin spread across his face. So, he's playing dumb, is he? Even so, our shadows stretch across every merchant guild. But beware, if just one traitor points a finger, our entire shadowy operation could collapse in an instant. Silence is our absolute shield. Imagine the catastrophe if he realizes the puppet master isn't a mere guild, but us. They would be the only ones to witness the terrifying return of the Black Mage's apostle. And if he decides to leak that intel to the world, Bajizu froze his voice, trembling with fear. Impossible. If that happens, we are all walking dead men. We must sever every loose thread within the guilds before the rot spreads. Ivoka cut him off with a manic laugh. An invitation to a massacre, how delightful. I accept. Let's prepare a grander stage for their demise. They shall be the 101st sacrifice. Welcome to Hell on Earth, where chaos breeds monsters. Debo's face darkened as the memories hit him. In the slums, a normal life was a fantasy. He could only watch helpless as the black blood plague consumed his sister, unable to even hold her hand when she took her final breath. Truly, this world was nothing but a living hell. He stared blankly at the tattered ribbon in the dust. Suddenly, Arin's scornful laughter pierced the air. Still, a survivor left in this dump. She crouched down, eyes gleaming with twisted excitement. You look pathetic. Want a hand? He glared at Aaron, his voice like cold steel. Get lost. That was our fated encounter. She wasn't human. She was a red-eyed monster bearing her fangs. Back in the present, Debo roared with triumph. All right, I took the top spot. A teammate smirked, popping his bubble. Don't get cocky. You were faster by barely 30 seconds. Haha, Maria shrugged calmly. Looks like we found our new dishwasher for the week. Honestly, Debo, your moves are way too flashy. He grunted in agreement. Yeah. RN beamed, her presence radiant. Looks like the trash is taken care of. Good work, everyone. Move out. From below, Debo gazed up at her, standing tall and fearless. She was the very image of a legendary hero. 1 year. That is all it took to shatter my old worldview. She was an enigma, cold as ice, yet burning with a protective warmth, the perfect protagonist for a leveling manhwa. Fighting at her side opened my eyes to a new reality. My destiny shifted. My sole purpose became clearing the path for her greatness. The squad mate cackled. Ha. You are scrubbing plates from the death mine all the way to the cave of trials. Epic fail. Debo snapped, veins popping. Shut it, I wasn't even using my full power back then. The teaser pushed further. Come on, the great Debo can't be that fragile. You call yourself Arin's disciple, right? If you want your master to acknowledge you, you need to transcend your limits. His face flushed crimson as he bellowed, I told you to drop it. But Arin marched ahead, indifferent to the chaos, her focus absolute. She glanced back at the lovely girl, trailing them. Son, are we on the right path? The girl nodded nervously. Based on the monomarkers my brother left, this is definitely it. The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. Who knew such a sinister realm existed beneath Mount Anath? Flashback to a wooden cabin where a desperate voice had cried out, I beg of you. San had bowed low, tears in her eyes. The depths of the death mine are a suicide mission. No one will escort me. I need your legendary strength to find my brother. Aaron's refusal was cold and logical. You have come to the wrong person. I don't accept personal charity cases. Besides, babysitting a civilian in a high-tier zone is a liability. You call yourself a guide, but your Class 3 skills are trash down there. There is zero guarantee your brother is even alive. Go hire a generic adventurer. San couldn't hold back the sobbing. But from the back, Debo stepped forward, unable to watch the cruelty any longer. Aaron, forgive the insubordination. But look at the facts, we are her last hope. No sane adventurer has dared to enter the Cave of Trials since the incident. His eyes burned with resolve. I want to save her. I will take full responsibility for her life. Please reconsider. The memory faded, replaced by the grim reality of a battlefield. Is that a corpse? The team recoiled at the sight of the body. San shook her head frantically. No, that is not him. Aran crouched by the body. Understood. That is a stroke of luck. But look at this wound. This wasn't a monster's doing. This poor soul was murdered exactly 1 week ago. Blood stained the earth in grim patterns. A teammate gasped. Wait, if memory serves, this guy is. Suddenly a massive shadow descended from above, smashing into the ground with the force of a meteor. A shockwave ripped through the cavern. Debo threw himself over, San shielding her. What the hell is that? Damn it, a Gakam. A towering golem forged from living rock rose from the dust. roaring like a boss monster from an awakening Manhwa. Debo planted his feet firmly. "Stay behind me." A streak of blue lightning tore through the darkness. Aran's power exploded. She commanded Debo flank the left side. He synchronized instantly. "Let's end this now." Miria blurred into motion, striking like a viper. The trio unleashed a perfect symphony of destruction upon the golem. San watched, paralyzed by the overwhelming violence, unaware of the gaping abyss nearby. Debo collapsed, gasping for air, his mana drained. That thing was as tough as the rumors said, but Miria's panic cut through the victory. "Where is San? Does anyone have eyes on her?" Debo whipped around. What? The girl was gone. Only her familiar hairpin lay abandoned in the dirt. He stared into the pitch-black tunnel adjacent to them. Don't tell me she went in there alone. Damn it. Why would she run off like that? Aran's voice cut in sharp as a blade. Everyone raise your guard. I detect a catastrophic level of energy pulsating from within. The team hesitated. What you mean there is another monster. Aran narrowed her eyes. I can't be certain. I can't identify the species, but my instincts are screaming. That is an entity of absolute power. Going in is suicide. Debo clenched his fists. I am going to get her back. He bowed, his head guilt weighing on him. I swore to protect her. You two hold the line here. Miria grabbed his shoulder. Debo, get a grip. Did you ignore the captain's warning? No, a voice interrupted. I'm going too. Debo froze. Aran stepped forward, her aura flaring. Whatever is inside poses an existential threat to the world of Mail. My duty is to exterminate such threats. Are we clear? Then move. Inside the cavern, the air scorched their lungs, a hellscape of boiling lava and razor-sharp obsidian. Magma bubbled ominously beneath the twisted roots of a colossal ancient tree. There, silhouetted against the glow, San sat motionless. The squad rushed to her side, found her, but beside her slumped a massive muscular figure still as a statue. San looked hollow, as if her very soul had been drained away. The team gasped in horror. Wait, is that another corpse? San whispered, her voice devoid of hope. Yes, this is my brother. Trembling, she reached out to caress the cold cheek of the fallen man. Aran's expression darkened, her instincts flaring. Debo gritted his teeth, frustration bubbling up. Damn it, we came all this way for a funeral, he shouted. San, stay right there, I've got you. She turned, a heartbreaking smile forming amidst the tear tracks staining her face. Her eyes held a sorrow deep as the abyss. So you really followed me down to hell. Debo, I knew you would come. You possess a noble heart, but my path leads only to darkness now. Before he could react, she dropped the bombshell. Debo, do you know the true meaning of Gakam? In the ancient tongue, it translates to the demon tree. Countless adventurers believed the animated statue was the boss, but in this brutal, leveling Manhwa world, nothing is that simple. The statue is merely a vessel, the colossal tree looming above them. That is the true Gakam. They hadn't even begun to face the true entity yet. Debo couldn't believe his ears, his voice trembling as he asked Sanon, what kind of madness are you spouting? Aran stepped between them, her aura radiating calm determination. Thanks for the intel. I didn't expect a second form. She hefted her weapon. Sanon, I'll sever that demonic root myself. You should flee, while you still can. Stay, and that tree will devour you too. Unless that was your plan all along. She advanced on Sanon, her eyes narrowing. Like sacrificing your own brother to fuel this awakening. Her accusation cut through the air like a blade. Sanon didn't flinch. Instead, he gently extended his hand, revealing a crimson orb pulsing with malevolent energy. You still don't grasp the grandeur of this scenario, do you? Tears streamed down her face, contrasting with the horror in her hands. The ritual began the moment you set foot in this domain. Gakam is a parasitic entity. Its control extends far beyond mere stone constructs. As the final word left her lips, a terrifying shadow manifested behind Debo. Steel pierced flesh before Debo could react. Aran froze in shock as the assailant blurred past her with lethal speed. A massive shockwave erupted from the ground, but Debo gritted his teeth, forcing his broken body to rise. Miria. Why? He gasped, his mind reeling at the sight. Miria stood there, her eyes glowing, a chaotic crimson screaming with twisted rage. You murderer, you killed my friend. A white-haired figure laughed maniacally. It's useless. To her, you're just a target for vengeance. Suddenly magma erupted from the earth as a gargantuan monstrosity clawed its way to the surface. This performance requires a legendary climax for the Black Mage. Sanon revealed his true form, long white hair flowing wild, and eyes burning with bloodlust. The threat level just skyrocketed. Explosions chained together in a deafening cacophony. Debo clutched his wound, his body trembling from the agony. Is she being controlled by Gokham's will? Ariant roared over the noise. Debo, end this now. That thing isn't Miria anymore. Wake up. But the possessed Miria sneered with chilling malice. I know exactly what I'm doing, damn it. Ariant flooded her system with adrenaline, unleashing her heaven-crushing breaker technique. The shockwave pulverized massive boulders, instantly displaying power, capable of shattering mountains. Damn it all, Debo clenched his jaw until it nearly cracked. As the spell tore the earth apart, he drowned in self-loathing. I never should have led them into this hellhole. Every spell cast cost Ariant her own life force, blood spraying from her lips. Seeing this, Debo screamed in fury, hurling his axe into the fray. This is all my sin to bear. The axe buried itself deep into Miria's abdomen. I'm sorry, Miria, he sobbed. But instead of attacking, Miria's trembling hand reached up, touching his face. Blood tears streamed from her eyes, but her expression had softened. The madness faded, leaving only peace. Thank you. Please, take care of Ariant for me. Her final words drove a stake of guilt through his heart. Meanwhile, Ariant was locked in mortal combat with the beast. Is this your true form, you monster? Her slash obliterated a massive rock formation, yet the monster remained standing. Irritation flashed across her face. She channeled every ounce of her remaining mana into one decisive strike. She swung her axe with apocalyptic force. A spectral voice whispered courage in her ear. Ariant tore it apart. In that moment, Debo joined the fray, and together they unleashed a devastating blow. The behemoth crashed to the ground. Die, you piece of trash, Debo cursed. But Sanon wasn't finished flaring his aura to the limit. I offer my life to the Great One, Sanon screamed, raising his dagger. Ariant didn't hesitate. She decapitated him in a single emotionless stroke. She slumped over. Now, only the ominous statue remained. Debo's eyes widened. It won't let us destroy it that easily. Suddenly, a splitting headache dropped him to his knees. Ariant realized the horror unfolding before her eyes. Don't tell me, Debo screamed in agony. Ariant, do it. You have to kill me now. Hurry, before I do something unforgivable. Ariant understood. She gripped her weapon, curses spilling from her lips. Damn it. Forgive me, Debo. Debo smiled through the pain. Yes, this is better. Let this be the punishment for my foolishness. I'm sorry, everyone. Because of me. He looked up, urging her on. But suddenly his vision warped. The face before him wasn't Ariant. It was a woman he knew all too well. He froze. Little sister, why are you here? Who dragged you into this hell? The image of Ariant blurred into an enemy. Did you do this? You dare? Ariant tried to reach him. Don't worry, I'll end it quickly. But Debo was gone, consumed by rage. You dragged my sister into this. I'll never forgive you. A cataclysmic aura exploded from Debo. He had transformed, completely lunging at Ariant with the same feral movements as the possessed Miria. Ariant couldn't process the sudden shift. A fist flew straight for her face. Ariant barely managed to block. His senses are inhumanly sharp. Sparks flew as they clashed. Her counterattack was so ferocious, it sliced the nearby monster as collateral damage. In a blink, she vanished and reappeared directly behind Debo. He barely turned his head before Ariant's strike connected, sending his axe flying. Lightning crackled across the battlefield as she leaped high for a follow-up. This ends now. Final execution. Before the blade could fall, Debo vaulted off the monster's head, rocketing toward her like a missile. Ariant cursed internally. Debo, you idiot. This is my only chance. I can't stop now. Stealing her heart, she unleashed the attack. Forgive me, Debo. The impact was apocalyptic, obliterating the monster into hundreds of pieces. Silence fell. Debo returned to his senses, clutching his throbbing head. What? What just happened? Gokham is still. But Ariant smiled weakly. Finally, you're back. She collapsed to the cold earth. Good. I thought I'd have to leave without saying goodbye. Debo scrambled to her side, his voice cracking with panic. Ariant. His hands shook uncontrollably. No, Ariant, I told you to kill me. Why didn't you do it? She whispered softly, Debo. I couldn't. We already failed once, 800 years ago. I'm no longer the hero who can stop the Black Mage. But you have a gift. At your age, I wasn't even half the warrior you are. Debo choked back sobs. No, Ariant, I can't be strong like you no matter how much time I have. Ariant beamed a dazzling smile. Debo, I entrust the world of MLE to you. I know you can do it. Because you are my one and only disciple. Debo screamed to the heavens. Ariant, wake up. But her eyes remained closed. And just like that, the legendary Ariant was gone. I have to tell her friends. Debo walked away, a solitary figure with a heavy sword and a heavier heart. That was the day the old me died. Because without Iran, I am nothing. That place was a living hell. I failed to protect the one light I had found, and I failed to atone for my sins. I couldn't even grant the final wish of the person I cherished most. Debo slammed the axe into the ground as the world behind him vanished in a fiery explosion. Debo's eyes fluttered open, his body heavy as lead, sinking into the mattress after an eternity of sleep. Diane rushed over, her arms overflowing with supplies, and her face etched with worry. You are finally awake. You had no external wounds, yet you would not wake up. I was terrified. You were muttering in your sleep. Was it a nightmare? Debo sat up, rubbing his throbbing temples. A dream, my mind is a blank slate. A sudden knock shattered the silence. Diane scrambled to the door. Huh? Who is it coming? She turned back, urgency in her voice. You need to go outside. Someone is looking for you. Debo blinked. Looking for me. His massive frame stepped into the light to meet the visitor. The black-haired young man did not waste a second. Debo, the timeline has shifted. Our plan starts now. Gear up. Debo frowned. Do we not get a single day of rest? The leader replied coldly. You have slept enough. Why should I care about your fatigue? Now I need a loan. 200,000 mesos will suffice. Debo handed it over without a shred of hesitation. Meanwhile, De Beer narrowed his eyes. 97 people were slaughtered in that dungeon, yet you survived after upgrading your circle? It defies the logic of this system Manhwa world. The young man sat across from him and simply nodded. True. De Beer felt a bead of sweat trickle down his neck. This bastard. What scheme is he cooking up? The young man looked up. Is there anything else? You only receive the reward for the Great Gate if you provide me with sufficient intelligence. You must be desperate for cash, are you not? The young man replied calmly. It seems I made a miscalculation. Then Bam El Pomo slammed a massive stack of bills onto the table. Let me clear my debt first. 2 million mesos. Carson Cider, the debt settled. De Beer began to sweat profusely. His mind raced. How in the world did this guy gather such a colossal amount of mesos? The guild's payments were nowhere near that sum. Had he been secretly farming gold like a grinder in a leveling Manhwa? And now, is he planning to sell the very information he gathered? The boss sighed and clapped his hands. Carson, congratulations. You are now a free adventurer. Naturally, we must sign a new contract. Name your signing bonus. I will try to accommodate you. El Pomo looked him dead in the eye. 50 million mesos. De Beer shrieked in disbelief. What? 50 million? That is absolutely insane. You are merely a C-rank adventurer. No soul in this city would pay that price. El Pomo placed his hand gently on the table. Then, it appears we have nothing left to discuss. He turned to leave with icy resolve. The boss froze, unable to stop him. Outside, Debo frowned. How did it go? El Pomo shrugged. He refused after hearing my price. Debo blinked. Huh. What did you ask for? El Pomo replied casually. 50 million mesos. What 50 million? Are you out of your mind? El Pomo sighed. Debo grumbled. You never talk these things over with me first. But why have we come to this place? It was a filthy slum. El Pomo asked. Do you know this area? Debo scoffed. How could I possibly forget? He began to reminisce. As a child, I did everything to escape this hellhole. My current life is not exactly luxurious, but compared to this, it is practically paradise. I heard this district was once the vibrant heart of Liss. But that is ancient history. Now it is nothing but a festering nest for thieves and scum. It might be the worst spot on Victoria Island. Suddenly, a figure plummeted from the sky. A man crashed into the ground right before their feet. Debo jumped back. Ha! Before they could react, thugs wielding knives surrounded them. The fallen man hissed under his breath. Damn it. I thought everything was going so smoothly. Debo sighed unfazed. Looks like a brawl. Let us just walk around them. This place hasn't changed a bit. Suddenly, the fallen man screamed, Big brother, what took you so long? These bastards called me a thief and beat me. Please, you have to protect me. He clung to Debo, snot and tears streaming down his face, whispering urgently, Save me. Debo's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. What are you saying, you lunatic? You call us big brother with that face? Who would believe such a lie? The thugs bought it. Debo was furious. Are you kidding me? A man with green hair pointed his blade at the trio. Your little lackey stole our goods to sell. I will let you walk if you pay his debt. Hand over 3 million mesos right now. The man cowering behind Debo shouted his denial. Did you actually see me steal it? Carson, you see anything with those tiny beady eyes? Stop blaming an innocent man. Get lost. The bald thug roared in anger. You bastard, do you have a death wish? Smack. 3 massive stacks of cash slammed into the thug's face. 3 million mesos. El Pamo's expression was ice cold. Take the money and get lost. Debo was floored. Why? Why would you do that? El Pamo ignored him, glancing at the thief. Raf, follow me? The thief froze. Ha. You know my name? Raf quickly realized the situation. So, you want to recruit me into your party. But what about my payment? El Pamo replied flatly. I have none. I just threw away the last of my cash. Raf asked, which guild are you from? El Pamo answered, we do not have one of those either. The thief was furious. Are you mocking me? Why on earth would I join a broke, guildless party? Debo stepped in rage bubbling over. Then spit out the 3 million mesos we just paid, Raf sneered. Oh please. I never asked you to pay my debt. You did that without consulting me. The two were stunned. Say what? Raf continued, a sly grin spreading across his face. If you came all this way to find me, you must know what I am capable of. Talent like mine requires proper compensation. I will give you a special discount. I will join your crew for a signing fee of 3 million mesos. You cheeky bastard. Suddenly a voice cut through the tension. Excuse me, I am Beju from the Kanya Merchant Guild. Are you Mr. El Pamo? He glanced at the woman. She possessed a captivating beauty and an air of elegance. El Pamo nodded. That is me. A pleasure to meet you. I had hoped our first meeting would be in a more dignified setting, but fate is fickle. Please forgive the intrusion. She continued, the Kanya Guild holds you in high regard for successfully surviving the 100-man raid. I know this is sudden, but I will not waste your time with riddles. We wish to recruit your party. Of course, there is a simple entrance exam, a dungeon raid. We will pay 3 million mesos up front, and a signing bonus of 50 million upon completion. Debo gasped. What? She asked. Will you join us? A confident smile played on her lips. Before they could answer, Beju turned to leave, dropping one final detail. The raid begins in 3 days. Best of luck. Debo pumped his fist eyes sparkling. What a score. El Pamo immediately tossed the 3 thick stacks of cash to the thief. Take it. Raf's eyes lit up like gold coins as he frantically counted the bills. El Pamo spoke calmly. That is the signing bonus you demanded. A 1-year contract. And I will give you another 70 million after the raid succeeds. Debo stammered. Ha. What wait? You are spending 10 million on a guy like him. He ignored the protest. Let's move. We are burning daylight. Debo was baffled. Huh. Where are we going now? Hey, El Pam. El Pam. Suddenly, Debo froze. A vision of beauty stood before them. Kiri. He pointed a trembling finger. Why is that witch here? She snapped back instantly. Silence. I am only here to fulfill my promise. Rain poured down like tears from the heavens, soaking the muddy ground. Yet El Pam and Du's crew marched on, joking that this storm made it the perfect day for a legendary raid. 5 teams, 50 hunters in total. It should have been enough. But Raf scowled, his greed festering. Dragging this dead weight along. Will it cut into my profits? Beju stepped forward, representing the Cha Merchant Guild. Listen up. As briefed, this is an orange gate. 50 man. Limit 3 distinct seals to break. With these numbers clearing, the dungeon should be child's play. El Pam noted silently, his confidence unshaken. I expected the Kanya Guild to contact me directly, yet here I am. It seems they've already laid claim to this territory. Although the timeline had shifted from his past life, the logic of this awakening Manhwa remained consistent. He had cleared this gate before. Then the system chimed. Warning. All groups must fire a signal flare immediately upon locating the second gate. Du blinked in confusion. Second gate. What the hell is that? Kiri sighed, stepping in to educate the rookie. Gates are ranked by color. A second gate means there's a hidden dungeon nested inside the first one. Since this is an orange gate, it's a double-layer structure. We have to raid the inner sanctum too, where the terrain and monsters are completely different. Memorize that, you moron. Du bristled. Excuse me, Raf. Shook his head, disgusted by such amateurish behavior. Shut your mouth. Du snapped. Raf ignored him, turning his cold gaze to El Pam. So you're El Pam. Just because you signed a contract doesn't make you the boss. Leadership belongs to the strong, right? El Pam sensed the greed radiating from him. Fine. We'll let our contribution scores decide who runs this squad. Raf smirked internally. Hook, line, and sinker. Once I take command, things will get interesting. Good luck to you all, Kiri added nervously. The raid finally commenced. Du pumped his fist. If we survive this, that's 50 million mesos. Let's roll. El Pam. Raf sneered. You think we're on a field trip? I doubt I'll be seeing this one-circle weakling for much longer. Du snapped, losing his temper. That's it. Draw your weapon, you bastard. Du flipped him off, trembling with rage. Raph casually picked his ear, unfazed. The winner is obvious. Why waste the energy fighting trash? I don't do stupid things. Du screamed at the sky. Why him? Why did the LPAM recruit this guy? He's poison for the entire team. But as he turned, his blood ran cold. A nightmare unfolded before him, a swarm of monsters tearing into the formation. Help me, screams echoed everywhere. Hold the line, split up and you die. It's the demon eyes. Suddenly a beast lunged from the shadows, pinning Du to the ground. Get off me, Du shrieked in pain. Claws raised to shred his face, but a blur of motion intervened. Raph sent the beast flying with a crushing kick. Chill out, would you? Stay calm, Kiri paled. This is impossible. The gate entrance is right in the center of the swarm. As the horde rushed them, a crimson sphere manifested. LPAM unleashed his magic, blasting the demons back, but his mind raced. No. In my past run, there were no demon eyes here. Their attack patterns have evolved. He leapt for a killing blow, but the creature twisted midair. Kiri gasped. It dodged him, again. How are they moving like that? I can't read them. Kiri panicked. Distracted, she didn't see the blow coming. A heavy fist slammed into her gut. The pack closed in on her, sensing weakness. Meanwhile, a blur of speed tore through the air, heading straight for where Du was struggling against the horde. Smash Raph landed like a meteor, delivering a flurry of bone-breaking strikes. Du watched, calculating. The rookies are out of the picture. That leaves just one rival. The mercenary dusted his hands. Don't look at me like that. Just keep fighting, so I can take center stage and be the hero. Kiri watched in awe, clutching her side. So that's his true power. I hate to admit it, but a third circle mage is in a league of his own. Another beast lunged. Raph obliterated it with a single explosive punch. His style ignored all conventions, yet it was devastatingly effective. The rookies are finished. The only real competition left is LPAM, with his fire arrow and telepathy skills. The Kanya Guild scouted him for a reason. He's clearing the mobs faster than I am. Suddenly, a shadow loomed behind Raph. Without hesitating, Raph spun and crushed the sneaker attack. Kiri nodded. There was no denying his skill. A 50 million meso contract isn't handed out to just anyone. With the guild's backing, his value is only going to skyrocket. Greed lit up Raph's eyes like a slot machine. I can see it now. Once I hijack this team, I'll be swimming in gold. Kiri parried a blow, but her eyes drifted to Raph. That monster. Is he actually enjoying this slaughter? This is exhilarating, Raph roared, winding up for a finisher. Suddenly, LPAM blurred into view, drop-kicking Raph out of the way. Raph froze. What the hell? Raph tumbled back. Attacking me from behind. You want to go right now? LPAM replied coldly. Don't bother thanking me. Before Raph could retort, streaks of azure light pierced the monsters, where he had just been standing. He stared at the carnage. What? What just happened? High above the chaotic battlefield, a cloaked figure drew a bow, the tip, glowing with lethal blue mana. A sniper lay in wait. LPAM pinpointed the sniper's location instantly. He engaged the horde, using them as cover as arrows rained down, skewering the demons. The sniper's eyes widened in shock. He shot. LPAM analyzed. A crimson projectile rocketed toward the ledge, detonating on impact. Raph watched, dumbfounded. He used a demon eye as a shield to set up a counterattack. That reaction speed is insane. Suddenly, Du screamed, LPAM, watch out. LPAM glanced back too late. A barrage of thousands of arrows blotted out the sky. An explosion rocked the ground behind him, slicing his arm. What? Did my counter miss? And now attacks from the rear. Kiri's voice pierced the smoke. LPAM, we can't stay here. It's too dangerous. We have to retreat. Raph looked up, his face, losing all color. Retreat, where the sky was no longer visible, only a descending curtain of death. Panic erupted as the survivors scattered. Run, damn it, move. One fell to a piercing arrow, then two, then three dropped like flies. Kiri unleashed a light burst, shattering the volley to save a girl. She roared in frustration. Don't just stand there, you idiot. Get into the forest if you want to live. But despair washed over the group. It's impossible. Look at that horde blocking the path. Red eyes glowed from the abyss of the dark forest. Suddenly, boom, a massive explosion cleared the way. Epoch commanded, the path is open, go. Raph dashed to the front. I'll take point, Kiri screamed. Faster, don't look back. Death rained from the sky with every step. Debo trembled in terror. LPAM, we're done for. Epoch parried the azure arrows with lethal precision. Listen closely, Debo. Epoch's mind raced. He tracked me instantly. Lord Wyvolk never prepares for nothing. The predator was closing in fast. Nia drew his bow, locking onto the fleeing prey. Sorry, Epoch. Your leveling Manhwa journey ends here. The arrows weaved through the trees, like seeking vipers. Nia clicked his tongue. Ch. How is a mage this fast? He scanned the group. Wait a minute. The count is off. One is missing. The spear user. Suddenly red mana flared behind him. He whipped around just as the air exploded. Ipa stood amidst the flames, target acquired. Debo watched from afar, grinning. The clothes swap strat worked. All hail the great Debo. But blood sprayed before he could finish his gloating. A blade pierced him from behind. Kiri screamed Debo E. Pa froze in horror. Death approached from the left. A barrage descended, impossible to dodge. Screams echoed as the arrows found their marks one by one. Kiri grabbed Debo, barely dodging. Run, you fools. An arrow shattered Kiri's leg defense. They crashed to the dirt, but the merciless assault didn't stop. Kiri braced for the end, but Raph swooped in, grabbing them both. I'm not even married yet, and I'm babysitting 2 kids. Give me a break. Nia pursued like a grim reaper. Struggle all you want. There is no escape from my sights. He fired without breaking stride. His eagle eyes caught a flicker of movement. Over there. Meanwhile, the trio questioned their fate. Is this really the right way? Debo gasped. I don't know. Just trust the LPAM and shut up. Raph gritted his teeth. You're annoying even at death's door. They broke through the canopy and froze. The second gate, no way. Did Ipa know the coordinates? Raph grinned wildly. He saved us. The enemy is 100 meters back. We can make the gate. He sprinted, but Debo blocked him. Wait, we can't leave the LPAM. This is exactly what he planned, Raph roared. Stop being sentimental. We enter first, then wait for that crazy bastard. He didn't see the Reapers flying at his face. Crash. Another explosion rocked the ground. Debo yelped as he hit the dirt. Raph stood paralyzed. What the hell? An attack from the front. Did he bypass us in that split second? A shaft aimed for his heart, deflected by a mana-infused blade. A spinning axe whistled past his face. Raph knew that weapon immediately. That's the LPAM spear, Raph realized. I knew it, he yelled into the chaos. Debris filled the air as wooden logs defied gravity. A glint of light shifted in the distance. Nia frowned. Lunatic. A shadow moved with wind-like speed beneath the trees. Nia's arrow pierced the creature instantly. Screech, it went flying. Just a devil's eye summon. Why isn't it moving? Is he stalling for time? Nia took cover behind a massive oak. Foolish. I'll play your little game. Let's see how long you can dance, Ipa. Memories of the bloodbath surfaced. Year 13. Lord Wyvok's selection. 300 assassins entered the arena. Only 5 walked out. Rain washed over the blood. Nia stood atop a corpse knife in hand, clutching the hair of his victim. 7 days of slaughter. I became invisible. I became the ghost. His blue eyes snapped open in the present. Thwack. An arrow from above pinned the devil's eye, wounding it further but not killing it. Nia scowled. Missed the vital point. Suddenly, a golden arrow tore through the trunk next to him. It hunted him down as he scrambled to evade. Nice try. Nia backflipped onto a branch, drawing his bow. But that shot just revealed your coordinates. His arrow hit empty air, Nia gasped. The golden arrow corrected its course, screaming towards him. It found me. Nia dove, barely escaping the fatal blast. He tricked my senses. Is this telekinetic manipulation, or a skill beyond my level? Cheap tricks. Nia landed and sprinted. The golden hunter followed relentlessly. Nia fired a 3-shot volley. Clash mana collided with mana, shattering the earth. The shockwave forced him to cover his eyes. Smokescreen, my vision is blocked. The golden arrow curved around the tree, flanking him. Damn it, Nia fired point blank to intercept. Kaboom. An explosion shook the heavens. The proximity blast sent him hurtling into the dirt. Pain flared through his body. Ipa, you wretched rat. He pushed himself up, trembling with rage. Impressive. His eyes rolled back in fury. The forest fell deathly silent after the chaotic duel. Elsewhere, Ipa analyzed the silence. Too quiet. He peeked from cover eyes, scanning. Where did he vanish to? Troublesome. Ipa frowned. To hide his presence this perfectly. In my past life, no one in this gate had such skill. An assassin from Doanya. Did my survival change the timeline? Suddenly, a voice cut through the air, chilling his blood. Show yourself, Ipa. Ipa tensed. The voice mocked him from the shadows. You know it's over. Stop hiding like a vermin and face your death. Elpa realized the truth instantly. It was Nia. The assassin's manic laughter echoed as he roared. I heard you like to fight head-on, so why are you scurrying around in the shadows like a frightened rat? Elpa locked onto the voice and surged forward with gale force speed. But confusion struck him. How did he move there? I didn't sense a single fluctuation in his aura. Could it be instant transmission? He took cover behind a tree calculating Nia's position. Or maybe the blink skill, but there was no time to think. Nia had already found him. I see you, little rat. A barrage of emerald arrows rained down from Nia's position. They came too fast, pinned down in the cover. Elpa couldn't even find a breath to react. Meanwhile, deep within the blizzard-swept peaks, a golden light tore through reality. A dimensional gate opened, spitting out 3 screaming figures onto the snow. Debo grit, his teeth fury burning in his eyes. Damn it all, we actually left the Elpam behind. Raph sneered, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Nobody forced you to leave. Why are you throwing a tantrum now? Debo's hands trembled as he pushed himself up. How can he possibly handle everything alone? It's suicide, Raph shrugged. I believe he has a plan. Trust the process. Suddenly Debo's face went pale with horror. His hand had brushed against something cold on the ground. A human skull. Their blood ran cold as they realized the snow was carpeted in skeletal remains. What in the hell is this? One of them whispered. This was supposed to be a 3-person gate. But this mountain of bones? This isn't just 3 teams. There must be at least 100 corpses buried here. Kiri's eyes widened as the pieces clicked together. Those damned Kanya bastards. Now I understand. They played us for fools. First the ambush, then the traps on the first floor, and now this graveyard. Don't you get it yet? The Kanya are followers of the Black Mage. The realization hit Debo like a physical blow as he repeated the name. Kanya. Kiri continued, her voice, trembling with rage. They must have lured adventurers here to block the gate with their deaths. Sending assassins makes sense now. Elpa was right about the bait. Raph cut through the tension, his voice unbothered. A fanatic. Sorry to interrupt this thrilling backstory, but save it for later. He pointed forward. It looks like the landlord is very upset with his guests. The 3 of them froze, eyes widening in sheer terror as they looked up. Towering over them was a monstrosity, a titan of muscle and rage. It bared rows of razor-sharp fangs, eyes glowing with predatory hunger. Raph muttered, "Is this the floor boss?" He clutched his necklace, a greedy grin spreading across his face. Time to pay the rent. You two better start praying. The pendant on his neck flared with brilliant light. Raph chuckled. I don't show this technique to just anyone you know. If you had to describe Raph's personality in a single sentence, it would be this. The image of Iburu appeared sneering. He is absolutely insufferable. Another blonde adventurer added. A total eyesore. Even Jebber had commented. A slave to money, with a trash personality. But if you were to describe Raph as an adventurer, a bald warrior with a green mohawk had put it best. He gets the job done. I won't talk about his character, but his skills. Absolute top tier. He stands at the pinnacle of the 3rd circle as a battle bishop. Truly a broken build typical of a leveling Manhwa. Raph smiled with supreme confidence as his halo activated. Healing circle deploy. Instantaneously, holy light enveloped Kiri and Debo. Their wounds began to knit together at a visible rate. Vitality surged back into their exhausted bodies. Kiri gasped, feeling the pain evaporate. She looked at Raph in total shock. This guy. He isn't a frontline brawler, he's a support healer. She recalled their previous battles. Even when he wasn't using skills, his combat prowess was insane. Raph shouted, if you guys are patched up, get to work. Make sure you earn the money I'm charging you. The giant monster roared, its patience completely evaporated. Raph yelled, move it. That big guy isn't going to wait for an invitation. As if on cue, the Titan lunged its massive hand, snatching at Raph. Raph sprinted away, shouting, let's see what you two are made of, Debo screamed. Hey! The giant smashed its fist down, cratering the earth where Raph had just been. Debo shrieked, caught off guard by the shockwave. He cursed loudly, you treacherous bastard. The giant opened its cavernous maw, ready to swallow Debo and Kiri whole, but they dodged by a hair's breadth. The snap of its jaws shattered the boulder they had just stood on. Acting on instinct, Debo grabbed onto the monster's protruding tusk. Without hesitation, he swung his axe with all his might, a direct hit to the eye. Where do you think you're looking? The beast howled in agony, the sound shaking the mountains. Kiri flashed in her blade, carving a deep gash into its side. Just as the giant raised its hand to crush Debo, her attack broke its balance. Taking the opening, Debo leaped free. Raph saw his chance. He spun in the air, slashing a deep arc across the monster's face. But the hairy titan was relentless. It threw a blind haymaker, which Raph dodged with acrobatic grace. However, Kiri couldn't escape the shockwave and took a hit. Raph clicked his tongue. What a pain. Yet he cast a healing spell on her instantly. Debo watched dumbfounded. He isn't just healing from the backline. He's attacking to create openings while keeping us alive. And his timing is impeccable. He doesn't waste mana on random heals. He only casts the moment we are in critical danger. Raph suddenly pulled an ancient tome from his bag. Oh, I forgot to mention. The first round was a free trial. A celestial angel manifested from the pages of the book. Raph grinned darkly. From this point on, I'm charging you both per second. Kiri's body was engulfed in a golden aura. She gasped. What is this power? Energy beyond imagination is flooding through my veins. Raph laughed like a maniac. That will be 100,000 me per person. Both of them screamed in outrage, you lunatic. Fueled by rage and buffs, they tore into the giant until its arm was severed, and it collapsed. The three adventurers stood panting, taking a brief moment of respite. One of them broke the silence. Finally, it went down. Kiri collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. That greedy bastard. Raph chirped happily. Not bad at all. Now shall we tally up the bill? Suddenly, the fallen giant opened its mouth and let out a heaven-shaking roar. Debo covered his nose, looking at the beast with disgust. Ugh, that stench. Shut up already, I'll send you to hell soon enough. But before he could move, ice magic surged, reconnecting the severed arm. The roar intensified, causing the cavern to tremble violently. Debo frowned, sweat beading on his forehead. Is that ice covering its eye? The eye Debo had blinded was regenerating, protected by a layer of frost. The beast had fully recovered its aura, stronger than before. Meanwhile, back in the forest, Elpa was running for his life, gasping for breath. Arrows rained down relentlessly, tracking his every move. Elpa's mind raced. Something is wrong. I still can't pinpoint his location. A third circle archer might use blink for positioning. Elpa visualized the mechanics, but blink only returns the user to a fixed point. You can only set one marker. There is no way he can move this erratically with just that. Nia laughed from the shadows, his voice dripping with arrogance. I told you, your little tricks are useless against me. You are so slow I'm actually falling asleep here. Elpa spun and unleashed a blind strike behind him, but it cut nothing but air. Nia taunted him. Where are you aiming? I'm over here. Elpa roared. If you keep wasting skills like that, you'll suffer mana shock. But the warning came too late, as blood sprayed from Elpa's own lips. His attacks were wild, desperate, and completely ineffective. None of them even grazed the assassin. Nia watched him with cold amusement. I guess you're just trying to distract me so you can flee to the second gate. Too bad, you'll never make it. He scoffed at the hopelessness of the situation, convinced Elpa had no chance. The mage's mana was draining rapidly, anxiety spiking with every second. Damn it, if I can't pinpoint his location right now, I'm a dead man. Before he could even formulate a plan, a heavy blow slammed Elpa into the dirt. With trembling hands, he desperately snatched a blue potion from his inventory. There was no time to think. Arrows rained down, like a death sentence. As Nia unleashed a barrage, Elpa downed the elixir in one gulp. This was his final gamble. Roaring flames erupted, incinerating the arrow barrage midair. Nia scoffed. How foolish. But the mage had already vanished, landing silently on a nearby branch to scan the battlefield. Nia's eyes widened in sheer disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. The mana potion had kicked in. Elpa's fireballs weren't just restored. They were titanic, multiplying in the air like a nightmare. Panic seized the archer as he scrambled to escape. 6 simultaneous casts. Despite his bloodied state, Elpa unleashed a bombardment that defied all logic in this leveling manhwa. Is he insane? Casting third circle ultimates, while undergoing mana deviation, Elpa was burning his very life force to stay in the fight. Nia's bracelet hummed with ominous light. If he figured out my stealth mechanic, I'll drag him to hell with me. Elpa didn't aim. He simply saturated the area with destruction, uncaring of the cost. Cold sweat ran down Nia's back. He's landing hits through sheer volume. The guy's a lunatic. Suddenly a massive sphere of inferno coalesced above them. Moving like a phantom, Nia weaved through the trees to evade the blast. He gritted his teeth, realizing this wasn't just a skirmish, it was a fight for survival. I'm not finished yet. 3 cataclysmic explosions rocked the forest foundation. Blood sprayed from Elpa's lips, but his will was iron. Stand firm. Hold on. Nia glanced back while retreating, sneering at the desperate display. Idiot. Did you really think a blind AoE attack would catch an assassin? Your fate is sealed by mana feedback. Your body will crumble into dust. He relished the thought of Elpa's agonizing demise as his body tore itself apart. Elpa reached his breaking point, vomiting a pool of crimson. The entire forest was bathed in the glow of his flames. With trembling hands, he prepared one final life or death gambit. The destructive energy was palpable. Dark corruption veins crawled up Elpa's face, yet his eyes burned with unyielding spirit. The inferno consumed everything. Nia's eyes bulged. The flames weren't just attacking him. They were devouring his cover. The forest was no longer a shield. It was an oven. What the hell? Nia shielded his face from the searing heat, fury rising. He set the whole zone ablaze just to strip my stealth, that bastard. If I stay here, I'll roast. Suddenly a gap in the flames appeared, a clearing. There, my only way out. He prepared to dash, but instinct screamed at him. Wait. A perfect escape route right in front of me. It's too convenient. A shadow blurred past. Pull back. It's a trap. Before Nia could sprint into the clearing, his brother slammed into him, knocking him off course. Before Nia could process the save, a massive boulder hurtled through the smoke, aiming to crush his spine. Brother, look out. Perched high above, the older archer drew his bow, cursing, damn it all. The arrow shattered the boulder midair, saving Nia's life, but sending him tumbling from the shockwave. Instantly, a dark silhouette burst through the wall of fire. It was Elpa's staff raised, like a reaper's scythe. Found you. Nia reacted on instinct, planting his bow and vaulting backward, barely dodging the lethal thrust. Sweat stung his eyes. Elpa pressed the offensive, swinging his staff with the ferocity of a warrior, forcing Nia to dance on the edge of death. The assassin countered, with a vicious spin kick, aimed at the temple. Elpa leaned back, just in time. I can't keep this up, the mage thought. I need to end this now. Elpa's combat sense peaked. He spotted an opening and smashed his staff down, knocking the bow from Nia's grip. Disarmed and off-balance, Nia hit the dirt. Elpa gave him no quarter, driving a brutal kick straight into his gut. The impact sent Nia skidding through the mud, gasping for air. Elpa raised his weapon, eyes cold, ready to deliver the execution. The assassin was defenseless, but death would have to wait. An arrow whistled from above, forcing Elpa to leap back to avoid being skewered. The brother landed between them, shouting desperately, "Get on your feet, Nia. He's out of mana. He can't cast any more spells. End him now." The brother drew his bowstring. But Elpa was a step ahead. A telekinetic blade shot from the shadows, targeting the archer. He aborted the shot, to dodge shock written on his face. A flying dagger. He's using telekinesis to conserve mana. What kind of monster is this? Realizing the danger, the brother began to weave, trying to draw Elpa's focus away. But a figure blurred through the smoke. Nia. He pulled a hidden dagger, launching himself into the air for a plunging strike on the distracted mage. Clang! Elpa parried with his staff and retreated. Simultaneously, he mentally commanded the floating sword to strike, but the brother smacked it away with his heavy bow. Enough of these parlor tricks, the brother roared, taking aim. But Elpa flicked his wrist, and a volley of stones hammered the archer, sending him crashing to the ground with a cry of pain. With the support neutralized, Elpa turned his predator's gaze back to Nia. The staff rained down heavy blows. Nia panicked. What kind of mage fights like a martial artist? Capitalizing on the confusion, Elpa slammed a knee into Nia's solar plexus, forcing a spray of blood. Focus. Don't stop, Elpa commanded himself. His mind reached out, and the telekinetic blade rose once more. The blade harassed the older brother, keeping him pinned. Meanwhile, Elpa disarmed Nia with a crushing strike. He raised his staff high. This was it. Thwack. An arrow pierced Elpa's forearm. Nia grinned, blood staining his teeth. Nice shot, brother. He kicked the injured mage away, knocking the staff from his grasp. Nia scrambled for his dagger, eyes gleaming with malice, as he advanced on the wounded caster. Look at you, Nia sneered. What can you possibly do with just one arm? But that arrogance would be his final mistake. In a blur of motion, Elpa surged forward. He smashed his good arm into Nia's wrist, dislodging the blade. Damn it, Nia swore frantically, juggling to catch the weapon midair. However, Elpam's grip tightened like a vice around his arm. Panic surged as Nia screamed. Impossible bone crunched under the pressure, eliciting a howl of pure agony. Desperate, Nia barked out a hollow threat. Let go of me, you bastard. Do you have a death wish? Ignoring the taunt, the artifact on Elpam's wrist flared with mana. Instantly, a massive sphere of infernal flame materialized behind him, sending Nia fleeing in sheer terror. Wait, you wretch. His brother watched from afar, screaming in despair. No, the world turned white as a cataclysmic explosion tore through the forest. A silhouette was blasted from the epicenter. It was Nia, thrown by the shockwave, smashing brutally against a tree. He collapsed, gasping for air like a dying fish. I'm finished at this rate, he thought. Meanwhile, the brother's eyes widened in shock. What is that? A shimmering blue barrier materialized, sealing off the blast zone. Worried for his kin, Nia covered his face, with his tunic sprinting back toward the inferno. Where are you, brother? He thought, diving into the flames. Suddenly, Elpam descended from the canopy like a predator. Nia flinched, instinctively whipping his shirt to blind the assailant, while screaming curses at this monster. Blinded by rage and cloth, he lunged forward for a life-or-death strike. Die, he roared, pouring everything into one final blow. Chaos reigned, but the sickening spray of crimson signaled the end. The barrier shattered, and the brother cried out as the energy wall dissolved. Heart pounding, the older brother rushed into the smoke. What happened? His blood ran cold at the sight awaiting him. He screamed Nia, seeing his sibling struggling to stand. He rushed to support him. "Stand up, Nia. Stay with me." The hooded figure spoke, voice muffled. "The battle took too long. We need the phoenix feather." The brother interrupted. "No, forget the loot. We need to move." Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the corpse nearby, specifically its arm. Realization struck like lightning. Nia, but he was holding the enemy. The body on the ground was his brother. Elpam wasted no time. His blade flashed, delivering a fatal strike to the brother's vitals. Blood sprayed once more, crowning the true victor of this duel. Dropping the dagger, Elpam panted heavily, his stamina drained. "Ugh, I'm so sick of archers," he muttered, collapsing as the blizzard began to swallow the mountain peaks. Deep within the cavern, a fierce battle shook the very foundations of the earth. The massive beast slammed Debo into the ground with the force of a falling mountain. Before he could recover, the monster conjured a massive ice block. Debo barely managed to backflip, dodging death by inches, breathless and trembling. The Titan didn't let up. Just as it prepared a crushing blow, Raph materialized behind it, a classic assassin move in this brutal, leveling Manhwa world. Instinctively, the giant swung backward. But Raph moved like a phantom, evading the heavy fist with supernatural agility. Mocking the beast's sluggishness, Raph aimed a precision strike at its eye, but the monster's reflexes were insane. It instantly froze its own eyelid for defense. "Why is this thing so tough?" Raph shouted in frustration. The beast swatted at him like a fly, and a pained cry echoed through the cave. Raph cursed, hanging by a thread. Damn it. Just as death seemed certain, Kiri flashed in her blade of light, severing the beast's hand in a display of pure skill. "Consider my debt paid," she yelled, signaling Raph to grab on. Together, they barely escaped the immediate kill zone. But this boss monster's regeneration was absurd. Its hand reformed instantly, and it slammed a fist down right where they had been standing. The giant went berserk. Roaring with primal fury, it leaped high into the air, gathering momentum to shatter the earth itself. Amidst the dust, Raph activated his AoE healing skill. With health restored, Debo took point. "Hey, do you have a strategy to kill this thing yet? We can't keep this up." Before he could finish, a warning screamed out. "Debo, watch your six, watch my what?" The giant's massive palm descended. Thanks to his high perception stats, Debo rolled away just in time. "It's huge. Be more specific with your warnings." Raph barked orders like a raid leader. "Cut the chatter, and hold its aggro. I need to hit its weak spot, that sword embedded in its ice armor." Debo accepted the vanguard role. Gripping his weapon, he blocked the Titan's punch, his body shaking under the impact. "Hurry it up," he signaled. Kiri and Raph launched a high-speed assault. But the monster roared, unleashing a shockwave that blew both damage dealers away like ragdolls. Meanwhile, Debo sprinted up the beast's arm to support them. "Did it predict us?" he thought. "I thought it was just a mindless mob." The giant thrashed, spinning them around. In a split second of distraction, Debo was caught and pinned against the frozen floor. Before he could recover, a second attack was incoming. Kiri screamed, "Raph, heal him now." It was too late. The fist crashed down, burying Debo under debris. Debo Kiri's voice cracked with despair. Raph, still dazed, couldn't cast in time. The beast locked onto them. "I only have 4 charges of heal left. You have to dodge." "Split up," he commanded, as the Colossus charged, hurling ice spikes in a deadly barrage. The monster's roar shook the cavern. Kiri took a direct hit and was flung back. "Damn it," Raph cursed. "I told you to dodge." Yet his hands glowed with light as he cast a healing spell on her. "She's out cold." What a waste of mana, Raph thought bitterly, seeing Kiri faint before the spell even took effect. The giant turned its frenzy toward Raph. Meanwhile, Debo lay broken and bloody, his consciousness fading into the dark. Drifting in the void, Debo recalled a conversation with Elpam. "You have accumulated enough experience to awaken the second circle," Elpam had said. "Me? Are you serious?" Debo had asked. "It depends entirely on your enlightenment," Elpam replied calmly, the very picture of a master in an awakening manhwa. Debo pressed him. "What is enlightenment? Teach me." Elpam sipped his tea unbothered. "It is unique to every soul. Even if I shared my path, it would be useless to you." "Then what do I do?" Debo had whined. Elpam smiled. "Find your keyword. It could be your understanding of mana, or a memory etched into your very soul." Debo's heart pounded against his ribs like a war drum. Suddenly, a massive explosion shook the earth, drawing the Titan's gaze. The giant turned its massive head, but Debo's eyes were burning with a desperate hunger to survive. He didn't waste a second clutching his weapon. He charged straight at the behemoth. The monster reacted instantly, winding up a devastating strike. But Debo was faster. He severed the giant's rock-hard arm in a single motion. Raph's jaw dropped. He actually cut through that defense. How is that even possible? The twin circles on Debo's wrists flared with blinding energy. Raph gasped in realization. That crazy bastard. He fully awakened the twin rings. Surging with this new power, Debo lunged again, his killing intent overflowing. He slashed the monster's eye, blinding it, and used that opening to target the massive sword impaled in its body. Boom! A heavy impact rattled the sword hilt. The blade drove deeper, piercing right toward the giant's control center. The beast roared, a sound of pure agonizing fury that threatened to burst their eardrums. In a blind panic, it swatted Debo away. Debo lost focus for a split second and paid the price, taking the full force of the blow. He crashed into the frozen ground. Not bad. Raph gritted out, impressed by his tenacity. While the boss was distracted, Raph moved in from the back, activating his healing skills on Debo. He shouted desperately, "Get up now." Debo recovered instantly, shattering the ice, binding his arm to break free. As the monster howled, he seized the momentum, flipping his body and gripping his weapon for a death blow. But before he could land it, the giant threw a punch that sent blood spraying from Debo's head. He could only grind his teeth, barely withstanding the crushing weight of the fist. From the backline, Raph spammed his healing magic to keep Debo in the fight. But the Titan wasn't stupid. It realized the annoying healer was the real problem. The giant snatched Raph up, crushing him in its massive grip until he screamed in agony. "You brainless lump. You think you have time to kill me?" Even while being crushed, Raph grabbed his necklace, triggering a self-heal. With the aggro pulled to Raph, Debo seized the moment. He raised his axe high, ready to hammer the sword buried in the monster's chest. The giant shrieked in panic. Debo's eyes blazed with the fires of determination. With a heaven-shaking strike, he brought the axe down on the sword hilt. The blade plunged into the control center, shattering it into pieces. Debo didn't stop. He rained blows upon the beast's body, making it wail in despair. That final axe strike destroyed the energy heart directly. The monster went berserk, baring its fangs in a last-ditch effort. But Debo just swung again. In its death throes, the Titan thrashed, flinging Debo into the mountainside with catastrophic force. The impact blew a massive hole in the cliff face, burying the area in a cloud of dust. Debo gasped, snapping out of his battle trance, his chest heaving. He dragged his broken body from the snow crater, confused. What just happened? He looked over to see Raph lying motionless, covered in wounds. Raph, hey, the beast, realizing its end was near, began to flee in terror. But its time had come. The ice armor on its body cracked and fell away chunk by chunk. It shrieked as its arm detached. Then, the leg scales, its body was crumbling apart. The monster collapsed onto the snow, shivering as it turned into a lifeless block of ice. With one final pathetic whimper, it dissolved into the blizzard. Hours later, Kiri awoke to the crackling of a fire. She was in a large cave. Debo sat opposite her watching. "Oh, look who's finally awake." Kiri struggled to sit up, her voice weak. You're alive. Where is the monster?" Debo looked away awkwardly. "Well, what do you think you're using as a blanket?" He grinned shamelessly. "I was starving, so I tried to grill that Yeti, but the meat was hard as rock." Kiri sighed, defeated. "You have a stomach of steel, I swear." She asked softly, "Did you wait for us to wake up this whole time?" Debo shrugged. "Couldn't find the exit anyway." Raph lay nearby on the stone floor, his breathing ragged. Debo stood up. "The weather sucks. You guys rest here." He looked at Raph's condition. "I'm going to scout the area a bit. Just wait until the storm dies down." Without another word, Debo walked out into the freezing hellscape, the biting wind unable to stop his march. He ventured further, gazing at the distant peak. It's been a whole day. I wonder what happened to the El Pam. Suddenly, a menacing sound from behind snapped him to attention. He spun around. A one-eyed beast was right there, jaws dripping with saliva, roaring its dominance. Debo cursed. "Damn it, why do I always get jumped?" But it wasn't alone. A swarm of monsters emerged from the whiteout. Debo drew his axe with a sigh. "Why do you guys always crowd me?" Later, the sun began to pierce the clouds. Kiri woke up to see a silhouette returning. "You're back." But as he stepped into the light, she gasped. He was drenched in blood, clothes shredded to ribbons. "What on earth happened to you?" Debo scratched his head casually. "You're up." "It's nothing." Kiri began to panic. "There are still monsters. It's too dangerous, we have to move." Debo slumped against the wall, exhausted. He mumbled, "Someone has to protect the old man while he's down. We're a team now, right?" Kiri straightened up, her eyes firm. Then next time I go, there's no reason for you to suffer alone. Debo lay down, cutting her off. Nah, better if one person goes. We don't need to scout the same spot. Don't waste your energy. Just sleep. Kiri looked at his back, her heart aching. You idiot. Keep pushing yourself like that, and you'll break. The truth was that battle had nearly drained Debo dry. He had slaughtered them wave after wave, but the numbers were overwhelming. They had backed him to a cliff's edge. I'm freezing to death here, he had panted. Then a beast lunged, tackling him over the side. The fall nearly finished him. He dragged himself up from the snow trembling. Thought I was a goner for sure that time. Suddenly, he sensed a presence. Someone's there. He raised his guard instantly. But it was just a frozen corpse, kneeling in defeat. Debo exhaled. Just a dead body. He approached and pried a piece of paper from the corpse's frozen grip. Fresh body. What's this Will? He squinted at the text. Too many words for a dying man. The letter read, To whoever finds this, take my gloves. If you are a warrior, these contain a combat skill that will serve you well. It was like finding a legendary item in a leveling manhwa. The letter continued. But know this, we fell into a trap. My team was wiped out by the snow yeti. If there is any solace, it is that I found the exit gate. Reading this, Debo's eyes went wide with shock. The gate? But it is a cruel joke. The gate only activates when the boss is slain. I have drawn the map on the back. Fate, it seemed, was finally on their side. I pray you have the strength to see this through. Please deliver this letter in my stead. Debo folded the parchment, sealing away the heavy words within his pocket. He dug a shallow grave, planting the fallen warrior's weapon as a silent tombstone. Stepping over the corpses of slain beasts, Debo slammed his hand against the massive exit. Kiri stood guard by the dimensional barrier, waiting for Debo to support the wounded Raph as they emerged. As they stepped through the portal back into reality, Debo turned to Kiri. What is our next move? Kiri's answer was sharp and immediate. Recovery is our only priority right now. Given our current state, neither you nor I can. Her words were severed by a chilling, unfamiliar voice echoing from the shadows. Oh my. I have to say, I'm harboring some serious doubts about that. A squad of assassins clad in midnight black materialized weapons gleaming with malicious intent. The leader sneered, his gaze sweeping over them. Is the legendary ghost truly defeated? You look pathetic. The situation was catastrophic. Panic seized Debo's heart. Don't tell me. Are these Kanya's special forces? Damn it. We're barely standing. How can we possibly fight back against odds like this? The leader signaled the slaughter, his voice deadly calm. Relax. We'll end your miserable lives before you can even blink. Kiri lunged forward, deflecting the first strike with desperate strength. She screamed, Stay back. A dagger flew true, piercing her leg. With a sickening thud, agony tore a scream from her throat. Kiri Debo roared. Seizing the opening, another assassin surged toward the vulnerable pair like a starving wolf. Debo couldn't react in time. Death seemed certain. Suddenly, a spear erupted from the dungeon gate like a bolt of lightning. It skewered the attackers in a single fluid motion. They didn't even have time to realize they were dead before hitting the ground. All eyes turned to the swirling portal. Pam stepped out, radiating an aura of absolute confidence. Did you guys miss me while I was gone? Debo slumped in relief, a weary grin forming. Maybe a little? But you're cutting it way too close, hero. Shoulders brushing, the survivors walked back towards safety side by side. Meanwhile, miles away, the tame beast of Master Yok sensed a disturbance in the mana. It bared its fangs, a low growl rumbling in its throat. Sensing his pet's unease, he stroked its head, his mind racing. A warrior with that level of skill doesn't just appear out of thin air. Yet the puppet master remains hidden, his brow furrowed in annoyance. The public is going to be in an uproar over this awakening Manhwa-style twist. A figure named Boo materialized from a swirl of dark smoke, kneeling in submission. Master Pam has returned alive. What are your orders regarding the contract? Yok's expression darkened, his eyes swimming with murderous intent. He spat out 2 words. Kill him. Boo flinched, stunned. Sir Yok didn't hesitate. We aren't in a position to worry about public opinion. That man is a variable we cannot control. Do you really think one man can stop us? We'll fabricate a cover story later. Boo kept her head low, her voice steady. But sir, he didn't return alone. Yok paused, irritation twitching in his jaw. What? Boo continued. He has allies. Meanwhile, in the corridor, Pam and his battered party were approaching their sanctuary. Raph, looking like a mummy, with all his bandages, shoveled a spoonful of stew into his mouth and sighed. This tastes so bland. Debo slammed his fist on the table, veins popping. Don't you dare insult my sister's cooking. Shut up and swallow it before I force-feed you. Raph chewed methodically, ignoring the threat. Just saying a pinch of salt would elevate this. Din arrived with another steaming pot, her smile radiant. If you big, strong hunters finish this, just let me know. Kiri watched the scene, a rare softness in her eyes. Thank you, Din, Kiri said warmly. Debo ground his teeth. This is exactly why I didn't want to bring you bunch of freeloaders here. Kiri's expression hardened. Jokes aside, we have to assume the Kanya Guild has already received the news. Splitting up now would be suicide. Besides, this safe house is the best protection your sister has. Debo sighed, knowing she was right. True. No matter where we hide, their hounds will eventually sniff us out. Suddenly, the door creaked. Debo shot a glare full of suspicion at the entrance. Pam strolled in casual as ever. So how is everyone holding up? Where did you sneak off to? Raph called out between bites. Just handled some minor business, Pam replied with a shrug. Raph wiped his mouth, his face suddenly serious. Perfect timing. We need to talk about dividing the loot from this raid. Let's put aside the debate on who's the party leader for a second. Since our contributions were equal, when exactly do you plan on coughing up my 7 million mesos? Debo exploded, screaming in disbelief. Are you out of your mind? You actually want to march into Kenya and demand payment in our current situation? Raph pointed an accusatory finger, shouting back. Hey, I'm the one who solo killed the Snow Yeti, even if I blacked out for the details. And while you were napping, who found the exit? Me. Kiri chimed in, supporting Debo. And don't forget, Pam held off the twin slayers by himself. Raph looked around shamelessly. Pixor, it didn't happen. Any witnesses? You shameless bastard, Debo roared. Kiri turned her gaze to Pam. What is our next move? He remained perfectly calm. Kanya isn't going to take this lying down. Before he could finish, a massive hand slammed against the wall, shaking the dust from the ceiling. A deep, furious voice boomed. Hey! How long do you plan on keeping me waiting out here like a stray dog? Din stared up at the towering figure that eclipsed her small frame, trembling. Mister, who are you? Debo and Kiri's eyes widened in shock. It was Debir, his colossal frame blocking out the sunlight. He grunted. Tell that jerk who just walked in to hurry it up. Flashback to earlier, Debir sat in his luxury office, face twisted in frustration. Damn it all. He buried his face in his hands, thoughts spiraling out of control. Nothing is going according to my design. I never calculated that the Kenya Merchant Alliance would contact Pam directly. They launched the gate raid before I could make a move. Should I have intervened? The stress was eating him alive. I'm going to lose my mind. A knock on the door snapped him back to the present. Pam walked in and took a seat opposite him. Debir glared. I take it your negotiations with Kanya went south. Pam shook his head. On the contrary. They offered me 50 million mesos for a successful clear. But now that the gate raid is over, this contract is the only leverage remaining. Sweat beaded on Debir's forehead. He scoffed. So you came here just to brag. You're still as infuriating as ever, you know that. Pam stood up smoothly. If you have nothing constructive to add, I'll be leaving. Backed into a corner, Debir finally slumped in defeat. He reached into his coat pocket. Fine. You win, you devil. He slapped a document onto the table. 60 million mesos. Sign it. That's even more than you asked for, so don't you dare complain. Getting exactly what he wanted, Pam smirked and scribbled his signature on the paper. Debir leaned forward. With that signature, we are officially partners. Now start talking. Share your intel. Pam's voice dropped to a serious tone. The Kanya Guild is the mastermind behind everything. Debir shouted. What? Are you serious? Pam continued unfazed. That gate. It was a death trap from the start. They lied to us. They claimed it was a low-level dungeon with only 3 danger marks, but the skeletons of at least 100 adventurers were inside. And they didn't just leave us to die. They sent assassins to finish the job. Debir's eyes bulged in disbelief. Son of a... He realized the implication. Then they contacted you afterwards to wipe out the evidence. He began to laugh like a maniac, fury bubbling beneath. I will never forgive those snakes. Pam watched the outburst silently before asking, Are you satisfied with that explanation? Debir blinked, confused. What do you mean? Pam closed his eyes. My testimony is the only proof that exists. They can easily deny it. Debir sighed, composing himself. That's true. But in this system, Manhwa world truth is secondary to perception. I can manipulate public opinion. The other merchant alliances are desperate for a scapegoat to blame for the gate raid failure. If Kenya is weakened by scandal, the sharks will circle. Pam cut through his scheming with a cold, hard declaration. No. We aren't just going to damage their reputation. We are going to erase Kenya from the face of the Maple world entirely. Debir's aura flared with sudden fury as he roared, "Do you take me for a fool? I thought we had an understanding." His voice dropped to a chilling calm. "Save your breath about traps. A full force strike sends a much clearer message." "Understood." Debir nodded, shifting gears instantly. Beside him, Palmi's expression hardened into cold steel. The fanatical followers of the Black Mage had finally made their move. Inside the opulent reception room of the Karsanha Guild, Beidou sat across from them, masking her unease with a plastic smile. "Long time no see, Lord Debir." "To what do I owe this pleasure?" Debir leaned forward. "I'm here to offer an apology." Her brow furrowed in confusion. Debir continued smoothly, "A sincere apology. There was a slight misunderstanding between Palmi and my merchant alliance. I assumed he came here, seeking revenge against me. I regret that deeply," he stated with unwavering confidence. "To be clear, Palmi is now an official business partner of the Go Alliance. It seems I've snatched him right out from under your nose." Beidou froze, caught off guard. "I see how it is. Since I can't pay the breach of contract fee, would this alternative satisfy you?" Palmi didn't hesitate for a split second. "Deal." Debir rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "This is personal, but this incident taught me the true weight of human life. I've decided to treat people exactly according to their worth from now on." Beidou's smile faltered. "What are you implying?" He smirked, his eyes glinting dangerously. "I'll have a lead bodyguard stationed around the clock, just to ensure no unfortunate accidents occur. Naturally, this protection extends to every single member of El Pamumi's party." An image flashed in her mind, shadowy assassins and guards lurking in every corner of Debo's home. Beidou stiffened, a cold sweat breaking out as Debir's tone dropped an octave heavy with menace. "I've realized just how valuable his team truly is." He laughed, a booming sound that offered no warmth, challenging her directly. "If anyone dares to harm Palmi or his crew, they won't just answer to him. They'll face the full wrath of the Go Merchant Alliance." Beidou sat in stunned silence, completely checkmated. Meanwhile, in a safe house, Debo's jaw dropped as he hollered in disbelief. 60 million. Good lord, did you conjure gold out of thin air? Kiri eyed the grim-faced guard outside the door with suspicion. They even sent security. Is this really the work of the Go Alliance? Raph popped up out of nowhere, clapping enthusiastically. Bravo Palmi, you're a natural-born tycoon. Palmi remained stone-faced. You're exaggerating. This team is just more interesting than I anticipated. Now all that's left is to trim the dead weight. Raph preened with arrogance, slipping in a jagged insult. Debo gritted his teeth, veins popping on his forehead. You bastard. Raph pointed at himself, beaming with narcissistic pride. I guarantee you won't find another bishop of my caliber in all of Kalem. Nay, in the entire world. Debo couldn't stomach Raph's attitude, shooting him a look of pure disgust. Raph kept rambling. I am a healer, a protector, and a leader, all in one divine package. I am flawless in every conceivable way. Yes, indeed. I am number one, you little brat. Raph poked a finger toward Debo. That was the last straw. Debo rolled up his sleeves, ready to throw hands. Raph suddenly shifted tone. You're a legitimate monster, you know that. Debo paused, blinking blankly. Huh? Raph's eyes narrowed with cunning curiosity. I thought you were out cold, yet you woke up and soloed the boss. There's something about you that logic can't explain. Kiri nodded in agreement. Now that I think about it, when he fought those Hobbs, he was fighting on pure instinct while unconscious. Debo furrowed his brow, trying to grasp the fragmented shards of his memory. It's no use. No matter how hard I try, it's all a blur. The only thing that lingers is a dream. A strange woman appeared in it. We were bickering yet. There was a profound sense of intimacy, like we were close. But the moment I wake up, her face vanishes from my mind. The only detail I can recall is her weapon, a long-handled polearm. Palmi's face went pale, shock rippling through him as the pieces clicked. What? A polearm, a dream. Everyone knew that in the original timeline, Debo and Iran were soulmates. If that woman was truly, Iran did a fragment of his power return from before the regression. Just what kind of glitch was happening in this world? Perhaps something went wrong when I altered the past through regression. Palmi fell deep into thought. Raph sighed, shaking his head theatrically. Ah, the problem is the big guy is a bit thick-headed. Debo snapped back. You think you're some genius? Raph ignored him, pivoting to the leader. And you, Palmi, your growth rate is unnatural. For a rookie, your judgment and skills are terrifyingly advanced. It's like watching a leveling Manhwa protagonist in real time. No wonder Go wants you. Raph spoke with a smirk that danced between mockery and insight. Then his gaze slid to Kiri, who stiffened, annoyed at being dragged into his critique. Raph didn't let up. And you? You have solid fundamentals and a decent head on your shoulders, typical of a Cygnus training captain. Not bad for a second circle user. But there's nothing that separates you from the herd. His voice dripped with disdain, enjoying the psychological warfare. The Go Alliance aren't idiots. We were used as bait, and they paid the price. But our next job, we have to walk straight into Kanya's trap, to hunt down those shadows. Raph's eyes turned cold. I'll do anything for coin, but I refuse to split my cut with dead weight. If you can return to Cygnus, do it now. You're out of your depth. Kiri trembled with suppressed rage, her teeth grinding together, but she couldn't form a rebuttal. His insults echoed the humiliation she endured back at the Cygnus Nights, where sneers were more common than praise. I heard you've been taking on grunt work lately. Kiri remained silent. The voice from her memory cut deep. I thought you perished inside that gate, she stammered in the flashback, Sir Sim. He interrupted. You were on your way to see the master. Yes. Kiri wanted to flee, but the man kept twisting the knife. I heard you joined some ragtag adventurer party. You're degrading yourself, but perhaps that's where you belong. Quitting is the greatest service you could do for the Order and the Master. Go on, he's in his office. He walked away, leaving Kiri standing there, head bowed in shame. Even in the Master's office, she couldn't lift her gaze. So, you wish to give up. Is something wrong? Kiri couldn't meet his eyes, choked by helplessness. I'm sorry, Master. I can't explain it yet. But one day, the Master stopped his quill, clearly displeased. I will list your participation in this adventurer group as an undercover assignment. You will report back to me every 3 weeks. Kiri's eyes widened at his mercy, but she stayed silent. Do not forget, Kiri. You are my disciple, and you will always be a knight of Cygnus. Snapping back to reality, Kiri faced the group, her voice trembling but firm. I know I'm asking a lot, but as long as one of those traitors remains in the Order, I cannot return to my master. She shouted, burning with determination. I don't care about the gold, I just need to get stronger. Please just give me time. Seeing her fire, a faint smile tugged at Bao Mi's lips. Raph maintained his arrogant sneer. Ah, how adorable. Is it really that hard to understand? We want you to leave. Bao Mi's voice cut through the silence like a blade. Are you absolutely certain? The question stunned the room, drawing every eye to him while Raph's face twisted in visible irritation. Hey, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? Bao Mi's gaze turned icy as he countered. If she hunts that minion alone with her current temper, it's a suicide mission that benefits no one. And Raph, you claim she lacks skill. Let me enlighten you. You seem arrogant about your own abilities, but you aren't the only one disappointed by this team's performance. I sent you to the second floor, believing it would be a walk in the park. But let's be real, without Bo, you would have been wiped out. Raph's face flushed with a mix of rage and shame. That wasn't a normal beast. You have no right to judge. Do you think a snow yeti is some common trash mob? Bao Mi replied, his voice terrifyingly calm. I've hunted a snow yeti solo before. The room exploded in disbelief. Their expressions screamed that he was spouting total garbage. Ha! Are you serious? Bao Mi drifted into his thoughts. That was before my regression. But if the timeline had stayed on track, I would have been the one to slay it. But that assassin threw everything into chaos. His skills were far above my calculations, and neither I nor my team were ready for that level of threat. Raph, refusing to accept defeat, screamed in Bao Mi's face. Impossible. Back then you were nothing but a lowly slave. Bao Mi leaned against the wall, crossing his arms with a look of absolute disdain. You don't believe me. Do you want a demonstration? His eyes flared with a predatory hunger that threatened to devour Raph whole. The sheer killing intent made Raph stammer, terror gripping his throat. Cough. No. No need. Bao Mi let out a sigh and smiled. Simple enough. You just need to surpass your limits. We have 1 month before the next wave hits. In a brutal leveling Manhwa world like this, violence is often the most efficient solution. Meanwhile, in a shadowed location, Beiju knelt to deliver his report. It appears the operation did not go according to plan. If we clash with Go now, the public eye will turn on us, Yuvok mused. How much do they know? Was the negotiation just a theatrical performance? Beiju replied. I cannot say. Even our spies couldn't secure that intel. It suggests information strictly held by the highest leadership. Yuvok sat back, legs crossed, his eyes gleaming with dangerous intent. Ha! Do you think they pose a threat to me? Eliminating them would be child's play. When the time comes, our true enemy is the Maple Alliance, just like 8 centuries ago. With Empress Cygnus at the helm, the Cygnus Knights, the Explorers Guild, and the Nova Clan formed a legendary coalition. Since the 6 heroes were sealed away, that alliance remains our only obstacle. For a mere merchant conflict, we don't need to involve the higher-ups. But something feels off. Did he really pull all that off with just Go's support? Yuvok frowned, lost in calculation, while Beiju remained wisely silent. Finally, Yuvok spoke. Gather more intel on Go. Yes, sir. Yuvok's face twisted into a sinister grin. Hey Baomi, I hope you prove to be a worthy villain in my story. Deep within the forest, where golden sunlight pierced through the canopy and leaves danced on the wind, a brutal training session was underway. Raph was sent flying, dragging across the dirt in agony. Damn it, what the hell? What kind of mage fights like a martial artist? Kiri wasn't faring better, pushed back into a cloud of dust. Is that it? Baomi walked forward, weapon in hand, radiating dominance. You haven't landed a single hit. He dashed toward them. Just one touch, and I'll let you rest. Stay away from me, Raph shrieked. While the trio sparred, Diobo sat alone on a rock, snapping in frustration. Why are you guys so loud? I want to be over there fighting. Why am I stuck doing this? He recalled Baomi's instructions to control the voluntary power that usually only awakened when he was unconscious. I don't know if it will work, Baomi had said, but if you master it, the results will be incredible. Baomi looked at Diobo with unwavering trust. Go easy on me, Raph continued to wail. Ha, is this really making me stronger? Diobo sighed, annoyed, but resumed his meditation. Night fell, blanketing the world in darkness, but inside the lit room laughter echoed. Hey, Raph. Struggling to speak with a face beaten into a swollen mess, only one eye functional, Raph questioned. Was that actually sparring? Diobo couldn't hold it back and burst into laughter. Baomi replied coldly. I fought exactly the number of rounds you asked for. Raph whimpered. I don't believe you. Diobo kept cackling. With that face, no girl will ever look at you. Diobo enjoyed Raph's misery for a moment before turning serious. Is it okay to leave that girl alone? Baomi answered. There are guards watching her. She'll be fine. Diobo suddenly remembered something. There's something I need to tell you. Baomi glanced over. What? Diobo handed him a letter with a ring attached. I found this at the Great Gate last time. It's the reason we managed to escape, but I didn't want to keep it without knowing its owner. He asked, Do you know what this is? Baomi focused on the ring, surprise flashing in his eyes as he whispered, The cross ring. An image of a girl surfaced in his memory. Diobo looked confused. What's that? Baomi grabbed the letter. I'll hold on to this. Go get some rest. Tomorrow morning you're joining the training session. As Baomi pocketed the item, Diobo broke into a cold sweat of pure terror, while Raph grinned with vindictive delight. While his teammates rested, the forest still echoed with the sound of violence. Kiri was relentlessly hacking at the trees, her blades singing through the air. She was gasping for air, nearing exhaustion, but the insults of her former teammate Kasim rang in her ears. You are incompetent. She grit her teeth, gripping her sword until her knuckles turned white. Aura flared as she unleashed a slash, fueled by pure rage. Meanwhile, Baomi walked alone through the silent streets. He stopped in front of a house and knocked. However, the door that opened wasn't the one in front of him, but the one directly behind his back. A figure appeared with eyes sharp as daggers, full of suspicion. Who are you? Baomi held up the letter, his expression unreadable. Just the postman. After answering, his mind drifted to the destruction of the Great Gate. When the entrance was destroyed, the Merchant Alliance investigated, but the culprit vanished like a ghost. There was no reason to hunt them anymore, because the gate reappeared near its original spot, and since then, no other gates had been destroyed. He mused. It took time to realize who was behind it and why. Suddenly, the door in front of him opened, snapping him back to reality. The man standing there radiated menace. How did you find this place? Explain yourself. You have 5 seconds. Baomi stepped inside, facing a room full of dangerous individuals. This was the legendary Cross Hunter Guild. The secret organization finally realized the Great Gate was nothing but a treacherous snare laid by the fanatics. They were the ones who destroyed the gate, yet their noble sacrifice would go unsung in the shadows. But this time, the mood shifted. Seeing Baomi stand there in silence, they raised their weapons with killing intent. Unfazed, he simply used a skill to slide a letter toward them. His voice was calm as a still lake. I came to return what you lost. Don't you want it back? They didn't respond, only starting a cold countdown. 5. I want to show you a shortcut. 4. You running east and west like headless chickens gives me no benefit. 3. I can't explain why I know this location. But if you kill me? The 2 basement floors of the Edelstein Guild. The moment he dropped that name, their composure cracked. Baomi seized the opening. And your guild master's hideout? will be exposed to the world. Sensing the truth in his words, a golden-haired woman stepped forward, eyeing him with suspicion. Who are you? Baomi flashed a friendly smile. A pleasure to meet you. Cher flinched her guard, spiking the moment he spoke her name. Looking at her, a wave of nostalgia crashed over him. He thought, no, I should be saying it's been a lifetime, because in my past life, we were comrades bound by blood. Cher joined the resistance after the cross hunters were annihilated. In the timeline of this awakening Manhwa, she and I fought side by side through countless hellish battles. Baomi dove into the ocean of his memories. That day, she had called out to him with a radiant smile. Baomi, go, I'll catch up. Since you sacrificed yourself for me, I swear I'll repay that debt. Back in the present, Baomi's eyes turned cold and professional. I'll get straight to the point. Withdraw the branch at Kerning City. That location has already been compromised by the fanatics. Cher's eyes widened in shock. He pulled out a wooden box, continuing his dominance over the conversation. And I just happened to pick this up. The Kanya Merchant Guild had something very interesting. He opened the lid. Inside lay a severed hand, marred by dark blemishes. Cher asked, confused, what is this? If you're playing games, I won't show mercy. Look closely. Baomi channeled his mana, causing a crimson seal to glow on the dead skin. Cher couldn't hide her horror. That is the mark of the cult. The others froze as they recognized the symbol. It's real. From Kenya. Is it true? Cher's jaw dropped, her mind racing to process the impossible. That tattoo undeniably belongs to the fanatics. It's nearly impossible to detect because it remains invisible unless infused with mana. Right now, few people even know these fanatics exist. Cher raised her voice, anger mixing with fear. What do you want? Speak nonsense, and I'll blow your head off, he replied. What I want. He paused, his gaze steady as a mountain. Is information. I need intel. Slam. The door shut, leaving the group to whisper in the shadows. Cher, do you trust him? Of course not. He's suspicious as hell. She analyzed the situation, especially since he appeared exactly at this critical moment. It's definitely a trap. Then we'll pretend to play along. Baomi walked away, his inner thoughts churning. I never expected to get both the item and the intel this easily. The ring attached to the letter is safely hidden. Kenya. They are moving too fast. Did my return alter the future, causing them to change their plans? In that case, she will. It's decided. The next destination is Nautilus. High above in the azure sky, seagulls soared with their iconic cries, signaling the call of the Ane. Ocean. Dio stood with his massive red axe, watching the passengers board. Oh, the full squad, Baomi, Kiri, Raf, and Dio, looked toward the horizon with burning confidence. Dio smirked. Feels like it's been a month, hasn't it? My body is itching for a fight. Baomi flashed back to the moment he sat across from Debir. The man had said, choose. 2 papers lay on the table. Debir spoke with arrogance. The 60-man gate at the intersection or the 77-man gate in Alinea. I chose the portals. Kanya might be watching. Why not start? It's been a month. Baomi looked down, his expression icy and calculating. He said, I wonder. Debir cut him off, furious. Hey, you bastard, don't tell me you're getting cold feet now. Baomi closed his eyes, arms crossed his face, a mask of indifference. I've already chosen where we're going. Whose grave? Hearing that, Debir panicked. What? Do you have any idea what kind of place that is? The scene shifted to the image of a legendary pirate with flowing golden hair standing beside the whale-shaped battleship. The ship's bow featured a massive skull. That was Kirin, captain of the Nautilus, commander of the pirate armada. An image of a blood-soaked gun lying on the ground flashed by. She had a first disciple named Eagle Eye, and the Eagle Eye Gate is where that disciple met his end. Now, it has become a tomb to honor her memory. Debir looked at Baomi, who was dead serious, and questioned his sanity. You mean the place with the 990,000 meso bounty? Countless adventurers failed there. It's deemed impossible to clear. Don't tell me the Kanya Merchant Guild is targeting that hellhole. First of all, where did you even get that intel? Suddenly, the door creaked open. Ran walked in, beaming with a bright expression. What's this interesting conversation? Debir gasped in shock. Lord Ran, he asked. What brings you here, sir? Ran approached them and spoke. I was thinking of giving you a gift. Debir was confused. A gift? Ran smiled, holding up 2 feathers glowing with orange flame. Baomi's eyes widened in recognition. These are special items prepared by the Captain Phoenix feathers. And 2 of them, no less. He smiled with a hidden meaning. I have high expectations for you. Remembering that moment, Baomi pondered deeply. That means I have to deliver results equal to the value of these gifts. With this, I now have 4 phoenix feathers. A truly unexpected harvest. Dio's voice snapped him back to reality. But why isn't the LPAM going inside? Balmy looked toward a footstep approaching the dock. There's still someone coming. Dio asked who. Then his eyes went wide as he recognized the figure. Oh, the drunkard Iburu arrived, clutching a massive tightly bound package. Long time no see. Dio grinned. Oh Iburu, what's that in your hands? Kiri and Raph looked on in surprise as Iburu answered. The goods your LPAM ordered. Seriously. Making me do delivery duty too. Try putting them on. They quickly equipped the gear. Dio let out a happy shout. Oh, Raph beamed. Is this free? Awesome. Kiri was equally impressed. It's way lighter than I thought. It feels like I'm wearing nothing at all. They asked, what is this made of? Iburu replied, Snow Yeti leather. Your LPAM threw the materials at me and told me to craft it, remember? Dio recalled the scene where Balmy grabbed a piece of snow-white fur. I'm taking this. He hadn't even given Dio a chance to stop him, leaving him depressed at the time. Ah, Iburu asked. You guys have been eating well lately, right? Well, obviously. You have the skills to clear a 100-man gate. Hearing that, Dio panicked. Hey, keep your voice down. Wait, how do you know about that? Iburu held a piece of fur, explaining casually. How could I not know I received materials this rare and difficult to obtain? Only I know about it, so don't worry. Oh, and there's some more equipment. This is… Balmy cut him off. That is yours. Iburu blinked. Huh, mine, why? Thanks, but I don't think it'll be useful for me. Balmy interrupted again. I said it's yours. Iburu was thunderstruck. Huh, you mean… Before he could finish, Balmy commanded. We don't have much time. Hurry up. Iburu stood there completely stunned. Huh, what elsewhere? A pirate yawned deeply and complained, I'm so bored. Beneath a canopy of lush green, a pirate ship lay anchored at the island's edge. A lone female silhouette approached the vessel and the lookout's voice rang out across the deck. She's finally here, her signature red hair flowing like a flag. Minner emerged with her battle-worn crew greeted by waves of gratitude. Miss Minner, thank you, you saved us. Minner grinned, soaking in the praise. Ah, the sea breeze is magnificent. Cheers erupted like a volcano. Minner actually did it. The ship buzzed with the electric roar of the crew. She soloed the 200-man Orange Gate. Minner is back. It was a power-up moment perfect for a leveling Manhwa. This changes the entire momentum of the raid. But a cold voice cut through the celebration. No. Minner stared at the woman in the captain's quarters, her voice trembling with accusation. Captain, why I even cleared the 200-man gate? I'm infinitely stronger than the old Eagle Eye version of me. There is no logic in stopping me. Kieran turned her gaze sharp. Oh ho, are you talking back to your captain? Are you planning mutiny? Minner clenched her fists, her body shaking with suppressed grief. Then, how am I supposed to avenge Big Sister R? You know how desperately I've trained for this. Kieran's eyes turned to ice, her tone absolute. I am ordering you one more time, as your captain stand down. Sometime later, the tavern air was heavy. Minner slumped over her beer, letting out a soul-crushing sigh. She muttered to her teammates, he's never going to let me go. Should I just ignore him and snatch the bounty? Gio chuckled, trying to lighten the mood. That's just Kieran's way of spoiling you. Minner groaned. It's overprotective, not spoiling. Suddenly, footsteps thundered in. A man kicked the door open, eyes wild with panic. Minner, we have a major problem. Get out here now. Someone just swiped the bounty for the Eagle Eye raid. Minner shot up like a compressed spring, her eyes wide with shock. What did you just say? Kevin's jaw dropped. Who are they? Land rats? Another female crewmate slammed her fist down, raging. Some punks stole our prey. On the other side, Palmi's squad walked into the hornet's nest. Du scanned the hostile crowd. What the hell? What is with this suffocating pressure? It's creeping me out. Kiri kept his eyes closed, whispering a warning. This is their turf. Shut it. We broke their unwritten laws, so don't be surprised if a bullet finds your skull right now. The law of Nautilus is simple. The one holding the bounty poster holds the priority rights to the dungeon gate. Possession is permission, that's the rule. But there is a shadow law. You never touch a bounty that another crew has already marked as their own. And the bounty we just grabbed, it belonged to them. Before he could finish, a figure stormed over, shouting, Hey, who do you think you are? The group paused. Minner stepped forward, fury blazing in her eyes. You have a death wish. Hand that over. That prey belongs to me. Got it. Palmi shot back coolly. If it's yours, you should have taken the poster first. Minner retorted. I was waiting for permission. I hadn't been cleared yet. The noise drew everyone's attention. Palmi scoffed. Permission. Never heard of it. Minner pointed an accusing finger at them. Captain Kieran is my handler. I have to follow protocol. Menor wagged a finger, switching to a lecture mode. You can't do that here. You clearly don't know the rules, but Nautilus bounties are strictly for pirates only. Palmi remained ice cold. Du looked like he was about to explode from holding back laughter. Menor pressed on. If you aren't pirates, you can't claim it. No gate here is for civilians. Du couldn't hold it anymore. Poof. He burst into laughter. I finally get it. Elpam. Menor glared at him, offended. Stop laughing. I don't want to. Du slung an arm around Palmi and pointed to their trembling teammate in the back. Allow me to introduce. We are the Iburu pirates. Hearing that, Iburu clutched the scroll like a lifeline, sweating buckets as he tried to act the part. Menor looked insulted, like she was being mocked. You can't just call yourselves pirates and make it true. Not just anyone can be a pirate. There is a sacred process to do. Cut her off mid-sentence. Huh. Are you calling us fakes? That breaks my heart. We are the real deal. He spun a tall tale. Haven't you heard of Captain Iburu, of the Iburu fleet? Iburu stood frozen, only managing a terrifyingly awkward laugh. Du watched Menor's confusion with a smirk, clearly enjoying the chaos. Iburu right here is a legendary sea rover. Honestly, you should have sensed his aura the moment we walked in, right? So if the leader is a pirate, the whole group is a pirate crew. A deep voice boomed. That logic seems a bit forced. Palmi turned to see a hulking man approaching. That implies the rest of you are landlubbers. Du fumed, steam rising from his head. Who asked you? Menor's face lit up. Lord Murat, you're here. It was Murat. He asked, what is all this racket? Palmi analyzed him instantly. Murat. Never heard of him. But technically, we haven't broken any rules. Murat replied, I know Kirin wrote the laws here, so we will let her be the judge of this situation. Where is the rest of your crew? I assume there are more. Palmi answered flatly, it's just the 5 of us. Murat blinked, stunned. Huh. Are you insane? You realize this is a 74-man gate, right? At the same time, Du's eyes widened in shock. Wait, can this guy actually see us? The crowd whispered, sensing the absurdity. Murat frowned. That is highly suspicious. What is your name, kid? He answered. El Pamo Mi. The name hit Kevin like a truck. El Pamo Milam, the female pirate, turned to him. What? You know him? Kevin stared at Palmi. I've heard the stories. He is the survivor of the Red Rank 100-man gate. The whispers spread like wildfire. That legendary gate, I thought everyone who entered was slaughtered. Another voice chimed in. Then they aren't human. Hearing the awe, Du rubbed his chin, puffing his chest out. That's right. Bask in our glory. But the mood shifted instantly. So what? Lamb scoffed, venting her anger on Kevin. That just means they failed the raid and barely scurried out with their lives. They're just cowards who got lucky. Kevin threw his hands up. Hey, why are you screaming at me? The crowd remained skeptical. Captain Menor cleared an orange rank. She's the real deal. Menor blushed a deep crimson. Guys, you're making a huge deal out of it. Even if you aren't wrong. Murat's expression darkened as he understood. I see. So you are those people. He looked at Palmi's group and offered a deal. All right, let's compromise. Since you grabbed the poster, you have priority. But why not yield the remaining 69 spots to another group? Debo was gloating, but Pao shut him down cold. Surprised, 100,000 mesos ahead. 10 people maximum. Inside Menor's quarters, the conversation turned cynical. Are you serious? They're just fodder waiting to die. We'll loot the corpses when it's over. Menor counted her stacks of cash, indifferent to Gio's panic. I'm preparing for the worst-case scenario. If they survive the gate and try to live, that's when our problem starts. Gio pressed on, and Captain Kirin Menor waved him off. No time. I'll commit the sin now and beg for forgiveness later. Her eyes gleamed with steel resolve. She wouldn't let anyone else claim that gate. Meanwhile, Raph was fuming. Why would you say that? Only 10 slots out of 69. You just incinerated 690,000 mesos. Go tell them we changed our minds. Debo sighed. Your greed is truly legendary. Kirin intervened, explaining the logic. Too many people attracts attention. Did you forget about the followers? Raph sneered, unwilling to listen. Who cares about them? We just wiped them out. Palmi fell silent, deep in thought. In this Manhwa recap, the enemy's goal was clear: assassinate Menor, Captain Kirin's second disciple. The location: the Eagle's Eye, the very grave where her first disciple had met a tragic end. The skull-clad whale ship groaned, cracks spreading across its hull. Kirin had locked her heart away in ice after losing her second disciple in that same gate. The followers had seized that moment of weakness to completely annihilate the Nautilus pirates. A catastrophe meant for 2 years later was unfolding right now. Pao Mi analyzed the situation. News that Kanya moved funds to Nautilus. It means the timeline has accelerated. He had to stay one step ahead of this leveling Manhwa plot. Limiting the raid party is the only way to ensure her safety. I must conserve my energy. I cannot repeat the mistakes of the past. The tension in the room was suffocating. Someone roared, "Shut up, I'm sure he has a master plan." Another lamented, "Oh God, all that money." Ibaru felt a wave of powerlessness. Why am I even here? Outside, the pirate ship sliced through the moonlit waves. A knock at the door shattered Pao's focus. He channeled blue aura into his fist, ready to strike. Who is it? He opened the door, and his eyes widened in shock. Well, this is unexpected. Come in. Standing there were the ship's titans, Captain Kirin and Murat. Under the dim amber light, Pao asked, "What brings you here this late?" A voice cut through the air. "I need to verify something. You better not lie to me." Kirin's icy gaze pierced through him. "Hey Pao, are you a follower of the Dark Mage?" Panic spiked in his chest. How does she know about the followers? Did the future shift again? Or did she know all along? Why is this happening before the regression point? Murat stepped forward, his tone heavy. "You look rattled. Are you involved with them?" Pao cursed internally. "Damn it. No, I'm not. I was just shocked to hear that name from your lips." Kirin's expression remained grave. "So you don't deny that the followers exist?" "That makes no sense. How can I believe you aren't one of them? Do you have proof?" Pao closed his eyes, regaining his cool. "Well, I don't. But I think you came here because you already know the truth. You know who the followers are and my relationship to them. Otherwise, you would have shot me long ago." Shadows stretched across the floor. "Is it the Cross Hunters? I wasn't aware you had connections with them." Kirin closed her eyes, admitting it. "Correct. The followers are the Cha Merchant Union. You are their enemy." Her blue eyes snapped open, cold as steel. "But that doesn't make you my ally." Pao countered. "I can be your ally. I assume that's why you're here." He looked at her seriously. "What do you want?" Kirin hesitated. "The situation is critical. I know the Dark Mage's followers are behind Leah's death, but they've infiltrated the Nautilus too deeply. I can't trust anyone except Murat and a select few." Pao guessed the rest. Shit, is it that bad already? The events were spiraling faster than he predicted. Kirin thought of Miner. "I hear they're making a move. I suspect they're targeting Miner. Without Leah, she is essentially the symbol of this ship. If Miner dies, chaos will consume the Nautilus. Even I won't be able to control it." Pao's eyes glinted dangerously at the proposal. "This is a negotiation. Protect Miner in the Eagle's Eye tomb. Do this, and you can claim a treasure from the Nautilus vault." Dawn broke at Gate 74. Debo's group marched in first, leaving Miner and her squad in the dust. "We're going ahead. Take your time catching up." Miner watched them go, a steely resolve hardening her expression. Inside the gate, Debo looked around in awe. Everything looked so new and absolutely terrifying. Kirin's voice rang out. "Are you here for sightseeing? Get your guard up." Raph was still bitter about the selection. Seriously, only 10 slots. Suddenly, a heavy thud shook the ground, grabbing everyone's attention. Debo scoffed at the small dinosaur-like creature. "Look at that goofy thing," a voice shouted. "Debo, wait, I'll handle it." Debo's eyes bulged. Huh. A massive shadow engulfed him as a colossal beast rose behind the smaller one. Debo froze, rubbing his head nervously. "Did you bring your mommy?" A deafening roar shattered the air, revealing a cavern filled with jagged stalactites and dry cracked earth. Gunfire erupted, drowning out the monster's growls. Menor unleashed hell, screaming, "Keep firing. Take them down one by one. Geo, the noise is swarming them." Geo yelled back, "Don't panic." A beast with razor-sharp teeth lunged from above, snapping at their heads. Geo held his ground. "These things are trash." We cleared a 200-man gate before he raised his rifle and blasted the monster point blank. The bullet tore through, making the beast shriek in agony. Blood and flesh exploded into the air. As it crashed down, Menor shouted, "Yes, Geo, just like you said. Back in formation." Dual-wielding guns like a Valkyrie, she declared. "I'll handle this." On the other side, a beast roared, charging Pao's group. Debo groaned. "Another one. Where are they coming from?" Raph sprinted past them. "You guys handle it. I've got business." Debo gasped for air, grinding his teeth. "Where is that bastard going?" He sprinted blindly, only to find a massive boulder blocking his path. Damn it, Debo dodged with a split-second reaction, letting the monster crash headfirst into the stone. The impact shattered the rock into debris. While the beast was stunned, Debo seized the moment. With a roar, his axe severed its head in one clean strike. "Let's move." But this efficiency was new. Flashback to their training, Elpam's had ruthlessly critiqued their synergy. You fight like amateurs in a low-tier leveling manhwa. That chaos will get you killed. He established a new order. From now on, we move as a single unit. You aren't just teammates, you're family. The three of them stared in disbelief. Excuse me. The strategy was set. Debo, you are the vanguard. Charge in and draw all the aggro. Don't worry about the kill. Just wound them and create space. Your only job is to push forward. Ignore your blind spots completely. Why? Because your father will protect you. And that father figure is Raph. Raph raised a fist, fully embracing the role with a mocking grin. Trust in Papa, my beloved son. Debo nearly vomited from the cringe. Shut your trap, old man. Elpamc ignored the bickering and turned to Raph. His voice was cold steel. Raph, you are Debo's living shield. Forget your flashy solo DPS techniques. His eyes narrowed behind his glasses. Your sole existence is to protect him. That is an absolute command. The hierarchy was clear. Back in reality, they stood back to back as the horde swarmed. Raph stomped the ground, his aura flaring. Come get some, you ugly freaks. His movements were a blur of violence. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught a tail whipping toward Debo. Too fast. But Raph's instincts were faster. He caught the tail mid-swing, hugging the monster like a plush toy. A manic grin spread across his face as he buffed himself. The power of fatherly love makes me invincible. Is this guy serious right now? The cringe was physical. Debo snapped, swinging his weapon. I told you to shut up and fight. Then there was the ace card Kiri. In this awakening manhwa party, her role was the executioner. Her flames inflicted unhealable burn damage. Burn them to ash. Kiri locked onto the weakened prey. Her blade erupted with crimson light, delivering a critical hit that disintegrated the beast. Elpamc nodded approvingly. You've leveled up the most this month. Kiri stood over the corpse, adrenaline pumping. That was easier than the tutorial. Perfect. Keep that formation. Meanwhile, chaos was brewing outside the dungeon gate. The guards froze as a familiar face stormed toward them. Caro, you're supposed to be on standby. But the man looked frantic, his face pale with urgency. Out of my way. I don't have time to explain. I need to warn Menor right now. Deep inside the dungeon, Menor's team had just cleared a room. Rio wiped sweat from his brow. Nice shot, Menor. She shrugged, reloading. Just warming up. Suddenly, a teammate waved from atop a carcass. Menor, look. It's huge. Look at the size of this monostone. Her eyes sparkled with greed. If we sell this loot, we're set for lie. Thwack. The sentence ended in a gurgle. An arrow pierced her stomach before she could finish. Menor froze in horror as blood sprayed the ground. What the? A skill user. Before the shock could settle, another projectile whistled through the air, aimed straight for Menor. Move. Everyone down. Rio tackled her, just as the arrow whizzed past. I got you. Menor rolled and fired a counter shot, snapping the incoming arrow in midair. But the ambush wasn't over. A red laser sight locked onto her back. Her danger sense screamed. She spun around just in time. Boom. A barrage of explosive rounds tore up the earth. Dust and debris filled the air. Through the smoke, an artifact glowed menacingly. Menor's blood boiled. Show yourself, coward. The smoke cleared to reveal a familiar silhouette. Elpamc adjusted his glasses, calm as ice. Just doing some spring cleaning. A vortex of flames swirled around him. He unleashed a storm of arrows, his voice echoing with terrifying indifference. Stand still. I'll make it quick. Elsewhere, Iburu was spiraling into despair. They forgot me. He clutched his head, sanity slipping. Those bastards actually forgot me. The memory of the retreat haunted him. Damn you, Debo. You told me to trust you, then ran away. Why bring me to this hell if you were just going to discard me? If it wasn't for this ant tunnel, I'd be monster chow. Paranoia set in. I can't hide forever. If they clear the boss and leave, I'm stuck here. He slapped his cheeks. Think, Iburu. You're a second circle adventurer. He had to find an exit strategy. Outside, the tunnel monsters still prowled. He gritted his teeth. I refuse to die in a place like this. After a stealthy struggle, he found a secondary gate. What now? While he hesitated, a strange sound echoed near his ear. Squish! He screamed, falling back in terror. Heart pounding, he looked down to see. A snail. It looked ridiculous, chirping a cute noise. Iburu blinked. Wait, isn't this Elpamc's summon? He sighed relief, washing over him. But he failed to notice his hand had triggered the gate's mechanism. You nearly gave me a heart attack, little guy. A buzzing sound filled the air. The gate cracked open, revealing a blinding light. The snail zipped toward the portal. But Iburu? He was already gone. The snail let out a disappointed sigh, then engaged turbo mode. It shot into the portal with speed that defied physics. Back on the battlefield. Pam. Hundreds of arrows hovered in the air aimed at Menar's surviving crew. Game over. Menar aimed her rifle, screaming in defiance. Explain yourself. Are you deaf? Bang. She fired, but Pam dodged effortlessly. The bullet struck the ground, exploding with enough force to shake the cavern. What the hell was that? Firepower steps echoed from the shadows. It was Caro holding a smoking heavy cannon. Looks like I made it just in time for the party. Menar gasped. Caro. Pam's didn't stick around to chat. He turned and fled. Caro barked orders instantly. He's alive. Chase him down. His expression was grim. This fits the pattern of the 100-Man Gate tragedy. Caro scowled. Kieran sent us the moment we confirmed his identity. Menar stammered, still processing the betrayal. Kieran knew Pam running backwards, fired a parting gift. 3 pursuers dropped instantly, arrows in their shoulders. The redhead roared, "You useless idiots." He spammed his fire skills, creating a wall of flames to block them. Pam's voice drifted back, mocking them. It doesn't matter how many of you there are. The barrage was relentless. He thought, fair enough. But the firepower rebounded unexpectedly. Terror struck the trio. Screams echoed as the explosion sent stone shrapnel flying in every direction. Ipa retreated, his mind racing. 3 enemies had become 4. Had his cover been blown? Suddenly, his heart stopped. A figure blocked his path, weapon raised high. 2 crimson bullets screamed through the air. He barely dodged by a hair's breadth. Menar's gun glowed with searing heat as she roared, "You really think you can escape me that easily?" She unleashed a lead storm, but he danced through the fire, closing in on the gate. At that exact moment, Crow pulled a pin and screamed. Everyone hit the dirt. Geo froze in panic. What the hell? Buddy Paw, with his enchanted monocle, saw the trajectory instantly. He activated the ring on his finger. A massive earth barrier erupted from the ground, separating him from Menar's squad. The bomb slammed directly into the stone wall. A cataclysmic boom shook the cavern. Debris rained down, sealing the path. The team was split. Menar was now trapped alone, with Ipa behind a mountain of rubble. Regroup. Hurry up, damn it. The shouts were muffled. Inside the dust cloud, Menar coughed, disoriented by the chaos. What is going on? Before she could recover, a blinding light flared from his staff. Recognizing that signature mana, she instinctively leveled her gun at his heart. Trapped in the claustrophobic dark, they locked eyes. She snarled like a wounded beast. "You scumbag. What is your master plan here? Speak." Cold steel pressed against his forehead. He whispered, "Are you prepared to face the consequences?" Her finger trembled on the trigger. Outside, Geo shook Crow violently. "We have to act. Menar is trapped in there." The boy hesitated. Suddenly, another blast rocked the stone pile. Geo stared into the smoke with terror, screaming, "Menar, answer me. Are you still alive?" A mana projectile shot out from the gloom. They barely scrambled away. Then a familiar muzzle emerged from the smoke. Crow's face went pale with absolute horror. The shooter unleashed a merciless volley, shredding through Crow. His body slumped darkness, claiming him instantly. Why was he the target? The figure stepping from the shadows was none other than Menar herself. Geo's mind broke at the sight. He bellowed, "Menar, have you lost your mind?" Ipa stepped out behind her, calm as a frozen lake. "So, what is the verdict?" He sighed. "I wasted precious mana. Because of your stubbornness. Just as I thought, amateurs fresh out of a leveling Manhwa tutorial." Menar's expression was grim death. She barked at Geo, "Take the others and run." That is a direct order from Kieran. The necklace on her throat began to hum. Meanwhile, at the second massive gate, a dimensional rift cracked open. Yuburu and his snail companion stepped into the unknown. He hunched over, gasping for air. "Great. I stumbled in by mistake. Now I have to wait for the rest of the raid party." The silence was heavy. The floor was littered with bleached bones. Is the second gate just a cavern? Then a silhouette caught his eye. A human. Yuburu sprinted toward the figure, ignoring the frantic hissing of the snail at his feet. Like a drowning man finding a lifeline, he shouted, "I got separated. Carson, I party up with you." Suddenly, the snail tripped him. He crashed down, furious. "What is your problem, you slime? Do you want me to cook you alive now that Ipa isn't here to save you?" Yuburu scrambled up, turning to apologize to the stranger. "Sorry, this snail isn't a mon." The words died in his throat. The figure stepped into the light. It wasn't human. It was a nightmare incarnate. The beast roared. A horde of monsters emerged from the shadows behind it. His scream tore through the dungeon. Back at the rubble, a bloodied Menar shouted, "Geo, get everyone out now. This comes from Kieran." Geo stood frozen. "What? A strange wind swirled around Menner's necklace. She turned her weapon back on Ipa, eyes burning with suspicion. "What is this game you are playing?" Ipa didn't flinch. He asked coldly, "Do you know the truth about Leah's death?" The question hit Menner like a physical blow. Her eyes went wide, stammering. "What? What did you say?" Ipa's voice was ice. "Among those friends of yours, there are cultists of the Black Mage hiding in plain sight. They are the ones who orchestrated Eagle Face's murder." Menner couldn't process the betrayal. She screamed, "Shut your mouth." Ipa ignored her rage. "Kirin already knows everything. That is why I am here. Don't you see they isolated you because you are the second disciple? You are the next target. They want you dead, Menner." The realization crashed over her. She stood paralyzed, her world crumbling. "Me? What is he saying? Cultists in the Nautilus Guild? My own teammates. They killed Leah." Cutting through her spiral of doubt, Ipa held out an object. "Kirin entrusted this to me for you." Menner gasped, recognizing the artifact. That is Kirin's amulet." The skull emblem of Kirin gleamed in the dim light. Menner shook her head, trying to reject reality. She would never give that to a stranger. It is her symbol. Does that mean Kirin knew? Was she trying to protect me all along? Menner slowly lowered her weapon. "Then? The people you just slaughtered?" Ipa nodded. "Traitors. All of them." Menner was still trembling. "But how? How could you possibly tell them apart?" Flashback. In a dim chamber, a man argued with Chero. "Chero, this feels wrong. They know our numbers and our inventory. It makes no sense. We cannot trust this outsider." Chero ignored his whining. Her mind focused on the artifact, the Glasses of Insight. A legendary artifact you would see in a top-tier system Manhwa, allowing the user to see the flow of mana itself. It is the only way to sniff out the Black Mage's rats, she thought. But the mana cost is lethal. Since Chorus died, no one has been able to wield it. And doesn't he know? It only resonates with a specific elemental affinity. The image of Ipa, with his piercing gaze, flashed in her mind. Chiro spoke aloud. "I don't know how a mage class like him can use it. I don't trust him either. But I know one thing: we share the same enemy." The man cut her off, anxious. "It could be a trap. We have no idea who is pulling the strings here." Chero remained icy calm. "What choice do we have? I lent it to him. Trust me." Her eyes narrowed. "If his mana is insufficient, the glasses will drain him dry before he takes a single step. Let's just wait and see what answer he brings back from the dead." Back in the present, the crowd swarmed around Minner's position. Ipa stepped from the shadows behind Min, his voice cold. "Aside from the front trio, every single one of them is a disciple of the Black Mage." Min's brow furrowed the silence, speaking volumes. Pedro roared in indignation, veins popping. "Preposterous, Lady Menner, you cannot trust this bastard's baseless lies." Hearing this, Ipa's expression turned icy. "You want proof? Then feast your eyes on this." With a smirk, he equipped the translucent lens artifact. He thought to himself, dealing with these Black Mage fanatics is always a headache in a system Manhwa world. Even before his regression, their sigils only manifested when infused with mana hidden anywhere on their bodies. A spectral silhouette, bound by mana threads, materialized in his vision. Just because the naked eye is blind to the truth, doesn't mean the darkness isn't there. A crimson sphere manifested as his hand slammed onto Crow's skull, heavy with spiritual pressure. "I tried to offer you mercy. But you just had to cross the line, didn't you?" He yanked Crow's head back, exposing the glowing sigil etched into his forehead. Kevin and Gio gasped their screams, tearing through the tension. The mark of the Black Mage. Impossible. Pedro ground his teeth so hard, they nearly cracked, tears of betrayal streaming down his face. The facade's shattered weapons were drawn in a heartbeat. "Damn it, wipe them out," one screamed. Gio, caught off guard, acted on instinct, and raised his gun to return fire. What the hell is going on? Chaos erupted instantly. Min wasted no time raising her weapon to join the symphony of destruction. A cultist howled as a bullet tore through him. Ipa glanced at Min, calculating rapidly. "I burned too much mana just exposing these rats. We're at a disadvantage here. There's a secondary gate nearby, we need to retreat." But Min was deaf to reason. "Shut your mouth. I'm going to slaughter every last one of them." She charged, guns blazing. Pedro scrambled back, clutching a sinister artifact. "It is hunting time," he sneered, hurling a purple skull, radiating dark energy at Min. Ghostly hands erupted from the orb swarming Menner. She flinched, shielding her eyes. "What kind of sorcery is this?" "An illusion. My vision is gone." She was drowning in a sea of violet smog. Suddenly, a beam of light pierced the darkness, striking her before she could react. The purple-haired cultist let out a wicked laugh. "Not bad. But fighting blind is a different story. You better say your prayers. Gio and Kevin cursed in agony as the spell hit them too. Menor, we've lost visual. Damn it, what is this dark magic? Seizing the moment, the purple-haired assassin aimed his gun at the blinded girl. Goodbye, Menor. Go say hello to the Grim Reaper. He pulled the trigger. Death was inches away until Ipa flashed in, pulling her into his embrace and dodging the bullet. The assassin's smug grin vanished. What? How can you see through my void? Kill him. He's a monster. At his command, bullets rained down on Ipa, but the MC stood firm, weaving a barrier of pure mana. The bullets slammed into the shield and stopped dead before reversing course. Transformed into blazing fire arrows, they shot back at the attackers. Screams of agony filled the air, yet one fanatic refused to yield, launching a desperate strike. Do you think this is enough to stop us? Futile. His attack was instantly reflected, a fire arrow piercing his throat. Impossible. The purple-haired leader watched in horror. What kind of monstrous power is this? Stop him. Don't let him get close, he shrieked. But Ipa was not someone mere minions could hinder. Ipa unleashed the six-fold storm strike. A tornado of mana erupted, obliterating every attack in its path. The cultist leader clutched his skull artifact, trembling in shock. He redirected the vector. Before the thought could finish, Ipa was there. A flash of steel severed the hand holding the artifact, followed instantly by a blade buried deep in his gut. Ipa crushed the skull artifact with one hand, and the black smog dissipated instantly. Menor blinked, her vision finally clearing. I can see again. But the enemy wasn't finished. You bastard. With his dying breath, he gathered every ounce of life force into unstable golden spheres. Glory to the Black Mage. The energy orbs detonated. The blast wave sent them flying, but Ipa reacted, levitating the team onto a floating boulder just in time. Ipa gasped for air, sweat dripping. I'm at my limit. We need to reach the gate before my mana hits zero. Suddenly, Pedro launched an ambush from the shadows. The impact knocked Menor off the safety of the rock. Gio screamed helpless. Ipa reached out desperately. Damn it, no. You aren't going anywhere. Pedro hurled an iron sphere, intercepting Ipa. The explosion was catastrophic, shattering the very structure of the interdimensional gate. Menor awoke to a nightmare. She stared blankly at the rubble. The gate. It's gone. The others gasped in pure horror. Oh God, we're trapped. Was that the secondary gate? Did we lose Ipa? One of them tried to stay calm. Don't panic, the system will regenerate the gate soon. Forget the gate. The target is Menor. Pedro ordered his men to finish the job. He unleashed a spiral strike, but Menor was faster. A bullet shattered his wrist mid-swing. He activated his defensive skill. Wings of the Admiral. That toy gun won't hurt me. Menor scowled. He blocked it. Since when did he have this level of defense? Was he hiding his true power? She unloaded her clip, but the bullets bounced off like rain. As his fist came crashing down, she vaulted into the air with superhuman agility. She landed gracefully on his shoulders, pressing dual muzzles against his skull, but she didn't aim for the head. She blew his feet apart. Pedro roared through gritted teeth. His allies arrived, leveling their weapons at Menor. Pedro struggled, trying to buck her off. Menor slammed her hand down, forcing his spine to arch backward like a shrimp. He was no longer a person, he was her meat shield. Bullets shredded Pedro's back, turning him into a bloody mess, while Menor remained untouched. From behind her living barricade, she returned fire, her fingers dancing on the triggers. You. Bitch. Pedro tried one last, desperate move. But Menor was ruthless. She jammed the barrel of her gun directly into his gut and fired. The second barrel went straight into his mouth. The result was a gruesome explosion of crimson. The spectators froze in terror at the brutality. We're out of time. Kill them all. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the dungeon, Du stood paralyzed before a wall of portals. What in the world? Why are there so many gates? Kiri called out. There's more over here. Raph's eyes narrowed. These must be the legendary special gates. Rumors say they connect directly to the second zone. Once the participant quota is filled, the corresponding gate seals shut by the system's will, leaving them no choice but to gamble on a different entrance. Dio voiced the party's collective fear. Hold on, we're walking blind here. If we don't know the destination, how are we supposed to hunt down the Elpam monster? Raph let out a heavy sigh, resigning himself to fate. Do we have a choice? We have to trust our luck. Just move. It seems a party of 3 triggers the entry condition. Keep your heads on a swivel. Elpam took a different route, so our top priority is linking up with him before this dungeon swallows us whole. Du squinted into the gloomy distance. What the hell is that? Something is charging right at us. Is it the Elpam? But no, it was Iburu, running with tears streaming down his face. Save me. You guys have to save me. Seeing the horde of monsters trailing him, Du pretended not to know him. What are you babbling about? Don't bring that trouble over here. We're the Ibaru pirates, brothers in arms, Du shouted back, ruthless in his denial. Hell no, keep your distance, Ibaru wailed in despair. El Pam, where on earth are you hiding? El Pam activated his analysis lens, cutting through the darkness. His heart sank. Impossible. The beast before him roared a sound that threatened to devour the world itself. The stench of death was overwhelming. Raph screamed in horror. These aren't ordinary mobs. Look at their gear. They're wearing our pirate uniforms. Were they human? Damn it, focus on survival, not philosophy. These things are immortal. I blew its head off and it's still attacking, and I'm running dry on ammo. El Pam's mind raced with cold calculation. Shit. This wasn't in the records. Do these monsters lack a core? Are they reanimated corpses turned into undying zombies? They have no vital points. Why won't they stay down? This twisted scenario is far more brutal than the leveling Manhwa logic of my past life. I need to find the source at any cost. He paused, his senses sharpening. Wait. Mana threads, they're being puppeted. Just how far does this connection reach? The controller is definitely behind that wall. Did the others already clear the second gate? He clutched his head in agony. I'm at my limit. My mana reserves are too low to maintain the skill. Geo, holding the front line, shouted back. El Pam, snap out of it. The gate pulsed with blinding light, masking whatever horror approached from the rear. What the Menor descended from above, like a Valkyrie. Geo's eyes lit up. Menor, she unleashed a storm of bullets, sending the undead horde back to hell. Geo let out a breath he'd been holding. Thank God you're unhurt. But Menor ignored the sentiment, her voice cold as steel. Kevin, fall back unless you have a death wish, he gasped, as a monstrosity loomed behind him. Menor didn't hesitate, firing past him. Meanwhile, El Pam was running on fumes. Smoke obscured the battlefield. Kevin panted, that was too close. But the swarm hadn't thinned. Why are there still so many? How do we handle this? We're out of rounds. Menor stood tall, energy crackling around her. I have one shot left. I'll dump my entire mana pool into it. Suddenly, El Pam cut in. Hold your fire, she glared at him, suspicious. Why? El Pam's eyes were intense. Wait. We're going to need that ultimate skill for the finale. She looked at him like he was crazy. You look like a walking corpse yourself. Are you blind to the enemy numbers? We don't have the luxury of time. Debo is a kilometer away. If I delay, we die. El Pam calculated rapidly. 5 minutes. No, buy me 3. Menor scowled. 3 minutes. What can you possibly do? He tossed a mana stone into his mouth, crunching down. I'm going to purge this gate. Elsewhere, Debo was fighting for his life against the undead tide. Damn it all, Debo screamed. What kind of sorcery is this? These bastards might be human corpses, but decapitation isn't stopping them. Du roared in frustration, pushed to his breaking point. The whole party was exhausted. He turned to Raph. Is there any way to put these things down permanently? Raph snapped back. Quit whining. If you have breath to complain, use it to kill another one. Nearby, Ibaru dropped targets with grim precision. Die, you filth. A sudden tremor caught Ibaru off guard. Huh. A streak of fire tore through the air, a rocket impact that obliterated the monster instantly. Assuming it was Ibaru, the team cheered. Nice shot, but the pirate looked bewildered. That wasn't me. Suddenly, the earth cracked open, erupting debris as a massive beast breached the surface. Du cursed violently. You idiot, did you just awaken the El Pam? Ibaru's face fell. Hey, you were the ones praising my shooting a second ago? The massive monstrosity roared, demanding blood. The squad fought desperately, with Menor and Geo unleashing a torrent of lead. Meanwhile, El Pam gritted his teeth, his body screaming in protest. It feels like my heart is about to detonate inside my chest. I didn't want to resort to this forbidden technique, but there's no choice. His vision swam. It's too soon to ascend the circle. My body isn't ready for that power. There's only one path left. El Pam's mind flashed back to a legendary raid from his previous timeline. Even before my regression, the monsters evolved faster than we could cope. My mana capacity was always the bottleneck. The 6th circle was my absolute limit. I needed a breakthrough. Watching the mana stone crack in his hand, he realized this was his final gamble. The stone's transformation gave me a theory. Mana stones aren't just fuel. They are the condensed life force of the monsters. If I directly consume the core, I can convert raw essence into mana. Back in the present, power surged through him. Theoretically, this should instantly replenish my reserves. Now for the backlash, a mana explosion. He forced the energy to sync with his heartbeat. Circulate it through the veins. if my vessel doesn't shatter first. Menor leaped toward the beast, her eyes wide with adrenaline and fear. But then a voice cut through the chaos from a distance. Magnificent work, Menor. At that exact moment, she unleashed her devastating payload, bathing the beast in a sea of purgatorial fire. The vortex of energy locked the monster in place, its screams piercing the air. Reaching out, Menor gasped Elpam. His command followed, release the payload now. Menor froze. What the Elpam, standing before her, had undergone a terrifying transformation. What the hell happened to you? On the other flank, Kiri clashed with two mid-tier beasts. A massive tentacle swept a teammate aside, but amidst the chaos, Raph spotted the anomaly. What is that, a mushroom? He didn't hesitate, driving his weapon down. Damn it. Is this the parasite controlling the dead? A zombie fungus. Raph crushed the spore host with a decisive stomp. His recovery skill triggered instantly. Raph screamed a warning to his squad. Watch out, those tentacles are lethal. One touch, and you'll mutate into a grotesque fungal zombie. Raph gritted his teeth, fury boiling over in this system Manhwa nightmare. Was this abomination the source of it all? Kiri's stamina was hitting rock bottom. She realized the terrifying truth. The whole party was slowing down, movements heavy as lead. Raph's heart raced with panic. At this rate, we're all going to be wiped out. Desperation drove him forward. He roared a command over his shoulder. I'll draw its aggro. Everyone else fall back now. His teammates froze in shock. What is he doing? He charged while calculating the odds. If I don't act, we're finished. Raph stood alone against the beast, dancing through a storm of tentacles, barely evading the creature's deadly grasp. But the monster was too fast. A tentacle snared him tight. Smash! He was flung like a ragdoll, blood spraying from his lips. The beast's lash struck again, sending Raph flying through the air. Just as death seemed certain, a shadow intercepted the blow. It was Kiri putting her life on the line. But the price was high. A brutal wound tore across her abdomen. Meanwhile, deep in the swamp zone, the rest of the squad scrambled for a strategy. Menor took command. Channel your mana, and keep your skills active. I'll handle the precision targeting. The chamber was a slaughterhouse of gore and corpses. Her gaze hardened. That barrier must be destroyed. They stared at the monstrosity with grim determination. We only get one shot at this. Menor and Elpam fell into formation, their energy resonance spiking. Elpam signaled the attack. Engage. The first strike shattered the earth beneath them. Armor-piercing rounds drilled forward as a massive explosion primed itself. Menor's heavy cannon unleashed hell, the destructive force climbing off the charts. Resonating with Elpam's aura, the damage output became absolute. Nothing could survive this. He pushed his limits, screaming internally. Faster, I need more speed. The six-fold rapid-fire barrage slammed home. Was it enough to end this Manhwa recap battle? No, it's not enough. Elpam roared, urging Menor on. Don't stop. Pour everything you have into it. The ultimate rocket ascension skill, ignited blazing energy, pierced the air like a divine arrow surging forward with unstoppable momentum. But as the smoke cleared, the monster stood without a scratch. Damn it, I'm out of ammo. Suddenly, a desperate scream tore from behind. Get out of the way. Someone was frantically calling out to Raph. Raph fought to keep his consciousness from fading, a classic struggle in an awakening Manhwa. This beast, it has no core. His tactical judgment was being clouded by the endless waves of puppets distracting him. Magic threads were manipulating them like marionettes. The true nature of these undead became clear. The dungeon master holding the core was hiding elsewhere, controlling the tentacle beast remotely. Seeing the beast still standing, Elpam finally cracked the code. He raised a fist, charged with raw power. Found you? In a split second, the monster was obliterated by a frenzy of overwhelming force. Simultaneously, a spatial rift tore open. A golden artifact emerged from the void, shedding its outer shell to reveal a mysterious flower-like object floating toward them. The male teammate froze mind, unable to process the sight. Raph was equally stunned. But the real horror lay behind them. Elpam and the girl were completely surrounded by a fresh horde of monsters. A beast seized her by the hair, dragging her to doom until a gunshot rang out. Iburu had landed the perfect shot. Tears streamed down his face as he sobbed in relief. I actually did it. The terrifying beasts were reduced to piles of gore on the floor. Menor exhaled a shaky breath as a rare smile touched Elpam's lips. Target eliminated. The area is clear. Her mind drifted back to the shadows of her childhood. Memories of parents who discarded her like trash. They were wretched excuses for human beings. Little Menor had trembled in fear until a savior appeared. It was Leah who shielded her from the darkness, a debt of life she could never repay. In that moment, Leah became her eternal hero. Years later, Menor and Leah sat by the shore, the ocean breeze carrying their words. It's been 10 years since Master took us in, Menor mused. Time really flies. It feels like yesterday. Her voice dropped to a whisper. You're a genius, acknowledged by Kirin. Your life must be full of joy. Compared to you, I'm just… Leah cut her off with a knowing look. Let me guess you got scolded again. Menor rambled on, anxiety spilling out. It just feels like everything is moving too fast. The gap between our power levels. It feels like it's widening every single minute. If Kirin just bonked Leah, wrapped her knuckles against Menor's head, before she could finish, earning a loud yelp of protest. Leah smiled gently at her little sister. Stop that. Your confidence is your greatest weapon. Menor rubbed her sore forehead, pouting. I told you to stop hitting me, Leah laughed. Come on, that's my privilege as your big sister. Back in the present, the trio regrouped. Kiri, report, are you injured? She shook her head. I'm functional. This new artifact gear really saved my skin. Raph scoffed loudly. Hey, it was my healing arts that saved you? If my mana pool wasn't this deep, you'd be 6 feet under right now. The guy beside him just rolled his eyes. Yeah, you're the MVP, he muttered. Suddenly, Geo froze, sensing a presence. Wait, what is that? A group was approaching from the mist, shocking everyone into silence. A blonde figure emerged, battered clothes in tatters, yet her grip on her gun remained ironclad. A gut-wrenching scream pierced the air. Leah Menor was carried in unconscious. Kiri and Raph frowned, confusion washing over them. Wait, were those ropes? She had bound her own limbs before the infection turned her into a fungal puppet. A crumpled note was found in her pocket. Master, the cult of the Black Mage has returned. They have infiltrated deep into Nautilus. I wanted to return to fight by your side, but my time is up. Please, protect Menor. The teammates listened, the gravity of this leveling Manhwa plot twist sinking in. Their plan was meticulous. Brina and Katarik. They've been by my side for years. But half of our own squad were sleepers for the cult all along. I can't even fathom how many more are hiding in the shadows. Trust no one, I suppose. This is where my story ends. Menor broke down, tears flooding her face as she read the final words. You broke your promise, you liar. Forgive me, my beloved sister. The sun began to rise, the heat intensifying the stench of death and decay. Elsewhere, the assassins, cloaked like grim reapers, muttered in frustration. We're too late. Could it be? One of them narrowed his eyes. Someone has already secured the fragment. Even if it's Menor's squad, if they possess that artifact. Bang! His sentence was cut short as a bullet blew his head off. The Reaper met the true god of death. Bullets rained down on them. Ambush, take cover. Panic erupted. One assassin spotted the shooter, his eyes widening in disbelief. You, bud. You're supposed to be at the council. Kirin stepped forward, gun barrel smoking. How does it feel to be the prey for once, you filth? In seconds, the remaining assassins dropped dead, their bodies hitting the dirt with a thud. Target count 46 eliminated. Hold the perimeter. Murat placed a hand on Kirin's shoulder. Relax. I sent him to tail them for a reason. Everything is going according to plan. Kirin's expression darkened with guilt. If Menor doesn't make it back alive, I will never forgive myself. Murat looked at him with heavy eyes. Kirin. Suddenly, a brilliant light pierced the gloom. A silhouette emerged. It was Menor dragging her battered body forward. She carried Leah's cold corpse on her back, dragging the traitors Brina and Katarik behind her. With tear-filled eyes, she cried out. Kirin's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Murat stood frozen in shock. Menor bowed her head low, whispering, I brought my sister home. Kirin nodded, and in that moment, their shared grief became a bridge. The lost souls had finally returned. A solitary torch ignited the darkness. A fleet of ships struggled to dock against the night tide. Kirin observed the gathering crowd. So many have come. It seems the entire Nautilus family is here. The sacred cremation ritual for Eagle Eye began turning sorrow into smoke. Menor gazed into the distance, her voice cutting through the silence. Where is the captain? As the fleet raced against the rising sun, a man sat alone, drowning his thoughts in flagon after flagon of wine. He replayed the memory, questioning himself. Was that truly a proposal? It was a clandestine trade, born of necessity. A steep price perhaps, but in this world, power is the only currency that matters. Kirin's gaze sharpened like a blade. Do you have any idea how precious these mana potions are? Now that the formula is lost to history, he replied, without hesitation, I know. That is precisely why I came to you. This should be child's play for the Nautilus. Elpam pressed on. Our contract ended. Why extend your hand to me now? Our paths are not yet separate, she countered. I am grateful you protected Menor, But do not mistake gratitude for trust. Consider this a new covenant. Instead of one treasure from the vault, grant me two. She laid down her terms. In exchange, I will root out every dark mage cultist hiding within the Nautilus. Elpham grit his teeth, the weight of the world pressing on him. Damn it. Living a second life in this leveling Manhwa world is harder than I thought. Menor sat in deep contemplation. Geo broke her trance. Why the long face? She brushed him off cold. It's nothing. Leave me be. Suddenly, he dropped a bombshell. You should join Elpham's crew. Menor recoiled. Geo quickly added, I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but I know Elpham extended an invitation. Menor panicked, trying to clarify. No, that was just Geo's persuasion. He's the reason this mess was resolved at all. The monsters who murdered Leah are still out there breathing the same air. I know your heart burns for vengeance. If you walk with Elpham, you will face them head on. He offered his honest read on the situation. That guy. He has the aura of someone who can change fate. Go with him. Geo smiled reassuringly. I will guard our home. You know I'm reliable, right? Menor's eyes went wide. She offered a soft smile at his kindness, but couldn't resist a jab. I can't trust you. You're too weak. He flared up. Hey, don't ruin the moment. We'll be fine. Kirin is here after all. Geo sighed in defeat. Seriously. Meanwhile, amidst the silent forest, oars sliced through the water as Elpham steered his small vessel toward destiny. His expression was a mask of vigilance. The wooden boat drifted to a halt before a colossal gate that touched the sky. Above, countless cannons aimed downward, ready to unleash hell. Kirin's staff erupted with radiant mana. She waited with regal patience. The sound of ancient gears grinding filled the air as the locking mechanisms disengaged. The massive gates groaned open. Elpham stared into the abyss of wealth, stunned. Before him lay mountains of gold stretching into infinity. He realized this was the legendary horde of Kirin. They stood in the Hall of Riches. Elpham made a humble request. Could you enlighten me about these artifacts? Kirin replied coldly. Since when does a pirate ask the price of gold? You must rely on your own appraisal. Choose wisely. I promised you 2 items and no more. Her icy demeanor made him question everything. Is she acting this way because of the offer I made regarding Menor? The collection exceeded his wildest expectations. The onyx dragon scepter. The ruler's necklace. Elpham's mind raced as he spotted a ring. Is that the angel ring, guardian of the dawn? I have 2 choices. I must secure the absolute strongest artifacts for this awakening Manhwa scenario. Suddenly, a different aura caught his attention. Seeing Elpham veer off course, Kirin watched with curiosity. Has he made his choice? His hand hovered over an object. I'm certain of it. This was the weapon wielded by the traitor known as the Killer, the monster who would slaughter his teammates on the front lines during the final day. That traitor had climbed to the pinnacle of the guild only to stab humanity in the back at the most critical moment. This artifact was the very symbol of that future terror. I lost so many comrades to that bastard. A realization hit him. Did he originally acquire this weapon from this very vault? He equipped the artifact, his eyes burning with resolve. I will take this as my first choice. Even Kirin had to admit he has the eyes of a true appraiser. But why that one? It doesn't match his elemental affinity at all. Ignoring the confusion, Elpham moved to find his second prize. A faint glimmer in the distance caught his eye. A ring. I've never seen this in any records, and I sense no mana from it. Just a plain ring. Too suspicious. There is no way an ordinary trinket would be stored in this god-tier vault. As he reached down, the ring defied gravity and flew toward him. Elpham gasped. What the Kirin? Snapped into combat mode. What is happening? He looked at her in panic. What is this? It just latched onto me. Kirin's expression darkened as she recognized the object. My apologies, but that ring does not belong to me. I cannot grant you that item. Choose another. Elpham stammered. I understand. But his hand trembled violently. I can't take it off. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Bijou reported. The issue regarding Goldrick has been handled. The menacing voice of Yak echoed, good. Excellent. And what of Elpham? Surely his time has come. Bijou fell to his knees, trembling in fear. Forgive me, my lord. It was a total failure. Yok's aura exploded with madness. Failure. Do you take me for a fool? We utilized a fragment of darkness. Is this the extent of your incompetence? This is your final chance. Fail again, and you pay with your blood. Far from this rage in a quiet room, a backpack was packed tight for a long journey. Menor walked out without a shred of hesitation, a heavy rifle slung over her shoulder. Let's move. At the docks, Geo looked at them with regret. Are you really leaving so soon? Debo grinned. If fate allows, we shall return. The wine here is too good to ignore. Raph added his own advice. Make sure you level up your skills before showing your faces again. Have fun. Recalling past grievances, Rio muttered, that crazy gambling addict. Debo turned to his captain. Shall we depart? Elpam nodded. Yeah. Suddenly, a silhouette blurred through the air. It was Menor. She sprinted to the dock, only to see their ship drifting away. Debo blinked in surprise. Huh? You? He shot a suspicious look at Elpam. Wait a minute, Menor shouted enthusiastically. Hey, where's my seat? Meanwhile, Gran's party was facing a catastrophe. A high-stakes pursuit left them gasping for air. The scene was pure chaos. Desperation clawed at their throats as they screamed, There, just run. Gran roared at his squad. Don't look back, keep moving. The corridor echoed with terrified cries. No, we're going to be wiped out. Finally, the safety gate appeared like a beacon of hope. They shoved the stragglers inside. Hurry, activate the mechanism. With a heavy thud, the latch was pulled, sealing their fate. Rand smirked with fatal arrogance. You damn pest, I don't die that easily. Suddenly, a colossal blade cleaved through the air, slicing him in half. Biru screamed in horror, ran. His body hit the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. As the smoke cleared, Gran's silhouette emerged like a reaper. Biru's heart shattered as he cried out, Damn it, Gran. Gran gritted his teeth, urging her through the pain. Idiot, run. Get out of here. His voice was fading fast. You have to survive. Meanwhile, Elpam had returned to headquarters to make his report. I have returned, Elpam announced. Debir immediately exploded in a rage. What? How dare you walk in here, looking so confident, when you came back empty-handed? The situation was critical, Elpam replied calmly. Surviving it all was a miracle, but his calm demeanor only fueled the madman's fury. What gives you the right to act so high and mighty after a failed mission? Elpam's voice remained cold as ice. I cannot say this will make up for it immediately, but we will create a new opportunity. Debir wouldn't let it go. What are you plotting? He demanded. What have you done? Elpam explained briefly. Menor, who was targeted by our pursuers, has officially joined our party. They certainly won't stay quiet about that, Elpam continued. We will use ourselves as bait to lure them out. Hearing this, a wave of irritation crashed over Debir. What? Debir snarled. How long must I endure your circus act? Elpam thought to himself that he couldn't reveal his full hand to this man just yet. If we end up in a full-scale war just because he's obsessed with taking down Gran, nothing will be resolved properly. We would never reach the root of the cultist problem. The man was running out of patience. I need to be quick, Elpam thought. He looked Debir in the eye. It won't take much time. Raph frowned, his greed showing. You recruited more people without consulting me. Great, now I have to waste more money on your little group. Tu casually challenged him. It's good to have another talented fighter. And why should he ask you when the team leader makes the decisions? Raph shot back. Team leader? Who decided that? We are still in the middle of a competition, Raph argued. Fine, it's temporary, Kieran interjected. Let's just say he's the temporary leader. He still needs to be taught a lesson. Elpam replied coldly, temporary, it doesn't matter. If you have a complaint, prove it with your skills. I'm always ready for a duel. His aura made Raph flinch. Raph stormed off in a huff. Damn it, that's my money. Why no discussion beforehand? Damn it all. Du watched him go, shaking his head. That guy is seriously greedy. Seeing Elpam preparing to leave as well, Du asked, What's up? Where are you going? Elpam addressed the team. I have business to attend to. No training today. Watching Raph walk alone outside, a shadowy figure lurked in the corner. They're splitting up, the spy muttered. The masked observer was puzzled. Damn, do they think they have 9 lives? Don't they care about us at all? Why do they always act so independently? The spy made a decision. We'll split up too. I'm following that guy. Flashback to when Elpam told Kieran he couldn't remove the ring. She looked at him with suspicion. It won't come off. What the hell are you talking about? Did the artifact choose its own master? Elpam stammered. Cold sweat ran down Kieran's face as she realized the implications. This is bad. Kieran sighed in defeat. Forget it. You need to ask its owner. Following her advice, Elpam entered a chamber where Chero was waiting for him. You're still alive, Chero noted. Elpam cut to the chase. Are you the master of this ring? Chero looked surprised. The ring? Elpam continued. I came to ask for your permission. Chero was confused. Permission? Elpam held up his hand. I cannot remove this ring. I wanted to ask if you would hear my explanation. She was shocked. What, you can't take it off? Chero signaled her subordinate to stand down, then turned back to Elpam. I cannot give it to you right now, because the true master is not here. Elpam proposed. Then, can you bring them here? I don't know how to use this ring, and I need answers. To his surprise, Chero agreed easily. Very well. Her expression turned serious. Elpam, this is a request from the owner of that ring. Save the hero tracker for me. It was the final day, when humanity was backed into a corner. A legendary group appeared. The successor of Freedevan, the defier of Destiny Luminous, the Phantom Thief, the Elf King Mercedes, along with the Weapon Master Arin and Yunwal. It was the return of the 6 heroes. They combined their powers, and monsters fell by the thousands. It was a scene straight out of a legendary, leveling manhwa. Their power was overwhelming, a true miracle. We regained hope, believing they would save the world once more. However, we were oblivious to one thing. The power of the 6 awakened heroes was unstable. 800 years ago, during the battle with the Black Mage, their equipment was lost in the rifts of time. Now, for some reason, those items are appearing at different gates. The Association cannot buy enough time for the heroes to recover their full strength. This time must be different. We need to retrieve their shields and weapons to stand against the enemy. We will become the bait to lure out the cultists. The different factions of Maple World will unite, forming a powerful alliance to rewrite history. And so Elpam's team received a new mission. The view before them was breathtaking. Beautiful, Du gasped. Stone pillars rose amidst floating clouds. Elpam scanned the area. Is it around here? He handed Du a strange stack of papers. Put this on your body, Elpam ordered. Du looked at the talisman curiously. Huh, what is this? He obeyed and stuck it to his chest. The patterns on the paper began to glow. Spiritual energy exploded outward, and strange blue vapor poured from his body. What is this? As the energy intensified, a voice rang out. Impossible. A gate materialized before Du's stunned eyes. A dungeon gate? Are you kidding me? It wasn't here a second ago, Kiran asked. Is it magic? Without this item, we never would have found it. Elpam remembered that Pooh the hero tracker had discovered a way to locate the hero's lost items. Looking at the ring on his hand, he thought, so this is the hero's item. All right, then we will save you. The gate flashed, sucking them into a fortress of light. Inside, Du was buzzing with excitement. We cleared the first gate in just 3 hours. Isn't this a new world record? That was too easy. Those fire pigs were nothing. Kiran casually roasted him. Wipe the sweat off your face before you start bragging, kid. Menor was also impressed. Unexpected. Didn't you just reach the first circle recently? Du frowned. Well, I am a genius after all. A genius second only to the Elpam. At this speed, I'll probably hit the 3rd or 4th circle soon. His words annoyed Raph. You're awfully energetic. Du smirked triumphantly. Why are you scared I'll surpass you? Elpam stepped up to educate them, his voice calm but firm. Hold your horses. It is not as simple as you think. When they asked why, he dropped some wisdom. Power leveling isn't always the answer. In this system, Manhwa World, raising your circle too fast forces your stats to spike uncontrollably. If that happens without rest, your body will crumble under the pressure. You need to balance your cultivation with your physical limits. Ascending too quickly will only cripple your potential in the long run. Dio started to sweat nervously, realizing he had just jumped 2 circles recently. That was a reckless speed, Elpam admitted. Back then, I had no choice. Ideally, you should take 2 months to stabilize your foundation between each ascension. Menor scoffed internally. He talks like leveling up is as easy as breathing. But Elpam knew the bitter truth. Before his regression to this timeline, he had hit a hard wall at the 7th circle. Dangerous scenarios had forced him to power up instantly, but ironically, that rush was exactly what prevented him from reaching the apex of strength. Now that I know the future, I won't stall at the 6th circle again. I will time my breakthroughs perfectly to reach the glorious 8th circle. Kiri, however, voiced her concern. But aren't we moving too fast through this dungeon? Our goal is to find a person, not to clear the greater gates. What if we missed the first gate entirely? Elpam reassured the team. Relax, we haven't missed a soul. I've been scanning the area. He slid a strange artifact over his eye, sparking Dio's curiosity. That weird eye patch again? You keep taking it on and off. Carson, you really track people with that thing. Elpam smirked. As long as they still have a pulse. Suddenly, the artifact flared with magical energy. His expression shifted from calm to shock. Huh. Panic crept into his voice. Hundreds. No. Thousands. We have company. A massive wave is crashing toward us from the distance. Dio waited for an explanation, but instinct kicked in. He spun around to see a nightmare unfolding, countless monstrosities charging at them. What in the hell is that? Identify the threat. The party spiraled into chaos. There's too many. Runmenor realized what they were facing. Skeletons? Bullets won't do a damn thing against bone. Damn it. Kiri grit her teeth in frustration. First zombies, now an undead legion? Is this entire dungeon just a parade of corpses? We have to fight. Raph was ready to accept his demise, seeing no way out. But suddenly a voice screamed, "Get down." It wasn't an enemy, it was a trap mechanism activating ahead of them. A storm of arrows unleashed from the walls, shattering the front line of skeletons. A lever was pulled, and the trap reset. The undead horde kept surging forward, only for a massive blast door to slam shut, crushing them against the steel. Bones scattered across the floor as the team tumbled into the safe room. A voice from the shadows asked skeptically, "Is that the Hell Hunter's monocle?" What a relief. The speaker was Piru. She looked at them with desperate eyes. "Please hurry up and give me something to eat." As soon as the words left her mouth, she collapsed from hunger. After recovering, Piru explained, "I memorized this layout while I was trapped. I know the skeleton patrol routes and every trap mechanism here. I'm actually pretty confident in my infiltration skills. The problem is I ran out of rations 5 days ago. There are no monsters in this zone to hunt for meat." Dio looked at her, impressed by her survival. "You use this talisman? Is that magic? So cool." Piru continued her story. "I nearly starved to death." Elpam suddenly recalled something. "Ah, right. I have a favor to ask." Watching Piru wolf down the bread made him hesitate. "Never mind, finish eating first." Menor grinned relieved. "This is great luck. She found the greater gate. We can just leave without fighting the boss." Piru struggled to swallow the dry bread, panicked. "Wait, no, I have a request." Menor's jaw dropped. "Huh." Piru laid out her terms. 3 days. Just be my bodyguards for 3 days, please. There is an item I need to find. If I leave now, my friend's sacrifice will be for nothing. I want to explore further, but I have 0 combat ability. Going solo is suicide. I need your strength. I guarantee we can find it within 3 days. I'll even pay you a massive reward." Elpam remained skeptical. "You couldn't find it in a month, but now you think you can find it in 3 days. I don't have time to waste babysitting you." Piru was desperate to convince them. "This is different. I never checked the danger zones before. There is one specific place, I believe it's hidden." Meanwhile, watching from the shadows, Yos thought, "Is it beginning?" A sinister voice echoed. "You won't escape this time, Elpam." Are you sure? Yos spun around on high alert. "Who's there?" His eyes reflected a terrifying crimson silhouette standing opposite him. Wynn spoke, his voice dripping with malice. "I am disappointed. I thought you were useful, yet you couldn't even handle a rookie adventurer. How much more will you disgrace yourself?" Yos dropped to his knees in terror. "Master Wind, I have no excuses. I will accept any punishment, but my plan to assassinate him is ready. Please grant me one last chance to redeem myself." Wind seemed amused by the desperation. "Oh, so you're taking full responsibility." The killing intent in the room became suffocating. Wind's dark voice reverberated through the chamber. "Very well. Tell me, what is this grand plan of yours?" Back with Elpam's group, they moved through the corridor. A skeleton froze as a beam of light sliced its head clean off. Power surged from the walls, triggering traps. The agile skeletons raised their shields to block. Using the chaos as cover, the party slipped past. The undead army scattered, chasing the noise. A lever was yanked, and the heavy door crashed down behind the humans. The entire legion was sealed inside. Dio clutched a talisman, cheering, "Yes, the path is blocked. This is going to be a walk in the park now." But Piru was anxious. "We have no time. These devices aren't perfect. When one path closes, another opens automatically. The enemy will realize that soon." Elpam stopped in his tracks. "Then we just need to find your treasure before they find us again." "All right." He looked ahead with interest. "Let's see. The great hero's legacy you were looking for. Is this it?" Dio stared at the massive statue looming before them. "I don't see any loot here. Are you sure this is the right spot?" Elpam sensed the atmosphere was different here compared to the rest of the dungeon. "I think if we search carefully, we might find a hidden mechanism." Dio wondered aloud. "I wonder who built this place." Elpam shrugged. "Who knows?" Menor eyed the statue with suspicion. "That thing isn't going to come to life, is it?" Kiri suddenly made a discovery. "Everyone, come look at this." She stared at the glyphs on the stone tablet. "I can't read this, but I can feel it. This text is the key." Piru studied it intensely. "It's a riddle written in an ancient language. I think it reveals the item's location. Let me translate. When the musician's melody is heard behind the curtain of the abyss, a radiant actor watches over us. Those who understand the meaning must follow that light." Menor pointed at a door and asked, Pyru scanned the ancient murals, her finger tracing the cryptic lines. Diobo and Raf offered their theories, but the answer lay hidden in plain sight. Pyru narrowed her eyes. These weren't just drawings. They were the key to unlocking the dungeon's secrets. She deciphered the code aloud, sensing that each glyph held a deeper meaning. Some were obvious, but others were shrouded in mystery. The ancient text commanded them to follow the path of light. Diobo stepped up, placing his hand on the center mechanism. He channeled his mana into the sun symbol, confident in his deduction. The gears groaned and the massive stone door began to rumble open. Inside, a massive sphere pulsed with ominous energy. Diobo stared blankly, wondering if it could really be this simple in a high-stakes manhwa recap like this. Suddenly, a torrent of searing lava erupted from the sphere, catching them completely off guard. Smoke billowed from Diobo's charred form as he coughed violently. Raf burst into mocking laughter at his teammate's miserable state. He looked like a piece of overcooked barbecue. Pyru sighed. Clearly, the sun was the wrong answer. Pyru's mind raced. If the sun was a trap, then logic dictated the opposite. Her eyes lit up with realization. Behind the curtain of darkness lies the night, so the answer must be the moon. She was certain this time. Even Raf had to admit her deduction sounded professional. He nodded in approval, impressed by her sharp wit and confidence. But karma strikes fast. The moment the mechanism activated, a massive boulder rolled out, crushing Raf flat. As the two victims fumed with rage, Pyru clasped her hands, begging for one last chance to solve the riddle. The team huddled in the center of the hall, tension thick in the air. Kiri realized the pattern. Every wrong guess triggered a deadly trap. Diobo rubbed his neck awkwardly, admitting he understood the risk, but had no clue how to solve it. Pyru spoke up again, her gaze fixed on a specific stone. She felt a spiritual connection to it, though the mysterious X symbol remained a baffling variable in their equation. The lightning bolt symbol seemed plausible, perhaps linking to the concept of light. Raf, recovering from his flattening, asked coldly why she didn't just take a gamble on that one. Diobo, still smoking from the fire trap, snapped back. They couldn't afford another mistake. One wrong move could be fatal. Pam finally stepped in, suggesting they were interpreting the symbols too literally. He proposed a reverse engineering approach: solve the riddle's logic first, then find the symbol that matched. He validated Pyru's earlier train of thought, but suggested a slight shift in perspective. The dark curtain was indeed the night sky. The musician was the chirping crickets. The watcher could be the moon, clouds, or stars. But since the clue was follow the light, Pyru realized the true answer wasn't the moon, it was the stars. The moon followed a cycle, waxing and waning, sometimes disappearing entirely. But the stars, they were the eternal watchers fixed in the firmament, never vanishing from the heavens. Pyru made her final decision. She reached out and touched the mechanism. Menor watched closely, realizing that the X wasn't a letter but a stylized star shape. A brilliant light flooded the chamber. Pyru held her breath, praying to the gods of this dungeon. The heavy doors groaned open, revealing a pitch-black void. Seeing the empty passage, she exhaled in relief. They had survived the puzzle. Diobo and Raf wiped the sweat from their brows. Pyru smiled triumphantly, gesturing for them to advance. But just as she said, "Follow me," a disturbance rippled through the darkness inside. A chilling voice echoed from the shadows. "Are you sure about that?" Therbu, lying in wait, launched a surprise ambush. Her blade slashed through the air, signaling the start of a chaotic battle. Her spear lunged forward with killing intent, aiming straight for the vitals. Pam reacted instantly, parrying the strike. Pyru screamed in shock as Pam channeled his aura, forcing the attacker back with raw power. The assassin grunted under the pressure. Pam, eyes blazing with fury, unleashed a barrage of mana missiles, turning the offensive back on their ambushers. But a flash of violet light reflected in his eyes. The missiles hit nothing but air. Pam gasped as he sensed a spatial distortion behind him. Teleportation magic. The figure emerging from the void shook him to his core. Meanwhile, Beiju noticed a rumbling noise approaching from the distance. Diobo cursed loudly as he realized they were facing a full-scale army intervention. Who were these interlopers? Pam's squad was instantly surrounded, dozens of gun barrels locking onto them. A cold, commanding voice cut through the noise, asking for orders. The enemy commander mused whether they should have waited longer. They were after the hero's artifact to atone for past failures. He shrugged, deciding that brute force would solve their problems either way. Pyru was paralyzed with shock. This shouldn't be possible. The illusion barrier hiding the main gate should have been impenetrable to outsiders. Pam gritted his teeth. He had double-checked their tracks. No one should have been able to tail them. The enemy commander mocked his confusion, taunting him with a smirk. "Did you really think you were safe? You're so curious. Why don't you ask?" The traitor, standing right next to you. The words hit Elpam like a physical blow. What? Before Elpam could even turn his head, a devastating strike slammed into his blind spot. The force was catastrophic, smashing him into the ground and sending a plume of dust into the air. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his defenses shattered. Diobo shouted in confusion, "Brother, what are you doing?" He didn't realize until it was too late that Raf's fist was the weapon. Raf sneered, "I'm just making a profit." The flashback revealed the truth. Days ago, a masked figure had stalked Raf all the way to his home. The brawler had entered his sanctuary immediately, checking on his hoard of treasures. "My precious babies, I live only for you," he had crooned to his gold. But a knock at the door interrupted his greed. He unlocked it without thinking, and the door swung open ominously. He had glared at the visitors. "Who disturbs me this late? Shouldn't you guys be on night watch?" He hadn't realized the gravity of the situation yet. The masked man warned him to watch his tongue. They weren't his lackeys. Someone powerful wanted a meeting. Raf, arrogant as ever, tried to dismiss them. "I don't care who it is. Tell them to get lost." But a third figure stepped from the shadows. "I'm already here." Raf's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. It was a representative from the Kanya Merchant Alliance, the heavy hitters. That meeting sealed his fate. Back in the present, Kiri screamed at the traitor, "Raf, you absolute scumbag." This was the harsh reality of a leveling Manhwa world where loyalty is often sold to the highest bidder. Raf shrugged off the insult. "Scary, scary. Don't look at me like that." Diobo's aura flared with murderous intent. "You betrayed us for spare change." Raf laughed maniacally. "Spare change? You have no idea. The Kanya Alliance offered triple the salary of the Royal Guards just for switching sides." He looked down at his former leader. "Elpam, do you know the bounty on your head? 100 million. How could I possibly say no to a number like that?" Miner had heard enough. She raised her guns and unleashed a hail of bullets, but Raf danced through the gunfire with terrifying ease. "That's enough chatter. Time to die," Raf declared. He lunged at Kiri with a mock apology, his fist heavy with destructive energy. Kiri barely blocked, demanding answers. "You think this will end well for you?" she cried. Raf pressed the attack, his grin widening. "Of course it will. I know you, Kiri. You trained in Cygnus, but you always over-rely on your right hand for power shots. Once I read your attack patterns, dodging becomes child's play." He weaved through her strikes, proving his point with humiliating ease. And Diobo great, in a duel, but useless against a crowd. Raf listed their weaknesses, one by one. "I know every skill, every cooldown. Accept your fate, you're all dying here today." Menor gritted her teeth, shouting, "Go to hell, you fanatics." She fired desperately into the crowd. Some enemies dodged, but her bullets found their marks on a few unlucky cultists. The desperate battle for survival had begun. But from behind, Menor Beiju's voice cut through the air like a blade. It was indeed Green's disciple. She moved like a phantom to flank Menor, firing a shot, but a steel chain suddenly constricted Menor's throat. The cold links dug deep into Menor's neck. Beiju sneered with icy ruthlessness. "You chose the wrong opponent today." Menor couldn't hold back a scream of agony. Elpam reacted instantly, his shot severing the chain to save his teammate from the jaws of death while he shouted desperately at Raf, "Wake up, damn it." But the man was consumed by madness. "You think fighting him is child's play? He won't last long, though." I crushed his ribs back at the first ambush. Elpam winced, clutching his own bleeding wounds. But Piru's situation was far more dire. A cultist's blade had pierced her from behind. Debo screamed in pure terror. Piru Kiri cursed, veins popping with rage. Damn it all. But as the talisman's power flared, the cultist's eyes widened in disbelief. What his blade hadn't pierced flesh, but a mere paper charm. Did he finally realize it was a decoy? The real Piru stood by the distant gate shouting, "Over here, you moron." She slammed her hand onto the ancient door and asked, "Don't you want to know what this artifact is?" "Because I do." The gate roared to life, runes glowing with blinding light. The cultists froze as the ancient gears began to grind. Even Beiju froze, a gasp escaping her lips. She felt it too, a bone-chilling premonition. "I have a very bad feeling about this. Regarding this ancient mechanism." Suddenly, a terrifying force defied gravity, sucking the cultists into the air. A violent hurricane left them floating helplessly. One cultist, too slow to react, gasped in disbelief. The suction force doubled in intensity, dragging them upward into the abyss. Kiri barked a warning to his teammate. "Debo, over there." He's still dazed. "Huh, what is that square?" Alcoves appeared along the walls. That must be the way Kiri reached out. Menor, hold on tight. Kiri grabbed Debo's collar with a vice-like grip. He swung his blade, shouting to the group, "Hold on for your lives." The blade slammed into the wall, sparks flying as steel shrieked against stone. He strained to hold the hilt gravity, trying to tear them away. He screamed, "Go now!" Miner's feet dangled before an alcove, but the blade was slipping from the wall. Summoning every ounce of strength, Miner dragged them into the wall's hollow to escape the vacuum. Finally, they were safe for a heartbeat, gasping for air, lungs burning. Miner glanced at Debo, who lay on the outer edge. The ominous sound of grinding gears returned. The ceiling gate slowly sealed shut. They had escaped that hellish trap. Kiri realized this place was a labyrinth with forks in every direction. This zone likely connected to the entire system. The walls were riddled with entrances hinting at a massive network. Miner's voice was tight with tension. "With luck, we might find Elpam. But knowing the odds in this leveling Manhwa, will likely run straight into the cultists." Right on cue, a foot triggered a hidden mechanism. Iron bars slammed down from above with a deafening crash. Kiri was instantly cut off from his teammates. They stared in horror. We're dead meat, aren't we?" Kiri shook with rage. "Damn it. What the hell is happening now?" "Debo, you idiot." Debo denied it instantly. "It wasn't me." But the familiar sound of gears returned. The walls were shifting. Debo screamed. "The walls are closing in." Kiri swung his blade, unleashing a burst of aura against the bars. But it didn't even leave a scratch. She cursed again. Damn it all. Debo tried too, but it was futile. These cursed bars. They were protected by a strange energy barrier. It was Miner's turn. She leveled her cannon. "Damn, you get out of the way." A massive annihilation shell fired. Explosion engulfed the bars. Smoke and fire covered Miner's view. Surely, that did something. Though Miner's firepower was legendary, the bars remained pristine. The heat made it hard to see. How about that? I should have done that sooner. But as the smoke cleared, the barrier stood perfect and mocking. How is it completely unscathed? Miner leaned back exhausted, fighting the wall pushing against her back. Damn it, the walls have sealed the path. The stone slabs moved with relentless speed. Kiri trembled in helplessness. Damn it, Debo struggled to hold back the crushing weight. He wheezed like a dying engine. As the walls narrowed, Kiri cried out in anguish. "Debo." The walls were crushing him, leaving only an arm's length of space. "We can't die like this." He forced the words out. "Kiri, do something." Miner wasn't faring any better. Her body arched to hold back the stone. "I don't want to meet Leah in the afterlife yet." Kiri heard her teammates' desperate pleas, her mind racing in chaos. "I know, but what can I possibly do?" Debo suddenly gasped. "God, this is bad." "What?" He trembled. "I never forgot the time you tried to die in my place. I hate owing debts. So, I thought next time you were in danger, I would save you. But, damn it." Kiri stared stunned. "You still remember that?" His voice was a weak whisper. "Forget it, I give up. I'm leaving this to you. Carson, you save me just one more time." Kiri, the only one not being crushed, yelled back in fury. "You lunatic? How can you joke at a time like this?" She gripped her sword, her teammates' trust, fueling a new power. "All right, hold on just a little longer. This machine runs on mana. That's why the bars are shielded by an aura field. There must be a mana supply device nearby. Just stay alive until I find and destroy it. Don't you dare die before paying me back." Meanwhile, where the cultists were sucked up, the cultists were relentless in their pursuit of Elpam's group. He carried Piru, dodging their lethal shadow arts with inhuman agility. Piru looked back, terror in her eyes. Damn it, these guys are literal killing machines. But as they rushed upward, the ceiling blocked their path. A dead end. What kind of hell is this? Desperate, she tried to negotiate. "Wait, time out. Time out." Elpam tightened his grip on his launcher. Missiles fired, tearing the cultists into shreds of flesh and cloth. Elpam was hitting his limit, gasping for breath. Raf shouted at his squad in fury. "I told you, never let your guard down." Biju remained arrogant. "Those two are finished, anyway. There is nowhere to run." She didn't notice Elpam's missile locking onto her. The warhead struck, blasting the ground apart. Seeing Beiju struggle, Raf sneered. "Perfect. Maybe you'll die before you can pay back what you owe me." A cultist launched a hidden projectile. Pyru's talisman tried to intercept it, but the ring on the cultist's finger flashed with an eerie purple light. The dark energy surged, powering up the projectile. Just before disaster struck, a hand yanked her collar backward. Piru escaped death by a hair's breadth, avoiding the explosion. Being dragged by the neck made her scream in discomfort. "Ouch, my neck, my neck." Her head slammed into the wall. The cultists were closing in. Elpam's face twisted in absolute desperation. Elpam launched a volley of flame missiles, incinerating the vanguard in an instant, but the enemy countered with a storm of hidden weapons. Dodging by a hair's breadth, He conjured a massive fireball time to blow these wretches to smithereens. The fanatics swarmed him like a plague of ants, cutting off all escape. With a primal roar, El-Pam swept his spear in a deadly arc, harvesting souls like wheat in a field. The sheer numbers were exhausting, pushing his stamina to the limit. Yet the remaining cultists hesitated, trembling. They realized they weren't facing a man, but a monster in human skin. Meanwhile, Kiri broke free from the claustrophobic corridors and burst into the main hall. Staring at the pulsing energy before her, she whispered, "Is this the artifact we've been hunting? This had to be it." If this wasn't the core, they were out of options. The mana density here was suffocating. This was undoubtedly the heart powering the entire fortress. The energy readings were off the charts. If she could shatter this core, the defense system would collapse, and she could finally rescue Debo and Miner from their doom. But a predator was lying in wait. You again. How amusing. A sudden flash of steel. Kiri reacted too late. The blade slashed deep, sending her crashing to the floor, coughing up blood. The assassin smirked, savoring the moment. "My lucky day. If I end you here, the other two will fall like dominoes, won't they? After all, you're the trash of the group. The weakest link." Kiri grit her teeth, glaring up through the pain. "Shut your mouth, you cheap lackey. I don't have time to play games with you." The woman shrugged, effortlessly oozing arrogance. "What a pity. I can't let you leave just yet. I have a name you know, Sea Frost. Why don't we chat before you die?" Kiri ignored the taunt, channeling her solar flare technique with cold resolve. "Spare me the monologue. Just come at me. I'm on a tight schedule." Sea Frost unlatched her weapon, sighing theatrically. So stubborn. Instantly the air filled with murderous intent. "Fine then. If you want to die so badly, I'll oblige." Kiri parried frantically, barely deflecting the onslaught. What? Where are these blades coming from? Are there phantom swords hidden in the air? Blood-red blades swarmed her, shattering the stone walls behind her. She dodged by instinct, alone, sweat pouring down her face. Damn it, I can't distinguish the illusions from the lethal steel. A cold chill hit her spine. A blade was attacking from her blind spot. She twisted to counter, eyes widening in shock. An attack from the rear. The swords danced with unnatural fluidity, weaving through the air. She's altering their trajectory mid-flight. Is this telekinesis? This battle just got a lot more complicated. Suddenly, two beams crossed in a lethal X shape. Kiri couldn't evade in time. The steel pierced right through her defenses, skewering her. Sea Frost watched with cold amusement as the blade impaled Kiri. Finally, the trick was revealed. Threads. She wasn't using magic. She was manipulating the weapons with invisible nanowires. Kiri seized the razor-sharp thread in her bare hand, ignoring the blood. "If I pull this, I can drag her right into my range." But Sea Frost just laughed. "You think I'm an amateur?" She yanked the wires, slicing deeper into Kiri's flesh before delivering a catastrophic downward slash, fueled by pure killing intent. Kiri screamed as the overwhelming force crushed her. The entire hall erupted in a blinding explosion of dust and debris from the impact. Sea Frost balanced delicately on her wire, looking down at the wreckage. "I knew it. You're weak. It's not too late to beg for mercy, you know? Why don't you run? Or is your foolish pride getting in the way?" Kiri lay pinned under the rubble, her vision blurring as the system identified the enemy rank S, Assassin Sea Frost. "You were born into a prestigious clan, weren't you? A sheltered little princess sent to die in a dungeon by her own family. How tragic." Kiri spat blood, glaring with defiance. "Don't act like you know a damn thing about me," Sea Frost giggled. "Oh, don't get so emotional, princess. Frowning will ruin that pretty face. You need to learn a lesson in this world. Opportunities aren't meant for the privileged who buy their way in. It's sickening. You enjoy every advantage just because of your bloodline, yet you possess zero actual talent. It's simply unfair." The memory stung, a rival blade at her throat, mocking her existence. It felt like the harsh reality of a leveling Manhwa, where the weak are crushed, and only the strong have the right to speak. Sea Frost's voice echoed from above, dripping with disdain. "Your party is full of monsters. I've been watching you all. Raf has experience. Miner is a war machine. Debo is a genius, and El-Pam is an enigma. But you're just shut up." Kiri cut her off. Sea Frost blinked. "Excuse me." Kiri staggered to her feet, her aura shifting. "So what? It's true. I'm weak. I can't meet my master's expectations. I'm not a prodigy like my teammates. But that doesn't mean a third-rate hack like you can defeat me. Come on." Sea Frost's smile vanished, replaced by blazing rage. "You insolent trash. Learn your place." She flicked her wrists, sending the wired blades screaming toward Kiri. The steel storm descended, but Kiri's eyes glowed with a chilling blue light. Frozen barrage. Instantly, jagged icicles materialized, intercepting the attack with deadly precision. See, Frost gasped as her invincible wires snapped like thread. Impossible. I have no data on this skill. My marionette strings. Severed. Panic set in. See, Frost grabbed a sword and charged. You, hiding rat. Fighting dirty. But Kiri watched her approach with the stillness of a frozen lake. Her master's voice echoed in her mind. Do you fight only to uphold your family name? Is that the limit of your resolve? Listen, Kiri. Some people cannot see the diamond in the rough. Never let the standards of others define your true worth. When you forge your own path and trust in your own blade, you will surpass them all. Sea Frost froze in fear, unable to comprehend the crushing pressure Kiri was now emitting. How? How did she get this fast? Sea Frost struggled to parry the onslaught. Kiri's silver hair flowed like a comet's tail, radiating pure, unadulterated mana. Desperate Sea Frost unleashed her ultimate art soul-severing flash. How dare you look down on me? But Kiri wove through the attack like a ghost. She dodged it. The lessons finally clicked. Her power wasn't just a flame to consume, but a universe to expand. Kiri had unlocked the potential hidden deep within her bloodline. Sea Frost stared into Kiri's eyes and saw the impossible fire and ice dancing together. A colossal sphere of dual energy materialized, radiating apocalyptic power. Kiri focused every ounce of mana into a single point. Celestial Severance. The beam of energy engulfed Sea Frost, vaporizing the assassin amidst a storm of glittering ice shards. As the dust settled, Kiri looked up, a faint smile on her lips. Master, I finally understand. The only one who can set my limits is me. But realization struck too late. Still, I steel my heart. I will trust in my comrades, and I will trust in myself. The hunt was relentless. The Elpam faction closed in like wolves. A leader barked, "Find those rats. Tear this place apart." The talisman on the wall barely concealed their presence. Beru grit, her teeth, anxiety spiking. Damn it, how long can a cheap trick like this buy us? And Elpam, can he even stand? Voices echoed from outside, dripping with malice. They have nowhere to run. Seize them. Suddenly, Elpam's rockets roared to life, blasting the minions into oblivion. Beru struggled to deflect the storm of dark weapons. What are you doing? Fight back, the enemy sneered. He fights like a novice. Don't underestimate us. Her temper flared like a volcano. What did you say? She hurled a crimson talisman, charged with killing intent. You'll regret looking down on me. But the talisman missed its mark. Tears of frustration welled in her eyes. I said, don't underestimate me. Just as despair hit, Elpam's firepower saved her once again. He leaned heavily on his spear, gasping for every breath. Beidou emerged from the shadows, her voice dripping with sarcasm. My, you look like a walking corpse. Elpam sensed the killing intent too late. The blow connected Elpam. Beru screamed in horror, but his hand moved on instinct, summoning an invisible barrier that shocked Beidou to her core. What mana? Condensed into a volatile sphere, and boom, the corner of the room vanished in a violent explosion. Beidou scoffed, dusting herself off. Futile struggles of a dying man, but her eyes widened in disbelief. Elpam was gone. He had vanished into thin air. Raph appeared, shaking his head. You are driving me insane, she retorted. Relax, my blade tasted his flesh. Elpam collapsed, coughing up a violent spray of blood. Hey, are you okay? Beru cried. Purple mist rose from the blood pool, a lethal omen. Is that poison? Beidou laughed from the shadows. Tick-tock, 40 minutes max. His time is running out. It was a legendary toxin potent enough to liquefy organs, with a single scratch delivering death in agonizing waves. He can't run far. Split up and hunt him down. Elpam's condition was critical, and guilt crushed Beru's heart like a vice. Damn it, I never wanted this. I shouldn't have dragged you into this mess, she sobbed, her voice breaking. I'm so sorry. Save your tears, Elpam rasped, his eyes burning with determination. If I don't master this awakening, I'm dead anyway. The teleportation is real, this time not a trick. I'll handle the witch. You do your job. Beru blinked, confused by his command. My job. She looked up. Above them loomed the sealing mechanism. Before them, an ancient stone tablet. That controls the roof. Solve the puzzle, channel the mana, and open the sky. Hold on. I'll solve it in a heartbeat. Beru's fingers flew across the runes. Elpam slumped against the wall, but his focus remained razor sharp. Take your time, he lied, removing his lens. I have work to do. His vision expanded, revealing the enemy positions like a map in a strategy game. Raph barked orders. If you find him, don't touch him. He is mine to kill. A minion sneered, "Since when do we take orders from you?" Raph didn't even look at him. "Take it up with management." Suddenly, a blinding light incinerated the darkness, searing Raph's face. What the hell? Rockets rained down from every angle. Raph's eyes bulged. Impossible. I didn't sense any mana signature. What kind of power is this? Raph's mind raced. Is he sniping us through the walls like an overpowered character in a system manhwa? It's over. Raph braced for impact, but the rockets dissolved into mist, just inches from his face. From the other room, Biru screamed, "I did it!" Mana surged through the tablet, the runes glowing with arcane power. The circuit is complete. Just a few seconds, and the mana will flood the pipes. Silence answered her. Elpam panic set in. He lay slumped and motionless. Biru froze in terror. What? The mana flow shattered into sparks. She looked at the conduit in horror. The connection. It's been severed. A hand reached out from the gloom. Raph grinned maniacally. Found you. The walls groaned and cracked, water bursting through the fissures. Dubo paused, ears twitching. Did you hear that? Kiri looked around blankly. Hear what? Suddenly a tsunami crashed around the corner, sending them scrambling. What is this? The torrent swallowed them whole, Dubo screamed. What the hell is happening before disappearing under the waves? Dubo was swept away instantly. Beidou pressed herself against the wall, annoyed. Tch. First rats, now a flood. How troublesome. Where is Raph? Her voice echoed. Stop whining, you're too loud. Raph emerged, carrying the unconscious duo like luggage. The sector is flooding. Move. Beidou eyed him suspiciously. You're awfully calm. I thought a mercenary like you would have cut and run. And missed the payday I suffered for this, Raph retorted. Where are the others? Dead. But they served as excellent meat shields. She stared in shock. All of them. Don't tell me you actually caught feelings for the cannon fodder? Mission accomplished. Hand over Elpam. She tossed a heavy coin pouch. He is still breathing right. Barely. But if you try to stiff me on the payment, things will get ugly fast. You're annoying, but you deliver. She smirked. Here. 100 million, as agreed. Greed satisfied, he tossed the captives at her feet. Beidou drew her weapon, eyes gleaming with malice. A pathetic end for the traitor of Kanya. All for the Black Mage. She paused, her face twisting into fanatical ecstasy. No, for my master Lord Yvonne. She raised her blade, savoring the kill. But her smile froze. The talisman faded, revealing not Elpam but the corpse of a minion. What? Raph lunged from the shadows. Surprise, sweetheart, Raph grinned. You bastard, I knew I couldn't trust you. Before she could react, Elpam's rockets roared from behind. She scrambled away, fury burning in her veins. They were working together all along. How dare they make a mockery of the Kanya clan? The toxin had already ravaged his system. Now, she just needed to confirm the kill. Seeing the projectile appear, she immediately traced its trajectory back to the source. Look who crawled out. Thanks for saving me the trouble, you half-dead rat. As the rune's light faded, Bijou realized she had been played like a fiddle. Elpam materialized right behind her like a ghost. His spear was coiled with tension, eyes burning with resolve. Beidou froze in shock. How was he still standing? The missile screamed from his hand, slamming into her position. The impact decimated the area, dust choking the air, as Raph shielded his face. Good lord, Elpam's ruthlessness knew no bounds. Beidou emerged from the smoke, voice dripping with ice. You stubborn fool. Why, I thought you were a mercenary who would do anything for cash. Raph just shrugged. Exactly. Money. If you zealots win, the world ends. Then my hard-earned fortune becomes toilet paper. Why would I help you destroy my retirement plan? Joining you was the gambit from the start. Elpam knew a rat like Carson would hire an assassin when cornered. Simple as that. The moment you laid eyes on me, the game was rigged. Beidou grit her teeth. So wounding Elpam earlier, that was just a performance. He scoffed. Injury. Do you know who I am? I am the greatest recovery mage in World M. That scratch was child's play for someone of my caliber. Trust me, if I attacked with killing intent, even Elpam wouldn't be standing right now. Class dismissed. Thanks to you, I bagged 100 million and you are all alone. Beidou's aura darkened murder in her eyes. Damn you. I will make you regret being born. Meanwhile, Kiri drifted in the abyss, saltwater stinging her wounds. The pain jolted her awake. She breached the surface, gasping. Dio looked at her stunned. You are actually alive. Minner popped up next. What the hell just happened? Dio's face was grim. Whatever it is, we are in deep trouble. Water is pouring in from everywhere. This place will be a grave in 30 minutes. Kiri went pale. 30 minutes, Dio nodded. And since I smashed the power source, the ceiling won't open. We are trapped. Minner gaped as the giant statue shifted. A massive stone sword slammed down inches from his face. Dio rubbed his eyes. Am I hallucinating? What is going on? His eyes bulged as reality set in. The statue. Its arm is moving. Wait. A crimson light flared in the statue's eye. It is alive. Meanwhile, Beiju panted heavily amidst a roaring inferno. Beneath her blood-soaked blade lay a mangled corpse. The flames consuming the wooden structures mirrored her rage. Beiju spat. Go to hell. A voice cut through the smoke as a man approached. No, hell is too good for scum like him. This is simply the price of his sins. Beiju glared back at the figure. Those with blood on their hands do not get happy endings. Ruins surrounded them, burning homes and scattered bodies. Your vendetta is complete. A towering figure with long white hair stepped out just as promised. Beiju turned to face the giant behind her. He loomed over her, voice commanding. Now, your life belongs to me. Back in the fight, two shadows blurred past. Raph and Elpam panicked. The attack was instant. Raph's body parts went flying. Beiju cursed. Damn it. She lashed out with her chain blade tearing through Raph's copies. Clone techniques again, always with these dirty parlor tricks. She swung the chain, shattering mere illusions made of talismans. But suddenly, Elpam's blade crashed down. Beiju barely blocked in time. Reality blurred with mirages. As Beiju clashed with Elpam, Piru's squad lost their patience and charged into the fray. Damn it, in this, I cannot hold out forever. Elpam brought his weapon down with titanic force, but Beiju danced away just in time. He spun around red data, flashing across his lenses. Crimson arrows locked onto Beiju. A massive explosion rocked the chamber, sending debris flying. Piru shielded her eyes from the blast. But as she fought the shockwave, a shadow loomed behind her. She panicked, raising her sword in defense. Damn we are. Suddenly Piru spun and unleashed a counterattack. Elpam could not react in time. Piru smirked. Is that what you thought would happen? The blow made him cough blood. Piru retreated, holding a talisman. All right, let's go. How was that? You will never tell the real from the fake. Elsewhere, Raph pressed the offensive, cackling like a maniac. What is wrong? Cat got your tongue. Beiju dodged his punch and hurled a dagger in return. Raph sidestepped with a sneer of contempt. But a split second later, Beiju grabbed the chain connected to the blade. Raph's eyes widened. The chain was already coiled around him. What the? He punched at the purple aura constricting him. Like, I will go down that easy. With a roar, Beiju slammed him backward, choking the life out of him. The chain around Raph's neck pulsated with an ominous violet glow. Elpam and Beiju clashed violently. Beiju severed his chain with a single stroke. But suddenly, a shadow kicked Elpam from behind, breaking his stance. A guttural growl of rage echoed. You filth! Beiju shifted targets, charging straight at Piru. You are first! Piru screamed, tears forming. Ah, no. Elpamumi cast rapid-fire seals. Beiju spun her rope like a propeller to deflect the barrage, inching closer with every step. Piru watched from the sidelines, gasping. Damn these guys. Watching them zip around, she realized this was like a high-level leveling Manhwa boss fight. They are literal monsters. In the corner, Raph unleashed a flurry of blows. Everyone was attacking at once. Pure, unadulterated chaos filled the dungeon. Raph landed a dirty hit while Elpam targeted her neck. Beiju roared, stabbing her blade into the ground. Dark purple energy exploded outward. The dark shockwave blasted everyone back. Her dagger clattered to the floor, accompanied by a splatter of fresh crimson blood. Beiju hunched over, clutching her mangled left arm. Damn you. I will kill you all. I won't leave a single one alive. Suddenly, the earth trembled. Her pupils dilated as a geyser erupted, flooding the chamber instantly. Elpam found his footing, but Piru screamed as the current swept her away. High up on a pillar, Raph anchored himself with a knife. Shit. Looks like our time is finally up. Deep beneath the surface, Beiju's consciousness returned. Her eyes snapped open, glowing with a terrifying violet aura. Like a predator, she burst from the water, launching a surprise ambush that threw Raph completely off balance. She touched down gracefully on the pillar, but her opponent wasn't so lucky. Raph's eyes rolled back. The slash was deep. Fresh blood sprayed into the air like a fountain from his torn flesh. Pure killing intent radiated from Beiju's gaze. I will slaughter every last one of you. Raph barely regained his senses and spun around, but too slow. She vanished and reappeared, driving her blade straight into his vitals. A critical hit. Raph coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body screaming in agony from the fatal wound. The force of the impact sent them both plummeting into the dark waters below. Elpamumi, barely having secured Piru, could only scream in horror. Raph, the raging tides crashed against Beiju, mixing seawater with fresh blood. Yet her assault didn't stop for a second. The clash intensified, but suddenly, Raph grabbed something dark. A trap. A sinister substance invaded his veins instantly. Panic flashed in his eyes. This is a lethal poison. He whipped around, barely intercepting her follow-up strike. Despite coughing up blood, a smirk played on his lips. In his hand, a silver cross materialized. You think this is enough? Blinding, holy light erupted from the artifact. Beiju's eyes narrowed in disbelief. What is this power? The cross wasn't just healing him. It was purging the toxins. Impossible. A recovery spell acting as an antidote. Does this bastard possess the divine power of Elpam too? Before the poison could claim him, the light cleansed it all. Beiju stood frozen. Her calculations shattered. A holy barrier materialized around him, an impenetrable absolute defense. A massive fist manifested from thin air. Beiju relied on her instincts, barely dodging the crushing blow. Raph gripped a new weapon, channeling the very poison he just absorbed. He fired it back. The toxic energy slammed into Beiju's body. She grimaced, cursing under her breath. That hand movement? Sneaky bastard. Sweat poured down Raph's face, but his cocky grin remained. Sorry about that. It's just really hard to ignore all your arrogant trash talk. Beiju gritted her teeth. Spatial teleportation item activate. Raph roared, lunging forward. Let's end this right now. His punch was so devastating, it snapped the stone pillar in half. Beiju reappeared, cold sweat dripping down her back. Raph didn't hesitate instantly, changing his trajectory to match hers. Don't you realize resistance is futile? He channeled every ounce of his aura into his fist. You still don't get it, do you? The impact sent Beiju flying like a ragdoll. Blood sprayed from her lips. Raph scoffed. You always teleport behind your opponent. Did you really take me for a fool who wouldn't notice? Adrenaline surged through him. This is getting interesting. Beiju's rage boiled over her body, engulfed in violet mana. Don't you dare mock me. A massive magical explosion tore through the air. Raph was blasted backward by the shockwave. Beiju seized the opening, aiming for his throat. I'll wipe that smile off your face. But suddenly, a familiar crimson glow intercepted her strike. She froze. The water swirled violently around Elpamumi's form. Raph didn't waste the distraction. A sucker punch flew toward her face. Eyes on the prize, sweetheart. She couldn't react in time. The heavy blow launched her into the wall, shattering the stone on impact. She cried out in agony. The protective beast amulet at her side crumbled into dust. Panic set in. No, I can't lose to the darkness here. If I fall, Lord Evok's command will remain unfulfilled. No, I must make it a reality. Resolve hardened in her eyes. She would slaughter them all, no matter the cost. But standing in her path, Elpamumi drew his bowstring, taut energy crackling around the arrow. His aura was overwhelming, but she charged forward, abandoning all defense. Violet and crimson mana clashed in a violent display of fireworks. I will never let you leave this place alive. Even if I have to burn my own life force. I will drag you down with me. She raised her sword, a desperate shield against the incoming devastation. A blazing arrow screamed through the air. Beiju caught her blade in her teeth, channeling the last of her strength. For Evok, Elpamumi watched calmly, his eyes cold. Oh, right. I forgot I had one more shot. He released the string. The arrow pierced through the air, aimed straight for her heart. Beiju had nothing left. Her eyes widened in helpless despair. As death approached, a memory surfaced. Evok's voice praising her. You did well. A hallucination born of a dying mind. A gentle smile touched her lips. She saw a hand reaching out to save her. Tears welled in her eyes. Lord Evok, please, forgive my failure. The waves crashed against the ruins, washing away the traces of battle. Only her sword remained sinking into the deep. But the fight wasn't over. From the swirling currents, a massive golem emerged. Minner chanted incantations rapidly. Storm bullet. She stared in disbelief. Damn it. How is a monster that massive hovering in the air? Her spell slammed into the stone giant. Boom. A massive explosion shook the cavern. Minner cheered. Yes, direct hit. But the smoke cleared instantly. The golem raised its colossal weapon, aiming to crush her flat. Just as death seemed certain, a tidal wave surged upward. A massive axe intercepted the blow. It was Debo swooping in to save the damsel in distress. Minner sighed in relief. Thanks for the save. Debris rained down into the abyss below. Azure light flashed from a floating boulder. A sword descended from the heavens. Kiri stepped out of a magic circle, his presence commanding. He shouted orders to the team. Destroying it is meaningless. We need its core energy source to unlock the ceiling gate. This is our only chance. Minner nodded, locking onto the target. Got it. Leave it to me. She unleashed a barrage of spells, but the golem didn't even flinch. Debo soared into the air, axe ready. We have to rip that magic stone right out of him. Kiri roared. Don't shatter the core. Strip the armor first, so we can locate it. Suddenly, blue lasers shot from the golem's eyes. Debo was blasted out of the sky, smashing into the platform. It regenerated already. Debo struggled, grit on his face. Damn it, my leg is pinned. The golem turned its emotionless gaze toward him. Its massive stone hand reached down. Debo panicked. Impossible, I can't break free. Kiri screamed. Debo, move. Debo glanced back, the stone fingers inches away. But suddenly, a protective mana barrier enveloped him. Debo blinked. You! A familiar voice echoed. Long time no see. Son. The barrier shattered the golem's grip. Raph swooped in, grabbing Debo and dashing to safety. The golem was too slow to react. Debo glared at his savior. You treacherous bastard. Raph laughed. Ouch. Is that how you speak to your own father? Cut the crap. Meanwhile, the battle raged on. A whirlwind of fire and wood magic engulfed the golem. The mages unleashed a combined assault from the rear, flaming missiles. From the clouds above, two figures descended like gods. I knew you survived. It was the boss, El Pamumi and Piru. Debo screamed, watch out. Don't crack the magic stone. El Pamumi's eye flared, with a brilliant crimson light. The eye of insight. I see it. The core is buried deep within its chest. The target locked on. Roger that, Debo. Brace yourself. Suddenly, Debo's axe glowed with telekinetic aura. It yanked him upward violently. Whoa. My weapon is moving on its own. What the hell? We're gonna crash into? The El Pam Menor smirked, realizing the plan. Perfect setup. Debo was clueless. Wait, what setup? The girls yelled in unison. Just go, you idiot. Shut up. Then it clicked. Wait, am I the main character of this manhwa recap? How dare you call the hero an idiot? Debo gripped his axe, letting the foreign magic supercharge his strike. Leave it to me. With a roar, he swung the giant axe downward, his face twisted in pure battle ecstasy. Crack. The golem's chest armor shattered, exposing the pulsing magic stone within. Debo's eyes lit up with battle lust. He found it. He charged straight at the stone golem, targeting a hairline fracture on the edge. The stone giant stood frozen, vulnerable. Raph grinned like a demon and taunted, how does my son taste, you pile of rubble? If you're done digesting him, spit him out. With a roar, his fist collided with the force of a wrecking ball, punching a massive hole through the rock. Defense. Spiderweb cracks shattered the stone armor as Raph breached the core. Not wasting a second, Debo launched himself like a missile toward the exposed weakness. He snatched the mana core, enemy neutralized, he cheered. He landed perfectly, leaving a chaotic ruin behind him. Without its heart, the stone golem lost all power and began to crumble. The giant toppled in slow motion, hitting the ground with an earth-shaking thud. But as the golem fell, the water levels surged to their necks. Kiri gasped, surfacing for air. We're done for. The water is rising too fast. Minor cried out. We're about to hit the ceiling. Debo held firm, his voice steady. Hold the line. Just endure a few more seconds. He is coming. The murky water swallowed the room, but a shadow cut through the depths. El Pam arrived, the stone in hand. 3 minutes left. Please let me make it in time. The mechanism is set. It just needs a mana injection to trigger the system. No time to think. The stone near his eye began to glow with awakened power. He had to reach the core at all costs. He dove into the dark abyss. Raph panicked. Damn it, we're out of air, someone shouted. Everyone, hold your breath. Menor took command of the rhythm. Ready. 1, 2. They all submerged as the room filled completely. Meanwhile, El Pam pushed his agility stats to the absolute limit. If I take the standard path, it'll take 5 minutes. I'll be too late. There's only one way. He faced the wall. I have to brute force it. At the seabed stood a pillar. El Pam's hands were torn and bleeding, but he began casting. A water sphere formed. He only had one shot at this move, like a protagonist in a leveling manhwa. He infused the sphere with explosive flame mana. Fire and water collided. Boom. The blast shattered the obstruction, sending rocks flying and revealing a blinding light within. He locked onto the target. With perfect precision, he hurled the magic stone toward the light, aiming straight for the iron spike inside. Bullseye. The stone struck the spike and began to fracture. Blinding energy poured out. The seal was breaking. It was about to detonate. El Pam watched the reaction. The spike glowed white-hot, sending arcs of mana coursing through the walls like chain lightning. The surge hit the control panel, gears ground to life. The system was online. Above the drowning team, the ceiling finally cracked open. Go swim for the surface. They broke the surface just as their lungs were bursting, gasping for air on the shore. Debo groaned. I saw the afterlife for a second there. This dungeon is a nightmare. Miner looked up at the iron statue. Did that thing actually work? Beru nodded. Yeah. That was a one-of-a-kind artifact. You won't see another machine like that. Diobo looked around frantically. Elpam. Where is the Elpam? Below them the current shifted. Elpam was being swept away, bubbles escaping his lips as the light of the exit faded. He kicked with his last ounce of strength, but his stamina hit 0. He was so close. Just a little further. His hand reached for a hope that wasn't there. Darkness took him. He began to sink. Until Menor grabbed him, she pulled him close, pressing her lips to his for life-saving CPR. A familiar voice echoed in the void. Are you shouldering the burden alone again? The words jolted Elpam's soul, forcing his eyes open. He floated in a white space. Where is this? Standing there were the faces he missed most. Alexis, Jiden, and Philip. Jiden smiled gently. If you're tired, it's okay to rest, my friend. Alexis added, stop pushing yourself so hard. You've done enough. Elpam realized this was a memory. He smiled, just like he did back then. I'm fine. I made a promise. Reality snapped back. He gasped, waking up to Menor's terrified face. What happened? Did you save me? Diobo cheered. Thank the gods. I thought we lost you. Elpam checked his body surprised. Strange. My physical status is perfectly normal. Raph smirked proudly. You can thank my supreme healing magic for that. Elpam sighed in relief. Let's move. But he noticed Menor acting strange. Is something wrong? Did something happen? Her face turned a deep shade of crimson. She stammered, no, nothing at all. It seems the CPR was a bit more personal. Elpam was back on his feet. As the team navigated the maze, the truth came out. Raph was casually carrying Beiju's body. Diobo was stunned. Wait, so this entire disaster was part of your grand plan? Well, the second half was pure improvisation. Raph shrugged. Diobo felt betrayed. You should have briefed me. You nearly gave me a heart attack, man. Raph gave a sly grin, manipulating the situation. Haven't you heard? To deceive the enemy, you must first deceive your allies. Even you fell for it perfectly. Elpam, sharp as ever, cut in. So my guess was right. Your first attack was way too emotional to be acting. Raph started sweating bullets and coughed loudly. Ahem. Not the time. We need to move. Someone pointed at the corpse. But seriously, why are we lugging that woman's body around? She still has value. I have a promise to keep to, Go Raph replied. Suddenly, Biru's eyes widened. She sprinted off. Diobo yelled, hey, where are you going? They entered a colossal chamber. In the center stood a majestic altar, holding a single object. Biru stammered, trembling with excitement. I found it. A golden aura pulsed from the artifact. Biru looked possessed by greed. Kiri narrowed her eyes. Is that a legendary hero's equipment? It was a necklace with a violet gemstone radiating divine power. A team member hesitated. Are you sure this is the real deal? I can't appraise it yet, but... Biru's voice shook with certainty. It matches the lore perfectly. This is the key to Phantom's secret vault. Phantom, the greatest thief in the history of World M. Rumor has it, his vault contains treasures that defy logic. This necklace is the key. Biru reached out, her fingers trembling. She smiled back at them. Thank you, everyone. I couldn't have reached this treasure without you. Plink. A small pebble hit Biru's head. Huh. She looked up just as the ceiling groaned. Massive boulders began to rain down. Raph screamed. Wait. Diobo took a defensive stance. The dungeon was collapsing because Biru triggered the trap. She yelled over the noise. What are you standing there for? Run for your lives. Kiri sprinted, cursing loudly. Damn it. Why do you always grab the loot without checking for traps first? Have you learned nothing? Biru just apologized frantically. They ran until a massive structure loomed ahead. Biru pointed there. We have to enter that tower. There has to be a way out. The seal should have opened by now. Du demanded answers, panic rising in his voice. Are you absolutely certain? But the sky remained silent, mocking him. Rage boiled over. Don't tell me. You're hesitating now, of all times. Suddenly, the shadows shifted. A legion of armored skeletons rose from the earth, weapons drawn and locking onto the party. Du cursed through gritted teeth. Damn it, I completely forgot about these trash mobs. Raph charged into the fray, with zero hesitation. My turn, you piles of calcium. He activated his signature skill, Angel Tower. A massive holy shield surged forward, purifying the undead horde into dust instantly. Seeing the instant wipe, Piru wailed in frustration. What? Why didn't you lead with that skill? Raph shot back annoyed. Because it burns through my mana like crazy. Do you think I have infinite MP? That'll be 500 gold per head, by the way. Even in a life-or-death crisis, this guy was running a business, Piru scoffed. Is money all you care about? We just jumped out of the frying pan into the fire. And the fire was about to get hotter. A colossal undead knight galloped in wielding a blade the size of a building. The monster swung boom. The sheer force pulverized the entire wall, sending debris flying. Miraculously, they dodged the impact. Piru screamed. What is that thing? Raph used the shield again. Raph shook his head, desperation in his eyes. Shut up and run. That was a one-time ultimate skill. It's on cooldown. Debo groaned. You are actually useless, they argued, while the monstrosity galloped closer, death, hot on their heels. Suddenly, Miner's foot caught a rock, disaster struck. She stumbled right to the edge. Below wasn't ground, but a roaring waterfall and a deadly abyss. They were cornered. Someone yelled, "We're screwed." With seconds to spare, Raph summoned a mystic talisman. He grabbed the squad using the charm to surf the waterfall like a legendary sage, leaving the monster behind. Raph grinned. Perfect escape. That was my last talisman, but we made it. But fate is cruel in a leveling manhwa. The undead knight dove in. It possessed the swimming skill. Their hearts dropped. Wait, that thing can swim. Panic set in, but Elpam's eyes remained calm. Kiri, you know what to do. I got it. She unleashed a rank A spell, Falling Moon Crescent, / absolute zero energy froze the lake, instantly trapping the beast in ice. That should hold it. The monster roared, struggling against its frozen prison. Kiri set the stage, and Menor prepared the finale. She screamed with feral intensity, "Shut your mouth, ugly." A beam of pure thermal energy erupted from her, slamming into the target. The explosion was devastating, turning the frozen lake into a steam bath. They fled across the water, only to find a dead end, a massive wall blocking the path. Piru shouted, "Elpam, it's a dead end." But the swordsman was already in motion. I see it. He condensed his aura into a single, devastating slash aimed at the barrier. Boom, the wall crumbled under his power. They rode the talisman through the breach. Piru yelled back, "Careful, if the tower collapses, we're finished." As if on cue, cracks raced up the structure. It was coming down. Amidst the chaos, Menor and Debo spotted a light ahead. Found it. The dungeon's warp point is right there. The ceiling began to fall. Piru took command. No time to stop. Keep running. We jump on my signal. 1, 2. Jump. They leaped into the portal just as the tower collapsed into rubble. Meanwhile, in the shadows, the monstrous spider wind hissed. I can no longer sense BU's energy signature. It seems the mission has failed. Vok fell to his knees, trembling before the beast. Master, I have no excuses. He gritted his teeth. I will pay for this failure with my life. Wynn scoffed. Your life, I can take that whenever I please. The spider paused, eyes glowing maliciously. But first, let me show you something. The bigger the audience, the better the show. Isn't that right? Vok looked up, terror replacing his shame. Are they? Two disciples of the Black Mage stepped forward. Mudria leading the pack. Wynn smirked. Time to switch out the players. Elsewhere, Franco bowed deeply. There is still hope, sir. He addressed Jack Gondrick, the guildmaster. The young master must be alive. The gate is still active. He's surely waiting for the rescue team. Luckily, their party wasn't full. We have 6 slots open. I will assemble an elite strike force with the best hunters immediately. Jack Gondrick heard the one thing he feared most. He slammed his fist down, shaking with suppressed rage and worry. The next morning, in a dimly lit warehouse. Is this authentic? Chero was negotiating with a hooded figure examining the goods. The man whistled. Custom defense gear. Expected from the son of M, the world's richest man. This quality goes far beyond orange rank. It's a masterpiece. Chero frowned, her mind racing. So it really was K's doing to attack the association directly. But do they have a death wish? Or are they planning a counterstrike? Footsteps echoed outside. Someone's coming. We need to alert Gondrick now. Chero tensed up, hand drifting to her weapon. Damn it. Only a total lunatic would come here right now. Then a familiar, annoying voice pierced the air. No, wait. The stranger barged in, still arguing with someone outside. You bastard. You don't even know what that item does. I can't let this slide. The voice was so loud, Chero's eyes went wide. The hooded man also paused. That tone. Isn't that? Outside, Elpam and Piru were bickering like an old married couple. Hold on, tell me why you won't give me the ring. It's mine. Elpam replied coldly, I refuse. I can't give it to you. How many times do I have to repeat myself? Hearing his voice, Chero knew for sure. I know that voice. It's Piru. Tears of relief welled in her eyes. She was safe, but before Chero could launch a tearful reunion, Piru let out a banshee scream that killed the mood instantly. Shut up. Piru grabbed Elpam by the collar, shaking him violently. Give it back, you thief, that loot is mine. Even while being strangled, Elpam remained the cool, aloof swordsman. This idiot has finally lost her mind. Just as I predicted. That was the last straw for Piru. She roared like a dragon. Who are you calling an idiot? Hand it over. Watching this farce, Chero's face went blank. Ah, well, okay then. Meanwhile, across the city, flyers rained down from the sky like snow. Extra, extra, read all about it. The headlines screamed one name, Jack Gondrick. The streets buzzed with gossip. Is it true? Is the heir really trapped inside a dungeon gate? Impossible. That was the Third Circle team, the strongest unit. Forget that. Look at the bounty. Gondrick is offering 150 million for the rescue mission. The crowd gasped. 150 million. That family is drowning in money. The entire city is going to go crazy for this quest. With that kind of cash, count me in. But a veteran hunter crushed their dreams immediately. Keep dreaming. There are only 7 spots left. They aren't going to hire a nobody like you. The gossip on the streets was blazing so hot that even Debo, casually strolling through the city, had to stop and marvel at the headlines. But while the city buzzed, Raph was busy staging a theatrical performance, clutching his chest and squeezing out crocodile tears as he wailed, "Oh, where has Elpam vanished to in our hour of need? My soul as a devoted healer is burning with worry," he declared though. Debo just rolled his eyes, having seen this fake act 1,000 times before. Right, as if you care about saving lives more than your bank account, Debo scoffed before steering the conversation back to reality. Anyway, why are we lurking around the slums? There are plenty of shops in the market district, Debo argued. Didn't the boss want something specific? Raph smirked, replying mysteriously, I have my own strategy. They halted in front of a worn-out wooden door. Raph gave him a wait-and-see look, before shoving it open, revealing a figure lounging inside, with his feet arrogantly propped on the table. The place looked less like a shop, and more like a dusty graveyard for junk. Debo coughed, waving away the filth. Are you serious? This dump? Raph ignored him, grinning at the man sleeping inside. It's been a while, Raph called out. Hey Gary, rise and shine. You've got paying customers. How long do you plan on hibernating? The man let out a long, annoyed sigh. Raph, the man grunted. Raph beamed back, long time no see, old friend. Debo watched the exchange, thinking, friends, maybe we'll actually get a discount. Gary slowly stood up, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Yeah, it's been ages. I honestly hoped you had kicked the bucket somewhere. Then came the warm welcome. In a flash, Gary lunged, pressing a cold dagger right against Raph's jugular, his face twisted in a murderous rage. This is the first time I've seen your face since you scammed me. Raph broke into a cold sweat, realizing he was in the danger zone. Did I really do that? Raph played innocent, but that only pulled the pin on Gary's temper. The shopkeeper roared. Are you serious right now? You bastard, give me one reason not to chop you up and feed you to the pigs, Gary screamed. Raph stammered. Whoa, chill out. Debo watched in confusion, wondering just how badly Raph had screwed this guy over. Raph quickly reached into his pocket, not for a weapon, but for a negotiation tool. I had my reasons back then, but today is strictly business. He slammed a massive bag of cash onto the table, sweating bullets but trying to maintain his salesman smile. Look at this, I brought you a fortune, Raph pleaded. Debo instantly recognized the bag and thought, wait, that's the boss's money. But the bribe didn't immediately work. Gary was still fuming, gripping the dagger tight. You piece of trash. It was a prime example of how quickly human emotions can flip. 1 second, Gary was ready to commit murder, but the moment his eyes locked onto the cash, he hugged Raph like a long-lost brother. I missed you so much, my best friend. Raph blinked. Yeah, me too. Debo watched the instant transformation with disgust. These two scumbags deserve each other. With the beef squashed, Gary turned on his merchant mode. So what are you buying? Just say the word. I have everything except what I don't have. Raph didn't hesitate. Enhancement scrolls. And don't tell me you're out of stock. Gary flashed a confident grin. Got him right here. He whipped a white cloth off a nearby crate, revealing a pile of scrolls. Debo leaned in underwhelmed. Huh. What is this junk? They look like standard scrolls, Debo muttered. Gary scowled. Is this kid blind? Raph laughed. That's exactly why I brought him, which only annoyed Debo further. I've never used these in my life, so how would I know the difference? Debo defended himself. Gary picked up a scroll, ready to educate the rookie. Listen up. Simply put, these items upgrade your gear with a specific success rate. In the dangerous dungeons we dive into, you need insurance. These babies have a 100% success rate, Gary boasted. But Raph instantly cut him off. Trash. Absolute garbage. He slapped Gary on the shoulder, his expression darkening. Are you trying to hustle us now? Move aside and show me the real goods hidden in the back. Gary gritted his teeth, realizing his old friend wasn't an easy mark. Meanwhile, Debo was still lost. Wait, hold on. What's wrong with 100% success? Debo asked. Raph sighed, explaining the rules of a leveling Manhwa world. You don't get it. High success rates are for weaklings. The lower the success rate, the massive the power boost. Unless you want to be mediocre forever, you need the scrolls with the lowest probability to trigger the maximum stat evolution. The realization hit Debo. He glared at the shopkeeper. You scammer. Gary just shrugged, shameless. Hey, a guy's gotta eat. I can't sell you what I don't have. Times have changed. High-tier scrolls are classified as military supplies now. They're banned from the black market. Hearing that, Raph put on his best disappointed face and turned to leave. What a shame. I guess this trip was a total waste. Damn, I really needed those upgrades. He threw a sly grin over his shoulder. I was ready to drop a fortune, maybe even 1,000,000 gold if you actually had the goods. That number hit the bullseye. Gary scrambled to grab Raph's shoulder, mirroring his sly grin. Hey now, don't be hasty. At least let me finish my sentence before you walk out. It was a battle of wits between two master con artists. Meanwhile, back at the base, Piru and Elpam were deep in conversation with Cher. The topic was a legend from the ancient past: the great mage fried the dragon master. The dragon mage. He had many titles, Piru explained, but his true power was time magic. Yet on the final day of destruction, he was nowhere to be found. 800 years ago, before the warlock was banished, he placed a terrible curse on the 6 heroes. Their time was frozen, locking them in that exact moment forever. But Fried survived. Thanks to the sacrifice of his contracted dragon, he escaped the curse. He became the sole survivor, wandering the world for centuries to save his comrades. However, he never found the solution and eventually vanished like smoke in the wind, Piru concluded. That is the extent of my knowledge. She hesitated before adding, but ancient texts suggest he left something behind. The ring of the hero Fried. Elpam's eyes widened as he looked down at the ring on his left hand. A heavy silence filled the room. Piru's words sent shockwaves through his mind. It can't be. Is this the answer I've been searching for? He thought back to his regression, the mystery of his second chance. Did he do this? If he could manipulate time, maybe he's the reason I returned. But if he's still alive, why didn't he fight beside us in the previous timeline? The silence was shattered by Cher's voice. I don't doubt you since you were chosen by Fried's relic, she said sharply. But I need to know one thing. Why are you hunting the cultists? Her question made him clench his fist until his veins popped. He couldn't tell her the full truth about the future. I have my reasons for keeping my motives hidden, he said, before looking her dead in the eye. But simply put, I want to save them. At any cost. The faces of his fallen comrades flashed through his mind, fueling his resolve. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the compound, the sound of steel cutting air echoed. Kiri was training, sweat dripping as she swung her sword endlessly. Debo approached from behind, watching her dedication. Don't you get bored doing that every single day? Kiri paused, glancing back. Debo, I searched everywhere for you. Master, I have something urgent to say. Kiri looked puzzled. What is it? He stammered. Oh, I need to ask you for a favor. Kiri wiped the sweat from her brow. A favor? Debo turned beet red, scratching his head and looking away. Carson, you. Go somewhere with me tomorrow. The next afternoon at the town square. Debo checked his watch nervously. Anticipation bubbled in his chest. Is she not coming? Am I too early? Just then the person he was waiting for appeared. Sorry, did you wait long? Debo straightened up. You're here. No, I just arrived. His words died in his throat. He stared, face heating up like a furnace. Kiri fidgeted, explaining Menor kept me late, so I lost track of time. I told her I hate this style, but she insisted. Her hair flowed freely, and the dress was elegant, a stark contrast to her usual armor. She looked unnatural, yet stunning. Why are you looking at me like that? Does it look bad? Debo blurted out. No, it's beautiful. Seriously. The compliment caught her off guard. Oh, good. Let's go then. But lurking in the shadows, a gaze locked onto them. A voice whispered, target is moving. Engage. A heavy sigh followed. This is so annoying. It was the classic trio: Elpa, Raph, and Menor. Raph grumbled. Why do I care about that kid's dating life? Menor hissed. Shut it. Maintaining the team's mental health is vital. Got it. Meanwhile, their targets, Debo and Kiri, were walking away completely oblivious to the stalking. Rewind to the catalyst of this manhwa recap. Kiri had told Menor about the invite, causing Menor to perform a spectacular spit take. Debo did what Kiri dodged the spray. Yeah, it's his sister's birthday this week. He's broke, so he's never bought a proper gift before. He wants my help choosing one. Menor's eyes lit up with mischief. That's just a flimsy excuse. Oh, this is getting interesting, Kiri continued. I'm bad at gifts too. It would be great if you came along. Menor shouted. What? Are you serious? Why would I become a third wheel? Kiri blinked completely innocent. Huh, didn't you hear me? We need help selecting a present. Menor went silent thinking, this girl is hopelessly dense. Menor sighed, defeated. You are truly hopeless. Kiri looked around. What? Where? Shut up. Back in the present, Debo held up a spiked gauntlet. How about this? He grinned brightly. Looks useful. I think Dinev could crush some skulls with this. Kiri's sweat dropped. Maybe that sword over there. It looks more suitable for a beginner. They wandered from shop to shop discussing options. This one. Not bad, that's pretty. Should I just buy them all? Kiri smiled softly. My heart is racing. I've never done this, but it's smoother than I thought. Debo asked. Really? She nodded. I trained as a knight since I was a child. No breaks, no time for strolling through the streets like this. Debo listened in silence, then shifted gears. Want to check the explosives aisle? Sure. Meanwhile, the stalking squad was still hot on their tails. Menor grit her teeth. Damn it, these idiots, she whispered furiously. What the hell are they doing? Zero romance. So clumsy, think of the audience. A voice whispered back, but they don't even know we're watching them. Menor continued her rant. The chemistry is there, but zero progress. One is totally oblivious. They'll die single at this rate. Right. Suddenly, Debo's sister Dinev popped up next to them. That's why everyone calls him a fool. I worry about him. The trio jumped out of their skins. Raph sweated profusely. How did you find us? I didn't sense her presence at all, Dinev smirked. I'm the one who complained about the gift situation. But forget the present. I just hope he doesn't come home tonight. She beamed with a mischievous grin. Menor thought, whoa, moving a bit fast there, kid. Looking at the couple ahead, Menor admitted they actually look pretty good together. Raph nodded. Yeah, they fit. He closed his eyes, imagining a fantasy where he held a girl close. Did we look like that once? Menor slapped his delusion away. I don't care about your backstory, Raph screamed. Hey, I was having a moment. Elpa, who had been dragged along silently, finally spoke. Total waste of time. Menor shot back. You just don't get it, he cut her off. Surprised, Elpa's eyes were cold and distant. I'm busy now, but I've dated. Once or twice. Menor gasped, intrigued. Tell us what happened. Raph felt the injustice. This is blatant discrimination. Elpa closed his eyes. It's ancient history. She's not even alive anymore. He paused. No, maybe she is, but it doesn't matter now. He ended the story abruptly. Menor raged. Of course it matters. Give me the details. Meanwhile, Dinev watched her brother with hawk eyes. They're getting closer. Raph sighed alone in the corner. I'm so lonely. Night fell. Debo smiled warmly. Thanks for today, Kiri. I think Dinev will love the gift. Kiri smiled like an angel. I'm glad I could help. She turned to leave. I'll be going now. Wait, Debo. Reached out. He turned red, stuttering. Ah, nothing. Just, thanks. See you at training tomorrow. Kiri's heart swelled. She flashed a breathtaking smile. If you ever need help again, just ask. Bye. She left spirits high. Debo returned home. Brother Dinev called out. Inside, the stalker trio was already there. Menor and Raph lay on the table, gasping for air after sprinting back. Debo blinked. Huh, what are you guys doing here? Dinev smiled innocently. Debo looked confused. So, nothing happened. But elsewhere, the atmosphere was far from peaceful. Save me, chaos reigned. A mage screamed desperately. Stop, you monster, you won't pass. An evil eye manifested. Boom. The mage vanished instantly. An old man with a white snake stood amidst the destruction. A disciple of the Black Mage. He entered a chamber. On a pedestal sat a glowing artifact. Finally, the sealing stone of the hero freed. Controlling time itself. It is mine. The stone floated toward him, signaling a catastrophe worthy of an awakening Manhwa. The Black Mage's plan was in motion. Suddenly, his senses spiked. The artifact resting in his hand felt like a common stone, shattering the elder's composure. Why? Why can I sense absolutely no energy pulsing from it? It wasn't understanding that struck him, but pure, unadulterated rage. He roared, Who dared to orchestrate this? His power spiraled out of control, obliterating the room in a shockwave of destruction. He realized the terrifying truth. Someone had triggered the time reversal before he could. I must find him. Murderous intent twisted his face as his hand crushed the stone into meaningless dust. At Gondrick, the Merchant Alliance was buzzing like a scene from a classic awakening manhwa. An official stepped forward to address the sea of hunters registered for the selection. The official bellowed, "All candidates get into position. Results will be announced in 30 minutes. Nearby, a crimson-haired woman with a scar smirked, casting a mocking glance at her neighbor. Why don't you just give up? The power gap between us is like the difference between heaven and earth, isn't it?" Yet the scar-faced man didn't even bother to glance her way. "What kind of nonsense are you spouting? If you are so confident, let's decide who is stronger right here and now." "Oh, fine by me. That is exactly what I wanted." Sparks flew as the two prepared to clash, threatening to tear each other apart. Watching from the sidelines, Mako stroked his beard in deep thought. So this is the level of those from the third floor. The corners of his mustache twitched with anticipation. I have only one chance. I must choose my pawns with extreme care. Suddenly, the heavy scraping of metal against stone echoed from the main road. The entire crowd turned their gaze toward a man, dragging a massive object into the plaza. What in the world? What is he hauling? It was Elpam, and behind him trailed an ominous giant coffin. Elsewhere, a portly man with a mustache stretching to his ears sat in luxury. Draped in opulent robes that screamed wealth, he was the master of the Gondrick Alliance. Gondrick. Rumors claimed he was the wealthiest existence in the world of Maul. His financial power was said to rival that of entire nations. Urgent footsteps echoed down the Alliance corridors. Pushing past two elite guards, a man threw the doors open to reveal Gondrick standing before a grand indoor pool. "You." Gondrick turned slowly. "Are you that adventurer from Gafo seeking an audience? Do you take us for a joke?" His eyes narrowed at Elpam, who strode in with confidence. "It is an honor to meet you. I am Elpam." The protagonist bowed slightly. "The reason I am here," Gondrick cut him off sharply. "It's obvious what you want. You're aiming for the rescue team slot, aren't you? Listen well while I still have patience. This is not a stage for someone from Gafo to step onto. Apologies, but I am not standing here today as a representative of Gafo." He tried to explain patiently, but the Merchant King turned a deaf ear. "Then I have nothing to discuss with you. A mere third-floor adventurer has no business here." Boom! Elpam let the heavy coffin crash to the floor, silencing the old man. Gondrick's face twisted in annoyance. "Have you lost your mind? Get out. I am not in the mood for your antics." Unfazed, Elpam crouched beside the wooden box. "Forgive my rudeness if this offends you." He gripped the lid of the coffin. "But before you throw me out, feast your eyes on this." The sight of the figure within made Gondrick recoil in shock. The face inside was deathly pale, the body ravaged by grievous wounds. Gondrick screamed, "That is one of the high executives of Ka. Do you have any idea what you've done?" Elpam's voice was ice cold. "I am fully aware." Gondrick gasped. "Are you trying to start a war?" Elpam nodded. "Perhaps." However, he locked eyes with the merchant. "The Gondrick Alliance will also be a participant in this storm." Cold sweat poured down Gondrick's face. "What kind of madness are you spouting?" Suddenly, a voice drifted in from the doorway. "Allow me to explain. This situation concerns you as well." Gondrick stared at the newcomer in disbelief. The scene shifted, rewinding to the time before they arrived at the Alliance. "I find it hard to believe." A man clad in golden armor crossed his arms, questioning Elpam. "Are you claiming those wretched beings are still clinging to existence?" Elpam clarified. "They aren't just clinging on. They have dug their roots deep into the world of Mabel." The armored man spoke slowly. "Carson, you take full responsibility for those words." He pondered silently. "But if every word you say is the truth, then every anomaly I've witnessed until now finally makes perfect sense." He voiced his conclusion. "It is not that I trust you. I simply have faith in Kiri's judgment. That is the sole reason I asked Kiri to accompany us." Then, the Golden Knight asked, "What is your ultimate goal?" Elpam didn't hesitate to reveal his ambition. "I intend to completely erase Ka from the face of this world." An image of a flag bearing a horned skull engulfed in flames flashed through his mind. "In 3 days," Michael explained, "this will surpass a mere guild dispute. This will be a crusade against the fanatics, known as the Believers." Back in the present, the intruder was revealed to be Captain Michael of Cygnus. Elpam extended his hand, his palm glowing with an ethereal blue energy. He pressed his fingers against Bayu's forehead, revealing a crimson sigil hidden beneath the skin. "What is that, a tattoo?" Elpam explained calmly. "This is the mark of the Believer. Every member is branded with a symbol representing their deity." Gondrick's eyes widened. "Bayu was a cultist," he stammered in horror. then that means Kanya is actually. I am making you an offer you simply cannot refuse. Later, the scene shifted to a lively tavern. Cheers, drink up. The alcohol flowed as freely as the laughter. Menor looked worried. Are you sure about this? Is partying wise when the operation is tomorrow? Elpham grinned. Relax. A single day of rest won't kill anyone. We have prepared everything humanly possible. Our gear is reinforced. Our training is complete. Rest is just part of the strategy now. One of Gondrik's elite guards slid into the seat next to them, beer in hand. Ha ha ha. What are you two whispering about over there? Raph threw his arm around Elpham's shoulder. Don't tell me you two are dating. As a love expert, I can pow. Before he could finish, a fist connected squarely with his face. He rolled on the floor in agony, but Elpham remained expressionless. Keep your distance, Raph. Come on, Carson, I joke a little. I was just trying to lighten the heavy mood, he whined. Elpham pinched his nose. You reek of sweat. Go take a bath. Damn it, Raph grumbled. Fine, I'll shut up. He rubbed his bruised cheek, his tone turning serious. Actually, I need to ask you something. Why join Gondrik's rescue team when you already knew it was a trap? Menor chimed in. He's right. If that's the case, wouldn't participating in Kanya's raid make more sense? Elpham glanced down, his eyes dark. I have something I must find. He visualized a sealed scroll, stamped with red wax. I wasn't sure if the intel was reliable, but rumors say Gondrik found a map leading to the legacy of Freen. I doubted it at first, but the fact that the believers are targeting him proves it is real. I cannot allow that map to fall into their hands. That legacy was rumored to be an artifact of god-tier value. But he kept those thoughts buried deep. Of course, that only mattered if they could actually secure it. Now they could only pray that fate hadn't abandoned them. Elsewhere, a skull engulfed in flames began to speak. Elpham, barely 20, a survivor from the harsh lands of Lahabur and a former slave. He went from his initial awakening to the second circle in just 2 days. By the second week, he had already smashed through to the third circle. With this kind of explosive potential, he was practically the protagonist of a leveling manhwa. Facing the silhouette before him, the gray-haired man with eyes like polished silver commanded him to move. Your destiny is now in your own hands. But suddenly, the long-haired man found his path blocked by 2 enforcers. Sir Royce, this isn't the deal we made, he roared. You said everything was set. You promised to back our party. Royce simply raised a hand, his expression cold. And what exactly do you want me to do about it? The higher-ups just sent down a command to scrap the external recruitment. I don't know the politics behind it, but do you really expect me to shoulder that burden alone? I'm done with this. The crowd gathered before the massive stone gate was restless. This makes no sense. What about the bribe I paid you? Watch your tongue, Roids, a guard warned. This isn't the place for such accusations. Suddenly, the sea of people parted like the Red Sea as a powerful group approached. It was Pow's elite squad, Debo, Menor Kiri, and Marco. The guards stepped aside, instinctively intimidated by their aura. Sir Marco Roids stammered. Who are these people? Marco's voice was absolute. This has already been decided. I trust you understand. Roids was baffled. I don't follow. Are you saying today's raid is exclusively for you and Sir Marco? Even so, the crowd glared at the infamous hero slayer Debo. What makes them so special? Someone shouted. They weren't even on the list for the raid exam. Who do they think they are? Ignoring the outcry, the elites marched forward. Before entering, Menor stuck out his tongue, mocking the weaklings left behind as the teleportation light swallowed them whole. Inside, the dungeon revealed a crumbling temple, with shattered pillars littering the floor. Boring Debo grumbled, staring at the gloomy ceiling. Same old scenery. Carson, the system generates something new. Where's the creativity? Menor frowned, scanning the area. Wait a second. Where are Raph and Kiri? The realization hit them instantly. Damn it. Raph's voice echoed from outside. What the hell is going on? He slammed his hand against the invisible barrier blocking the gate. Did we hit the max player count? He spun around. I thought they said there were 6 slots left. Did someone sneak in before us? Impossible. We had lookouts posted everywhere to prevent gate crashers. Unless. Kiri's face went pale. Unless this is a trap. Deep inside the temple, the gray-haired man dragged a prisoner forward, the chains rattling like the bells of doom. Well, at least we made it inside. But how do we regroup? Pick up anything on the radar. Nothing yet. Mudria, the partner muttered. Stop using my real name, you moron. Fine, Mudria, he teased, changing his tone. She shot him a glare. You seem to be enjoying my misery. If the plan holds, they should be waiting for us on the 2nd floor. Their path was suddenly blocked by a massive 2-horned minotaur. Looks like we'll need a warm-up exercise before the family reunion. That beast is drooling everywhere. Think it's worth any XP? Mudria scoffed. No, I have a better idea. I'll handle this trash. The gray-haired man smirked. Don't exert yourself too much. The monster roared the sound, shaking the walls as it charged like a freight train. Coming to say hello, she casually tossed a green iron sphere into the air. Let me show you a magic trick. The monster froze confused. Mudria slammed her staff down. Surprised, the gray-haired boy watched with glee. First time seeing that skill in person. Not bad. The iron sphere rolled across the floor, leaving the massive beast twitching in its death throes. I'll save the finishing blow for later. This raid is just getting started. Minur wiped sweat from his brow. I had a bad feeling. Did the rats from Carsona infiltrate the dungeon ahead of us? Pao adjusted his eye patch. Even if they did, it's fine. I didn't expect this twist, but it makes things more interesting. Debo scratched his head. But isn't it too quiet? No ambushes. No traps triggering. Pao activated the artifact in his eye patch. Exactly. That's the anomaly. His magical vision scanned the temple structure and mana flow. There isn't a single living soul at the first gate. No cultists. No monsters. What happened here? He narrowed his eyes. What kind of game are they playing? Meanwhile, at the Merchant Guild, the Cygnus Knights stormed the entrance. The receptionist froze as she felt their oppressive pressure. Why? Why are the Cygnus Knights here? Do you have an appointment? Kasim smiled a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Apologies for the intrusion. He raised his hand, revealing the dark tattoo of a Black Mage. Did you perhaps lose this? What? Before she could process the question, the guards behind her were sliced into ribbons of flesh and bone. She screamed as Kasim pointed his blood-drenched blade at her throat. She trembled uncontrollably. Resist. Kasim laughed darkly, and I will treat you as a faithful servant of the Black Mage. For the Black Wizard, the battle cry erupted. It wasn't a fight, it was a purge. Heads rolled across the floor as the Cygnus Knights slaughtered everyone in sight. Stop them. Screams and curses filled the air. You bastards, help me. Kasim clicked his tongue in annoyance. You let a few slip away. Forgive me, sir. A knight knelt, reporting urgently. They must have had intel. The moment we breached, the key targets vanished. Kasim's eyes narrowed. Hunt them down. Find them and end this miserable charade. Yes, sir, I've given you plenty of chances. Deep in the shadows, a monstrous voice spoke. Do you resent me? A colossal spider loomed over a trembling man. No, he cried in terror. Serving the Black Wizard is the greatest honor this vessel could ask for. The spider's spirit merged, possessing him completely. Outside the barracks, a scout shouted. We've secured the perimeter near the harbor. Inside the command tent, Debir and the leaders analyzed the tactical map. Checkmate. They have nowhere to run. Reinforce the intersection. Gondrick clenched his fist. Just a little more. We almost have them. Outside, the city was being devoured by flames. At the base of a staircase, a monster shrieked in agony. In a split second, it was cleaved perfectly in two. The executioner was Macon. As the beast collapsed, Alexis stepped forward breathless. Those scum from Carsona. They were breeding these abominations right under the port. Her voice trembled slightly. Every single one of them is a nightmare-class monster. If the Gondra Company hadn't warned us, we would have been wiped out. The corpses of the monsters lay scattered like trash. Macon wiped his blade, his expression grim. True. Their strength was unnatural. But why? Why do I have this bad feeling? A facility of this colossal scale, yet completely abandoned, Michael let out a heavy sigh, scanning the eerie silence. They aren't even giving me a second to process this, are they? Suddenly, the air shifted, another wave of beasts surged forth. From the shadows, curses echoed through the hall. Damn it, where the hell are these monsters spawning from? If the escort squad hadn't sacrificed themselves to buy time. Rick trembled violently, tears streaming down his face. I don't want to die. I just want to live. Then, heavy footsteps echoed against the stone. The coward screaming for his life was practically broadcasting their location to the entire world. Do you realize how far your pathetic whining carries? You seem to have plenty of energy for a dying man. That voice. It was Pal. Panic seized Rick as he scrambled back, drawing his blade and screaming, "Who are you?" But before he could blink, a brutal kick slammed into him, sending both him and his sword flying across the room. Palmy looked down at him coldly. See, you've still got fight in you. Relax, Jack. Rick. We're the rescue squad sent to pull your sorry hide out of the fire. Debo and Menor stepped forward, wearing grins that spelled trouble. Rick stared in disbelief. Rescue squad. He clutched a lifeline, a rope. My father. He sent this. Rick squeezed his eyes shut, gritting his teeth in frustration. Is this it? Just you three? Palmi's expression darkened instantly. You should be on your knees thanking us for risking our lives to save a piece of trash like you. Rick snapped, spitting back with rage. Damn it, this isn't a situation where three nobodies can make a difference. Ignoring the insults, Pao activated his ocular ability to scan the target. No tattoos, no marks. Am I overthinking this? Menor interrupted the tension. All right, clean and simple. Target secured. It's time to move. Suddenly, Palmi's eyes widened, his body seized by a sharp, searing pain. A blinding flash of light struck from nowhere. Figures in black robes and nightmarish masks descended, emitting blood-curdling screeches. Menor, Palmi, and Debo instantly shifted into combat stance. Rude much, Menor grunted, dodging a lethal blow. I almost got a scratch. Palmi narrowed his eyes. So you've finally shown yourself. A chilling voice cut through the air. Is that ritual? All three froze. Palmi's eyes scanned the newcomer, terror rising in his chest. What is this monster? His mana capacity is absolutely suffocating. The figure blurred, rushing them with overwhelming speed. Lecturing me on etiquette, you seem relaxed for small fry. His aura flared with freezing, killing intent, like a boss from a system Manhwa, meant to crush players. Let's see if Commander Wynn's paranoia was justified. He unleashed a massive spectral spiderweb, warping space itself. A cataclysmic explosion rocked the area, shattering their formation and teleporting them into the unknown. What chaos erupted. As the main squad advanced, explosions chained together in a symphony of destruction. A crimson tornado materialized, spiraling directly toward Michael. Michael roared in agony, "Fall back, it's a trap." But the red miasma was too fast, it swallowed him whole, bringing him to his knees as his strength drained away. Thick fog blinded him, cutting him off from the world. Where am I? Footsteps crunched softly within the mist. Michael called out into the void. Who goes there? The silhouette emerged from the haze. Who am I? Take a closer look. Aren't I familiar? The face staring back was Michael's exact double. Meanwhile, back at HQ, Rand slammed his fist onto the table, shattering the silence. Impossible. 3 entire battalions wiped out. And Commander Michael is MIA. Debir gnashed his teeth, fury radiating from him. Verify it again. What the hell is going on? A transmission broke through from the front lines. Bad news. We've confirmed enemy reinforcements. It's the cultists. Damn it. Cold sweat trickled down Gondrik's face. It can't be. They're predicting our every move before we even make it. This means we have a rat in our ranks. Debir bellowed. Change the plan. Switch from Squad 51 to Squad 6. But outside the command tent, a shadow loomed. The sentry jolted. Halt, who are you? Back off. A wet slice silenced him instantly. A death rattle echoed in the quiet night, followed by the thud of a body. Rand screamed, "What's happening out there?" But Marco remained eerily calm, his voice devoid of emotion. It's just a couple of pests. Stop making a fuss. A blood-soaked hand slowly pulled back the tent flap. A figure in a black robe and a horrific mask peeked in, a dripping blade still clutched in his grip. Marco didn't even flinch at the danger. He simply smiled. It'll all be over soon. A chill ran down everyone's spine. Gondrik's face went pale as the terrifying realization hit. Marco A. sickle slashed through the air at light speed. The scene instantly shifted into a high-stakes pursuit of life and death. They were overwhelmed. Screams tore through the camp. Watcher 6 enemies flooded in from every shadow, a suffocating tide of despair. The soldiers broke into a panic, cornered like rats. But the elite fighters rallied. Explosive counterattacks lit up the night as they unleashed their skills, desperate to break the siege. Shockwaves from the clash shook the earth. Amidst the destruction, Kiri shouted, "Civilians this way, get on the transport and flee the city. Reinforcements from Gapo will be here soon." Suddenly, a shadow lunged at her, but a swift counterblow knocked the assailant back, sending them tumbling. It was Giap. He stood firm, shaking his head. Just when I thought we had a moment of peace, it turns into a slaughter. Kiri's expression tightened. These bastards. She looked down at the attacker Giap had struck. It was just a child, barely of age. They're even using kids now. Giap's face was grim. Kiri thought, this is true madness. They've been completely consumed by blind fanaticism. Giap spoke, his voice heavy with memory. When they tried to recruit me, they promised the same thing. Help unseal the Dark Mage and I'd get my deepest desire, even if it meant reversing time itself. Kiri gasped. Turn back time? That's the domain of gods. You didn't actually believe that garbage, did you? Giap scoffed. Exactly. If that mage was so godlike, why did he get sealed in the first place? Everyone knows it's a fairy tale. They looked down at the groaning child on the ground. They just prey on human weakness, Giap murmured. After all, Who in this world doesn't have a past they're desperate to rewrite? Back in the command tent, Gondrick roared. You traitorous bastard! In the massive pavilion, the three leaders stood frozen, staring at the blood-drenched hand, holding a familiar object. Marco. It was really, Marco, why would you do this? Gondrick cried out in betrayal. Marco tilted his head. My reason. The old man's voice dripped with sorrow. My poor daughter. Taken from this world too soon in that tragic accident. They told me they could bring her back. I would burn the world down just to see her face one more time. The mask of the loyal ally crumbled, revealing only a broken, dangerous man. Serving you has been an honor, Lord Gondrick. He pointed his weapon at his former comrades. De Beer stepped forward, shielding his lord with his own body. Get behind me now. Raka scrambled out of the tent in a panic. Forgive me, Ebbis, but Jack Gondrick stood frozen like a statue. Why are you just staring? Are you seriously going to let this happen? The minions lunged only to be blasted back by a violet flash. De Beer unleashed his aura. Where do you think you're going? The sheer force of his furious fist sent the lackeys crashing to the ground. The old man watched in shock, eyeing the two silhouettes vanishing into the distance. Hey, you fanatical freaks. He calmly lit a cigarette. It seems you're looking down on me. Exhaling smoke, he smirked. It's been a while. Time for a little warm-up. Meanwhile, in the gloomy ancient ruins, black-robed figures circled their prey. From above, the formation looked less like a battle and more like a dark sacrificial ritual. Talking about rituals, you seem to have time to spare. A smirk formed. So you aren't just small fry after all. The silver-haired youth stood with eyes cold as ice. Violet energy swirled around his hand, beautiful yet deadly, signaling a massive shift in power. Fine. Let's test if Legion Commander Wynn's concerns were valid. Pam scoffed arrogantly. Directly under the commander, huh? Do you think your bluffs frighten me? Mudria whispered. Oh my. Apologies, I wasn't clear. She leaped from the cliff to confront them. Allow me to introduce myself properly. Looming behind her was a massive beast, shackled by 3 heavy iron spheres. It waits only for my command to slaughter. She smiled. I am Mudria, the martyr. He froze. One of the martyrs. He thought rapidly. The secret unit of the 100 chosen ones. Their identities are always shrouded in mystery. Why are they here? Mudria sneered with arrogance. You've been causing too much chaos lately. Now, beings far beyond your level have taken notice. Her minions had already encircled the ancient ruins. He gritted his teeth. Damn it, quit your yapping, his team roared. Enough talk, attack. The iron sphere at her feet began to rumble. Oh my, such a temper. Haven't you ever stopped to consider something? Why the dungeon gate was suspiciously empty of monsters. The iron ball sparked with blue energy. Come, let me introduce you. The world trembled violently. What the A-vortex suddenly materialized, energy swirling to form a nightmare. Blinding blue light condensed rapidly. Debo tensed up. What the hell is that thing? Some kind of illusion. The light coalesced into a bodiless skeletal monstrosity. A storm raged around it. Meener's eyes widened in terror. Wait, look at that. The beast fully materialized. A demonic boar face, twin horns, and wielding a crescent moon scythe. It charged with ferocious killing intent. Its Ataramachus, ancient pillars crumbled from the tremors. The surrounded team trembled, staring death in the face. Impossible. Why do dungeon monsters obey her commands? And these numbers, it's insane. The Taramachus charged like a brainwashed berserker. You bastards, how is this possible? They rushed forward. Damn it, the power gap is too wide. Pam shouted Debo. Don't clash head on, Debo frowned. Huh, what do you mean? Suddenly static crackled around him. The beast's scythe unleashed a jagged bolt of lightning, striking him directly. Thunder roared as the explosion tore through the air. His endurance failed, and darkness took him. Debo, the team screamed. The monster raised its blade for the execution strike. His body was paralyzed. Is this it? Is this how I die? Damn it. What can I even do? Suddenly, a golden streak of energy slammed into the beast. It was Pam. Everyone move. I'll wipe them out in a single strike. His aura fanned out like a magnificent peacock tail. Rivaling the lightning's power, he engulfed the monster in blinding light, disintegrating it within a golden vortex. The onlookers gasped in sheer disbelief. What the hell? Did he just control that projectile with psychokinesis? Pam smirked. Bingo. His power surged, enveloping the entire ruin complex. Mener shouted, watch out, Pam. The tornado tore through the enemy ranks, an unstoppable force of destruction. Just as the rumors said, a voice mused. How interesting. The young hero exhaled relief, washing over him as the energy receded into the ring around his neck. But suddenly, the artifact flared to life again. Destructive beams shot out wildly, shattering the surroundings. Debris rained down. Menor cried out, "Impossible, Elpam's magic is out of control." The pillars crumbled to dust. Did it not work? Even Mudria looked puzzled by the anomaly. What on earth is that reaction? Did you really think I'd just stand here and take it? Mana flared around her. It's not over. Struggle a little longer for me. Her magic seized the debris, levitating every stone. Elpam stared in shock. What is this power? It defied logic, lifting the entire ruins from the ground. Is this psychokinesis? Elpam remained silent, his mind racing, as if analyzing a boss in a system. Manhwa. Mudria taunted them. Now, the real battle begins. Meanwhile, flames licked the crumbling structures. Raka and Gondrik ran for their lives. The defense line has collapsed. We need a full retreat. No. We have to hold the line. Gondrik checked his watch. He had a secret strategy one not even Mao knew about. When Elpam suggested this, I thought it was overkill. The minute hand ticked to the 2. Just 30 more minutes. Suddenly, footsteps thundered. They were cut off. What the hell is going on? Raka spun around, only to see another battalion closing in from the rear. Damn it, we're surrounded. He grit his teeth in frustration. Carsant, we execute the plan right now. No, it's too soon. We can't. The monsters bared their fangs, ready to tear them apart. Shit. What good is a plan if we're all dead before it starts? A blinding streak of light descended from the heavens, obliterating the lackeys in a shower of gore. As their bodies disintegrated, a terrified voice cried out into the void. Who goes there? Talk about perfect timing, fellow merchants. It is the golden duo, Giap and Kiri, arriving just in time for a flash sale. Now does anyone need a little assistance? A cold smile played on Giap's lips as he assessed the screaming trash. Only 2 of them wiped them from existence. Kiri unleashed her luminous blade art, while Giap's fists rained down destruction. A desperate lackey launched a barrage of daggers, but she ascended effortlessly. Are you out of your mind? Battle lust consumed her entirely. The world faded away until only the thrill of the kill remained. I recognized that crest. They belonged to the Epa faction. Her blade danced, slicing through them with godlike speed. A critical hit that displayed terrifying velocity and raw power. Blinding white light merged with a colossal sphere of azure energy. The atmosphere screamed under the pressure as every last enemy was reduced to dust. Only now did the duo permit themselves a smirk of victory. I saw the believers gathering, so I made an appearance. The situation seemed critical. Consider this a buy now, pay later service. Giap's eyes sparkled with greed, already calculating the massive reward. Now let me unveil today's special premium pricing. Before he could finish his sales pitch, a cataclysmic explosion tore the earth asunder. Skyscrapers crumbled like sandcastles as the very foundation of the city collapsed. What? Someone survived that? A silhouette emerged from the choking dust. Useless trash. The sheer pressure radiating from this stranger froze Kiri and Giap in their tracks. Minions. Such harsh words for the dead. But wait, 3 high-ranking merchants gathering in one place. This was no coincidence. This was a setup. Blood trickled down his face, fueling his seething rage. What a pity. The silver-haired nightmare Wyvok finally revealed himself. His voice dripped with venom. I have been dreaming of tearing Epa into bite-sized pieces. Suddenly, massive boulders launched through the air, smashing violently into Debo. His mind raced in panic. What in the hell is happening? Telekinetic power on this scale. In all my time before the regression, I never heard of a monster like this. The platinum-haired youth stepped in, blocking the purple dark magic. Was the rumor true? He deflected the stone barrage effortlessly. Or was this entire scenario a carefully laid mousetrap? Everyone on the ground watched in stunned silence. There was no way this was the extent of the enemy's power. Bronze pillars crashed down in a symphony of destruction. A divine beam pierced the clouds and struck the earth, and a shadow leaped straight into that column of light. They scrambled away from the death zone. See you later, morons. Now, only the platinum-haired youth and his squad remained. Do not let him escape. Hunt him down. Damn it. Move faster. They sprinted for their lives, believing they had shaken the pursuit. Look at you all. The VIP is safe now, so we just need to keep moving. Suddenly, massive wings unfurled, blotting out the sun. Epa's eyes widened in terror as a dual-horned insectoid monstrosity dove from the heavens. The beast's sonic boom shattered their transport. An explosion rocked the air, sending everyone hurling from their seats into the void. What is going on? The creature slammed into Debo, the impact shattering his defenses and drawing blood. The beast bared razor-sharp fangs, ready to devour everything in sight. Manhwa tumbled from the wreckage, screaming, "Debo, desperate Epa! unleashed a volley of spiritual arrows to hold back the inevitable. A crescent of purple energy sliced through the air, obliterating the arrows instantly. The clash of powers triggered a shockwave that left him trembling. Then a chilling voice cut through the chaos. The platinum-haired youth touched down right in front of him. It seems I have finally found the answer. His gaze bored into him like a predator looking at prey. Pa. Do I smell fear? His aura slammed into a nearby temple, toppling ancient pillars and triggering a localized earthquake. Menor struggled to rise from the rubble. Cough. Damn it. A bolt of lightning struck her down, racking her body with agony. She slammed into a pillar, just as a massive beastly claw stomped into view. The enemy commanded, "Stop wasting time, finish him." Menor forced herself up despite the bone-crushing impact. Cough. These fanatic bastards. 3 assassins lunged at her simultaneously. Elsewhere, the air grew heavy, the calm before the apocalypse. Suddenly, boulders bombarded the area, pulverizing the stone columns. The beast clamped its jaws onto Debo. His screams of agony echoed through the battlefield as he was thrashed about. The monster went berserk, its roar, suffocating the air with primal fear. Realizing this was a classic leveling Manhwa death flag, Giap sprinted for his life. Amidst the inferno, a shadow moved with the speed of a gale. It caught up instantly. From above, a long whip descended like divine punishment, splitting the earth and cracking buildings in half. Debris rained down on Giap's position. He screamed, "You fool!" But the whip showed no mercy, lashing at him with relentless fury. Damn it all. The weapon coiled tightly around his arm. High-voltage electricity surged from the whip, frying his nerves. Vok stood high above the puppet master of this torture. "Do not mock me. I will send you to the afterlife personally." The voltage intensified, bringing Giap to his knees. "You bastard. I am finished." Just as hope faded, Kiri burst onto the scene. "Why don't you leave that idiot alone?" She hovered in the air, channeling opposing forces. One hand blazed with infernal fire, the other radiated glacial frost. This was a legendary ultimate skill meant to end the fight instantly. Her voice was calm, but radiated absolute dominance. "He might look useless, but that man is our team's designated healer." She unleashed the cataclysm. Golden energy swirled into a titanic blade, tearing through the fabric of space and sweeping the enemy away like leaves in a hurricane. The attack descended vertically with blinding speed. The impact was absolute, stripping the enemy of any defense and blasting them into oblivion. Vok roared, "Damn you!" The ground trembled as if alive, birthing 3 towering monoliths. They resonated to form a blinding sphere of destruction, leaving Giap seething in helpless rage. "You son of a..." Nearby, Kiri collapsed, her mana drained. I am still standing." Forcing her limits, her dual elements flared to life once more. She raised her blade for one final clash. But something was wrong. "Wait, where is my buff?" Distracted, she failed to sense the shadow of death approaching. Vok was already behind her. He whispered death right into her ear. She froze in terror. Meanwhile, Gondrik and Ran watched the distant explosion with grim faces. "Damn it, when are we finally executing the plan? If this keeps up, we are dead meat." Gondrik's voice trembled with pure terror. "Hold the line. It's not over until our reinforcements arrive." A solitary footstep echoed in the silence. "Is this part of the plan?" Kneeling before the shattered wall, I couldn't help but wonder what fate had in store. Crimson blood soaked the earth as Giap dragged his broken body forward. Damn it all. Kiri wasn't faring any better, her wounds screaming with every breath. "Hey Carson, you still stand." "Thanks." But Yak was already gathering his energy. The healer's mana was dry. There was nothing left to give. As he unleashed his ultimate technique, despair washed over them. This was the end. Pure destructive energy flooded the battlefield. A colossal pillar of violet light crashed down from the heavens like a judgment meteor. The impact shattered the bedrock, sending shockwaves of stone and dust into the air. From above, they looked like mere ants facing the wrath of a god in this brutal leveling Manhwa world. Kiri and Giap froze their souls, trembling before a power that defied all logic. It wasn't just magic. It was the cold, suffocating embrace of death itself. Suddenly, a tyrannical force erupted to challenge the blast. The two energies collided and twisted, tearing through the air with speed so fast it sliced the very wind. Yak stood there, his mind unable to process the impossibility. What the calm voice drifted from behind him. "Attacking without a proper greeting, that's just bad manners." He whipped around, but it was too late. Goodbye. In an instant, the mysterious young man's aura completely crushed Yak's resistance. A sphere of blinding light erupted amidst the burning ruins. The pressure alone was enough to blow the bystanders away, like leaves in a hurricane. What on earth is happening? Kiri's eyes widened in shock. Yok's body was already half destroyed, obliterated in a single strike. The young man just smirked. I plan to send you off gently. My bad. Yok was reduced to a broken mess, blood gushing from his mouth. So you're just another loyal dog of the queen. The villain collapsed, becoming nothing more than a corpse in a pool of his own filth. The young man stepped over the body casually. Oh, look who we have here. What are you doing here? Do I have to see your face everywhere I go? Kiri gasped for air, barely conscious. Oh, my lord, you actually came. Emerging from the chaos was the young lord mounted on his steed and flanked by 2 elite guards. It was Lord Sim Gondrick, and Rakan couldn't believe their eyes. The captain of the Cygnus Knights. We almost died. Lord Sim's expression softened into a charismatic smile. I'll handle the merchant's safety. But Kiri, you look like you've been through hell. I'm coming with you. Excuse me, Kiri pushed herself up. My master ordered me to fight if trouble arose. Her eyes burned with resolve. So I am not staying behind. Sim's expression turned unreadable. A warrior like you. But a chilling voice cut through the conversation like a blade. Don't worry. All of you will be coming with me. To the grave. Terror seized Sim and Kiri as they spun around. Yok wasn't dead. How are you still standing after taking a direct hit? Hee. A sinister aura began to leak from him, black magic coalescing into a wicked blade. He was transforming, twisting into the form of a grand, dark wizard. He manipulated an hourglass as if he held the very lifespan of humanity in his grip. Go ahead and burn in the deepest pits of hell. Sim roared, lunging forward with his sword. He poured every ounce of his soul into the strike, but against the abyss of black magic, it was useless. The gap was too wide. Too late, hero. Yok stood with arrogant pride, initiating a forbidden ritual. Descend now, my master. He was prepared to pay the ultimate price. I offer this broken vessel to you. Please accept my flesh. Nightmare spiders materialized from the void, their silken threads descending to wrap Yok in a cocoon of darkness. The silk pulsed, as if carrying the master's very soul. Permission granted. Yok's eyes began to glow, with a bloodthirsty crimson light. The threads tightened, crushing him with agonizing force. He screamed as the unnatural silk bored into his flesh, rewriting his very biology. Twisted horns and grotesque wings burst from his back. The fusion was complete. Kiri and Giap could only watch in paralyzed horror. What in the world is that thing? Giap's mind snapped. Oh my god. Yok was gone, completely consumed by the entity he had summoned. He had mutated into a colossal berserk spider demon. What kind of nightmare is this? Suddenly, a violent flash of purple light blinded them all. The sheer gravity of power crushed the bedrock carcencrete, shattered like glass flying everywhere. Standing in the center of the crater was Paomi. The aftershock ravaged his insides, forcing him to cough up a mouthful of bright red blood. He wiped his lip, panting heavily. Damn it, I can barely breathe. He glared at the 3 figures flying toward him, their red eyes glowing with killing intent. Rage boiled within him. You absolute bastards. Forget the odds. He charged straight in, smashing them one by one with a flurry of skills. He summoned light arrows, locking onto their crystal cores with deadly precision. He hurled the crystals mid-attack, his voice cracking with fury. Did you really think I'd go down without a fight? Their attacks collided in a catastrophic boom, a clash of opposing forces. Dust choked the air, but Paomi dashed out of the smoke, still standing. Ha! Suddenly, a weary sigh echoed from right behind him. Ha! Seriously. A man wearing a glowing ring floated there. How long do you plan on throwing this tantrum? What the before Paomi could react? Debris rose up to imprison him. It was psychic telekinesis. Please just calm down for a second. The stranger casually manipulated the stone cage. Nobody is going to eat you. He drifted closer, his voice smooth and persuasive. I just want to have a civilized conversation. Paomi gritted his teeth, straining against the invisible bonds, but they wouldn't budge. Damn it, I was supposed to be the strongest Esper alive. As the stranger approached, Paomi's mind spiraled into madness. You think I'll lose to you? The moment the man got close enough, Paomi unleashed a desperate counter. He shattered his stone prison, launching the debris straight at his captor. Fine, let's play. The stranger didn't flinch, simply batting the rocks away with his staff. The stones were moving at bullet speed, yet he looked bored. Do you ever get tired of these pointless struggles? But then his eyes widened, flames were rushing toward him. Try this on for size. Paomi channeled explosive firepower into his fist. His left eye flared crimson as he launched a spiraling wind punch of total destruction. Let's see you call this meaningless. The stranger's expression darkened. I'm done watching this. A violet light erupted from his palm, catching Paomi's ultimate attack like it was nothing. Paomi froze in disbelief. I told you it's useless. The air screamed as the stranger gathered apocalyptic energy in his hand, and the orb behind him. Paomi trembled, fear seizing his heart. But then, the stranger patted his shoulder gently. I didn't expect you to be this shocked. He leaned in, whispering a truth that shattered Paomi's reality. In the future you saw, I didn't exist, did I? Paomi stood frozen, his mind reeling. But before he could react, the stranger's gaze shifted past him, radiating pure, suffocating, killing intent. Hey, apologies, but could you trash disappear? We're in the middle of a rather important conversation here. The group in the distance froze, paralyzed by the sudden hostility. Huh. The stranger let out a sharp, annoyed scoff. I guess you lot don't know when to quit, do you? System alert, unawakened skill activated. Poison Legion. A mystical wave of emerald liquid erupted from him. A devastating move typical of an awakening Manhwa surging forward to devour the crowd behind them. Arge. What the hell is this? Panic exploded among them as the attack landed. The very ground melted away. The toxic wave consumed them with such terrifying speed, they didn't even have a split second to react. Paomi stumbled back, his eyes widening in horror at the gruesome spectacle. What is happening? Betrayal. One of the drowning victims desperately reached out from the bubbling poison swamp. His bulging eyes screamed the question why. Why do this safe inside a barrier he created? The young man answered with chilling indifference. Who knows? I wouldn't exactly call it betrayal, though. Suddenly, his right arm jerked violently, disobeying his will. It clamped around his own throat, choking him as a strange sound resonated in the air. I certainly didn't expect this. The voice of Commander Wind rang out, echoing with undeniable authority. You're playing a dangerous game. Have you been watching me? The youth stammered, fighting to control his rebellious limb. A crimson tattoo manifested on his skin, crackling with arcs of violent lightning. Lord Wind, I know you're enraged, but this is all for the greater objective. Paomi watched his mind racing to analyze this leveling Manhwa scenario. Wind. Don't tell me. Commander Wind can hijack a body through that crest. The realization hit him. So this is why the believers can never betray their commanders. Then I trust you understand the consequences. The spiritual pressure spiked drastically, amplifying the voice. But then Paomi gasped. The glowing tattoo began to fracture. That mark. I'm ending this right now. With a surge of willpower, he snatched back control. His left eye flared with mana, and the tattoo on his hand began to fade into nothingness. Paomi was reeling from one shock to the next, his pupils trembling. The control crest. It's actually vanishing. It seems it is time for me to return to my proper station. As the hand tattoo dissolved, a new radiant sigil burned specifically within his iris. Meanwhile, a thread of fate snapped, leaving Wind utterly dumbfounded. You! How dare you! Wind's fury skyrocketed, his aura blazing. A mere disposable pawn dares to pull a stunt like this. Is this a declaration of war? You had better explain yourself before I obliterate you. Just then, another figure emerged from the shadows approaching Wind. It was the commander known as Aquarium, an elder with a prominent forehead crest, leaning on a staff entangled by a spectral cobra. Back on the battlefield, Paomi froze as he spotted a second sigil manifesting in the youth's eye. Another crest. He stammered, terror creeping in. Just what exactly are you? He frantically searched the memories of his past lives. Two conflicting sigils. I've never heard of such a thing in any timeline. Having severed his link with Wind, the youth replied with casual arrogance. Well, aren't we all technically under the banner of the Black Wizard anyway? Think of it as a little factional dispute. Sounds reasonable, doesn't it? Thick, noxious fumes continued to rise from the acidic sludge surrounding them. He continued his monologue. We all share the ultimate goal, the resurrection of the Black Wizard. But our methods and philosophies, let's just say they diverge. Allies and enemies at the same time. Sounds thrilling, right? The symbol in his eye shone with piercing intensity as he smirked. Hearing this, Paomi immediately pieced together the puzzle. An internal power struggle. He recalled the massive organizations and their supreme commanders' believers who had been secretly amassing their own private forces for ages. That explains why they remained hidden until the final day. The chaos was born from the commander's infighting. Hesitant Paomi asked, So, what is it you want from me? The eye sigil finally dimmed. The youth dropped the bombshell. To be honest, I'm hunting for a specific item, the sealing stone of the hero Frey. Paomi flinched, his heart skipping a beat. Ages ago, Frey, the one hailed as the greatest hero, forged the sealing stone to lock away the Black Wizard forever. The youth spoke as if visualizing the artifact's transcendent power. Elsewhere, Aquarium was discussing that very same artifact. It is a stone containing the concentrated essence of an eternal timeline, a tool designed solely to seal the darkness. The elder stepped closer to Wind. But if one were to reverse the flow of time within it, it could resurrect the dead by winding back their personal chronology. A cruel irony indeed. The sealing stone is without a doubt the most certain method to bring the Black Wizard back to this world. He pondered the stone's potential and those who had wielded it. He thought of his long, weary journey across the realms. I spent countless years tracking down the sealing stone, and finally I located it. Mio raised his fist, his voice dropping an octave. But the stone I found was nothing but an empty shell. That means only one thing: someone has already drained its power. Finding the one who used the sealing stone became my top priority. And honestly, it wasn't hard. He smirked. Players like that tend to stand out. The protective barrier around them hummed, its integrity unyielding. The shield kept the toxic wave at bay as he listed the evidence. The 100-path gate, the tomb of the Hawk's Eye, even the hidden dungeon containing the hero's stash. He stared deep into Baomi's soul. I don't know if you're just stupid or if you lack self-control, but you rampaged through those scenarios. It was impossible not to notice you. Baomi's expression darkened instantly. The youth pointed an accusing finger. It was you all along. The regressor. El Baomi. Silence descended. I never heard of this guy before my regression. Baomi's knuckles turned white as he gripped his staff. My attack earlier. It wasn't a lack of firepower. He nullified it with superior control. He replayed the clash in his mind. I should be leagues stronger now than I was in my past life. But it didn't even scratch him. His firepower was devastating enough to vaporize others, yet against this monster. It was like throwing a pebble at a mountain. Baomi analyzed the youth's arrival. If that wasn't even his full strength, then his current power level is easily S rank or higher. Trembling, he finally stammered, Who exactly are you?" The youth didn't answer directly, only sighing with a mix of pity and amusement. As expected, even a man from the future doesn't know my name. How tragic. His voice turned ice cold. I suppose that means in the near future. I'm already dead, aren't I? Baomi's pupils quaked, while the youth merely smiled a hollow smile. I'm not saying that to get your pity. Poisonous fumes continued to swirl around them. I have a terminal illness. Seeing the truth of my fate confirm, it doesn't make me feel any better. He suddenly gripped his baton, shifting his demeanor. But enough of this Manhwa recap exposition. Let's get to the main point, shall we? Actually, the only reason I am still breathing is because of you. As Baomi stared in confusion, the youth clarified. What do I mean? Simple. The Lord wants to recruit you. He recalled the terrifying aura of Lord Wind's aquarium technique, a scene straight out of a high-stakes Manhwa recap. Because of the chaos you've unleashed, the Overlord is mobilizing every ounce of military might to eradicate you. Since the two leaders remain in the shadows, I, as a loyal servant of Lord Wind, shall mediate this conflict. Suddenly, crimson mana threads like bloody spiderwebs began to materialize above his head. Back then, my physical form was deteriorating at an alarming rate. You may have noticed, the light has long since faded from my eyes, leaving me half blind. As if to prove his words, his iris appeared a murky, lifeless gray. He continued, his voice dripping with longing. To a dying man like me, the secret proposal from Lord Aquarium tasted sweeter than honey. Flashbacks flooded his mind, reaching toward a silhouette, shrouded by a red-eyed serpent. He offered me a rebirth. Baomi hesitated, his voice trembling. Don't tell me. He actually cured your terminal condition. A scornful laugh escaped the man's lips. Cured hardly. It was barely a patch job. He utilized high-tier chrono magic to temporarily freeze the disease's progression. The protagonist flinched. Chrono magic. Ignoring the shock, the man pressed on. Lord Aquarium swore a blood oath. As long as I serve him, he will halt the clock ticking down on my lifespan. And once the Black Mage is fully resurrected, I shall be gifted a vessel, a new flawless body. Cold sweat trickled down Baomi's spine. So, that is the price of your betrayal. The man stood there, radiating an overwhelming pressure. A dense, suffocating, killing intent rolled off him like waves. This guy is dangerous. He uses the Black Mage's revival as a shield, but he's a snake who would bite his own master to survive. Suddenly, the man cut through his thoughts. Don't overthink it. Excuse me, Baomi blinked, bewildered as toxic fumes swirled around them. My mission is simple: rescue you from Lord Wind's machinations and deliver a crucial message. He extended a welcoming hand. Eppa, join our faction. What are you even fighting for? Don't tell me you're still clinging to some childish notion of justice. His gaze filled with mockery. Hypocritical, isn't it? During the 100-man trial, and countless times before you slaughtered enemies and watched bystanders die without lifting a finger, it makes sense in a twisted way. If they were destined to die in the future you foresaw, then their lives meant nothing to you, correct? Is your morality simply selective justice? Memories flashed scenes of him standing indifferently while lives were snuffed out one by one. If you're chasing a different desire, reconsider your path. He didn't care for a response pushing his agenda. The Black Mage is far greater than you can comprehend. He is an entity approaching the realm of godhood. Align with him, and you gain infinite power, eternal life, and even the ability to resurrect the dead. How do you think the guild leaders from 800 years ago are still walking this earth? The Black Mage bestowed the gift of immortality upon those who swore absolute fealty, flesh that never rots, bodies that never age. A sharp, chilling smile cut across his face. That is merely a glimpse. Whatever your heart desires, the Black Mage's resurrection is the key to unlocking it. Suddenly, he raised a single finger, startling Eppa. There is, however, one minor condition. You must slaughter every soul who knows of your existence and assist in our grand design. The words hit like a hammer. Bao Mi stumbled back, drenched in sweat. You want me to massacre my own party members? The man shrugged indifferently. Consider it your initiation ceremony. A man of your caliber knows how to freeze his heart to achieve his ambitions. In this line of work, anonymity is your greatest shield. Unable to decipher the treacherous plot brewing behind those eyes, Eppa pressed for answers. There is no way I am that essential. What is your true endgame here? The man replied with maddening apathy. Who knows, I am merely a pawn, moving at Lord Akarium's behest. But one thing is certain with your aid. The system Manhwa prophecy will be fulfilled, and the Black Mage shall rise. An image exploded in his mind, a shadowed figure, shattering the chains of fate. This was the turning point of this awakening Manhwa story. So what will be your choice? Isn't the answer obvious by now? Bao Mi swallowed hard, his throat dry as sandpaper. The man extended his hand once more, demanding a verdict. Eppa, make your choice. Memories from his past lives flashed like a kaleidoscope. Comrades, lost enemies, slain, the hollow pursuit of justice and revenge. Yet, even in a ruined world, there were souls who shone like stars. He remembered his teammates, warriors, who shouldered the weight of the world, yet still spoke of hope. He saw their smiles brimming with pride and camaraderie. To me, they are worth more than this entire damnable world. But then the nightmare returned. Philip's broken body. The crimson pool of Philip's blood. The light fading from Jen's eyes. Damn it, stay with me, Jen. The memory of Alexis, shoving him to safety while being devoured by the beast, tore at his soul. No, another tragic ending. Another life where he lost absolutely everything. The vision faded, leaving him standing alone in the debris. But then, fresh memories washed over him. A new party. Powerful, efficient, yet unbound by the chains of the past. People I could replace instantly. Pawns I could sacrifice to secure my rank. But why? The question struck his soul like a physical blow, shaking the very foundation of his being. Jero's radiant smile flashed in his mind. Something deep within him snapped an awakening. His eyes ignited with a fierce light, and his stance became as immovable as a mountain. Sensing the shift in the atmosphere, the man narrowed his eyes. What is the meaning of this? Bao Mi dropped his center of gravity. Instantly, arrows tore through the air, screaming toward the enemy. Did I stutter? Though sweat dripped from his brow, his voice was steel. Justice, vengeance. I don't give a damn about your grand philosophies. I simply protect what is mine. The man let out a long, weary sigh, accepting the rejection. I see. Then, negotiation has failed. There is no other way. Mana surged from the baton in his hand. The two figures clashed, signaling the end of words and the beginning of war. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a figure sprinted desperately down the road. Moving that slow, how do you expect to catch me? Debo clutched his massive battle axe, lungs burning as he fled. Dust coated his face, teeth gritted in exertion. Suddenly, colossal hairy hands smashed through the stone wall, grasping for him. The beast brought its palms together with a thunderous clap. It dove toward the earth, sending a massive plume of debris and dust into the air. The monster opened its hands slowly, but only crumpled stone fell from its grasp. Debo's expression darkened. Seizing the opening, he launched himself into the air, his axe raised high for a killing blow. Too slow. You're wide open. He aimed a devastating strike directly at the beast's skull. But suddenly, Debo's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. A golden barrier flashed clang. The axe was repelled, as if striking diamond, spinning away to embed itself in the cliffside. Terror gripped Debo as the monster wound up a punch. Oh no! With a feral roar, the hairy beast unleashed a haymaker that sent Debo flying like a ragdoll. He smashed through layer after layer of stone walls before crashing down, coughing up mouthfuls of crimson blood. Debo fell to his knees trembling. What the hell is that thing's defense stat? It tanked a direct hit from my axe. This was a variable he hadn't calculated in this leveling manhwa. Debo ripped the binding cloth from his right-hand eyes, burning with desperation. Damn it, I have no choice. I haven't mastered this power yet, but I have to risk it all. He gritted his teeth, the bracelet on his wrist, flashing, but now wasn't the time to worry about jewelry. The orange gold gem blazed like fire, as the armor-clad merchant screamed in shock. 300 million mesos. The man roared in disbelief. Have you lost your mind? How could a rookie afford such a high-tier artifact? More importantly, do you even have the funds? Baomi closed her eyes, turning away to avoid the second-hand embarrassment. I was a little short, so I took out a loan. A loan, from where he answered with calm indifference, narrowing his eyes only to get an earful of angry scolding in return. From the Gapo Merchant Guild. About 200 million put under the party's name. It's pocket change. You idiot. Why would you splash cash like that? Du's jaw dropped as he held the jade bracelet, an item meant for a rookie. Baomi bowed her head, a cold, calculating smirk playing on her lips. Relax. You think I invest blindly? The image of a spear-wielding figure from the past flashed through his mind. Don't worry. I know exactly what this is. Long ago, there was a man who fought alone, carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders. It wasn't even that long ago. A legendary warrior, stronger than anyone once wielded this. Trust me. Du pursed his lips, staring deep into the artifact in his hand, lost in thought. Of course it all depends on you, Du. But make no mistake, this will be the perfect weapon for your growth in this leveling manhwa world. He clenched his fist and roared, charging forward. All or nothing, but the hairy beast scowled and punched Du, sending him flying back. He tumbled violently across the dirt. Du scrambled to his feet, eyes wide with terror. What is this? It's just glowing. It's doing nothing. He turned and fled in panic as the monster rushed him. How do I even use this trash? Du gritted, his teeth glancing back frantically. Damn it, I must be insane. Did I really think I could fight barehanded against a beast that ignores spear thrusts? A weapon. I just need something. He dodged the monster's swipe while sprinting desperate eyes, scanning the area until they locked onto a corner the corpse of a believer. That's it. Du changed course, sprinting toward the motionless body. Anything will do, please. He grabbed a wooden shield, squeezing his eyes shut in pure fear. Damn it, a shield. I said anything but not this. Du cowered behind the wood as the monster's razor-sharp claws slashed down. It's not working. But then, light erupted. A magic circle materialized, blasting the monster back in shock. Du blinked completely, dumbfounded. Huh. He stared jaw-slack at the bracelet on his wrist. What the hell? A shield symbol had appeared on the band. 5 gems encircled the icon, locking into place. 5 gems and a symbol. Could it be? The monster roared and charged. A flurry of punches rained down, but Du ducked and weaved, escaping the onslaught. He spotted another weapon near a corpse, a sword. All right. One more time. The moment his fingers wrapped around the hilt, the bracelet flared with light again. The gold gem shifted, revealing a sword crest. Du leaped, slashing straight for its face. Yes, just as I guessed. He bounced around the battlefield, striking the demon from every angle. Perfect. I figured it out. The warrior's arsenal. Du grinned wildly, raising the glowing artifact. Like a cheat item from a system manhwa, the symbol activates based on the weapon held, boosting its power instantly. A magical circle spiraled around the sword-shaped gem. But the monster wasn't done. Murderous intent flooded its gaze. It growled, launching itself at him. Du swung his blade, carving into flesh and making the beast shriek in agony. The sword gem blazed brighter. The number of glowing orbs increased with every clash. The more I fight, the stronger I get. He landed on a roof, coiled his legs and gripped the hilt tight, launching himself like a missile. Fear finally flickered in the monster's eyes. It folded its wings to shield itself. Even your thick hide won't stop me now. Du slammed his entire body into the beast's chest. 5 magic circles ignited simultaneously, branding the creature with the mark of the sword. The monster's massive frame shuddered violently. Du vaulted into the air, sword raised, but the beast spun around, spitting a scorching fireball in desperation. Du's pupils shrank in horror. The flames shattered his blade instantly. The fireball slammed him into the ground, burying him. He gritted his teeth, vision blurring, eyes rolling back in sheer pain. Damn it. I got careless. He was pinned against the wall as 3 more fireballs converged on him. The monster took flight, watching the massive explosion it had created with sadistic glee. It glared ferociously, opening its mouth to roar in victory, when suddenly, a voice cut through the smoke, making the monster's eyes bulge in shock. You were one step too slow. Du gripped a new weapon, an ironclad battle axe wrapped in heavy magic. The bracelet now glowed with an axe symbol. He crouched, resting the weapon on his shoulder, radiating pure killing intent. The complete form has awakened. His pupils constricted, staring death straight in the face, teeth grinding in fury. Now, it's your turn to bleed. The monster swooped down, firing 3 fireballs. Du dodged with unnatural grace. His shadow blurred through the smoke and flames as the monster roared, smashing the ground in frustration. Du widened his eyes, tightening his grip on the axe handle. With a primal scream, he flashed past the beast, leaving a deep, ruinous gash along its hairy arm. The axe gem shined with orange brilliance, and every other stone ignited in unison. They linked together, forming a supreme magic circle for a chain attack. Du frowned, his gaze sharp as a blade, and raised the axe high. This is going to hurt. Meanwhile, the Dark Mage's minions fired a volley of arrows, shattering the earth. Jack Rick scrambled to dodge. Another arrow flew straight for the kill, but a bullet from the distance deflected it in a split second. Jack Rick froze, stunned. The cultist gasped. What the hell? The gunshot echoed, shattering the tension. The Dark Mage's minions retreated, terrified by the pressure of the sniper, as the ground seemed to explode around them. A figure suddenly blocked Jack Rick's path. Minner stood there, expression grim, looking down the red-hot barrel of his gun with unwavering resolve. Hey, you coward, wake up. You have to go see your father, don't you? But Jack Rick panicked and fled, leaving Minner standing there dumbfounded, his sentence unfinished. No. We were supposed to go together. The mages launched a fresh assault, and Minner scowled. Damn it, you guys too? Covered in dust and grime. Minner sighed deeply. Nothing is ever easy in this world. Far away, Jack Rick ran for his life. Ahead, the teleportation gate shimmered. Jack Rick cried out in joy. The exit? But his smile vanished as he tripped over a rock. Yes, I'm saved. He crashed hard, sending dirt flying, and a small yellow potion bottle rolled out of his pocket. Memories came flooding back the day he received the potion from his father. This is... Jack Rick froze, recognizing the item before him. Father, why would you give me something so precious? Jack Goldrick's voice echoed in his mind. Keep it. One day you will definitely need this to survive. Jack Rick had refused back then. I don't need this. That gate is nothing to me. Jack Goldrick had spoken with stern love. Remember, you are the captain. If you want everyone to return safely without loss, you must be ready for the worst-case scenario. Jack Rick's face once held the warm, radiant smile of a true leader. That was the weight of responsibility he carried. But snapping back to the cold reality, disappointment carved deep lines into his brow. Father was wrong about me. Terror flooded his mind as the nightmares returned. Jack Rick crumbled internally. I am not fit to be a captain. The fear of death is choking me. He clutched his head in absolute despair. Even with enhancement items, my current power level is trash. Father? Meanwhile, the Dark Mage's lackeys launched a ruthless assault from the shadows. Minner gritted her teeth, firing back in a blind rage. These bastards are persistent as cockroaches. Suddenly, a massive claw loomed overhead. A shadow plunged from the sky, forcing her to dodge. Chains coiled around the figure, radiating a bone-chilling green aura. You fools. You cannot even handle one weak little girl. Maria created distance and hurled her iron chain, shaking the very air with its weight. Minner held her ground, eyes burning with defiance. You got a big mouth, but do you have the skill to back it up? A massive explosion erupted in midair, slamming straight into Maria, but the shield only showed a hairline fracture. Minner's eyes widened in shock. The shield unleashed a monstrous counterforce. Minner was blasted backward, coughing up a mouthful of blood. What the hell was that? Maria's distorted image loomed through the dust. Scared yet, Minner ignored the pain charging up her left arm. Shut your trap. She unleashed a point-blank strike, but the shield flared with blinding light again. The projectile ricocheted instantly, piercing Minner's leg. Blood sprayed into the air as the green glowing weapon hovered menacingly above. My apologies, you look traumatized. Let me explain. Maria's voice dripped with mockery. How does it feel to be torn apart by your own signature move? Minner gritted her teeth through the agony. My own move? What kind of nonsense is that? Impossible. An image of a balancing scale manifested in the shattered space. Correct. Total reflection is the gift he bestowed upon me. No matter how high your damage output, it all returns to you. As long as this skill is active, you are powerless against me. Minner activated her gun's ultimate ability anyway. Don't get cocky, witch. That skill is nothing but a cheap trick. Suddenly panic set in. Damn it, my mana hit 0 at the worst possible moment. A heavy blow slammed into Minner, delighting Maria. Out of tricks already. How boring. Menor crashed into the boulders, her body crumbling into the crater. Seeing the opening, the demon horde swarmed forward, roaring butcher them all. But time seemed to freeze as a flurry of sword slashes decimated the mob. Maria froze. What Jack Rick stood like a guardian shield in front of Menor. What is this? Didn't that coward abandon his team? Jack Rick trembled, yet his gaze was iron hard. Yes, I failed to protect my squad. I admit, I was too weak. A blade slashed across Jack Rick's chest, the enemy sneering in triumph. You absolute moron. You came back just to throw your life away. Jack Rick chuckled, blood dripping from his lips. Who knows why I don't even understand it myself, but I know one thing for sure. Maria narrowed her eyes. Jack's body began to glow with golden light. If I ran, now I would live as a coward forever. The assassin flinched. What I definitely hit a vital point. A fatal thrust pierced the assassin's skull. The minions stepped back in terror. What is happening? Was he hiding his true level? How is he still standing? Maria screamed. You idiots! It's the extreme gold elixir, a legendary item in this leveling Manhwa world that boosts health and mana for 30 minutes. Jack Rick unleashed a furious counteroffensive. Impossible. He actually possesses extreme gold. I forgot he is the heir to the boundless fortune of the Goldrick Merchant Guild. Yet Jack Rick was panting, taking heavy damage with every exchange. He swung his sword recklessly until an enemy above realized the truth. Wait, look at him propping himself up. His stats increased, but his technique is still garbage. It is like casting pearls before a swine. You are absolutely right, the dark mages rushed in. This divine item is wasted on trash like me. Jack Rick smiled through the pain. So I decided to give it to someone worthy. Blinding beams of energy tore through the night sky, obliterating the enemy lines. Menor emerged from the smoke, the empty vial in her hand. Now I am impressed, young master. Mana raged around Menor, like a hurricane exerting terrifying pressure. Time to turn the tables. Jack Rick collapsed, leaving it to her. I am counting on you. Make it happen. The minions scrambled in fear at Maria's warning. She was half dead a second ago. Stop her? A minion lashed out, shattering the glass vial in her hand. But it was too late. His eyes bulged as a vortex of hellfire swept the battlefield, incinerating the guards instantly. Menor leveled her glowing barrel, eyes locked on the target. Oh my, the young master's life is on the line here. You fool severely underestimated me. Her guns roared, unleashing a symphony of explosions that blew the army away. No debris rained down as the battlefield transformed into a sea of flames. Maria watched her forces crumble, seething with rage. Useless, incompetent trash. A trembling minion begged for mercy. Lord Maria, please. Maria crushed his skull under her heel. Get your filth off me. Blood splattered, marking his execution. Maria gazed coldly at Menor's squad. Amusing, but nothing has changed. Do you really think you can win? Her nightmare weapon materialized. You are still dancing in the palm of my hand. Menor ripped off her coat, binding her bleeding wounds tight. Her eyes shone with unyielding will lock dead on Maria. Let's end this. I will give you a shock you won't forget. The ground quaked under the clash of their killing intent. The air grew heavy with suffocation, until Maria lost her patience. Cut the crap. She launched a devastating area attack. Miraculously, Jack, Rick, and Menor barely evaded the onslaught of destruction. Maria fired a barrage of chain hammers at Menor, but the gunner didn't flinch, countering with a volley of crimson missiles. Maria scoffed. Pathetic idiot. Haven't you learned your lesson yet? Her iron sphere opened, emitting a sinister blue light to intercept the attack. Menor fired. The missiles roared toward Maria, but suddenly curved their trajectory. Maria stepped back in confusion, bumping into a stone pillar. Did she miss? Another glowing shot flew past. Maria's mind raced. Was that intentional? Suddenly, the support pillars behind her exploded, bringing the ceiling down. Maria gasped. Impossible. She couldn't have calculated that. Refusing to accept it, she lunged toward Menor with killing intent. Menor smirked a mysterious glint in her eye. She fired into the wall beside Maria, halting her in a cloud of dust. Maria coughed. Jack Rick watched in awe. Is she using the environment to bypass the shield? How is this happening? Menor unleashed a storm of bullets around the target. Jack Rick finally understood. That's it. Her reflection skill only triggers on direct hits to her body. To put it simply, her ability reflects destruction. If she wrecks the environment to inflict indirect harm, the damage becomes real in this leveling manhwa. Debris battered Maria's body, sparking flashes of agony. A barrage of bullets screamed toward her, dealing damage through indirect impact. Maria roared, her eyes burning with fury. You filthy little wretch. Menor's lips curled into a victorious smirk. I told you I'd surprise you. There is no escape from my sights. The gunner's rhythm was perfect. Every shot found its mark, forcing a scream from Ria's throat. Ria coughed, staggering back as blood, her very life force, spilled onto the cold ground. Cough dirty tricks, she spat. Damn it, all I need to distance myself from these walls. Despite the heavy damage, her spirit wasn't broken. She screamed in defiance. You are nothing. Suddenly Menor stumbled over rubble, letting out a sharp gasp. Regaining her balance instantly, Menor unleashed another volley. This entire zone is a minefield for you now, Ria channeled her energy. The iron warhead blossomed open, revealing arcane runes. Damn you, I won't let you hit me this time. But Menor wasn't aiming at her. She fired straight up at the ceiling. Ria froze her counterattack, dying in her throat, as panic set in. Boom! The ceiling shattered into a massive gaping hole. Huge slabs of concrete cracked and plummeted, crashing down with devastating force. From a distance, Jack Rick finally peeked out. Do you think that finished her? No sooner had he spoken than the pile of rubble began to tremble. Menor's instincts screamed danger. She scrambled toward him, shouting, You idiot! Move now? Jack turned, just as the debris exploded outward. Red-hot iron spheres blasted through the smoke like meteors. Maria emerged, gasping for air, coughing up another pool of crimson. She seethed with rage. I burned through so much life force just to survive that. She scanned the dust-choked room. Did they escape? Her fury spiked. Damn them, how dare they humiliate me like this? But now I've decoded her attack pattern. That trick won't work a second time in this Manhwa recap scenario. Miria decided to resume the hunt. She dragged her chains across the floor, carving deep grooves and leaving a trail of blood in her wake. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Jack Rick supported Menor, his face twisted with concern. Hey, are you holding up? I'm sorry. This is my fault. A nasty burn glowed on Menor's leg. Jack panted heavily. She'll catch up in seconds. We need to find another route immediately. Menor grit her teeth, forcing a reassuring tone. Don't worry about me. She gripped her rifle tighter, eyes burning with resolve. Fighting through the pain, she whispered, I still have one card left to play. Crash. Maria smashed through the pillars, her voice booming like thunder. Where are you hiding, rats? Stop scurrying in the dark like vermin. Come out and accept your fate. I will find you. Silence answered her, followed only by the sound of crumbling architecture. Then a single bullet tore through the air. It flew on a perfect trajectory. Miria scoffed arrogantly. Struggling is useless. But the bullet phased right through her. Maya's eyes went wide. Impossible, she braced herself. What kind of game is this? I was the superior fighter. She hurled her weapon at Menor, but Menor's body shimmered with a golden aura, dodging effortlessly. Maria grit her teeth. What the hell? Her attacks missed, yet she was taking damage. Damn it. What kind of sorcery is this? Menor's voice cut through the chaos, calm and cold. You still don't get it. Her hair began to glow with golden light. Her entire silhouette radiated divine energy. Realization struck Miria like a lightning bolt. Wait, is that the legendary party summon skill? Maria's mind raced. Team Summon. A super rare ability that calls forth an ally. I thought only Eagle Eye possessed that power. How did she unlock it? Menor didn't answer. She simply raised her gun and fired. Maria analyzed the threat instantly. Dangerous. It looks exactly like a real player. But it has no life signature. I can't reflect damage back to it. A shot slammed into her open wound, eliciting a sharp cry of pain. Filthy tricks. Her attacks are too fast. I can't counterattack. Damn it. Ria internalized the combat data. Attacking the summon is pointless. She stopped abruptly, shifting tactics. I must strike the summoner directly. Her eyes darted around, hunting for her prey. Where are you? Her chains lashed out in a frenzy. Come out. Maria analyzed the situation. Maintaining a skill like that must drain massive amounts of mana. She has to be close. Definitely close. Maria took a step back, a deduction forming in her mind. Wait, I see it now. The safest spot on this battlefield is. Her gaze locked onto the clone standing guard. Right behind her own shield, a sadistic grin spread across Maria's face. She's hiding behind the clone. Maria launched herself forward, chains screaming through the air. The Menor clone watched the incoming attack with eerie calm. Maria laughed maniacally. Gotcha. Just as the chain was about to smash into Menor's face, it halted midair. Clang, a familiar voice rang out. Did you really think it would be that easy? Jack Rick had stepped in his greatsword, catching the attack. If I know the angle, even I can block a monster like you. Jack grinned, standing firm like a fortress before the summon. The gun was raised once more. The clone smiled confidently, aiming right between Ria's eyes. The real Menor spoke from the shadows. Checkmate. Maria froze. Oh, crap. The muzzle flashed. A beam of pure energy erupted, blasting toward Maria. The impact knocked the chains from her grasp and slammed her body backward into the stone wall with a sickening crunch. On the sidelines, the trio watched the villain fall. Blood sprayed as Maria's head hit the ground. In her final moments of consciousness, she looked up at Jack Rick. So it really was a party summon. Maria's fading vision drifted to the clone that had baited her. It was just a construct with no consciousness, or so she thought. The clone turned to Menor, her voice soft and gentle. I hope we meet again, little sister. Menor gazed back, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. Thank you, sis. Meanwhile, debris crumbled in another sector. Ka Chim blocked a lethal strike from a monstrous arachnid, his mind racing. Damn it, this thing is covered in plate armor. Fine. Then Ka Chim swung his blade, unleashing a wave of blue phantom fire toward the beast. He roared. How about a taste of this? He expected victory, but the spider countered. It spewed a torrent of crimson webbing like a tidal wave toward Ka Chim. The sticky threads bound his sword instantly. Ka Chim pulled with all his might, but the weapon wouldn't budge. Suddenly, the temperature dropped. A bone-chilling aura filled the corridor. Massive spikes of glacial ice erupted from the ground, freezing the spiderweb solid. Ka Chim looked over in shock, still tugging at his blade. What kind of magic is this? From the shadows of the battlefield, a pair of black boots stepped forward. Kiri emerged, a confident smirk playing on his lips. Sorry I'm late. I was busy helping the merchants evacuate. That looks like a tough boss. Need a hand. But before he could finish his cool entrance, a massive fist came flying out of nowhere. If we combine our strength, Kiri's plea was cut short as she slammed violently into the wall. She looked up at Kasim, confusion written all over her face. Sir Kasim. But his eyes only burned with a terrifying warning. Stay out of this, you privileged brat. I don't need your charity. He turned his back on her to resume the duel, spitting out one final command. Just sit there and witness true power. Through the status screen, the Black Magician's disciple gasped. Has he lost his mind? In this brutal system Manhwa world, that power gap is a death sentence. Even I couldn't control that monster. Disbelief filled the old man's eyes as he analyzed the data. Does he seriously think he can take on the Cygnus Knights alone? The wind spirit remained calm, offering a dark reassurance. Relax. I granted him a fragment of my power. It watched Kasim straining against the pressure. He may be a former Cygnus Knight, but he's only at the 7th circle of magic. The spirit concluded with a cold calculation. Before the mutation, their combat power was roughly equal. That should be enough for this duel. Suddenly, the entity turned the question around. Wait, don't you have a bigger problem to worry about? The old disciple smirked, realizing he was exposed. Sharp as ever. You caught me. A magical rune glowed ominously on the old man's skin as he spoke. Truth is, the finale was written long ago. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Michael froze. The shield wielded by his inner demon began to radiate a blinding blood-red light. Boom! The sky lit up like a fireworks display of destruction, blasting Michael backward. Stabilizing his stance, he thought. They predicted my arrival. Is this an ambush? Lost in his analysis, Michael failed to notice the shadow looming directly above him. If that is your deduction, then your knights are doomed. You lack focus. A terrifying beam of mana erupted from the magic circle, detonating with earth-shattering force. The doppelganger sneered as he attacked. Still worrying about your precious disciples. You are so predictable, you hypocrite. Another explosion rocked the dimension. Locking eyes with Michael, the shadow asked, Have you forgotten Arthas? The name paralyzed Michael. Seizing the opening, the shadow swung his blade, snapping Michael's weapon in two with a single decisive strike. He invoked memories of Michael's childhood, specifically his father, Arthas, the father who cherished you more than life itself. You basked in his unconditional love, his trust, his greatness. The demon's voice dropped into a venomous hiss. But let me tell you the truth. It was all a lie. The entity twisted the knife, revealing the father's true nature. Family love, please. He only stole you because you possessed the bloodline of the Knight of Light. Blinded by greed, he declared he murdered your biological father and kidnapped you for his own gain. He sealed the narrative with absolute conviction regarding the man named Arthas. He was nothing but a demon wearing human skin. He loomed over the fallen Michael, unrelenting. Michael, sole heir to the Knight of Light. Your noble bloodline cursed you to live among filthy scavenging flies. Greed rules them all. Did you really expect sincerity from such trash? You are laughably naive. Michael was battered, his uniform soaked in crimson, yet he remained silent. The demon's voice droned on a loop of despair, with no exit in sight. Accept your lineage, the shadow urged slowly. It is time to open your eyes. His gaze sharpened like a blade. Time to grow up and face reality. Amidst the smoke and ruin of the battlefield, Michael's voice finally cut through. Man, you talk too much. What was that? Ignoring the shadow's confusion, he slowly regained his composure. I was dizzy from the attacks, but your nonsense logic is giving me a real migraine. Michael pushed himself up, knees trembling but locking into place. I get it now. A smirk tugged at his lips. This is a mental realm, isn't it? You're just stalling for time. The shadow persisted, desperate to convince him. Are you blind? I am the honest part of you that you buried deep inside. Listen to me. Michael cut him off cold. No, you're dead wrong. He stood tall, his aura stabilizing. Naive, honest. Do you really think I operate on such childish ideals? It's laughable, Michael admitted bluntly. You're right, I am surrounded by filthy flies. They use me, and I use them right back. The shadow snarled. Are you even listening? Michael ignored him. I don't fight losing battles, and I don't sign contracts where I lose money just to satisfy someone else's greed. I learned the hard way. Visions of his guildmates flashed in his mind. How to plant courage in the hearts of the weak. How to forgive those who once hated me. They fight just like I do. I learned to mend broken bonds. Golden energy erupted from him, and I learned how to protect the people I cherish. Michael smirked, a look of pure arrogance, mixed with the resolute images of Kiri and Kasim. That is what it means to be human. A lesson you can't buy with all the money in the world. Back in reality, Kiri was in a nightmare scenario, hunted by a colossal spider. She dodged summoning razor-sharp ice shards to bombard the beast. But the monster didn't even flinch. It shrugged off the magic and swatted her away like a rag doll. Kasim charged in, blade raised high. Don't you understand? He slashed downward, screaming, I told you I'd handle this myself. But his desperate strike was useless. A crimson barrier materialized, stopping his blade cold. Kasim gasped, realizing the trap. A barrier. That wasn't a weak point. As the horror of the trap set in a sphere of dark energy, condensed above the monster's head, Kiri screamed in terror. Sir Kasim, move. He looked up, but fate had already swung its scythe. The dark beam fired, tearing through structures and obliterating Kasim's position instantly. Memories flooded his fading consciousness. The day he picked up a sword, desperate for validation from his idol. I trained until my bones cracked. Even when I collapsed, I never gave up. All I ever wanted was for you to acknowledge me, Michael. A look of pure bliss covered his memory self. But the day Michael introduced Kiri, the dream shattered. The moment you brought her to me, I knew. Despair filled Kasim's eyes. I was being replaced. Every swing of my sword became a way to vent my rage. I couldn't stand it. I refused to accept it. The memory shifted to him brutally defeating Kiri in a spar. Why her? A useless girl with zero talent. He watched her lying in the dirt and walked away cold. But the thing that truly made my blood boil. Rage burned in his eyes as he stared at his scarred, calloused hands. He gritted his teeth, sweat dripping down his face. She is simply more talented than me. Terror gripped his heart. He knew he could never compare to her genius. Crushed beneath the rubble, his uniform soaked in blood, Kasim lay helpless in the darkness. He questioned his very existence. What am I to you anyway? Suddenly, a voice pierced the silence. The heavy rocks began to shift. Just endure it a little longer. Kiri was pushing past her limits, desperate to save him. I will pull you out of there, Sir Kasim. But Kasim's voice was disturbingly calm. No. Run away. From the thick smoke, a nightmare emerged. The monster had found them. He begged her to retreat to their master, but Kiri cut him off. Eyes squeezed shut, muscles screaming. She refused to let go. I don't want to. Kasim stared in shock at the girl he had always despised. I won't let you give up here. You are my goal, she cried. Do you have any idea how hard I've worked to surpass you? Her arms trembled violently from the strain, yet her resolve was iron. I want your recognition even more than the master's. I haven't shown you my true power yet, so stand up. She clenched her jaw, summoning every ounce of strength. Don't you dare give up on me. With a primal scream, she finally shoved the massive boulder aside. Kasim was struck speechless. Memories of the past flooded his mind. That fool. She had always been this way. Since the day they were brought in as children, she hadn't changed a bit. He bit his lip until it bled, forcing himself to stand. Seeing him rise, Kiri gasped. I'll buy us some time. Escape now. But he shut her down instantly. Useless. Staring at the titan looming before them, his eyes narrowed. What do you think you can do? Stop talking nonsense. Then the order came. Stand behind me. He didn't look back. His body was broken, but his silhouette stood like an unshakable fortress. That is an order. Kiri looked at him stunned. Cover me, he roared. In perfect sync they charged. Blades flashed in a deadly dance carving through the air with beautiful brutality. Dodging a lethal strike, Qasim barked a command. Right side. Trusting his instinct, she moved instantly, blocking the spider's vicious attack. You idiot, too slow. Below you. The beast's claw grazed her. Qasim didn't let up. Right up, Kiri gritted her teeth, struggling to match his insane combat tempo. Left low. The monster shrieked in frustration. Their coordinated attacks were becoming a suffocating web. Suddenly, the beast's eyes widened in realization. A lucky strike sent Kiri flying. Qasim screamed in fury. You fool! Dark mana began to condense in the monster's maw. It fired a beam of pure destruction straight at her. She froze, unable to react in time. But the impact never came. Qasim had thrown himself into the line of fire. Sir Qasim. It was happening again. Old memories resurfaced. Qasim, always the top student. He thumped his chest with pride back then. I can do even better. I will prove I am worthy of your teachings, master. But Michael had only sighed in disappointment. On the other hand, your teamwork is garbage. Qasim had stuttered, defending his ego. Wait, that's only because she's too weak. Michael's voice had dropped cold and serious. Do you still not understand the lesson I gave you? Back in the present, Qasim clenched his jaw. He finally understood. Facing the monster's death beam, he looked small. But in this awakening Manhwa moment, size didn't matter. The beast roared, thinking it had won, but Qasim's sword sliced upwards, cutting the energy beam in half. However, as the blade descended, the steel began to shatter from the stress. The attack was nullified, but his weapon was destroyed. The monster saw its chance and lunged. Sir Qasim, Kiri screamed, hurling her own sword through the air. He snatched the blade from the sky. His grip tightened around the hilt. Kiri's voice rang out with authority. Use this. A smirk tugged at Qasim's lips. Aura exploded from his hand. A massive phantom sword manifested, launching toward the beast. The blade flew like a meteor blazing with holy fire. Qasim held the stance, his spirit igniting. I didn't understand your teachings before. He prepared the final strike. But now, watch what I have learned. The monster only had time for one final scream. A pillar of golden light swallowed it whole. Kiri shielded her eyes from the blinding shockwave. The beast lay motionless in the dust. Incredible, she whispered. Is this Sir Qasim's true power? She clenched her fist, humbled. I knew it. I still have a long way to go to reach him. A shadow fell over her. Qasim approached, his voice stern. Don't tell me you're feeling proud of yourself. He looked down at her. I still don't think you deserve to be a knight. Kiri lowered her head, accepting the rebuke. I understand. But then Qasim added softly, from now on, stay close behind me. Just like today. Faces, hidden emotions unspoken. Two warriors walking the path together. Kiri's answer was strong and clear. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the battlefield, De Beer was sent skidding across the dirt. Damn it, he cursed, barely pushing himself up. Franco approached slowly, his praise dripping with venom. You lasted longer than I thought. Jack Carson really does have talented dogs. He glanced down at De Beer, signaling his executioners. Well, goodbye. Finish him quickly. The assassins closed in for the kill. But suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Boom. A shockwave sent one of Franco's men flying. Zap stood like a guardian deity between De Beer and the enemy. The troubleshooter has arrived. He immediately cast a healing spell on De Beer. Stop being dramatic and get up, he scolded. Franco watched in horror as fatal wounds vanished in seconds. He healed a mortal injury instantly. That recovery speed is beyond the rumors. De Beer stood up, cracking his knuckles with a grin. Much better. Perfect timing, De Beer laughed. Zap adjusted his gear seriously. You should thank Jack Carson. He hates losing his subordinates. He scanned the enemy mob. About 30 hostiles. You ready? De Beer clenched his fists, aura flaring. Yeah, let's crush them. But in the next second, Zap turned and sprinted in the opposite direction. Run away. De Beer stood frozen in confusion. Realizing what happened, he scrambled after him. You crazy bastard. Franco's goons gave chase immediately. Get them. High above wind, screamed in rage. Useless idiots. This Manhwa recap was taking a chaotic turn as he smashed the screen. How could he lose after I gave him my power? Akaram's voice floated through the room. You speak as if you didn't predict this outcome. Wind turned furious. Are you mocking me? If not for that contract, I would. The old man cut him off. I told you, it is not yet time for us to reveal ourselves. To revive the Dark Mage, we must conserve our mana. Crimson mist swirled around Akaram's fingers. Still, what a wasteful ending for such a pawn. All right, I will lend a hand just this once. The battlefield erupted in chaos. Gunfire roared across the zone as Chero turned to Piru, anxiety burning in her eyes. Status report. How bad is it? She glanced at the glowing talisman in her hand, finding a glimmer of hope. Hold on. They are almost here. Moments later, reinforcements arrived. The elite special forces of Cross Hunter HQ stepped onto the scene. Chero's gaze snapped upward, and her blood ran cold. 3 figures hovered in the sky, dominating the air. Behind them, a massive clock seal began to rotate ominously. What the hell is that? A masked entity stood at the center, flanked by 2 faceless enforcers. Every word he spoke dripped with overwhelming killing intent. How chaotic. Suddenly, a crimson barrier materialized. It slammed down, completely sealing the area from the outside world. Panic spread as a soldier pounded helplessly against the energy wall. They were trapped on all sides. Chero's eyes widened in realization. Did that monster create this? The 3 figures floated silently, gazing down like gods, judging insects. From the outside, the barrier formed a colossal pyramid, towering high enough to pierce the very heavens. Inside the dome, Kiri froze. What is happening? Suddenly, Carson roared, "Kiri, move." He yanked her back just as a massive monstrosity crashed down where she stood. Snap out of it. Carson glared at her, his eyes bloodshot with rage and fear. You idiot. Do you want to die? Watch your surroundings. The creature that landed began to speak, but its voice was laced with confusion. What is this? I was definitely. It clutched its head, bewildered by its own existence. Strange. Why? The beast was a grotesque hybrid, half-human, half-giant spider with bared fangs. Why are you insects still alive? Debir sprinted, shouting, What are you, out of mana already? Zap snapped back. You think I've been sitting around doing nothing? This isn't some game. I barely had enough mana to heal you guys, he grumbled. Damn it, useless. Then he smirked with sudden pride. Hey, don't be so harsh. I am your savior after all. Debir yelled. Savior, my foot. We are literally running for our lives. Zap laughed. Relax. Everything is going exactly according to my plan. Before he could finish asking, what kind of plan involves Debir's pupils constricted? Watch out. Ahead of you. Zap skidded to a halt, staring at the barrier. What now? They were trapped. A wall rose from the ground, blocking their path, while Franco's minions closed in from behind. Surrounded on both sides, despair set in. Damn it, is this really the end for us? Suddenly, Zap tossed an item toward Debir. It is a bit early to use this, but I have no choice. Debir caught it by reflex, confused. What? What is this? Zap clutched. A crystal, a confident grin returning to his face. You guys chased us all the way here. Impressive. Zap's eyes glinted mischievously. Now? Good luck. While Debir stared at the item in shock, a minion raised his blade for a killing strike. This is... Just then, the stone erupted with blinding light. The radiance swallowed everything, blinding the attackers. Carson Fusion struck the 3 enemies, swung their blades, hitting only each other. Debir and Zap had vanished. What the hell just happened? The enemies stood alone in empty space. Where did they go? Meanwhile, somewhere else. Gold coins rained down with a metallic clatter. Debir crashed onto the floor, groaning in pain. What is going on here? Opening his eyes, he saw 2 familiar silhouettes. Relief washed over him. Sir Reagan. Where are we? Debir stammered. A moment ago, I was. Jack cut him off immediately. You made it. He then explained the power of the artifact they had used. You used a teleportation stone. It is a rare item in this Manhwa recap that warps you to a specific person's coordinates within a set range. However, the cost is astronomical. Each use burns a massive amount of mesos. Most adventurers carry one, but they are too terrified to ever actually use it. Zap materialized nearby, dusting himself off. That is why I was stalling for time. He flashed a smug grin. For such a pricey item, I had to make sure it was the perfect dramatic moment. Those idiots will never find us here. But then, Zap froze. His jaw dropped. Mountains of gold and priceless treasures surrounded him on every side. Impossible. Does a paradise like this actually exist? Overcome with greed and joy, he dove straight into a pile of gold coins. Debir tried to hold Zap back, while Ragan turned to Jack with a serious expression. What is the plan now? We are already 20 minutes behind schedule. Jack's voice wavered with uncertainty. It seems so. The plan has been compromised. His expression darkened. If you have the chance, you need to flee immediately. Zap exploded in anger. What? You want me to leave all this gold behind? He paused, correcting himself. Leave you behind, sir. Jack gripped another stone tightly. I still have a few teleportation stones. They are linked to allies outside the barrier. Go now. Debir still hesitated. What do you mean? If you have stones, why do you not come with us? Jack forced a smile quickly, fabricating an excuse. My time has not come yet. Thinking of his comrades deep beneath the ocean, he explained. Someone needs to stay behind and wait for their return. Outside the barrier, heavy artillery bombarded the energy wall, boom, boom. But the shield remained flawless, without a single scratch. A soldier, his cannon barrel glowing red-hot, reported with a grim face. It is useless. No matter how hard we hit it, it won't budge. He turned to his commander. What are your orders, Sir Bartol? Bartol crossed his arms, his mind racing. A barrier of this magnitude. Only a high-ranking commander could conjure this. His thoughts drifted to Arcarium. It is likely him. Bartol barked out orders. Find another way in. We cannot let this barrier stop us. Yes, sir. The troop scrambled. Bartol stared at the impenetrable wall, whispering, Hold on, Starling. We are coming for you. Chero gritted her teeth, glaring at the floating trio. Did that bastard create this twisted dimension? The city was crumbling. Buildings collapsed into dust, and the tide of battle was turning against them. Their allies lay broken and unconscious everywhere. Without main force reinforcements, we are going to be wiped out. She gripped her gun until her knuckles turned white, panic rising. Damn it, only 8 bullets left. What do I do? The masked figure gazed down at the burning town, his voice calm and chilling. Truly, not a bad city. To think Willer's underlings are struggling against such trash. Suddenly, boom, a small explosion erupted right in his face, startling his 2 silent guards. He concealed his face behind the mask, his voice dripping with ice. Who dares? Suddenly, another bullet shrieked through the air, aiming straight for his head. Effortlessly dodging the masked figure, ignored the 2 faceless minions dropping behind him. His gaze locked onto the sniper's nest, and he hurled a sphere of pure destruction. It collided with the earth, detonating in a catastrophic blast that shattered the surrounding ruins. Peering into the choking dust, he scoffed with arrogance. How foolish. But suddenly, a second projectile tore through the air from his blind spot. A pathetic parlor trick. He spun around, eyes blazing. You damn rat. A hail of gunfire erupted, forcing him on the defensive. I don't know what game you think you're playing. Mana gathered in his palm for another strike, but it was futile. The energy sphere slammed down, triggering a massive explosion that made the very earth tremble in fear. While the others watched idly, the masked man's voice cut through the chaos, colder than the grave. Found you. Chero tightened her grip on the rifle, her fighting spirit burning brighter than ever. You're as stubborn as you look. This battle is just getting started. The enemy weaved through the air, his predator's eyes scanning the wreckage below. Where are you cowering, you little rodent? The crosshairs locked onto his silhouette. Bang! A surprise shot rang out. Before he could react, the bullet found its mark, staggering him mid-air. Fury exploded within him. Gathering a massive amount of mana, he unleashed a bombardment upon the town below. Stop these games and face your death. Chero scrambled away from the crumbling structure, heart pounding. Damn it, his power level is way higher than I anticipated. Resolve hardened in Chero's eyes. This was her final shot at victory. That bastard, she cursed silently while sprinting. His roar echoed behind her. How long do you think you can flee from destiny? A chill ran down her spine, a premonition of death. All right then. Chero spun around, leveling her scope at the target. There was no retreat. It was do or die. But elsewhere, danger lurked. While she was distracted, a faceless assassin closed in from the shadows of the secret corridor, the chaotic rhythm of footsteps echoing ominously. Hurry up. They're behind that door. I can sense them inside. Franco sprinted alongside his lackeys, panting. Damn it, this wasn't part of the plan. The mechanism shifted, and they breached the heavy doors with ease. He stared ahead, eyes gleaming with the certainty of victory. The cat-and-mouse game was finally over. Seeing the figure atop the stairs, Franco's voice dripped with venom. Lord Gondrick. He laughed maniacally, as if savoring a twisted joke. Just as I predicted. Of all places you hid in the treasure vault, how utterly disappointing. Jack turned his expression grave and imposing. Disappointed. You don't have the standing to utter that word in my presence. You traitor Franco. Though winded, the slamball's grin didn't falter. Fine, fine. Vent your anger. Curse me until your throat bleeds for all I care. But tell me, are you all alone? It seems even Gappo's loyal dogs have abandoned their master. He signaled his goons to move in for the kill. I'll make good use of your inheritance, so die peacefully. Suddenly a mocking voice echoed through the chamber. Gappo's dogs, you say? Suddenly hidden mechanisms in the walls snapped open. A golden torrent cascaded down like a waterfall. The intruders screamed in panic. What the hell? Seeing the tidal wave of wealth, they tried to retreat, but it was too late. The avalanche of gold swallowed them up to their waists. Franco's face twisted in sheer disbelief. This can't be happening. Ran smirked, her hand resting on the lever. Who are you calling dogs? The only beast here is the one who dared to bite the hand that fed him. Jack stood unmoved atop the stairs, hands clasped behind his back with the aura of a true ruler. I'll leave the trash to you. Teach him how the Gapo Guild handles rabid mongrels. With the gold rising to his neck, terror finally seized Franco's heart. Suddenly, De Beer and Giap burst onto the scene, surfing down the golden slope on a massive gemstone. All right, the stage is set. Franco shrieked his soul, leaving his body from fear. Why are the executives of Gapo here? Before the lackeys could process the ambush, they were immobilized. My body. I can't move. Giap and Bis grinned like demons, launching devastating punches that sent the traitors flying out of the gold pile. What's wrong? Don't you like swimming in money? Giap laughed, his blood pumping. Now, this is what I call a thrill. Suddenly Ren shouted a warning. Giap, watch your 6A minion lunged with a blade, desperate and deadly. But Giap stomped down, sending a gemstone projectile, slamming into the attacker's chest, knocking him back. Giap flashed a provocative grin. You want to be buried in riches before you die? Fine by me. The enemy swung his blade, but Bis moved faster than the eye could follow. I'll respect your death wish. Franco, helpless in his golden prison, could only watch in horror as his squad was dismantled piece by piece. I can't get out. A hand suddenly gripped his collar and yanked hard. Here, let me give you a hand. De Beer stared down at him with sinister delight. Oh my, is our ferocious little puppy tucking his tail between his legs. Within moments, Franco was hogtied on the floor. Jack stepped forward to begin the interrogation. Now, tell me, what is your master's next move? Cooperate and we might consider showing mercy. But Franco just clicked his tongue in disdain. He burst into laughter. Mercy. A sentence. Don't make me laugh. Do you think the laws of the old world still apply in this system? Manhwa reality. Wake up. None of you are leaving here alive. Suddenly, a mechanical voice chimed in. Do you copy Carsonection? Established. Ran leaned in next to her lord, curious. What is that sound? In Jack's hand was a high-tech communication device. I've reached the rendezvous point, requesting activation of the high-grade teleportation stone. Jack spoke into the receiver. This is Gondrick. Authorization granted. Giap looked completely lost, stuttering. Huh, what's he babbling about high-grade what? Jack turned to explain, his voice serious. It operates like a standard dungeon gate key, but with the power to traverse entire nations in a blink. His face twisted in shock. Legends say it can warp you to uncharted zones. That item is essentially priceless. Jack nodded. Exactly. And I entrusted one to our reinforcements. This isn't just a simple Manhwa recap moment. This is checkmate. The coordinates are locked to my position. That is why I had to remain here. Franco froze his voice, dropping to a whisper. What did you say? Reinforcements. He struggled frantically against his bindings. Impossible. Screaming at Jack, he lost his composure. You delusional old fool. Do you think a handful of soldiers can change the outcome of this war? Silence, you fool, Jack cut him off sharply. We aren't talking about some cheap mercenaries you can buy with loose change. Terror washed over Franco, his face draining of color, as the gold coin seemed to vanish from his vision, replaced by a looming shadow. A few coins, you said, Franco. Have you forgotten who exactly stands before you? Jack smirked, his voice dripping with venomous sarcasm. The purchasing power of the Grick Merchant Guild was truly terrifying. Inside the barrier, a single beam of energy swept through, obliterating an entire building in a heartbeat. Yak gazed down from the heavens like a god judging insects. I will teach you the true meaning of despair, he scoffed arrogantly. You should be on your knees thanking me. He held Kiri effortlessly with one hand. Because of you, I unlocked this power. As she groaned in agony, he snapped. Focus, calm down, you fool. Energy began to crackle around him for another devastating strike. Don't bother resisting. I'll end this quickly. But then, a single drop of water landed on his shoulder. Yak froze, staring in disbelief as rain began to fall from the sky. Is this rain? Inside his sanctuary, Jack grinned with overflowing confidence. There is no limit to what my gold can buy. Gold coins evaporated into the ether, fueling the transaction like a high-stakes system Manhwa economy. I didn't even hesitate. The answer was obvious from the start. Outside, the faceless one lay battered in the dust while the masked assailant looked up at the sudden downpour. Chero, broken and bleeding, managed a faint, incredulous smile. My God, is this really happening? Inside the barrier, the heavens opened up. Tons of water crashed down in a torrent. Yak's eyes widened in pure horror. As Jack spoke his legendary line, the floodwaters rose with terrifying speed to consume the barrier. I purchased the source of all this world's chaos. I bought the ocean itself, and riding that violent surge of water, a massive vessel emerged. Inside the ship, Kieran's voice was ice cold. Port sighted ahead. A crew member called out from the bridge, "Captain, we await your command." Her gaze was sharp as steel, her resolve unshakable. All systems engaged. Prepare to fire. On the hull, the cannons began to glow, locking onto their targets at her command. Aim. The skull-shaped submarine dove deep into the abyss. The pilot reported in voice tense. Comms linked. Mission start. We are entering hostile territory. As the countdown echoed through the ship, Kieran gazed at a small photograph. The numbers ticked down, but her eyes lingered on the image of her and Menor, a memory of happier days when they laughed without a care. 1. The countdown hit 0 just as the submarine reached its destination. It surged upward, breaking through the water's surface with explosive force. The vessel tore through the waves, a leviathan rising from the deep with a deafening roar. Submarine has made landfall, the report screamed through the speakers. Arrived at Leetport. Captain, your orders. The harbor lay exposed before Kieran. She snapped the photo frame shut with finality. Deploy the cannons. Immediately. As the targeting systems locked on, a blood-soaked sword clattered to the ground in the port. The dark cultists watched in stunned silence, panic finally setting in. Engines roared as firepower reached critical mass. Blinding light gathered in the barrels, ready to unleash a cataclysm that would shake the earth itself. Clutching the pocket watch with her precious memory, Kieran gave the order with imperial authority. Fire. The submarine unleashed hell. Red beams of destruction obliterated everything in their path. The ship didn't stop. It rammed straight into the land engines, screaming as it crushed the port under its weight. Leetport crumbled like a sandcastle. The submarine sat dominant on the shore, ocean water flooding in behind it, reclaiming the land in a chaotic surge. The harbor was now an aquatic graveyard. The cult leader scanned the chaos, his guard down for a split second as he searched the wreckage. What? Where is that girl? As he wondered if she was dead, Chero sank beneath the murky waters, her status unknown. Had she survived or logged out of life permanently? The stubborn cultist flared his mana, desperate to hunt them down. I need to be sure, but before he could cast his spell, a massive red beam swallowed him whole. The ship's cannons didn't stop. They poured continuous fire onto him. From the bridge, Kieran watched the devastation with cold, calculating eyes. Report from the bridge. Target hit, ground impacts confirmed. Smoke billowed from a massive crater as water rushed in. But within the swirling dust, a shadow remained standing. He was tough as a cockroach refusing to die. You rotten filth, he screamed in rage. The ship's cannons glowed red again, charging another volley. Target remains active, reloading. Suddenly, a giant red eye snapped open beneath the waves. Red tendrils like a spider's web shot up and wrapped around the engine, dragging the ship down. The pilot screamed a report to Kieran. We missed. Something has snagged the hull. Kieran's eyes widened in shock. What did you say? The red slime fouled the gears, paralyzing the engine. The crew fell into panic. Turret 3 is down. Stop the firing sequence. The adhesive substance crushed the propellers. Alarm bells rang out. Engine stalled. I've lost control of the ship. We're stuck. As the crew screamed about an external attack, a horrifying fusion of man and spider crawled up the hull. It was Yak, transformed into a monster. Hair wildface, twisted in malice, he advanced. At the bow, the cultist leader finished charging his spell, aiming a devastating blow at the stranded sub. You will pay for this. The spell slammed into the ship. The vessel groaned under the impact, throwing the crew violently across the bridge. Smoke poured from the starboard side. Emergency hull breach on the right. Armor critical. Below the waterline, Yak's red webs continued to tear at the metal. He smashed into the engine room, trying to sink them from the outside. Captain, we are taking heavy damage from below as well. Murat turned to Kieran, fear in his eyes. Kieran, at this rate, outside, the cultist mocked them, gathering his energy. This toy is tougher than it looks. He channeled all his mana into a gigantic vortex, a spell designed to wipe them from existence. Let's see you survive this. Sensing the end, Kieran grabbed her sword. I have to go out there. She turned to Murat. Murat. Suddenly, a voice oozing with arrogant power cut her off. Leave this to me. A blinding golden light erupted from the ship's stern. Yak recoiled, shielding his eyes. What is this energy? What is that light stepping out of the brilliance? Was Michael, captain of the Exnos Knights, clad in armor? A true legend of this awakening Manhwa had finally arrived. Meanwhile, miles away, a crystal skull shattered in a villain's hand. A snake slithered over the shards. The old man stared in disbelief. They survived that. Impossible. Wind hissed in pain as he crawled on the webs. Akarim's eyes went pitch black, his voice dropping to a dangerous growl. He has returned. Michael's sword moved faster than sight. Wherever his holy light touched, Yoke's webs disintegrated. With just a few elegant swings, the ship was free from the red tendrils. Yok watched helplessly as his power was sliced to ribbons. Shock turned to fury. Who dares interfere? Michael's blade danced in a relentless storm, his eyes burning with cold calculation. Before his opponent could even react, a slash of pure light tore through the air. The strike was faster than sound. In a fraction of a second, Yok was bisected, his disbelief frozen on his face as his body fell apart. Just like that, his life force hit zero. Game over. Meanwhile, inside the Nautilus, order was restored. Captain, the engines are coming back online. Kieran didn't hesitate. Full speed ahead, maintain distance, but the cult leader had already condensed his mana into a catastrophic sphere of flame. Too late, he sneered, arrogance dripping from his voice. My energy is fully charged. The submarine shuddered violently under the pressure, sending waves of panic through Kieran and Murat. The annihilation spell loomed over them, a gravity well of destruction, ready to crush the ship. The fanatic roared, I will erase you all from existence. He raised his arm to unleash the inferno. Vanish. But suddenly, a flash of steel sliced through the air, severing his hand in an instant. It happened at godlike speed. With his control broken, the sphere of destruction collapsed directly onto him. Only then did he realize his hand was gone. Before his brain could process the pain, he was consumed by his own apocalyptic technique. Blasted back by the explosion, he screamed in agony and rage. Standing tall amidst the chaos, was Chero, very much alive. Her sniper rifle was locked on target, eyes cold as ice. Filthy insect, he howled helplessly. But Kieran cut in, her voice sharp. I hate owing debts to anyone. The Nautilus's main cannon began to glow with terrifying heat. Trajectory calculated, the helmsman shouted. Locked on. Engines at maximum output, mana concentrated into a single point of devastation. The limiters were released, ultimate destruction was ready to fire. Kieran's command was absolute. Make them pay for every drop of blood. The fanatic didn't even have a second to regenerate before the next calamity struck. Facing the white-hot beam, he could only gasp one name. Occam. The energy blast engulfed him, launching his broken form high into the heavens. The red barrier groaned under the stress cracks, spreading like spiderwebs. With a deafening boom, it shattered. Millions of tons of ocean water came crashing down. The collapse triggered a massive tsunami, rushing out in all directions. The sea roared in fury, swallowing small vessels like toys in a bathtub. Skyscrapers were submerged in moments as the floodwaters rose. Deep beneath the churning currents, an unconscious Kieran was drifting away until a hand grabbed her tight. It was Kasim. He was hanging on for dear life, gripping a sword wedged deep into the rock face. His muscles screamed in agony. I can't hold on. His grip failed. He slipped into the abyss. But suddenly, a powerful hand broke the surface and yanked him up. Dragged onto dry land, Kasim hacked up seawater, gasping for air. He looked up to see his savior. He couldn't believe his eyes. Michael stood there, radiating an aura of absolute command. Master, Kasim whispered, overwhelmed. You've changed, Michael said, a proud smile gracing his lips. Kasim bowed his head in reverence. I never doubted you, Michael assured him. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Kieran, who was already on the comms. This is Captain Kieran of the Nautilus. The transmission crackled to the recipient on the other end. The situation is under control. A deep voice responded. Thank you for your assistance, Captain. Jack Gondrick smiled, but his expression was as cold as a death sentence. Now, Jack turned his gaze downward. It's your turn. Morrow was bound and kneeling, trembling in pure terror. Tell me everything, Jack demanded, his voice dangerously calm. Elsewhere, the battlefield was chaos. A massive explosion sent shrapnel flying, peppering Elpa with debris. Bloodied and enraged, Elpa sensed movement. A red blur dashed behind him. Found you. Spinning around, he unleashed a volley of magic arrows. The azure energy shredded the silhouette, dissolving it into nothingness. But as the smoke cleared, something felt wrong. An afterimage. Before he could adjust, the Dark Mage's disciple materialized directly behind him, a Reaper's scythe poised to strike. Relying on pure instinct, Elpa raised his guard. He blocked the fatal blow, but the impact jarred his wounded body. Impressive, the cultist noted. For a third circle mage, your melee stats are absurd. It's like you're the main character of an awakening manhwa. The enemy didn't stop his assault. He raised a palm, manifesting a swirling sphere of dark purple energy. Show me more struggle, Elpa. The blast caught Elpa off guard, slamming into him and deepening his critical wounds. Roaring in defiance, Elpa hurled a dagger with his last ounce of strength. Damn it. The cultist swayed effortlessly, letting the blade sail past. The counterattack was instant. Elpa took the full force of the blow, his body crying out in agony. Standing over his fallen prey, the cultist sneered. You're a slow learner. I wonder how you'll cast spells without an arm, shall we find out? He lunged forward, the scythe hungering for flesh. But he failed to notice the magical dagger silently looping back from behind. Elpa wasn't done yet. Gritting his teeth through the pain, he manipulated his mana to guide the weapon remotely. The blade aimed for the vitals, but the cultist was too fast. With a flick of his wrist, he deflected the dagger, sending it clattering away. Dark energy coated the cultist's hand. He stared down with those sightless eyes. Even a blind man could see that coming. Did you really think a sneak attack would work? The scythe, now glowing with cursed energy, descended upon Elpa. You lack creativity. Elpa scrambled up, summoning a desperate shield of azure mana. He burned every drop of his remaining mana reserves. A surge of blue energy erupted from him, clashing against the darkness. The collision of light and dark triggered a massive shockwave, shaking the earth. The cultist weaved through the debris, mocking Elpa's futile resistance. Impressive tenacity. To think you still possess such vast mana reserves. At the very least, your endurance is worthy of praise. Elpam smirked internally at the fanatic's shock, knowing the fool remained blind to the truth. Yet, Elpam's mind raced. How could the situation deteriorate this fast? Even with mana conservation, he was running on fumes. In this brutal world, reminiscent of a hardcore leveling Manhwa, he had no choice but to gamble his life on this next move. Without hesitation, Elpam triggered the heavenly eye. A crimson light flared within his iris, stripping away the veil of reality to reveal the fanatic's every micro-movement. Every twitch of the enemy's muscle was now data for Elpam to dissect. Got him, he rejoiced inwardly. A high-frequency wave pulsated from the fanatic's body, originating from a bizarre necklace adorning his throat. What is that artifact? Elpam analyzed. The frequency emitting from it was granting the fanatic a supernatural combat advantage. Through the heavenly eye, Elpam visualized the invisible ripples in space. The necklace was acting like a sonar, bouncing high-frequency waves off objects to create a perfect spatial map. He was using telekinesis to expand his sensory range into a flawless 360-degree radar. He has absolutely no blind spots. Elpam realized the tactical nightmare, but saw a path to victory. Summoning his remaining magical essence, he cast a verdant barrier instantly, encasing the fanatic in a cage of green energy. The fanatic's arrogance vanished instantly. Oh, you intend to seal my movement and control the space with telekinetic barriers. I see. You utilized the heavenly eye to deconstruct my secret technique. Sharp mind you have there. Yet the fanatic remained terrifyingly calm, his composure unshaken despite the confinement. A brilliant strategy. I cannot move a single step. However, do you not realize this spatial barrier also blocks your attacks from reaching me? Suddenly, a surge of raw magic blasted the fanatic from his blind spot. He shifted his gaze, his voice dripping with mockery. Predictable. I knew you would try something like this. The Dark Mage swung his Grim Reaper scythe, shattering the attack. The dark art spilled forth, twisting into a counter-offensive that lunged straight for Elpam. The fanatic scoffed with supreme confidence. Even in a fraction of a second, my reflexes transcend your mortal imagination. He watched as Elpam's body was torn asunder, a sadistic grin spreading across his face. A bit boring, but I have successfully severed your arm. But as he focused his gaze, the horror set in. The thing he had just butchered was not flesh and blood, but a fading afterimage. Suddenly, another phantom of Elpam dashed across his vision. What the hell? Panic flickered in the fanatic's eyes. The silhouette of Elpam multiplied, surrounding him in a dizzying array of illusions. He is everywhere. Impossible. The fanatic swung his scythe in a frenzy, his blade slicing through the air with lethal precision. But each strike met only crumbling stone. The fanatic gasped debris. Blocks of stone. Realization dawned on him, fueling his rage. Damn it, I have been played. He charged forward, his scythe carving through the rocky decoys, masquerading as Elpam. He taunted the air while slashing wildly. Not bad. Hiding amongst puppets to scatter my focus, is this your grand plan? Fine, then I will keep hacking away until your mana runs dry. While the fanatic raged inside the barrier, the real Elpam stood outside his hands, drenched in blood. His injuries were critical, yet he continued to weave his spell with desperate determination. Elpam coughed violently, spraying blood onto the ground. His hands trembled uncontrollably. His life force was fading, his body screaming at the limit of exhaustion. The fanatic's ears twitched. He pinpointed the sound from outside the barrier. He slammed his palm into the ground with devastating force. "I can hear you. You are in pain, aren't you? Don't worry, I will end your suffering now." A deafening boom shook the heavens. Elpham, defenseless, was sent flying by the shockwave. The explosion obliterated the barrier that had been containing the monster. Elpham's eyes widened in disbelief. Before he could recover, the Dark Mage fanatic materialized from the smoke, flanking him instantly. He rushed in for the kill, his hand conjuring a sphere of purple dark matter. With eyes void of mercy, he hurled the condensed curse straight at Elpham. Elpham raised his staff in a futile attempt to block, but the dark art was overwhelming. He was blasted backward again, debris raining down like hail. He crashed onto the unforgiving earth, his body a broken mess of blood and bone, while the fanatic descended gracefully. The enemy appeared completely unscathed from the fierce clash. Elpham struggled to sit up, leaning against a boulder, his breath coming in ragged, wet gasps. The fanatic raised a hand to the sky. Mana gathered, forming another swirling vortex of deadly purple energy. He sneered. "So is this the finale of our little game of hide-and-seek? You look like you are suffering from mana shock. A pity, really. I had fun. Consider this a parting gift. Allow me to show you true art." The fanatic boasted about the glowing orb of destruction he was charging. "I have condensed magical power to its absolute limit using telekinesis. Magnificent, is it not? This shall be your travel companion to the afterlife. Now, die." He unleashed the attack, but suddenly, the blinding light he had created vanished into thin air. His jaw dropped, eyes bulging in disbelief. What in the world? Elpham had activated a spell at the last second. In Elpham's hand, the fanatic's purple energy and his own azure mana swirled together, fusing into an unstable, chaotic sphere. Elpham smirked, a cunning glint returning to his eyes. "Thanks for the gift. I'll take it." The purple magic was ripped from the fanatic's control and sucked into Elpham's orb. The fanatic screamed in fury. "No way. What have you done, you lunatic?" Resistance was futile. His power was being forcibly drained. The fanatic cursed. "Damn it. Where is this strength coming from? Did he just plunder my magic using telekinesis? Is this the broken logic of a system Manhwa skill?" The volatile sphere settled into Elpham's grasp. Holding it with trembling, bloodied hands, he asked the fanatic, surprised. As the orb reached critical mass, he glared at his enemy with pure, unadulterated hatred. "Be my companion on the road to hell." With a roar, he hurled the sphere back at the fanatic. A blinding white light erupted, carrying the force of a tactical nuke. The fanatic stood frozen, unable to react. The explosion shook the very foundations of the earth, annihilating everything in its radius. The world turned white. In the aftermath, Elpham coughed up mouthfuls of blood, his body on the verge of total collapse. The recoil had shattered him. Elpham's eyelids felt heavy as lead. He whispered to himself, "It is finally over." But just as he slumped down to rest amidst the apocalyptic ruin, the ground trembled violently. The earth split open, rocks flying like shrapnel. From the dust, the silhouette of the fanatic rose again, clutching his scythe like a demon from the abyss. The fanatic's eyes bulged with malice, his voice rasping like a ghoul's. No, not yet. Against all logic, he had survived the blast. He limped toward the unconscious Elpham, his voice trembling with urgency and rage. "We must kill him now. Lord Akium was wrong. This man will never join our side. We must eliminate this threat right here, right now." But suddenly, a projectile tore through the air from the heavens, aiming straight for the fanatic's head. The fanatic spun around, deflecting the bullet at the last microsecond, his eyes widening in shock. Through the dissipating gun smoke, a mocking voice echoed. "Using full force on an unconscious man. Isn't that a bit pathetic?" The shooter revealed herself a fierce young woman, flanked by a warrior, wielding a massive weapon, ready to unleash hell. The cavalry had arrived. She taunted with a sinister smirk. "Why don't we dance with death for a moment?" High above, Wundrick's sun carried the wounded, their spirits unbroken, despite their injuries. The fanatic roared with insanity. "You dare, you insolent brats!" From Jack Rick's back, Minner aimed her gun with cold contempt at the enemy below. Why? The terrifying face he reached out to catch the projectile, cursing. Such a pathetic bullet. But suddenly, Debo emerged from his blind spot like a silent phantom. "What about me?" A devastating strike sent Mio flying, shattering the earth around them in a chaotic explosion of debris. Debo glanced back at Elpham, who lay broken on the ground. "Are you holding on?" The unconscious man's life force was fading like a candle in the wind. "That magical backlash is critical. Mio rose from the rubble, dusting himself off. You truly don't grasp the gravity of this system Manhwa scenario, do you? Debo stood as an iron wall before Elpam. Stubborn fools. Suddenly, the cavern trembled violently as Mayo drew a forbidden artifact from his coat. I can't hold back anymore. He held the orb ready to end it all. No other choice. I will tear you all into oblivion. Seeing the threat, Menor unleashed a hail of gunfire. What is that? A magic formation. Yet the bullets couldn't pierce his aura. Mio's expression darkened. Too late. Before he could unleash hell, a familiar voice cut through the tension. Cease this, Mio. The voice of Akarim froze him in his tracks. Mio turned trembling. Lord Akarim. The elder scolded. I look away for 1 second and you cause chaos. Activating a magic circle without authorization, Mayo dissipated the energy. Apologies, the bloodlust took over. The operation is a failure. Retreat before the gate seals shut. Mio hesitated. Huh, but Elpam is still breathing. Akarim replied coldly. Irrelevant. We will cross paths again. If he perishes in a place like this, our choice was wrong from the start. Suddenly from the shadows an impossible voice echoed. Wadakaram Menor and Jack Rick froze in disbelief. No, it cannot be. Mudria rose like a revenant. So that's it. You a direct subordinate of Lord Wynn, clashing with Akaram. Her voice dripped with malice. You are a traitor to the crown. Now things are getting interesting. She produced an orb identical to Mio's. Perfect timing. I'll purge you all while I'm at it. A colossal surge of energy erupted from her core. Mudria grinned maniacally. Not bad, is it? The ground beneath Jack, Rick, and Menor buckled, throwing them aside. An immense pillar of power materialized, skewering Mudria instantly. Jack, Rick, and Menor landed safely, stunned by the betrayal. Menor gasped. What? He attacked his own ally. Precisely. Mayo muttered, while sustaining the assault. Beneath the crushing pillar, specters began to rise from Mudria's remains. Mayo thought, did I arrive too late? More ghosts manifested, swarming the pillar. Mayo gazed upon the nightmare he had unleashed. He realized the gravity of the situation. Troublesome. The path of martyrdom is manifesting too densely. Specters flooded the cavern, leaving Debo bewildered. What in the world? Witnessing the chaos, Mio decided to bail. Even for me, this is excessive. He chose to leave them to deal with his catastrophic mess. I'm out. You lot handle the rest. Debo struggled to hold his ground. Damn it, what kind of hell is breaking loose? Mio smirked, a devilish grin on his face. Best be careful. He added a taunting reminder. If he wakes up, tell him my offer still stands. That is if you survive. Menor refused to let him escape. She fired a shot. Who gave you permission to leave? He sighed, turning with a sneer. I told you not to waste energy. With a casual wave, he caught the bullet midair. She gasped. He used the shattering bullet technique. Mayo retaliated coldly. Here, have it back. The bullet reversed trajectory, screaming toward her with lethal speed. Miraculously, she and Jack Rick dove out of the kill zone just in time. Menor wouldn't yield. She aimed again, trembling with rage. You bastard. But before she could pull the trigger, Debo screamed, Menor, look out. She missed the massive shadow descending from above. A heavy entity slammed into the earth, sending a shockwave rippling through the cave. Menor was untouched. Debo had intercepted the impact. Debo, he was straining against a monstrosity. Debo gritted his teeth, veins popping. Impossible strength. A grotesque creature, forged from countless tormented souls, bore down on them. Debo cursed both factions. Blood oozed from the abomination. From its maw, gore dripped over razor-sharp fangs. The beast clutched its head and roared in agony. Debo stood before the Titan, feeling helpless. Are these all high-tier calamities? Damn it. While Debo held the line, Jack Rick shook Menor. Hey, wake up, we need to move. The monster's arm swung down like a hammer. Seeing the danger, Debo roared, What are you doing, you fool? He charged the beast to buy them seconds. Move now, he parried the blow, meant for Menor. Jack Rick grabbed her and sprinted. Debo commanded with a final roar. Hey, I will handle everything here, get everyone to the surface. For a split second, his eyes softened as he looked at Elpam. Please. Jack Rick, realizing the situation was critical, hoisted Menor and Elpam, running for their lives. I'm sorry. Seeing them safe, Debo exhaled. Now, I can finally unleash my full power. A true awakening Manhwa moment. The monster unleashed a bone-chilling scream. Debo wasted no time scaling the beast with his axe. Time to end this nightmare. Meanwhile, Jack Rick's pace didn't falter. Menor slowly regained consciousness. Her eyelids felt heavy as lead. Disoriented, she bombarded him with questions. Where are we? What happened to that monster? Where is Debo? Jack Rick didn't answer. Silence hung heavy in the air, sending Menner's anxiety spiking through the roof. She thrashed in his grip. Where is Debo? Did we just abandon him back there? No, put me down right now. How can I ever face Kiri if we leave him to die like this? Her voice cracked, rising into a desperate scream. I don't know about you, but I won't. I simply can't. She looked up, her heart sinking. Jack Rick was sprinting, but tears streamed down his face like rain. His arms were locked around them, trembling violently with every step. Facing Menner's fury, his face crumpled. I'm sorry. This is the only choice I have. I'm weak. I'm too damn weak. I won't let his sacrifice be for nothing. Jack Rick's voice faded into a whisper of shame. I'm so sorry. Meanwhile, Elpam's consciousness drifted into the abyss. A mysterious voice echoed in the void. Looks like you found yourself in quite a bind. Elpam froze his soul, trembling as his eyes snapped open. He wasn't in the dungeon anymore. This place was otherworldly. Elpam. He scanned the strange dimension confused. Where? Where am I? Just a second ago, I was. Fried's voice cut through the confusion. I merely invited you into my personal domain for a moment. They sat across from each other, a chessboard resting between them like a battlefield. Fried stared at him, a playful smirk on his lips. Welcome, final adventurer. Elpam, we finally have the chance to speak. Elpam quickly explained the crisis, but Fried interrupted. Your physical body is dying from severe mana shock. If things continue this way, your timer is about to hit 0. With a wave of his hand, Fried projected a vision of the outside world. Your friends aren't faring much better. That gate, it's far beyond human limits. Fried's analysis was cold and precise. Outside Banlock has resurrected more brutal and evolved than before. That isn't a golden gate anymore. The monster outside is in a frenzy. Blue rank, no. Fried's eyes narrowed. It's a calamity that exceeds even a dark blue gate. On screen, the beast unleashed a beam of pure destruction, aiming straight for Debo. Debo barely dodged, rolling away by a hair's breadth. 1 second later, and he would have been reduced to nothing but blood and bone. Watching the hopeless struggle, Fried dropped a single heavy word. Death. The reality of it hit Elpam like a physical blow, leaving him paralyzed. Fried continued, his voice void of empathy. The war you restarted to save everyone. It's actually rushing them toward the grave faster than your previous life. Unlike a typical leveling manhwa, your return has merely accelerated the apocalypse. Elpam hesitated, his mind racing. You know? I'm a regressor. Who exactly are you? Fried just smiled, offering no answers. Elpam pressed on. Are you the one who Fried cut him off sharply? Who knows? Meanwhile, in the real world, Jack Rick was frantically trying to recall the dungeon map. Exit at the 23rd pillar. He summoned every ounce of strength running, while his mind worked overtime. Inside the three-dimensional corridor. If I go straight, it should be right here. He skidded to a halt, but hope instantly turned to despair. There was no exit, only a gaping bottomless pit staring back at him. Jack Rick stood frozen. This has to be the place. He tried to rationalize the nightmare. Wasn't there a statue marking the escape route? When I first arrived, it was definitely here. Then realization dawned on him, igniting a fire of rage in his eyes. He knew who did this. It was Mio. That traitorous bastard destroyed the mechanism before he fled. Seeing Jack Rick on the verge of a breakdown, Meaner grabbed his shoulder. Pull yourself together, we don't have time. Even if the exit is gone, the dungeon will generate a new path nearby. Suddenly, a cataclysmic explosion erupted behind them. The ground shook violently. Meaner's face went pale. She knew the situation had just gone from bad to hellish. Debris flew through the smoke, followed by a limp figure hurtling through the air. Meaner gasped. It was Debo. The tank had finally collapsed against the overwhelming power gap. Debo slammed into the ground far away. Jack Rick grit his teeth, hoisting Menner and Elpam as he rushed toward their fallen comrade. Hey, are you okay? Stay with me? But as he got closer, terror gripped his heart. Debo's body was mangled beyond recognition, dyed crimson with blood. At that exact moment, Elpam's unconscious body clutched its head in agony. What was that vision just now? Fried tilted his head. Who brought you back to the past isn't important right now, is it? Fried pointed at the projection. What you just witnessed is reality playing out in real time. Elpam panicked. Then Debo is. Relax, Fried said casually. He's alive. Barely. But death is knocking at his door. Elpam didn't hesitate. Then help me. Save them. Fried shook his head. I cannot directly interfere with the mortal plane. Elpam wasn't taking no for an answer. If you're the one who caused my regression, if you did this to stop the end of the world. He ground his teeth, fury rising. Then give me the power to do it. Outside, the monster unleashed another barrage. Fried chuckled softly. Such an arrogant attitude for someone begging for help. He leaned back unbothered. Is that really how you ask for a favor? In the physical world, the Grim Reaper was raising his scythe over Elpam's party. The monster prepared its finishing move. Fried remained frustratingly calm. Even if I were to assist you, Elpam's patience snapped. The conditions don't matter. Fried looked bored. This is your final chance. The monster's attack launched a wave of annihilation. If Elpam didn't wake up now, the story would end here. I said I don't care, Elpam roared. In a fit of rage, he flipped the chessboard, sending pieces flying. He stood up, towering over the game. Silence fell between them. Fried's lips twitched as if holding back words. Finally, he accepted the resolve in Elpam's eyes. With a casual snap of his fingers, he smiled. Very well. Elpam blinked, confused by the sudden shift. Time was ticking. Every passing second outside brought them closer to oblivion. Then he felt a surge of energy flooding his veins. Something fundamental had changed. Fried began resetting the chessboard pieces, speaking calmly. Do not doubt me. It is but a fraction, but I have lent you my authority. As the final piece clicked into place, Fried looked up. It is time to awaken. He left Elpam with a parting warning. I hope your vessel can withstand the weight of my power. In reality, the monster's attack transformed into a pillar of hellfire, swallowing everything. Jack Rick coughed, choking on ash as he crawled from the dirt. Am I still alive? He trembled, too terrified to open his eyes and see the charred remains of his friends. But when he finally looked up, a familiar silhouette stood before him. Elpam had awakened. He stood amidst the flames, having nullified the entire attack with his bare hands. Jack Rick couldn't believe it. Elpam, beside him, Minair and the young boy collapsed. Exhausted, but safe. We survived. Bathed in blinding light, Elpam stood like an unmovable mountain. He didn't respond to his name immediately. Stand back. His voice commanded absolute obedience. Without hesitation, Elpam launched himself forward, throwing his body into the jaws of death to protect his team. I'll end this nightmare in a heartbeat. With a few masterful strikes, the monster shrieked in agony as Elpam dominated the battlefield. Incredible. Suddenly, Menor screamed fear, gripping her again. No, stop. She couldn't bear to see him reckless again. It's too dangerous, Elpam. Ignoring the screams of the crowd, he charged straight into the abyss. Even with the chessboard overturned, this lone pawn refused to waver. Unbelievable. Such devastating power from a single human. The battlefield was consumed by a blinding light, an explosion controlled with absolute perfection. As the smoke cleared, he stood there exhausted but triumphant. The monster's eyes widened in fear. It was him, the legendary Elpam. His comrades watched in stunned silence, unable to process the scene. To think their friend possessed such strength, a one-shot kill against a calamity-class beast. With the battle finally over, panic set in for the survivors. But what about Elpam? He was battered and bruised, standing on the brink of death. He's still breathing. Get him to the village immediately. Menor rushed to his side, her voice trembling with urgency. Elpam, stay with me. She couldn't understand how someone so vital could be reduced to this state. We arrived too late. Were you fighting this nightmare alone the whole time? Suddenly, he lunged forward, wrapping his arms tightly around her. Menor shrieked in surprise. Elpam, I wasn't ready for this kind of development. I'm just glad. You guys are safe. Even with his body falling apart, his first thought was for the safety of his comrades. I thought I'd lost my team all over again. He whispered, his grip tightening. Thank God you're alive. Menor's heart melted. You idiot, we're right here. Why would I die here, when there are so many better places to take a nap? He smirked, his spirit unbroken. I have no intention of checking out early. Stop worrying about us and look at yourself. She scolded him through tears, but before she could finish, his strength finally gave out. Pain etched across his face as he collapsed to the ground. Elpam, wake up. Don't you dare close your eyes now. Hey, quit playing around. Stand up. Her pleas echoed in the silence, but the hero had fallen into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a pen snapped in frustration. In a dim room, a shadowy figure struggled to maintain control. No matter what I do, this nightmare never ends. How long must this torture go on? He ground his teeth in fury. It's already been 3 days since the incident. Back in labor, the dust of war had yet to settle. Though the battle with the dark cultists was over, the city remained in absolute chaos. Whispers of treason floated through the ruins like a poison. The revelation that the second-ranked merchant guild was a cultist front shook the entire Maple world to its core. In a crimson-stained creek, a body drifted downstream. Forgotten by the world, just another casualty of this brutal war. Evok the guildmaster was reported killed in action. However, his corpse was nowhere to be found amidst the rubble of labor. Desperate for answers, they turned their interrogation to the traitor Franco. They needed the name of the puppet master pulling the strings from the shadows. But he was just a pawn, manipulated by the promise of resurrecting his daughter. Two enemies, bound by tragedy, yet neither held the key to the truth. The legendary knights of Cygnus and Nautilus stepped in to purge the remnants. With the world's strongest heroes on the move, a flicker of hope finally returned to the people. Back in the sickroom, time seemed to stand still. He sat there for hours, lost in deep contemplation about the future. Vigilance was still required. The enemy could be hiding anywhere. Suddenly, the silence was broken by a familiar bickering. "Stop moving. I can't bandage you like this." Menor was cleaning his wounds, perhaps a bit too aggressively out of worry. "Ouch. Easy there. Are you trying to reopen the wounds that just healed? Quit whining and be grateful, I'm helping you survive." Between the chaotic noise, the patient in the coma had absolutely zero peace. It's been 3 days. Is he ever going to wake up? The mood grew heavy. Their strongest fighter was down, and helplessness gnawed at them. Not even high-tier recovery magic works on him. We just have to wait. It was like a glitch in a system. Manhwa. His body refused external aid. Just then, D arrived. "Soup's on. Get it while it's hot." The smell of food instantly lifted the gloom. Finally, I was starving to death. Even in this crisis, the team gossip never stopped. "So, is it official between you two?" Menor froze, her face turning crimson. "Huh? What? Don't play dumb. That hug earlier," they smirked. "We're talking about you and Elpam dating." She looked ready to smack them. "Dating? Are you insane? Come on, you guys were so close. I thought wedding bells were ringing." That was just camaraderie, purely professional concern for a teammate. She tried to change the subject, confused by their calm demeanor. "Wait, why isn't anyone else worried? He's in a coma, you know." A deep voice replied, between mouthfuls of chicken. "Why worry? When a beast is tired, it sleeps. It's nature. Do you really think our Elpam would go down from a few scratches?" His trust was absolute. "After everything we've seen, you still doubt him." It was an unspoken rule among them. That guy couldn't die even if he tried. That's just who Elpam is. Seeing her hesitation, he felt the need to clarify. "Look, I'm not saying he's a monster." "Okay, maybe a little," she whispered. "Still, show some concern." The big guy laughed. "Hey, I could get hurt too, you know." She narrowed her eyes at him. Yeah, whatever you say." Suddenly, the bed shook violently. Elpam bolted upright, eyes blazing with energy. "I'm starving. Is there any rice left?" Elsewhere, Ron screamed in pure agony. "Damn it. If I knew it would end like this, I never would have started this mess." A sudden knock interrupted his meltdown. "Excuse me, Ron." He froze just as he was about to call for his minions. "Perfect timing. I actually need your help." A figure stepped into the light, smiling eerily. "Long time no see, old friend. I heard an interesting rumor recently." Ron trembled in terror, stammering out the words. That Elpam guy." He woke up. But back in the room, the celebration turned to horror. Elpam looked at his friends with blank eyes. "Who are you people?" The ultimate warrior had lost his memory. Mina recounted the epic clash, describing how Elpam annihilated the enemy in a split second with a mysterious energy, a secret power. She glared at him, suspicion radiating from her eyes. "How could you possibly forget unleashing such devastating force?" Jackrick witnessed the same phenomenon. "Could it be a dormant ability awakening within you?" Menor's expression darkened as he pressed for the truth. "Hold on. Are you serious right now? Your memory is completely blank. Like, when you collapsed on my shoulder?" He stammered like a guilty child caught in a lie, yet the fog in his mind remained thick. I don't know. What is actually happening to me?" She snapped, her voice thundering with frustration. "Then why did you act so confident back there?" He sighed. "I thought the memories would return, but nothing." Her killing intent spiked. She looked ready to tear him limb from limb. "Is this some kind of twisted joke?" He shook his head. "No matter how hard I try, the void in my mind won't clear." Lost in thought, he murmured, "I feel like I met someone in that darkness." But the mood shifted instantly. "Elpam, there is one more critical detail you must know." He began to recount the night's events. "It happened at the witching hour while you were unconscious, and we were guarding the safe house. We decided to stand watch over you. Just as I was complaining about this rock-hard bed, his eyes widened as he recalled the scene. That's when I saw it. An assassin from the pirates had you in his sights. But just as the tension peaked, a sharp slap echoed through the room, shattering the moment. Meaner immediately shifted into protective mode. All right, that's enough interrogation. The boss just woke up from a coma. Shouldn't he eat something first? Nursing his bruised cheek, he mumbled. Wait, where did you say we're going? Between mouthfuls of food, Elpam dropped the bomb. We are heading to the Kingdom of Ariant. He grinned like a fool. That's our leader, planning the next move even while unconscious. But the excitement died instantly. Hold on, Ariant, even fully recovered, that place is a death trap. Ariant, the kingdom buried in the Nihon Desert. That hellhole is far deadlier than Victory Island. Even the monsters there are on a different level. He nearly choked on his meal, sputtering in panic. Absolutely not. Change the plan. I value my life too much to step foot in that cursed land. Suddenly, Du froze his eyes, locking onto the entrance. Who are you people? A group of imposing figures marched slowly into the room. Is this the infamous party of Elpam? The team was stunned. Du stammered, are you a god? But the armored warrior screamed in recognition. It can't be. Mena recognized the aura immediately. This was the legend who took the fledgling Gapo Guild and transformed it into a top 10 powerhouse in mere years. The tension in the room was suffocating. Unable to handle the pressure, one of them slammed the table. Raph, do you know who this monster is? Silence. Watch your tongue. Raph hissed, his face pale. That is the Guildmaster. Lord Gapo himself. The name struck them like lightning. Lord Gapo. The man sat with terrifying calmness, his presence dominating the room. Apologies for interrupting your feast. He looked straight at the target. You are the one called Elpam, correct? I have heard tales of your exploits. I will be blunt. He dropped the mission details like a verdict. Travel to the Kingdom of Ariant. The team turned to Elpam in horror. Elpam, listen to me. The Gapo Guild didn't rise to power through luck. They secured a massive sponsor to fuel their ascension. Without that backing, they would be nobodies. It was the Kingdom of Ariant that poured resources into them, pushing them into the top 10 rankings. That explains why Gapo has been a ghost recently. He's been handling logistics between the LD continent and Ariant. They are bound by blood and gold. Now a request has come that Gapo cannot refuse. The throne is empty, and a bloody succession war is about to tear Ariant apart. From Gapo's perspective, he must repay his debt to the kingdom. The Guildmaster cut through their whispers. Enough speculation. I hear you are skilled. All preparations are complete. But Elpam didn't hesitate for a second. I refuse. Though his memory was fragmented, he knew one thing: he wouldn't lead his comrades into a meat grinder. I have zero interest in walking into a nation on the brink of a civil war. Elpam, but you just said. Gapo slammed his fist down, his aura flaring. Refusal is not an option. You will comply. This is a direct command from the Guildmaster to a subordinate team. Consider this a great honor and mobilize immediately. Honor. If it's such an honor, where is the support? This isn't some low-level dungeon in a leveling Manhwa. The risk is far too high for empty words. Seeing the negotiation stall, Gapo's eyes narrowed. It seems I've been too lenient to speak to a guildmaster this way. The rumors of your arrogance were true. You want to play hardball? Fine. He raised 5 fingers. 5 times the standard reward. He smirked, certain that greed would win. I will give you the chance to back up that overflowing confidence of yours. If you can clear 5 specific gates, I designate, not only will you keep the loot, but I will grant you 1 wish within my power. Do we have a deal? Are you interested now? His pressure was suffocating, a true apex predator. I Gapo swear on my name that I will honor this pact. Elpam smirked, unfazed by the intimidation. As expected, you play on a different level. Gapo chuckled. I will take that as a compliment. The tension broke. That's our Elpam, always pushing for the jackpot. The negotiation was a success. Elpam had secured the deal of a lifetime. What is the departure schedule? Gapo looked relieved that the deal was sealed. We have wasted enough time. We move now. They set sail immediately. But as the ship pitched and rolled, one crew member was emptying his stomach over the rail, much to Menner's amusement. Is he serious? Does he always get seasick? Menner scratched his head. I swear he was fine when we were on the Nautilus. It's Du. He looks like a tank, but has a glass stomach. Du groaned. Did I drink too much last night? Are you guys okay? The whole team looked at him with pure judgment. It's literally just you, buddy. Du waved them off weakly. Damn it. Just leave me to die here. Seizing the moment, she smirked at the man who usually teased her. A few drops of wine and you cry like a baby. Ah, is our big strong warrior suffering? Du could only respond with another round of retching. Hey, knock it off. Carson, you see our brother is fighting for his life here. Keep teasing him, and that shiny new gear of yours is going to get a disgusting texture update. Dharma pushed his luck, oblivious to the danger zone. Big mistake. As your loving father, let me give you a gentle pat, he mocked. But karma was about to strike instantly. Before the sentence even finished, blurge. He unleashed a waterfall of vomit. You unfilial brat. A reflex punch sent the seasick victim crashing to the deck. Panic set in as he waved his hands wildly to the others. Wait, it's not what it looks like. This isn't domestic violence. My son just looked tired, so I, helped him nap. Looking at his unconscious form, pity finally kicked in. I guess I have to clean this mess up. A little help here. Menor stared down at the floor, her face twisted in absolute disgust. Don't even think about it. Stay away from me. Despite the chaotic vomit symphony, the journey was finally nearing its end. Fate smiled upon them. They had reached the desert city of Ariant ahead of schedule. As for the idiot on the floor, he definitely needed that unconscious downtime. Partnering with that merchant was the right call. Thanks to Griach's exclusive trade routes, their equipment was now leagues above any average system Manhwa adventurer. Yet a shadow of doubt lingered in his mind. Something felt off. Amidst the chaos, she was the only one showing genuine concern for the fallen comrade. Pam, why the dark expression? It's nothing. Looking at the seasick mess, he couldn't help but sigh. It was pathetic, plain and simple. Your guts are doing backflips. Quit acting tough and sit down. Watch your mouth. I've been standing this whole time and I'm fine. Denial was strong, but his face was green. We've arrived. Already, looming before them was a magnificent palace. Jita, a dry kingdom where the sun never sleeps, yet the Nihon desert boasted countless bustling ports. Crossing the endless dunes on foot was suicide, a direct path to the afterlife. That's why the wise chose the sea, relying on the massive trade vessels to navigate the treacherous waters instead. Consequently, the Nihon ports flourished with wealth. The moment their boots hit the dock, the team began analyzing their surroundings. Jita wasn't just a port. It was the crown jewel. This place screamed opulence, a sanctuary for the children of fortune. The air didn't smell of salt. It smelled of gold, as abundant as the desert sands. Is this really just a port? It looks more like a sovereign kingdom. Their old stomping grounds couldn't even compare to this grandeur. Kiri asked about his condition, but he seemed annoyed. Feeling alive again. What happened? We aren't here for sightseeing. Focus on the mission. As they bickered, a pair of eyes locked onto them from the crowd. You must be Pam. The stranger was gasping for air, lungs burning. Thank the gods I'm not late. I am the coordination officer for the Ariant branch of the Gapo Merchant Guild. He carried himself with a certain importance. Please call me Za. It is an honor to meet you. Regardless of status, Pam greeted him with a charismatic smile. Pleasure's all mine. You've got quite the style, cool and handsome. Oh, stop, you're making me blush. Mid-handshake, a realization struck. Wait, did you come alone? It seemed their destination wasn't exactly a safe haven for a solo traveler. The Ariant branch is understaffed at the moment. Follow me. He led them through the winding streets to a dilapidated shack. We're here. This is the Gapo Merchant Guild branch. The atmosphere plummeted. This looks pathetic. Hearing their unfiltered disappointment, Z slumped to the ground, his spirit crushed. I'm sorry, it's a bit cramped. I know. No, that's not it. Seeing his despair, they quickly scrambled to change the subject. It's just the heat. Let's get inside. This is the entrance, right? But the moment the curtain lifted, a towering mountain of muscle stepped out, freezing Debo in his tracks. The giant glared with hostility. Who the hell are these runts? It was Sagan, the branch manager. Sensing the tension, Zod jumped in to de-escalate. Pam stepped forward, his aura calm. Mr. Salawan. We are Team Pam, hailing from Victoria Island. A pleasure. His tone carried a hint of playful mockery. I am Salawan. He looked them up and down with disdain. God, you lot look frail. The rumor said Saw panicked and cut him off. But Sir Master Gapo personally selected them. You should show some rebam. Without a word, Salawan backhanded his subordinate, sending him flying. Zia, are you all right? I'm fine. Witnessing such brutality against his own man, Debo's temper exploded. He doesn't even trust his own crew. Hey, what do you think you're doing, damn it? It seems even Master Gapo is blind to the reality here. How could he send these amateurs? His eyes burned with killing intent. I accept no one until I see their true power. I don't care about recommendations. I don't trust you until I witness your strength. Do you really think your little games on Victoria Island prepared you for the hell of Ariant? Rookies. That word snapped Debo's patience. You arrogant bastard. You want to see power? I'll show you power. Before blood could spill, Elpam stepped in to take control. Enough talk. What's the play here? Straight to the point. Good. I need to test if you're worth the air you breathe. Listen closely. A yellow grade gate. 3-slit difficulty. Max capacity 28 raiders. A cruel grin spread across his face. Go in there. And clear it. With just one person. It was a suicide mission that would make veterans tremble. Excuse me. Even for a full team that's insane. Salawan roared, silencing the protest. Silence. If you can't handle that, you're just dead weight dragging us down. But he didn't need to defend his logic. Elpam stared him down eyes cold. A solo clear. Understood. Is that the only condition? Even the tyrant Salawan blinked in surprise. What did you say? Elpam calmly repeated the question. I asked if a solo clear is all you require. Huh? Arrogant brat. Fine, I'll add one more constraint. Finish it within 1 week. The captain's aura flared with irritation. You've got some nerve. Ruining my vacation, demanding a test, and setting a deadline. The absurdity of it was laughable. Salawan sneered, thinking he had won. Absurd, you say? Sounds like an excuse for incompetence. Scared. Oh, I'm not done. Now, it's my turn. Elpam wasn't the type to work for glory or honor. He was a mercenary at heart. 10 million mesos. That is the price for this little extermination. Unlike the polite Gapo, this man was a volcano. You lunatic. Is your brain fried? Who do you think you are bargaining in my territory? But they didn't care about hierarchy. They accepted the mission for one reason only. Cold, hard cash. Let's get one thing straight. We're here because Gapo hired us, but your local politics irrelevant. Elpam's eyes glowed with the intensity of a true predator. We move only for money. And that price, non-negotiable. If the terms don't suit you, we walk away. Carson selling the mission and shifting to psychological warfare seems like a far more logical play. If your unilateral actions sever ties with the Gaypor Merchant Guild, tell me who bears the brunt of that catastrophe. The internal strife here is just as chaotic as the rumors suggested. Feigning humility are we. I'll take note, so cease this. How fascinating. It seems even a veteran fox like you loses his composure when cornered. Do you dare threaten me? You have some nerve. Arrogant and insolent brat. Discussing business with this kid is more entertaining than I anticipated. He's sharp. Very well. I admire that spirit. Let's add a little bonus. This is how the wealthy negotiate, by offering a sum far more tempting than your initial request. I'll grant you an extra 5 million mesos for every day you shave off the deadline. Clear it in a single day, and you walk away with 30 million. That is triple your original asking price. A sinister grin spread across his face. How about it? Does that entice you, rookie? Having heard exactly what he wanted, the protagonist flashed a confident smile and signaled the departure. Under the scorching sun, the heat beat down mercilessly on the party as they trudged through the sand. I'm roasting alive. Why did this dungeon gate have to spawn in the middle of a damn desert? We're almost there. Quit your whining. Get up. You really are cold-blooded. Do you not feel this heat at all? The entire team was on the verge of collapse. He was the only one with energy to spare. Hey Kiri, are you holding up? He eyed her gear with concern. She was clad in full plate armor in this infernal wasteland. Just looking at you makes me feel suffocated. I am fine, she replied, clearly annoyed by his prying. What? Impossible. That metal must be searing hot by now, right? I told you, I am fine. Unable to believe it, he reached out to touch her armor, wearing full plate in a desert. Are all Sauce Knights monsters like you? Truly extraordinary. But the moment his hand made contact, a shock ran through him. Instead of burning heat, he felt the chill of deep winter. It's freezing. It feels like a block of ice. Only then did she reveal the secret behind her choice of gear for this desert expedition. This armor is enchanted with environmental thermal regulation. It is a royal treasure bestowed exclusively upon our order. The rest of the party cried out in jealousy at the unfairness. Are you kidding me? You mean you've been chilling in air-conditioned comfort this whole time? That is totally unfair. You should share that magic. She gave a sheepish smile. Ah, well, my apologies. Maybe next time. Suddenly, Debo lunged and clung to her like a koala. Huh. She recoiled in horror. Debo, what do you think you're doing? Get off me this instant. came his raspy, desperate plea. Kiri, please, a dying man needs his AC. Oh God, stay still. Let me leech some of that cold. How can you hog all the coolness to yourself? You lunatic, get off. His desperation gave her goosebumps, and she shoved him away with all her might. Just 5 more seconds. Do not come any closer. Release me at once. Don't be cold. Literally, I thought we were comrades. What nonsense are you spouting? Good heavens. Watching them grapple made even Pao Me blush with second-hand embarrassment. Are you jealous? Do you want a hug too? That comment struck a nerve, earning him a swift punch to the face. Seething, she tried to steer the conversation back to the mission parameters. Enough. Remember, we are on a strict timer. We need to locate the entrance. After scouring the dunes, the gate finally materialized. Even she was taken aback. I didn't expect it to be right here. Was it camouflaged? I told you we were close. Anxious to end the awkward atmosphere, she rallied the team. Let's move out. We don't have a second to waste. But before they could take a step, the earth exploded. A massive beast erupted from the sand. What? Anticipating the ambush, the captain dashed forward to shield her? I knew it. Nothing in this world comes easy. A horde of monsters clawed their way to the surface, forming a wall of flesh before the gate. They don't intend to let us pass without a bloodbath. Form up. Prepare for battle. The hunt begins now. Meanwhile, back at the opulent palace, a subordinate stood nervously before his master. Salaman. Yes, your highness. What is the status of El Pam and his party? The prince had been pacing anxiously for 2 hours. By my calculations, they should have located the dungeon gate by now, correct? The monster infestation. It was orchestrated, wasn't it? The fried species guards that entrance. It is, as you say, your highness. A classic obstacle for a leveling Manhwa scenario. They discussed the fate of their proxies. They are third circle adventurers. They possess the strength to survive. My concern is not their survival, but their speed. Carson, they clear the gate within the 1-week deadline. Salaman sneered. What do you think? He still harbored deep doubts about the rookies. It is too early to place our faith in them. They are merely flashy children, just as the rumors suggest. However, we cannot ignore their track record. They did rescue Jack Rick and successfully hunted the Bandlock beast. That is no small feat. Rumors are always exaggerated by the bard's tongue. I believe it is premature to trust them solely based on a recommendation from the Gapor Guild. We shall see if they can even bypass the gatekeepers. Let us observe a while longer. Your Highness, if they struggle with a mere gate entrance, then they are of no use to us anyway. His voice held a sliver of expectant cruelty. El Pam, do not disappoint me. Show me your true power. Back at the desert, the team was already decimating the enemy. I thought the beasts in this region were supposed to be formidable. This is a cakewalk. The reports were total exaggerations. Pao Me instantly crushed their arrogance. Don't get cocky. We haven't even started. We just stepped across the threshold. The greedy rogue's eyes sparkled with the promise of gold. Let's pick up the pace. If we finish in a day, we get 30 million mesos. I say we clear this entire dungeon in 12 hours. The declaration hung in the air like a thunderclap. What? The team stared at him in disbelief. 12 hours? Are you insane? That is beyond ambitious. It's suicidal. I like the sound of that challenge. But if we beat that record, do we get an extra bonus? Let's get the terms in writing. He was still negotiating for pennies while walking into the jaws of death. Keep it down, you miser. But El Pam, a yellow gate has 3 floors. Clearing that in 12 hours is statistically impossible. A blinding golden light enveloped them. Then, you don't get paid. What the hell? Suddenly back at the office, a subordinate burst into the room. Lord Salaman. The old man snapped. What is it? I am busy. It's just that. Before the guard could finish, Salaman grabbed him by the collar. I told you not to disturb me. Suddenly, El Pam strode into the office. Before assessing the situation, the old man launched into a tirade. What are you doing here? You are even more incompetent than I imagined. Not giving El Pam a chance to speak, he sneered. I assume you failed to even enter the gate. I can tell just by looking at your pathetic faces. Did you give up already, cowards? When El Pam remained silent, Salaman's vein popped. Answer me, you useless trash. Did you flee from the fried monsters at the entrance? Thud. El Pam casually tossed an object onto the desk. What is this? Is this a joke? Solomon froze as he recognized the item. Wait, is this the core essence of the Yellow Gate? I knew it. You are nothing but common swindlers. Refusing to accept reality, he convinced himself it was a forgery. You dare try to pass off a fake in my presence. You scumbags, you dare insult me with these counterfeits. You've barely spent half a day inside that gate. The man's voice dripped with venom. If you're going to lie, at least put some effort into it. Do you take me for a fool? Or do you just have a death wish mocking me like this? Cut the chatter. The MC stood his ground, radiating confidence. I'm betting 100 million mesos that this is the real deal. If I'm wrong, you get the cash. If I'm right, you pay up. Look me in the eyes. Do you have the guts to take that bet? The old man's face flushed crimson with rage. The audacity of this kid. What 100 million? You dirty scammer. But then, Lord Salomon's gaze locked onto something amidst the dirt, his eyes widening. Wait, that isn't just some rare drop. He froze. The Falcon Crest. That is the Medal of Honor bestowed only upon the Royal Knights. This is undeniable proof of their blood and sacrifice. Memories flooded back. Those medals were granted to the brave souls who marched into the gate of no return, a dungeon from which no one was meant to survive. If he retrieved this, it means Elpam actually survived where they fell. I watched the assistant Zira. His eyes betrayed him. Or should I say, Your Highness Zira? Seeing his subordinate tremble, the MC pressed the attack. It seems you know exactly what this represents to the kingdom, so Mr. Zira. Or should I speak to the man behind the mask? There was no point in hiding it. The third prince of the Aryan kingdom. It took a sharp mind to realize he was the secret benefactor behind the Gabo Merchant Guild, the legendary Prince Khan. The branch manager looked like he'd swallowed a bug, clearly uncomfortable with the MC's insight. Have you lost your mind? What garbage is coming out of your mouth now? He lunged, grabbing the captain by the collar spittle, flying as he roared in a panic. First you try to scam me with a bet, and now you're babbling about Prince Khan. He refused to believe it. You think just recognizing a royal medal makes this errand boy a prince? If that's your logic, then bow down, because I must be the king of this entire realm. Ridiculous. Is it ridiculous? The MC's voice cut through the noise, cold and analytical. Or are you just desperate to keep the masquerade alive? You refuse to admit the truth because the stakes are too high. Don't let my looks fool you. I've traveled these lands, working the lowest jobs, seeing things most people ignore. Information has a way of finding me when I'm invisible to the world. Oh, stop, you're making me blush, the prince deflected with a smirk. But the MC's expression turned icy. You really expect me to believe you picked up state secrets while running errands? He suddenly seized the older man's hand, his grip like iron. Is this the game we're playing? You think I'm just bullying an old man? In my line of work, lying is a fatal taboo. What the hell? The man struggled against the overwhelming pressure. Since when does a mage possess this kind of raw physical strength? The charade was crumbling fast. Apologies for the grip, but you felt it, didn't you? A man's hand is a map of his life. The calluses, the muscle density, they tell a story you can't talk your way out of. One look is all I need. You act the part of a grumpy boss, but your hands, soft, unblemished. Those are the hands of a servant, not a leader. I noticed the anomaly the moment I walked in. You claim to be the branch manager, carefree and loud, but your physical reality contradicts your lies. These aren't the hands of a merchant who spent a lifetime counting coins and stroking ledgers. No. These are the hands of a warrior. A soldier who has gripped a sword handle for decades. You couldn't scrub away the warrior spirit you've hidden all these years. Exposed and humiliated, the man snapped. Killing intent exploded as he threw a punch. To hell with this. In a lawless place like this, titles don't mean a damn thing. I don't need his permission to crush you. True enough. Hands alone might be circumstantial, the MC admitted, dodging effortlessly. But the final piece of the puzzle lies with the VIP, standing right there. He gestured to the silent assistant, his voice steady. You two put on a good show. The bickering was natural, but perfection is its own flaw. It was too rehearsed. The abusive boss and the timid employee. It's a classic script. I've seen it 1,000 times. But the flaw wasn't in the acting, it was in the instinct. If you were truly just a veteran soldier, you would never under any circumstance dare to raise a hand against him in a moment of anger. A lifetime of loyalty can't be suppressed so easily. Your body hesitated. But why would a prince stoop to such theater? He's still trying to deny it. How pathetic. You say there's no reason. I see a board full of them. Specifically, the bloody game for the succession of the throne. You're handpicking pawns for the upcoming war. Instantly, the atmosphere shifted. A blade materialized, pointed straight at the MC's throat. The air turned heavy with death. Watch your tongue. But then, laughter echoed through the room. Enough. The prince grinned, amused. Interesting. I finally see why Gabo holds you in such high regard. I heard the rumors, but you've shattered my expectations. The disguise fell away, revealing his true nobility. You saw right through me. No point in hiding it anymore. He removed his cap, a regal aura filling the room. I am indeed Prince Khan. The power dynamic flipped instantly. Tell me, Elpam, when did you figure it out? I had my suspicions the moment I was assigned to the Arian branch. For Lord Gabo to send us personally meant his backer here was someone of immense power. It didn't take a genius. The mysterious sponsor had to be the royal family. And seeing the notoriously handsome Prince Khan in the flesh, that just sealed the deal. So, this was the real test, the prince mused, eyes gleaming. Combat power is common, but the ability to read the tides of fate, that is rare. I need someone with your vision. The prince turned his gaze, drifting back toward the image of the dungeon. This isn't just a simple quest anymore. It's complex, like a leveling Manhwa storyline. I have a proposal. A gold rank dungeon. 99 entrance max. Your party will lead a strike force I've assembled. Your objective is not a boss kill. It is to retrieve a specific testament left inside. Work with them. Secure the item. You have 1 week. Succeed, and 60 million mesos are yours. But be warned, I am not as forgiving as Gabo. The air grew heavy. I refuse. The answer was calm, but absolute. The prince blinked, his smile fading. Refuse. You passed the test. Why back down now? I came here for a job, not to be a pawn in your political chess match. I understand the game you're playing, and usually for the right price I'd play along. Gold is good, but being alive to spend it is better. The prince narrowed his eyes. So you're negotiating. What is it you really want? This looks like a standard raid on the surface. But my instincts are screaming. If we enter that gate under your banner, my team won't be walking out. Even if we clear the dungeon, we become loose ends. Silencing the witnesses is a favorite pastime of royalty, isn't it? We'd be erased without a trace. Because this mission didn't come from the guild branch. It came from you. He pointed a finger directly at the mastermind. And I won't die for your secrets. Prince Khan, the moment we stepped onto this ship, our destinies became intertwined with yours. The prince caught his drift immediately. So you are demanding higher hazard pay. Tired of standing on ceremony, the protagonist sat on the ground, his gaze sharp. The one you are backing is the Gayfor Merchant Guild, not us mercenaries. We have zero obligation to gamble our lives for your ambition, especially when the price of failure is death. So gold is your bottom line. Unless the reward outweighs the despair. Reading the room, the prince asked. Name your price. I will judge its worth. The aide could no longer hold his tongue, barking out, You insolent brat. But the prince raised a hand. Fine. If your party clears the gate, I will grant each member a unique grade artifact. 1 unique ranked item per person, tailored to your specific abilities. Rare, epic, unique, and legendary. The hierarchy of power in this system Manhwa universe is absolute, and the gap between tiers is insurmountable. Immediately, his resolve wavered. Items on the same level as the Phoenix Feather or the Truth-Seeking Eye. Such power could shatter the very laws of magic. The fact that he promised unique gear for the entire squad, not just the leader, spoke volumes. It meant he viewed them as his main military force. Yet greed whispered that it still wasn't enough to pay for their lives. He wanted to secure the future for his teammates. We need more. I want a legendary grade artifact. Solomon exploded in rage. Have you lost your minds? A unique item is already a king's ransom, and you demand a legend. This negotiation is over. Silence. I will prepare a legendary item. Even if I must empty the treasury, it is worth it. But hear this clearly. There is no retreat. You bring me what I seek, no matter the cost. You have exactly 1 week. Turn back, and tragedy awaits. If you fail, I will take your heads myself. Salomon still eyed them with deep suspicion. Could he truly trust this mercenary? The prince had wagered everything on this single roll of the dice. The die was cast. Carson Troll had slipped from his hands. Doing nothing meant walking the same doomed path as the other princes. If I do not strike first, I will be purged. Someone held all the cards, that woman smiling from the shadows. This is going to be interesting. She was the game master behind this twisted play, and he was dancing in her palm. Khan, my child, I wonder what you are plotting. A mother must educate her son properly. No more mercy. I will discipline him thoroughly. Menor stared, completely flabbergasted. Say what, Prince Khan? She couldn't believe the man they just met held such high status. Khan is the 3rd prince of the Aryan kingdom. Was his act just a performance? Is he really the secret patron of Gayfor? Are you serious? Keep your voice down. That's classified info. That guy Debo. Is it safe for him to tell us this? We are the vanguard who will bleed for this victory. We need to know who holds our leash. While Kiri calculated the odds, the greed-driven tank tried to haggle for scraps. The patron is a prince. This is bigger than I imagined. Wait, does that mean a literal prince only paid us 30 million for the last job? That cheapskate? Finally, the leader revealed the true spoils of the negotiation. The reward for this raid is a unique item for every single one of us, and one legendary artifact. That reward finally shut the tank up. He really is the perfect candidate to rule a nation. I guess he truly is royalty. Slamming his beer mug down, the leader spoke. That's why I have a proposal. The item I risked my neck to negotiate for? I'm taking the legendary one. Menor slammed the table outraged. Oh, come on, you talk like the raid is already over, Elpam, that wasn't the deal, you're just declaring it. But strangely, the gold-obsessed tank didn't bat an eye. I can sell you my unique item share if you want it that bad. You guys. Even though I'm taking the prize, I won't let you bleed for free. I'll compensate everyone with cash. Now that's what I like to hear. I'm buying this round. Amidst rolling beer bottles and drunken slurs, the scene shifted. Have you brought the item I requested? The man appeared too drunk to hold a bottle, but Prince Khan stood before the King of Ariant with distinct clarity. Of course, Your Majesty. He presented a glowing pink crystal, a dragon heart. With this, you can achieve true immortality. They were father and son, yet the air between them was cold and formal. I am proud of you. You are truly my son. Then may I ask a boon of you? Sipping his wine, the king replied, speak. The dragon heart symbolizes longevity. Why not hold a festival for 1 week? Please grant us this celebration. Lying on the lap of his beauty, the king mumbled. A festival. The prince thought his gambit had worked. If the king and queen were busy managing a massive festival, it would be his chance to infiltrate the gate. Instead of deciding, the king deferred to his wife. What do you think, my love? Her voice was calm but icy. I am not sure. Everyone knew the answer before she spoke. Bringing the item was merely your duty. Demanding a festival in return feels excessive. She would not give them a single opening. Do we really need to spoil him like this, Arya, the Queen of Ariant? The king immediately folded. You are right, my dear. The prince realized everything had rotted away since Arya arrived. The king had changed. He depended on her for every breath he took. His wisdom was gone, replaced by a hollow shell of his former self. To drag Arya off her pedestal, the prince had to risk it all. I must conquer that gate. He tried one last desperate plea. But, Your Majesty, Ariant has always held festivals for great events. This is to celebrate your eternal life. He prayed for the king's approval. Do you truly believe your longevity is not worth celebrating? Arya cut in with a soothing, venomous tone. Khan, I am merely giving my opinion. You are getting too emotional. She gaslighted him effortlessly. A future king must be composed. Look at you whining over a party. The psychological warfare continued. Do you think the people will respect a ruler who behaves like a petulant child? Seeing his hesitation, she smirked and sealed the deal. Very well, I grant permission. I have no choice since you remain here. You act like a brat, but your loyalty to the crown is absolute. That much, I admit. She immediately plotted a grand spectacle to match his ego. I will prepare a week-long festival, just as you desire. He never expected the Ice Queen to yield so easily. She changed her tune. What is she scheming? A calculated smile played on his lips. Interesting. I'll play your game, Khan. I am the game master here. Everything is proceeding according to design. In the end, you're just a pawn on my board. Mid-battle realization struck the party like a debuff. They remembered the alliance. Wait, weren't we supposed to raid this gate with the others? I don't sense any other adventurers. We're the cleanup crew assigned by Khan. We are the dead last. 94 others are already inside. What chased them down? We need to clear this gate in 1 week. Your ascension is my priority. There's still time. Menor exploded with rage. Are you insane? Power leveling and clearing in a week. Hold on. Do we have to split the loot with the main force? Instead of advancing, greed halted their steps. I hope they all get wiped out. Dark words that shouldn't leave a leader's mouth. Only our party deserves the S-class rewards. That bounty was promised to us alone. Great mindset, Elpam. She's fired up now. But seriously, how do we grind here? These are just trash mobs. No XP at all. Yeah, and you're stuck at Circle 3. Always choking at the climax. Oh, right, I forgot to mention. The secret dropped, changing the vibe of this leveling manhwa. I already ascended. Circle 4. When did that happen? Since the fanatic battle. Menor slumped in despair. Of course, because you're a monster. Meanwhile, I'm hitting a wall. He stepped forward, radiating dominance. Stuck at a bottleneck, I'll help you shatter it. Menor, I will force your potential to awaken. The team froze. Your opponent is me. Come at me with killing intent. If you hold back, you die. In a flash, he vanished and reappeared. Crash, he laughed like a battle-crazed demon. What good is leveling up if I kill you? The captain dropped the quest reward. 100 million mesos. If you survive 10 minutes. Everyone. Raid formation. Even Kiri joined the fray. I must break my limits, going all out. Menor refused to back down. Deal, I'm not going back to Nautilus as a loser, Debo screamed, channeling his aura. Screw it. Full support mode engaged. If I don't level up, I'm taking that money with interest. The battle erupted with Pau's solemn vow. Comradeship vanished. Only survival remained. How is a mage that fast? Was he a rogue in a past life? The boss has one body. Focus fire. Unleash everything you have. Pressure him. He stood immovable like a mountain. One man against the world? Is that it? A firestorm engulfed Debo. 2 hot water healer. Menor tanked the front line. Clear the way. I'm using my ultimate thinking. He scored a hit, he taunted. How's that taste? Even you must feel that. But the dust settled, revealing a scratchless monster. Is this the extent of your party's power? He stood arrogant and untouched. Disappointing. Menor roared in frustration. Same insult for 4 days straight. Nothing works. Close range means incineration. Long range bounces off. How do we fight a broken boss character? Kiri collapsed from mana exhaustion. He calmly dissected their failure. You fail because you waste energy. Stop adhering to class roles. Merge your scattered power into a single spear. Then teach us, damn it, his aura flared violently. If pain is the only teacher you understand, so be it. I'll beat the lesson into your skulls. Before the next strike. Run formation, broken flee. Debo signaled the retreat. This way, he sprinted for his life. The exit is ahead, gate 3. Get in. She glanced back in frustration. This is our desperate struggle. Still oblivious to his true intentions. Finally, the realization hit them. Alone in the darkness, he muttered. I dragged them here for this. Staring at the massive void. Good enough excuse for being late. Silence fell. Time to sweep the floor. The party collapsed on the other side. Lungs burning, gasping for air. We survived. Plan the next move before Elpam arrives. The gate collapsed. He's delayed. We almost died. And you're counting coins. Hey, 10 minutes passed. That's 100 million mesos. Greedy bastard. 3 gates cleared, but this hell continues. Wait. Is gate 3 a desert biome? The heat is driving me crazy. Rumble. The sand exploded. A giant scorpion emerged. Are you kidding me? It lashed out instantly. Damn it. Their attacks did 0 damage. It didn't even flinch. It breathes magma too. Run. Stay 10 steps back, or get roasted. We'll be cooked alive at this rate. The heat aura is impenetrable. She stepped forward, eyes cold. Relax. Menor channeled that insane training energy. A mindless beast has no place here. If magic fails, I'll smash it. The situation remained dire. Damn it, we escaped the monster only to find a beast. It's tough. But compared to Elpam, invincible fire, iron defense. But this is nothing compared to the Elpam's pressure. Carson Sitter, this a bonus round. You're the perfect punching bag. Even in danger, she scoffed. At least this thing has more mercy than Elpam kill it. All right, Menor gasped, his ego bruised but his spirit intact. I admit it. I thought you were just all talk, but your analysis. It was spot on. This scorpion. Its shell is as tough as Elpam's. I can't pierce it. He leveled his weapon, eyes narrowing. Stick to the plan. Pour every ounce of mana into one strike. You're still twitching after that beating. A cruel smirk played on his lips. Die. Oh no, you don't get off that easy. You're just a glorified punching bag for our training grind. Finally, the beast collapsed with a thundering crash, shaking the dungeon floor. What a tenacious nightmare. Damn the heat in here. I feel like I'm being cooked alive. Menor was at his physical limit. 1 more second and it would have been game over. Here, drink. Desir offered a flask, his voice calm amidst the chaos. No need for thanks. Allies support each other. That is the rule. The girls watched the display unimpressed by the testosterone. What's his deal? Who knows? He's been acting weird since the battle ended. He was high on adrenaline, muttering to himself about the dignity of a third circle mage, but his teammate couldn't let that slide without a jab. You're making a lot of noise for a mere third circle newbie. Noise. This is the roar of victory. Besides, everyone else is already fourth circle. Everyone except the rookie acting like a king. Face it, no matter how hard you grind, the gap isn't closing. Maybe the adventurer life isn't for you. Words turned to fists as the two clashed, completely ignoring their leader. Fine, let's settle this right now. I'll teach you some manners. But amidst the brawl, A thought occurred. Wait. Pram is late. The gate time limit has passed. They should have teleported back. Panic set in. I don't sense their mana anywhere. Did they get stuck in the second gate? What the hell is going on? Meanwhile, amidst the clinking glasses of the banquet, the prince swirled his wine, his face a mask of tension. Your Highness, you seem lost in thought. Forget your worries. Tonight is for celebration. The festival isn't over yet. His instinct screamed danger. He still suspected Queen Arietta, yet the surface remained calm. Too calm. I assumed the queen had a hidden agenda behind this event. Isn't peace a good thing? Doubt still gnaws at me. I should be happy things are going to plan, but he stared into the crimson liquid of his wine. Why did this ominous feeling persist? Suddenly, a silken voice cut through the noise. What is the star of the show doing in a corner, the queen? Her tone dripped with mockery. We threw this grand festival in your honor, yet you look like you're at a funeral, Your Highness. The tension spiked. Both men stood abruptly. What brings you here, Your Majesty? She smiled coldly. Does a mother need a reason to visit her beloved stepson? I merely came to congratulate you on this momentous day. She reached for the decanter. Let me pour you a drink personally. To an outsider, they looked close. Oh my, don't be so stiff. It breaks my heart. People might think I poisoned the cup. Her laughter died instantly, replaced by a gaze sharp enough to cut glass. By the way, I heard a fascinating rumor. I know about your little alliance with the Hebrian Academy party. Her eyes gleamed with malice. The prince making friends with common adventurers. How quaint. She knew everything. Getting lost in a shadow world is dangerous. Terrible accidents happen. She leaned in. Since they are foreigners, I took the liberty of sending a welcoming committee to escort them. The blood drained from his face. This was completely off script. Impossible. The queen knew every move we made. She hadn't just watched. She had struck first. How did it leak? His mind raced. She sent an escort. There was only one group she used for such tasks. The Shadow Assassins, who wiped out the city of Ariant in a single night. Legend says no one sees their faces and lives. In the prince's world, everyone knew the truth. Arietta summoned them when she needed to erase someone from existence. The banquet, the lights, the music, it was all a farce. A trap to lure him out while she slaughtered his allies. She orchestrated this entire festival just to isolate me. She has the adventurers cornered. He felt the noose tightening. From the very start, I was dancing in the palm of her hand. But fate is a fickle mistress. Just then, a messenger burst in. Excuse me, urgent news. The scene shifted. In the dungeon, the captain stood amidst the carnage, seemingly exhausted. Strange. He looked at the pile of corpses before him. Something wasn't adding up in this typical Manhwa recap scenario. These bodies. No signs of struggle. They were eliminated before they even realized they were under attack. He fingered a red insignia. Who has the power to do this? A genius like you hasn't figured it out, a voice echoed from the shadows. I am the sole survivor of the second gate. Or so you thought. He scanned the area. Someone was trying to sabotage the prince. But this presence, what happened here? Are we fighting ghosts? Flash, a burst of mana illuminated the dark. I can't see you, but I know you're there. Impossible. He slammed his hand onto the ground, unleashing his own detection spell. Reveal yourself. Not just one. There's a whole squad. The detection wave pinged multiple targets. Got you. He didn't hesitate. Burn flames erupted. But as the smoke cleared, 0 damage. My magic. It didn't work. I've only heard rumors. He narrowed his eyes. To think I'd face the Shadow Squad personally. Before I turned back time, they were just myths. Now the reality stood before him. A skill called stealth. Absolute concealment. An instant assassination. The strongest assassins of Ariant. A masked figure stepped forward. Resisting is pointless. We came prepared to kill a mage. Every one of us is decked out in fire resistance gear. One strike from this staff will send you to the afterlife. Without your fire magic, you're just a defenseless child. Look at him tremble. The assassin sneered. We cannot lose. Struggle all you want, but you will die in despair today. But he didn't flinch. He stood like a mountain. You guys talk too much. His aura changed. Hide and seek is over. You think stealth and fire resistance make you invincible in this leveling Manhwa. His words sent a chill down their spines. In the past timeline, you were a threat. Mana began to spiral around him, dense and terrifying. But you made one mistake. You should have come before I reached the fourth circle. Fourth circle terror seized them. He had calculated everything. Crash. Back at the palace, a wine glass shattered against the wall. What did you say? The queen's face twisted in fury. Speak clearly, louder. The servant trembled, bowing his head to the floor. Forgive me. 5 survivors exited the gate. They are advancing rapidly. The prince's allies. They wiped out the assassins. Rage choked her. Those arrogant pests. Just then, footsteps approached. Is something wrong, Your Majesty? It seems my friends are doing quite well. The prince approached, his smile returning sharper than a blade. Seeing his confidence, the queen looked ready to explode. I am truly touched. Your Majesty, I never knew you cared enough to send a reception party for my guests. The prince raised his glass, savoring the taste of victory. Allow me to propose a toast. To your thoughtfulness. In the heart of the desolate desert, a crumbling ruin stood solitary under the moonlight, resembling a secret sanctuary. Inside, amidst the flickering glow of a dying lamp, 2 figures plotted in the shadows. Standing with regal bearing was Kassan, the 3rd Prince of Ariant. His voice cut through the silence. Well, did you secure the artifact? Opposite him knelt Elpam. Covered in the dust and grime of a fierce battle, he looked like a warrior fresh from hell as he began his report. I retrieved a scroll from within the gate. Kassan's eyes lit up with praise. You have performed a legendary service. Truly, the heavens must have sent you to aid my cause. Yet Elpam did not hand it over. His expression was grim. However, I cannot simply surrender this to you. The prince froze. What did you say? His voice remained calm but cold. During the ambush, assassins struck. They bore weapons specifically meant for me. It seems I've been dragged into your royal mess far sooner than anticipated. He held up the scroll. If we are to survive the coming storm, I need the truth. What exactly is this document? Kassan stared at the parchment in El Pamumi's hand. The prince's expression darkened, followed by a heavy, sorrowful sigh. That scroll is a death pact. A testament written by my brothers and myself. After Queen Areta seized absolute power, she began purging the bloodline of Abdullah Vima one by one. Those of us who resisted formed a desperate alliance. We swore an oath on the memories of the fallen. If she struck us down, this letter would serve as irrefutable proof of her treachery. The survivors would use it to destroy her reign. Rage began to boil in his voice like magma. My mission is to dethrone the witch and restore Arian's glory. She seeks to bury the truth forever. That scroll is the key to everything. Elpam's sharp mind reached a swift conclusion. Then the one who dispatched the assassins was Areta herself. Kassan did not deny it. Correct. Terror gripped me when I realized she knew. I am only relieved you returned alive. Elpam, still kneeling on the cold stone, cut him off sharply. Your Highness. His gaze turned steel hard. This letter is absolutely worthless. Kassan stood paralyzed. What? Elpam rose to his full height and tossed an object onto the floor with a wet thud. I harvested a little souvenir from the assassins. Lying on the dirt was a severed arm, fresh blood still pooling around it. On the wrist, right over the pulse, a grotesque red glyph pulsed faintly. Kassan's face turned the color of ash. Is that? Elpam saw the recognition in his eyes. You know this mark. If Areta commands soldiers bearing this curse, there is only one explanation. The queen is a disciple of the dark mages. Meanwhile, in a realm of suffocating shadows, the air was thick with webs that shimmered with a crimson, malevolent light. Queen Areta prostrated herself before Wind, a colossal obsidian arachnid. Its voice hissed with venomous disappointment. Your incompetence displeases me. She trembled, offering no defense. Terror of punishment clawed at her throat. I never anticipated that Elpam, that a subordinate of Kassan, could slaughter my elite unit. Suddenly, a white-haired figure emerged from the abyss. Elpam. His voice was a low growl. I know that vermin well. Areta spun around, eyes wide with disbelief. Evok. He stood there, a broken wretch in tattered rags, both arms severed at the stump. How are you still breathing? Evok ignored her horror. He stepped forward with maniacal pride. I possess the means to destroy him. Grant me one final chance at redemption. Areta sneered, her voice dripping with scorn. A chance? Don't make me laugh. You are a failure. Your time has passed. The overwhelming pressure of Wind's voice crushed her words instantly. Areta. She froze. Forgive me, Lord Wind. The monster issued its decree. You two will resolve this failure, together. Areta's face twisted in humiliation, teeth grinding, but she dared not refuse. In contrast, Evok grinned like a demon. My eternal gratitude, Lord Wind. From the shadows, red eyes ignited as chained demons began to stir. Evok radiated dark confidence. This time death is guaranteed. The scene shifted back to the desolate ruin. Hearing the revelation, Kassan trembled, his voice cracking. What, the queen? In league with the dark arts? Elpam laid out the cruel reality. The corruption runs deep. The moment you present that letter, the only one who will die is you, Your Highness. In that instant, a vision from his previous life flashed before his eyes, darker than any manhwa recap could describe. The memory of the timeline before his regression. In that life, he used the letter. It was a trap. The cultists revealed themselves and slaughtered him. He saw the image clearly, Kasan, falling, a blade piercing his heart, blood staining the royal floor. Snap. Back in reality, Kasan gritted his teeth in despair. Is it truly too late? Suddenly, Elpam offered a different path. What if we simply leave? Kasan blinked, stunned. Run away. Elpam's voice remained steady as a rock. Make an enemy of a dark mage pawn, and nowhere in Ariant is safe. Staying here guarantees your execution. The wisest move is to burn the bridge, forget the letter, and survive. Abandon the throne. If you are no threat, she may let you live. Kasan clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white, then slowly forced himself to relax. The prince held the parchment over the candle flame. As it caught fire, he spoke with eerie calm. I understand. I will not use this letter. You are right. Kasan watched the paper turn to ash, his eyes burning, with a fire far hotter than the flame. But do not mistake prudence for cowardice. I will never surrender. Even now my people suffer under her tyranny. If I flee, Ariant has no future. The enemy may be a monster, but I am still a prince. His aura flared with royal dignity. I will fight for this nation until my last breath. You have done enough, Elpam. You are dismissed. Before the ash hit the floor, Salomon the royal guard burst in. Your Highness. Kasan spun around. Report. The palace? They are forcibly opening the prince's tomb gate. Kasan's composure shattered. The prince's tomb? That's impossible. It was the resting place of the fourth Prince Suller, the strongest adventurer in Ariant history. A man who conquered dungeons with godlike power. Even I looked up to him, Kasan whispered. He was the true heir. Strength, honor, power. But one day he entered that gate and vanished into the void. His disappearance shook the very foundations of the kingdom. Since that tragic day, the dungeon has been known by only one name, the Prince's Tomb. Kasan's eyes narrowed with suspicion as he pressed for answers. Why unseal it now, after an eternity of silence? What sort of scheme are they plotting? Salomon stammered, crushed by the weight of the news. His Majesty decreed, whoever conquers this gate shall be named the true heir to the throne. Elpam, silent as a shadow, until now finally cut in. This is clearly Areta's trap. She'll stage a fatal accident to wipe out every contender in one stroke. Salomon nodded grimly, urging a retreat. The rookie is right. Your Highness must withdraw. Yet fire burned in Kasan's eyes. I know it's a trap, but I cannot turn my back on destiny. To flee is to play right into her hands. Salomon tried to object, but Elpam's voice cut through the tension with calm authority. I will lend you my strength. Prince Kasan froze in shock. Ignoring the royal surprise, Elpam continued darkly. By siding with you, we've just painted a massive target on our backs for Areta. Our fates are intertwined now. The prince stared, stunned by the stranger's resolve, before a wave of gratitude washed over him. Thank you, truly. You are a godsend. While Kasan bowed, Elpam's mind drifted to a blood-soaked past. I won't let Kasan fall like he did before the time reversal. Before the timeline reset in this brutal awakening manhwa reality, the fanatics used the Ariant Gate to unleash a monster wave upon the realm. That place was their stronghold. I'm glad I reached Ariant in time. Watching the prince's raw emotion, Elpam hardened his resolve. This time, I'll prioritize him and crush those fanatics before they even sprout. With eyes burning with unwavering confidence, he locked gazes with the prince. I swear on my life, I will place the crown upon your head. The summons went out. One by one, the princes of the realm knelt, bowing their heads before the throne in absolute submission. Yet the king was a disgrace, slumped on a chaise, drowning in wine. With a flushed face and slurred speech, he sneered at his own bloodline with zero dignity. Good. You're all finally here. Listen well. The court has decided. The next king will be chosen by the royal tomb. Enter the gate, conquer it, and bring me the remains of Sale. Even though rumors had spread, the official announcement sent a shockwave of panic through the princes. The second Prince Muket spoke up, trembling. Your Majesty, tradition demands merit in combat and literature. Never has a dungeon raid decided the crown. The first Prince Gunsun, kneeling beside him, joined the protest. Father, the people will revolt against such madness. It breaks every custom we have. The king swirled his wine, indifferent to their pleas. Perhaps. But Areta believes the palace needs a modern renovation. Kasan couldn't stay silent. You'd discard centuries of history on a single word from the queen. His voice turned steely. Majesty, please reconsider while you still can. While the fifth Prince Sanj looked pale with worry, the sixth Prince Asas suddenly broke ranks, voicing a chilling dissent against his brothers. If the king wills it, it becomes tradition. His Majesty's word is the will of Ariant itself. That is the new law. The drunken king, who had been ignoring the objections, perked up at the sycophancy. He sat up, eyes gleaming manically, unsure if he was drunk or sober. Exactly. My word is the law. The battle for the throne proceeds as planned. The date is set for 1 week from now. Withdraw, and you forfeit your right to the crown forever. Form your parties or die alone, I don't care. I've said my piece. He turned away. Now my beautiful queen awaits. Asas scrambled after him like a loyal dog. Wait, sire, I shall accompany you. Darkness fell over the remaining princes. The realization hit them like a physical blow. What is this madness, Arita? Just what kind of hell have you conjured this time? Kassan stepped forward, his voice grave. The gate is a slaughterhouse designed to kill us. That is Arita's goal. We must not fight amongst ourselves. My mission is to crush Arita's tyranny. We are not enemies here. We must unite, bring her down, and reclaim Arian. Expectations shattered. The fifth Prince Sanj sneered with cold arrogance. No, I refuse to ally with the likes of you. Sanj glared, eyes filled with suspicion. Don't preach unity to me. Deep down, you just think you're the only one fit to be king, don't you? It makes me sick. I will rule Arian better than any of you. Turning his back, Sanj declared, just watch. I'll clear the dungeon and overthrow Arita myself. Sanj, stop. You're walking into a death trap. Kassan screamed, desperate to save him. Divided, we play right into her hands. But the fifth prince didn't look back. Kassan clenched his jaw, fury and frustration radiating from him. But he wasn't entirely alone. The first and second princes remained. Heavy hands landed on his shoulders. We will give you everything we have. Kassan turned eyes wide with emotion. Brothers. Muket looked at him with trusting eyes. We know you've been preparing for this war against Arita for years. This is your stage. Seize the power and end her reign. Unlike us, who lack the courage you have, the wisdom, and talent. I believe you are the only one who can lead this nation. Kassan bowed, low voice, trembling with gratitude. Thank you for your faith in me. The first prince nodded, affirming their alliance. Indeed, Kassan, we'll support you with all our resources. But what about a vanguard? Kassan smirked, confidence returning. Don't worry. I have a secret weapon. The scene shifted to a dimly lit chamber. A long table sat heavy with tension, surrounded by adventurers radiating dangerous auras. These were no ordinary mercenaries. Kassan broke the silence. And that is why I need to hire your blades for this contest. El Pame, sitting opposite the prince, crossed his arms. We're ready, but one condition. Only your highness and my squad enter the gate. Salomon, standing guard behind Kassan, exploded in outrage. What? Absurd. The future of the kingdom is at stake. You expect us to send the prince in without the royal guard? We must go with him. El Pame's gaze was cold as steel. The prince needs protection, yes. But in that hell, anyone who can't carry their own weight is just a walking corpse. Paranoia gnawed at his mind. If Arita already knew Kassan's strategy, the palace walls had ears. Not even the royal guard could be fully trusted in this snake pit. We proceed as planned. Just as Ipa sank into the depths of his mind, a voice cut through the tension. So, you want to test if we're dead weight or not? Crash. Before the sentence ended, the solid wood table exploded into splinters. Dust filled the room as Kassan cried out in shock. Salomon, have you lost your mind? The giant stood like a mountain before the prince. Forgive my insolence, highness, but I must crush this arrogant insect. Two shadows materialized beside Salomon guards, moving with the killing intent of assassins. On one arm, a rune flared to life, glowing like thorny vines restricting a beast. The mana signature was unmistakable. One of the adventurers gasped, recognizing the power level immediately. Fourth circle, fourth stage. LPME smirked. No wonder you're arrogant. Fine. Beat Devo and you're in. Devo panicked. Hey, I haven't even broken past the third circle yet. Too late. The guards lunged at the speed of sound. Devo shrieked. Wait, hold on, while his body moved on pure instinct to counter. Bam! In a blink, both elites were face first in the dirt. Devo stood frozen, brain lagging behind his fists. Salomon's jaw hit the floor. What the? Defeated. By a mere third circle mage, Devo flipped his hair, acting like he never broke a sweat. Naturally. Did you forget who I am? I am the great Devo. The party didn't even blink. It wasn't that the royal guards were weak. It was just that these adventurers were monsters in human skin. Do you see the gap in our power levels now? Salamon's pride shattered, his aura flaring with rage. This isn't over. I still have. Kassan raised a hand, silencing his guard instantly. Elfarm, I trust your judgment. What is our next move? LPME stepped forward. We will shield you with our lives, but in the chaos of war, you must be able to hold your own. His gaze shifted to the four adventurers, his order, landing with heavy authority. You four. You will turn the third prince into a warrior. Miner's eyes went wide. Us train royalty. Are we seriously allowed to do that? You mean we can beat up a prince legally? Suddenly, the noble Kassan bowed deeply, abandoning all pride. Please, I beg you. Salamon gasped. Your Highness. Kassan didn't rise. I swore to reclaim Ariant no matter the cost. My people need me. My brothers trust me. I cannot afford hesitation. He clenched his fists, determination burning in his eyes. To keep that vow, I will do anything. LPME's lips curled into a devilish grin. Very well. But be warned, this training will be hell on earth. Kassan looked him dead in the eye. Good. That is exactly what I need. Break me if you must. Clank steel clashed against steel, dust swirled as Kassan's blade went flying. He stumbled, gasping for air. Chero barked, pick it up, we are not done yet. Blood and sweat dripped from the prince, propped up only by his sword. Yet, his fire didn't die. Yes, again, please. It was a brutal gauntlet. The prince faced every weapon, every technique pushed beyond human limits, until his body was a map of bruises and cuts. His legs gave out, trembling violently. One more time. A concerned hand reached out to stop him. Wait. We know you're trying, but this is suicide. Kassan shook his head, grit in his teeth. No, I will not be dead weight. I must be stronger. LPME interrupted the drama. Relax, Prince. This hellish training is just for emergencies. As long as Raf is breathing, you won't die. That's the core rule of a leveling Manhwa party. Kassan blinked. Raf, I thought. LPME smirked. He doesn't look the part, but Raf is our healer. The lifeline of the team. Even if you're at death's door, he can stitch your soul back together and erect a barrier that nothing can penetrate. And he's not just a medic. The guy knows how to throw hands. He's complicated. Raf picked his ear, looking bored. Oh, complicated. Thanks for the compliment. Kassan felt a wave of awe. Such legendary heroes. Following a failure like me. Please, take this. Kassan's voice trembled with gratitude. When we win the throne, I promise a reward that rivals a dragon's hoard. But for now, he shoved a heavy leather pouch into Raf's hands. The distinct clink of gold coins echoed. The boredom vanished instantly. Raf dropped to one knee with the grace of a royal knight. My liege, this humble servant pledges his eternal loyalty. Your Highness, let me tend to your sacred wounds immediately. Miner and Devoe watched with dead eyes. Of course, the money grubber strikes again. Raf hugged the gold like a lover. Heal up fast, Prince. We've got another round to go. Meanwhile, as night fell, shadows gathered around a table in the dark underbelly of the city. The succession war has begun. A dark voice whispered. The palace moves. The Sand Shadow clan must act. We need to send a message written in blood. Shall we assassinate Abdullah? A fitting wake-up call? No. If we stoop to that level, we are no better than the tyrant Arita. A fist slammed down, silencing the bickering. Shut up, screaming at each other solves nothing. We have one divine mission, and one mission only. The figure leaned forward, eyes glowing in the gloom. We slaughter the royal lapdogs, and cleanse Ariant of this filth, once and for all. Cloaks snapped in the wind, as the warriors marched out. Muscles coiled like steel, hair flowing. They looked like gods of war, descending upon the mortal realm. High above the first and second princes watched the chaos unfold. So, the Game of Thrones finally begins. This battle for the crown. I know my time has passed, but you, he looked at Kassan. You will succeed where we cannot. Kassan's eyes burned with resolve. We will not fail. A sneering voice broke the moment. How pathetic. You think a bunch of stray dogs from Victoria Island can save you? The sixth Prince Assad stepped forward, flanked by killers. Give up now. The throne is mine. I have secured the deadliest mercenaries in Ariant, the Red Scorpions. Kassan is finished. I am the only worthy contender. But then a heavy pressure crushed the air. The fifth Prince Sanj made his entrance. It seems everyone has brought their monsters. Sanj stood, backed by the legendary Khasa clan warriors. Gunsan stepped up to Kassan, clapping a hand on his shoulder. Looks like our brothers came to play. I know this raid will be brutal, but I am betting it all on you. Kassan smirked. You are the only one who can shatter Queen Aretta's tyranny and restore the Kingdom of Ari to its former glory. Eavesdropping from the shadows, Sanj's face darkened with rage. He ground his teeth as a booming voice suddenly echoed through the arena. You have waited far too long. Who will rise as the future king? Who dares to enter the prince's tomb and claim the throne? Gripping a massive mace, Abdullah pointed his weapon at the gathered challengers. Right here, right now, I, Abdullah, declare the trial of succession open. The crowd murmured. Is that the mad dog Abdullah? He is pure chaos. Suddenly, mysterious maps rained down from the sky like system notifications. Take a scroll, the voice roared. Prove your strength and intellect on the blood-soaked path to the throne. Each map displayed only a single sword and a blood-red flower. This is supposed to be a map. The challengers were completely baffled. What the heck does this mean? Does anyone know? Even an elite info broker like me cannot decipher this quest, someone muttered. But Kassan's eyes widened. He noticed the subtle silhouette of a man collapsed beneath the blade. A warrior bleeding out and a single flower. Could it be the crimson blossom? The flower as red as spilled blood? An illusion of a vast bloody floral field flashed in his mind. That specific flower only blooms in the deadliest zones of Ari. The prince's tomb had to be in the Crimson Wasteland, but Kassan still looked suspicious. This puzzle is too basic. It is an insult to a future king's intelligence. Let's move. Kassan glanced sideways. By the way, I consider you my only real rival in this trial. Big brother Kassan. Sanj glared at him, his eyes burning with intense killing intent. You better survive until you reach the dungeon gate. Without another word, Sanj vanished. We need to move too, the main character said. Debo panicked. What do we do? Is everyone here a tactical genius? Alpam remained silent, his analytical gaze locked onto the map. Hey, are you listening? Someone already found the coordinates? I knew it was over here. The ruthless Aksat's party had arrived first. Looks like we cleared the first stage. Aksat gloated high on his own ego, expected nothing less from the smartest prince. I will prove to our father that I am the only one worthy of leveling up to the throne. Aksat shoved his competitors aside. Move it, trash. We are entering the gate. Suddenly, a lethal flash of light sliced through the air. What the hell? Are you attacking your own allies? Blood splattered across the sand as all movement froze. A heavy blade slammed into the earth, kicking up a storm of dust. Sejan drew his bow, the arrow tip hovering inches from a target's face. Our mission is to save Ari, not slaughter each other for experience points. Do not forget that. Ileska growled, her fists shaking with suppressed fury. She bit her lip so hard, it bled watching the red pool distort in the sand. This is the only way to send a warning to the corrupt royal palace. You know the stakes. If we act like them, we are no better than monsters, Ileska snapped. Were you really going to let them enter? It is obviously Queen Aretta's trap. No, Ileska. We are already dancing in her palm. The blade was hurled directly into the portal. Boom. A massive explosion shattered the quiet dungeon entrance. Aksat collapsed onto the sand, absolutely paralyzed with fear. Behind the gate's illusion, Queen Aretta had planted a deadly surprise. She knew the sand bandits would try to raid the gate. This blast was meant to wipe out the princes and us in one shot. As the smoke cleared, only a massive crater remained. A fake gate. Sejan narrowed his eyes. The zone is probably rigged with multiple decoy traps. Instead of a senseless turf war, we need to locate the real tomb. Aleska froze her anger, giving way to a chilling realization. She looked down at Aksat, who was still trembling on the ground from shock. Get up. You are coming with us as a human shield. Huh. A hand reached out, yanking the terrified prince to his feet. Scene transitioned to Kassan effortlessly slaying a dungeon beast. The monster dissolved into pixels. Flawless strike, prince. And look, we have found the real gate entrance. Kassan's raid party had reached the true portal. I could not have done it without your support. Excellent work, everyone. Wiping monster blood from his face, Kassan turned to Alpam. So the Magu Oasis is the real tomb. How did you decode the system clue? The map reappeared. Black sky. Fallen warrior red flower. To a novice, it looks like random scribbles, Alpam explained. But see the chained figure reaching out for salvation. That pitch black sky represents the cataclysm. The day the Dark Mage invaded Ari. Images of slaughtered warriors flooded their minds. Our ancestors fought the Dark Mage to the death. The fallen warrior represents Ari's heroes. The red flower, that is the ocean of blood they spilled. Combine the location of the Dark Mage's invasion with the site of our greatest sacrifice. It leads directly to the Magu Oasis, the prince's tomb. Just like classic Awakening Manhwa lore, Kassan smirked. Guess I just got lucky. Even a prince relies on random luck. You are more human than I thought. They stepped toward the glowing gate. All right, let's clear this dungeon. Elpam stopped him. Before we enter, your highness, once you commit to taking the crown, your blade cannot hesitate. No matter who stands in your way, even if it is your own flesh and blood, show no mercy. Bathed in the golden aura of the portal, Elpam locked eyes with the prince. The moment you cross this threshold, your destiny is locked. Kassan remained silent. The golden light swallowed them whole, teleporting the party to a jagged cliff. Perfect. We are the first ones to spawn here. First, what do you mean? Someone else might have warped in before us. We started late, remember? Stay sharp, everyone. In a system, Manhwa deathmatch for the throne, anything goes. High in the canopy, a mysterious figure watched their every move like a predator. Let's see how they handle a little ambush. He raised an ominous flute to his lips. A haunting low-frequency screech ripped through the air. The sound waves visibly warped the space around them, grinding against their eardrums like a drill. What the hell is that noise? A giant, grotesque eye snapped open on the flute. Incoming. We have got aggro from the tree line. A massive mutated mushroom burst from the earth, its cap splitting open to reveal rows of razor-sharp teeth. Berserk poison caps, Debo screamed. Is it that flute-playing bastard again? Cast your barrier skills. Block the poison mist. Do not panic about the debuffs. I have got antidote potions ready. Suddenly, a blur of motion zipped past, leaving Debo stunned. A horde of grotesque monsters swarmed their position. What kind of mob wave is this? Backed against the cliff edge, they were completely surrounded. Why are the spawn rates this insane? It felt like every beast in the dungeon had converged on this single point. Kassan's eyes widened in terror. Look ahead. The horde approached their fungal maws, bristling with razor-sharp fangs. They were encircled by a sea of death. Damn it, why are you frozen? Debo roared, his patience snapping. Move, do something. Adrenaline spiked, he didn't care anymore. He slammed his blade into the earth, sending debris flying like shrapnel. The shockwave blasted the beast backward, but its massive jaws remained wide open, hungry for blood. Kassan couldn't process the insanity unfolding before him. Are you out of your mind? Screams tore through the air. Impossible. This can't be happening. Chaos reigned supreme. Meanwhile, Sanj's squad watched from the shadows. The prince and his entourage had entered the gate. Just as planned, they were now trapped, like rats struggling in despair. Sanj rested his hands on his hilt, a sinister smirk forming. Just you wait, dear brother. That isn't the only gift I've prepared. His killing intent spiked. I'll show you who truly deserves the throne. A low, heavy sound twisted through the air, vibrating with malicious mana. Debo and the others scrambled, putting distance between themselves and the encroaching nightmare. This is madness. How are they still tracking us? They had just cleared the wave, yet the enemy surged forward again. Are you dense? Haven't you realized it yet? Someone is controlling them with that flute. High above a figure, sat on a branch playing a haunting melody. Elpam instantly activated his eye patch artifact. He focused his senses to trace the sonic signature. I'm scanning. A signal flared. I've searched every corner, but I can't get a visual lock on them. Are they using a high-level stealth skill? A scream pierced the tension. Incoming frontal assault. We're cornered. Menor grit her teeth, hefting her massive cannon. Piece of cake. A deafening boom shook the ground. Just trust in Captain Menor. She spun around, shouting to the team. Now run for your lives. Debo cursed under his breath. What the hell is going on? The beasts were still hot on their heels. Why does fate always throw us into these hellish scenarios? The distance was closing fast. Back in the shadows, Sanj mused. I should have ended him right here. His squad had already slaughtered the pig-type monsters with brutal efficiency. If he doesn't awaken to the truth, Kassan won't survive the night. Sanj refused to be dragged down. A pity, I won't see the light leave his eyes myself. He stepped forward, resignation in his stride. Kassan, if you fall here. Sanj glanced back cold and detached. Then, this is where your destiny ends. The mushroom beast unhinged its jaw, exposing rows of jagged teeth and releasing a stench of decay. Despite their efforts, the swarm wasn't thinning out. How is this possible? Their numbers aren't dropping at all. Is there a mushroom farm breeding these things? The monsters advanced endlessly, a scene straight out of a leveling Manhwa nightmare. Just then, Elpam's eyes lit up. I've got a plan. Classic Elpam. He weaved a hand sign channeling his energy. We have to wipe them out the instant that bastard summons them. It's our only shot. Kassan gasped as another explosion rocked the battlefield. Yet the eerie melody from the treetop musician refused to fade. The fungal beast roared its mouth, stretching into a grotesque abyss of soft flesh and razor teeth. Kiri struggled, parrying the massive claws. This isn't working. We're barely holding on. She screamed over the din. Their cores are in their chests. Aim for the heart. Panic flickered in her eyes as she turned. Pam, what kind of strategy is this? We can't win a war of attrition. Pam loosed an arrow charged with mana. There are too many. Hang in there. Above them, the red-cloaked figure observed silently like a reaper. If we keep pushing, an opening will appear. They had to wait for the summoner to show his hand. The figure raised the flute, preparing another wave of sonic attacks. A beam of devastating light tore through the canopy. The figure dodged with supernatural speed, landing gracefully. Meaner emerged from the dust cloud, grinning. Found you, you rat. She fired another round. Stop lurking. The red-cloaked man raised his instrument again. Is it really you? Before a single note could play, Debo flashed forward. You're the pest, who's been toying with us. The man's eyes widened in shock. Debo struck. The flute snapped in two, just as a mushroom beast loomed over Kassan. Hold on, panic gripped his voice. Suddenly, everything froze. The monsters dissolved into thin air. Kiri, covered in grime, slumped. It's over. It's finally over. Debo laughed, triumphantly. Even the mushrooms froze. Was it because I shattered his toy? Perfect. What? Pam looked aghast. You broke it. Are you insane? That artifact would have fetched a fortune at auction. You and your greed? Is this really the time to talk about money? Hey, what? Am I wrong? I'll say it 100 times if I have to. Kassan stood there, battered and bruised, unable to comprehend that they had just cheated death. Was this brush with death just another Tuesday for them? As they approached the gate, the mood shifted. Don't lower your guard yet. We have a long way to go. This is only the second gate in this awakening Manhwa-style dungeon. Debo grinned confidently. Don't sweat it. Whatever comes next, I'll crush it. Sunlight pierced the canopy as they reached a cliff. Suddenly, Debo's face fell. The red-cloaked man had reappeared. He raised the flute, sending visible arcs of sound pressure toward them. Minner clutched her head, screaming in agony. The team collapsed, the sonic attack overwhelming their senses. My eardrums are gonna burst. Chaos erupted again. I thought we killed him. The maddening sound enveloped them like a cage. Pam forced himself up, drawing his bow at the phantom. This is absurd. His mind raced, trying to analyze the logic of this system Manhwa scenario. Impossibility piled upon impossibility. They were back at the cliff edge, facing the same enemy. Is this enemy immortal? If death couldn't stop him, what could panic threaten to consume him until his gaze landed on Mono? The mushroom beasts manifested from thin air, charging once more. Debo, watch out. The foul stench of the monsters assaulted their noses. He lowered his head, messy hair shadowing his eyes. Sweat and grime coated his skin, but a pain-determined smirk curled his lips. Damn it all. The sky turned pitch black as the horde bared their fangs. Was this a nightmare or reality? A massive explosion erupted. Just as a claw inches from his eye, Pam screamed his name. But then, the monster began to disintegrate. A spiritual blue-white light washed over the battlefield. They're vanishing. Pam gripped his bow, realization dawning. No, not vanishing. He looked at his team, his voice steady. They never existed in the first place. Debo blinked, confused. What? What are you saying? Pam's eyes turned icy cold. We've been played for fools. The red-cloaked phantom faded away like mist. The monsters controlled by the flute. They were never real. The beasts scattering into fragments. The second gate we thought we crossed, even the frenzy of this Manhwa recap. It was all a grand illusion. He pointed toward the gate. The totem's illusion had shattered, revealing the grim reality. Only ruins remained. Kiri blinked in confusion. Is that an item? A pitch-black statue stood in the cold mist, resting on a stone pedestal. Its pale green eyes glowed with malice, staring down the intruders with a terrifying silent pressure. Exactly. Pam's voice cut through the tension. An illusion-type artifact, releasing an undetectable toxin. Those enemies were just phantoms of our own making. In other words, he continued, from the moment we stepped into this dungeon, we were dancing in the palm of that totem's hand. The group stood stunned, realizing they had been walking in circles within the green fog. He gestured to his companion. I only saw the truth, thanks to Mono. Mono is immune to illusions. His arrow marked the core, and his sensory ability, like a snail tracking prey, is a cheat code in this awakening Manhwa world. The nightmare lifted. Dio exhaled a heavy breath, clutching his chest. I thought this was my grave for sure. You saved our lives, Mono. Kassan's expression darkened as he analyzed the situation. Whether this trap belongs to my brothers or Queen Arita, they came prepared. We've lost precious time. Meanwhile, Sanj felt the shift in the air. My dear brother has arrived. Back at the gate, Kassan steeled himself. We must move faster. I'm counting on you all. They moved like shadows. No matter who stood in their way, slowing down meant death in this ruthless succession war. They cleared the forest zone. This is the third gate. Only the boss remains. Sanj turned to a robed figure. But first we retrieve the artifact. The remains of Crown Prince Sail No Sanj barked, his eyes manic. We're here for something else entirely. What madness are you spouting? Relax. The masked figure in red exuded a chilling calm. It won't hinder the conquest. Kassan scowled. These people treat this dungeon like their playground. Whispers of the kingdom echoed in his mind, memories resurfacing. Have you heard? The first and second princes have forfeited the throne? Withdrew? After all that ambition, Sanj sat alone in the castle shadows, surrounded by empty bottles. Perhaps they realized they were prey. Rage boiled in his blood. Those cowards. Handing it to Kassan. The memory of Kassan turning his back on him fueled his hatred more than anything. Sanj, lend me your strength. Sanj scoffed at the memory, his pride stung. Don't make me laugh. I will never bow to Kassan. A shadow fell over him. Queen Areta approached with a serpentine smile. The floor is cold, Sanj. You'll catch your death down here. He glared, taking another swig of wine. Queen Areta. To what do I owe this intrusion? Get out of my sight. She leaned against the stone wall, unbothered. I'm only here to offer encouragement. Prepare yourself. Sanj shattered the bottle in his grip. What difference does it make you don't want me on the throne? Kassan has recruited a formidable party, she mused. That group led by El Pam. It's like a top-tier team from a leveling Manhwa. Commoners, yes, but dangerous? Areta eyed the red wine dripping from his hand like blood. But if you follow my lead, the crown is yours. Not Kassan. Sanj froze. I have no desire to see him rule. In fact, I believe you are the only one worthy of Ariant, despite your mother's low status. Despite the scorn you endured as a child. She stepped closer. You have bled for this kingdom more than anyone. Areta looked deep into his eyes. Bloodlines don't make a king. Your devotion to Ariant makes you the strongest. Doesn't that make you the only choice? She turned to leave. You just want a puppet to control like my father. Cruel words, she whispered. I offer only aid. If you need warriors to crush your brother. Sanj's eyes were shadowed. Come find me. Areta smiled as she left the room. She had played him like a fiddle, but his ambition didn't care. If it keeps Kassan from the throne. Sanj's expression twisted into a demonic grimace in the present. I will dance with the devil. He turned to the masked agent. Your mercenaries are strong, but their arrogance reeks. Forget them. The boss is ahead. Let's kill it and end this. No. The masked man sneered at the dank forest. The artifact takes priority. Her Majesty Areta commands it. Sanj's veins bulged with fury. You are her dog, not mine, Sanj roared. Inside this gate, my word is law. He grit his teeth, sensing a presence behind him. Areta Kassan's squad emerged, weapons drawn. So it's true, Sanj, you sold your soul to that witch. Kassan's jaw tightened in disappointment. You survived the illusion. The two factions stood ready for war. A clever trap. Without El Pam's senses, we would be corpses right now. Sanj rested his massive axe on his shoulder. Impressive vermin. He barked orders. 3 of you keep El Pam busy, the rest secure the artifact. The air crackled with tension. El Pam whispered, I'll handle the leader. Guard the prince with your life. Understood. Sanj grinned like a maniac. Wait, he's leaving. Sanj laughed. Perfect. Without that monster, you're nothing. I'll make you wish the illusion had killed you. Sanj ripped a massive tree from the earth with one hand. Why? Sanj Kassan cried out. What about our oath to restore Ariant? The tree carved with a twisted face hurtled toward him. That hasn't changed. Kassan, Kiri, and Menor watched in horror as the giant timber flew through the air. I will save this kingdom my way. I need Areta for that. The tree crashed down like a spear. The only thing I don't need is you. Sanj smirked his aura, exploding as he launched the attack. Panic set in until a flash of golden light. A beam of pure energy tore through the darkness. Clear the line of fire. Menor leveled his rifle. A bullet of condensed mana shot forward with terrifying speed, obliterating the incoming attack. Suddenly, a masked figure blurred into motion, aiming straight for Kassan's throat. Your Highness, Menor screamed. The assassin moved like a phantom through the dust and smoke. Diabo's eyes widened. What is that speed? Before he could blink, Kiri dashed forward to intercept the lethal strike. Kiri took a defensive stance. Slam. A heavy blow struck him from the shadows. Impossible manner, kept firing blindly. Damn it, stay still. But the enemy was already behind him. The ground erupted. A sinister face grinned at the sniper. Fast for a gunner, aren't you? Miner trembled as the impact crushed down on him. Khan scanned the battlefield with a heavy heart. Is it really just you left standing? Suddenly, killing intent surged from behind. Sanjay lunged at him like a rabid beast, initiating a frantic assault. Just accept your fate and die, Sanjay roared. His blade danced with a lethal violet aura, raining down a barrage of devastating strikes that lit up the air. Is defending all you can do? Sanjay scoffed, his voice dripping with contempt. Stall all you want, but no savior is coming for you. Around them, the battlefield remained a chaotic symphony of desperate survival. A voice screamed in his mind. End this now. With a savage calculated strike, Sanjay disarmed Khan, sending the sword flying, his eyes burning with pure unadulterated bloodlust. Sanjay shot forward like a human arrow screaming, die. But Khan, witnessing his brother's resolve, didn't flinch. He countered with a thunderous punch to the face, deflecting the lethal blade at the last second. A single, raw physical strike sent Sanjay reeling, coughing up blood. He tried to regain his stance, but shock froze him. That speed, it was impossible. Suspicion clouded his mind. What kind of footwork is that? It wasn't the roidal style. Sanjay doubted his own eyes. Is this really him? Gritting his teeth, he launched another desperate fist, fearing the protagonist of this awakening Manhwa story had changed. Is this the Khan I knew? Before he could finish the thought, Khan unleashed a barrage of supersonic punches, turning Sanjay into a living punching bag and forcing him to vomit blood once more. A final bone-shaking impact sent Sanjay flying across the terrain. Khan smirked, retrieving his fallen blade. The true duel was starting now. Khan wiped the dust off, chuckling darkly. Sorry, brother. Unlike you, I don't swing my sword like a maniac. His eyes now glowed with the ferocity of an awakened predator. Come at me, Khan commanded, his aura flaring. I'll show you the true gap in our power. That is the duty of an older brother. Sanjay trembled, humiliation boiling his blood. Don't look down on me, Sanjay shrieked, charging blindly. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the field, a chilling breath escaped her lips. Is it getting cold in here? Massive ice pillars erupted from the earth, locking her feet to the ground. Trapped Laura's eyes didn't show fear, they reflected the roaring inferno of her own magic. Stop shivering, Kiri murmured, his voice deadly calm. His blade, wreathed in flames, slashed through the air. I'll warm you up right now. The flames died down, revealing a nightmare. Facing the enemy was an entity that blurred the line between man and beast. Damn it, he cursed. This wasn't in the intel. It's like a boss from a Manhwa recap gone wrong. Even high-tier damage skills bounced off the masked figure harmlessly. Just what the hell are you? He screamed, despair clawing at his throat. Are you even human? As three more adventurers joined the fray nearby, the camera pans back to the duel. Sanjay's sword hit the dirt. He fell to his knees, gasping for air like a fish out of water. Khan leveled his blade at his defeated brother. It's over, Sanjay, he stated, his voice devoid of warmth. You are no longer the brother I once knew. Memories of their innocent childhood flashed before Khan's eyes. I never wanted to hurt you. I still remember the boy you used to be. Sanjay ground his teeth, his body shaking with rage. Memories? Don't give me that trash. Sanjay screamed, tears mixing with blood. To you, I was never a brother. I was just a toy. From the moment Mother and I were dragged into that palace, Sanjay choked out, my life became a living hell. All because of her lowly bloodline. They didn't say it, but their eyes. They never accepted us. A silence heavy with resentment hung in the air. And you, Khan. Sanjay looked up, his voice dripping with venom. You were exactly like them. We were just pets to amuse you. We were never family, Khan stammered, caught off guard. Wait. Is that what you think? No. That's... Suddenly the masked fighter was blasted across the clearing. Direct hit, he wheezed, grinning. The ground split open and a mutated crimson rose erupted its maw, gathering catastrophic red energy. The sheer pressure of its mana brought everyone to their knees. Is that an earthquake? Someone screamed. The earth groaned and cracked, violent tremors, shaking the battlefield. Kiri and the miner exchanged horrified glances. What is happening? Titanic vines pierced through the crust, throwing up clouds of blinding dust. The mutated rose fully emerged, swallowing a chunk of the land. Its grotesque fangs glistened, terrifying the raid party. This looks like a nightmare scenario from a leveling manhwa. What is that thing? As the ground crumbled, Khan lunged, catching Sanjay's wrist. Sanjay, he cried out. Let me go, Sanjay spat back. I'd rather die than be saved by you. No, I won't let go, Khan gritted his teeth, straining against gravity. In that moment, a memory resurfaced. The desperate voice of Sanjay's mother. Please, look after my son. Young Sanjay had been confused back then. Why ask him? Tears had streamed down the woman's face. Because I am a failed mother. He suffers because of my blood. That pain is eating him alive. Before she could finish her self-blame, young Khan interrupted. That's not true. She looked up, stunned, tears freezing on her cheeks. Khan knelt to meet her gaze. You treated me like your own flesh and blood. You gave a mother's love to a boy who never knew one. He smiled, a beacon of pure warmth. I will guide Sanjay. I will protect him. I am his big brother after all. The memory faded. In the present, Khan's grip tightened, though his voice trembled with emotion. You don't have to believe me, Khan shouted, over the roar of the monster. But I will never let you fall, because I made a promise to your mother. Sanjay's voice echoed through the dust and chaos. Have I been blind this whole time? Enslaved by my own hatred, I betrayed her last wish. I threw everything away. Sanjay reached up, gripping Khan's hand with his free arm. But his voice suddenly turned cold and ruthless. I've already crossed the line. He tried to drag Khan into the abyss. Khan countered, heaving them both onto solid ground, collapsing in a coughing fit. But from the smoke, a gaze filled with murderous intent locked onto him. Khan's eyes widened. He struggled to rise, one knee buckling. Sanjay stood over him, eyes manic. I wanted to make this quick, he hissed. But you just refused to die. A blade pierced right through Khan's palm. Sanjay, he gasped, pain vibrating through his voice. Stop this. Carson, you see? You're playing right into Arita's hands. I don't give a damn about Arita. Sanjay snarled, his eyes burning with madness. I will seize the throne. I will burn this rotten kingdom to ash and take my revenge. Sanjay. Khan whispered, heartbroken. Images flooded his mind, the two of them playing tag, sleeping side by side, brothers against the world. What can I do? Khan thought desperately. How can I keep my promise like this? Ignoring the hole in his hand, he looked up. Is this truly the path you choose? Khan lowered his head, his bangs shadowing his eyes. You'd hand our home to Arita. You'd become a puppet king blinded by rage. His voice dropped an octave. If that is your final decision, then I will stop you. The resolve in Khan's voice was absolute. Sanjay, you are walking a path of destruction. You will become nothing but a puppet bringing suffering to millions. A monster that consumes everything to get what it wants. If that is what you've become, then I. The memory of their mother's smile flashed one last time before the final clash. Your Highness, I beg you, lead Sanjay back to the righteous path. He gripped the blade, his voice heavy with a final fatal resolve. I will stop you. Khan lunged, his strike cold and merciless. Because I am your brother. Blood sprayed violently across the stone floor. From the distance, a desperate cry rang out. Your Highness, we must flee immediately. His eyes went wide with shock as he stammered, Your Highness. But the prince replied calmly, Do not worry. I have prepared for this sin since the moment I craved the throne. Sanjay's body now lay motionless in the dirt. Khan added, his voice steel. I must protect this kingdom and its people. His face twisted in agony, tears carving paths down his cheeks. Even if my hands must be stained with the blood of my own kin. Meanwhile, the beast continued its high-speed pursuit of Elpam. Naipentus scoffed internally. Is that the floor boss? Typical leveling Manhwa nuisance. But he pushed the thought aside. The only thing that mattered was finding the rat hiding in the shadows. Focus. No time for distractions. My priority is Elpam, he thought, sprinting straight toward the forest. The master of that piercing mana. I sense a familiar energy signature. Could it be? A voice dripping with irritation erupted from the blue circle. Damn it. What the hell are you fools doing? The Red Cloak minions were still debating with their mastermind. The tracking spell points there. We have found it. The emerald ring pulsing with magic sat protected beneath a blue barrier. The ruler of space. The mind arts. That is a ring capable of manipulating the very fabric of space and time. An ancient artifact that can drag objects and even the surrounding space itself with overwhelming psychokinetic force. If he obtains that, completing Win's grand plan is only a matter of time. The minions realized what was needed to claim the ring, but the seal was absolute. A blood circle. It requires a living sacrifice on the altar to shatter the lock. Simple magic, yet devastatingly powerful. One of the minions hatched a cruel idea. A sacrifice. Perfect. He's right here. Wait, that's not good. You're the martyr, aren't you? Is there truly no other way? They began to turn on one of their own. Why take the long road when the key is right here? Don't look so angry. Be grateful you are dying for a magnificent ideal. The chosen victim didn't even have time to scream before an invisible force choked him, lifting him into the air. My. He still has some value to exploit after all. Oh, this works nicely. Struggling in midair, the victim was paralyzed by the sheer pressure. What is this power? Who are you? It happened in a split second. Impossible. No ordinary minion of Arita possesses this level of strength. Before he could react, a wooden spike impaled his chest. You are. Hush now. Don't be bitter. This was fated to happen eventually. The barrier around the magic ring shattered, and the mastermind stepped forward to claim the prize. Be honored that you served a higher purpose. The seal dissolved. With the sacrifice complete, the stage is set. With this, I can finally begin a new chapter. But before his fingers could graze the ring, a blast from Kai struck him. I had my suspicions, but now the truth is undeniable. She had detected him by the monstrous aura he leaked. He hadn't even bothered to conceal such terrifying power. The fanatic removed his mask, the ring in his hand, wearing a twisted demonic smile. Why did you return? Meo Du was dragging the prince, fleeing the onslaught of the giant vines, but the Royal Highness was completely drained. Hey, move your legs. Your Highness, I want to, but my body won't obey. Devo roared in frustration. You're dead weight, not a prince. The prince was helpless, accepting the insults in silence. Sorry, but aren't you supposed to be my royal guards? Leah flashed in, slicing through the massive vine to buy time for the retreat. I'm leaving the prince to you. Devo grinned, the thrill of battle rising. Finally, Menor gripped her necklace, unleashing a devastating blast through the demonic flora. No need for a counterattack like that. It's huge, sure, but its defense is trash, and it has no elemental resistance. It's no match for us. Devo and the Crown Prince were distracted by a scream. Is that it? One of Arita's men. The man wailed in terror, but the plant monster tossed him into its maw and crunched down. Save me! Trapped beneath the beast's torso, the faces of countless victims screamed in eternal agony. Menor fired another massive energy beam into its stomach. Disgusting. Get away from me. But the beast unhinged its jaw and lunged at her. Huh. Leah tackled Menor, just in time. Thanks, watch out. It's beginning to use the skills of the people it devoured. The monster unleashed a barrage of energy blades. I'm certain of it, that's the Axe Warrior's skill. Leah realized the horror. It could copy the abilities of its prey. You mean it can replicate the skills of anyone it eats? Giap and Devo hit the dirt to dodge the counter-offensive. This is dangerous. Its attack pattern completely changed. Damn it. Devo noticed the prince staring blankly at the monster. What are you doing? Your Highness, run, but the prince had been pulled into a trance, a memory surfacing. Brother, are you really joining the raid? Yes. In the memory, his brother handed him the Staff of Recovery. Take this with you. What is this? The Phoenix Staff. This can heal any wound. I trust you have the strength to control it. The young prince was shocked by the priceless gift. Are you sure? Is it really okay to give me something this legendary? His brother smiled warmly. Because you are my little brother. You have a good heart, and the people love you. I believe in you too. Return safely. You are the one who will become king. Snapping back to the forest, the prince saw his beloved brother's face embedded in the monster's flesh. Saleh, my brother, my king. I thought you were gone. Why are you here? Denied rest, even after death. Are you still suffering? While he was paralyzed by grief, the monster lunged. Giap shoved the prince aside, but he couldn't save himself. Your Highness, no. Giap gave a final rueful smile. Looks like I lost this bet. As the other screamed, the monster's jaws clamped shut around Giap. The carnivorous flower instantly turned back toward the prince. It missed him by an inch. The flower snapped its jaws, lunging again. Kiri slammed his shield between them, shouting, "Get a grip." Crown Prince Kasan. Do you really intend to die like a dog here? Kasan was blown back meters, coughing up blood from the impact. He grimaced in pain, whispering, I'm sorry. This is all my fault. She cut him off sharp. Stop speaking nonsense. Kiri's expression turned grave. Rafa is still alive. The carnivorous flowers shrugged off the attacks like they were nothing, emitting bone-chilling screeches that pierced the air. Menor unleashed a storm of bullets, firing relentlessly into the tide of enemies while shouting his confirmation. It was exactly as she said. Unlike when it devoured a regular believer, Raph did not manifest as a monstrosity. As Pumpkin delivered a devastating blow, they realized the terrifying truth he had not yet been digested. Moving with godlike speed, the axe-wielding berserker unleashed a flurry of strikes against the main body of the carnivorous flower. The beast lashed out in agony, but the warrior was faster, dodging death by a hair's breadth. The flower emitted a massive shockwave, and Menor seized the critical moment, roaring, Do it now, Pumpkin. Drag that idiot out of there. Pumpkin's axe flew with earth-shattering force toward the monster's maw, slicing the creature's abdomen wide open. He brought the weapon down the blade, shining with a blinding light, but in that split second, a vine lashed out. Blood sprayed into the air as he lost an arm, his eyes wide in shock. Kiri screamed his name, Pumpkin. Simultaneously, another vine whipped forward, tearing off one of her legs. Kassan watched the nightmare unfold, frozen in horror. Damn it all! Menor found herself completely surrounded at the beast's feet. She suddenly recognized the severed limbs. Terrifying human shapes began to emerge from the stumps. It was a scene straight out of a horror manhwa recap. They couldn't believe their eyes. The monster's severed legs had fully regenerated. The creature smashed the ground, triggering a cataclysmic explosion. The forest was instantly reduced to a wasteland. Kassan wept tears of absolute despair, cursing his own powerlessness. Damn it! Pumpkin, despite his grievous injuries, tried to lift his axe with his mouth. Kassan cried out, "Stop it!" Kiri struggled to crawl forward, her voice breaking. "Stop this! Right now!" Kassan could not bear to watch his people fall for his sake. He rushed to the front line, using his authority to command them. "I ordered you to stop." Suddenly, a hand gripped a vital tendon from within the beast. The carnivorous flower froze. Blood erupted from inside its body, leaving everyone stunned. What? Kassan gasped in disbelief. What just happened? The aura of the devoured victims began to vanish, and the monster's internal structure started crumbling, like a glitched boss in a system manhwa. Someone was tearing it apart from the inside. As the flower withered and its organs failed, a shadow leaped from its gaping maw. The figure landed right in front of Kassan. Shielding his eyes from the dust, the prince looked on in amazement. Raph stood there like a miracle. He flashed back to the moment he was swallowed, remembering how he had clutched his head in sheer frustration. Damn it, I thought my game was over. Holy magic was useless, and who would have guessed I'd end up as Monster Chow? Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. What is this twisted scenario? He saw countless crimson lumps floating before him, and wondered, what is this? Then realization struck. Aren't these the adventurers who were swallowed? Their equipment was still active. That explained how this monster could copy the skills of its victims. Raph grinned with mischief. This is getting interesting. Holding out a glowing, slimy sphere, he asked, "What are you guys staring at?" He teased them. "Daddy just got home from work, and no one's here to greet him. I'm about to cry." Kassan realized it was Sal. Raph explained, "I looted every corpse and item inside that beast's stomach. Now it can't use a single one of their skills anymore." Thanks to Sal, healing energy washed over them. Pumpkin's lost arm and Kiri's leg regenerated miraculously. Raph continued his monologue, seemingly unfazed. In other words, recess is over. Exhaustion finally hit him, and he collapsed. Cracks began to fracture his skin as he smiled weakly. "I guess I can take a little break now, right? Win this one for me." Raph smiled, reassuring them. "Don't worry." The cracks on his skin faded as everyone looked at him with gratitude before taking flight. They declared, "We will end this in a heartbeat." Kassan stepped forward. "I'm sorry, but I leave the rest to you." He begged them, "Please." Kiri began to charge her ultimate technique, carrying the hopes of the prince. Destroy that monster. The flower struggled to move, the corpse of the prince's brother still trapped within it. Pumpkin swung his axe, finally liberating the royal brother. A beam of light tore through the dimension, and the trapped body dissolved into peace. Kassan stood before his brother's spirit, praying, "Brother, my king." He whispered the spell, Sal. Restoration magic washed over the scene. "You can finally rest now." A massive explosion echoed from the other side where Elpam faced off against a fanatic. The cultists smiled. "Looks like they are done. Shall we begin our dance? What are you planning? If you're here to convince me to switch sides again, save your breath." The cultist sneered. "You are mistaken. The situation has changed," he declared. "Now I need you to disappear." Elpam. The cultist recalled the past, remembering the arrogance of his superior. "Who gave you the right to destroy Elpam without my permission?" Carson stricted by a summon. The cultist had screamed at Ariam. "Do you have any idea what you are doing?" He tried to justify himself. "Elpam has no intention of helping us, so I must eliminate him to clear our path." The superior grew furious. "Silence, you know nothing. What does Elpam think?" "That is not the issue," the old man roared. "He is a vital vessel." The cultist flinched at the word vessel. The image of the dark mage flashed in his mind, reminiscent of an ancient awakening Manhwa legend. Achariam explained that Elpam was part of the Dark Mage's plan from 500 years ago. "And you tried to ruin everything. You have left me no choice. I do not need a pawn that bites its master." The old man reached out, deciding, It is best if I discard you now. Terrified, the cultist begged. Wait, he accepted his fate with trembling hands. I will do it. The superior asked. What? The cultist pleaded desperately. If Elpam can do it, then I can do it too. Please give me one more chance. He shouted, I will become the vessel. Raising his hand, a corrupt purple flame ignited. He explained, this is a test. Elpam noticed the shift in the atmosphere. The cultist continued, a test to prove I am more useful than you. The flame in his hand grew violently, mirroring his descent into madness, as if he were forcing a leveling Manhwa power-up. And I can become more special than you. The flames threatened to swallow everything. I will show you who is the superior vessel. Elpam looked on with cold indifference. I couldn't care less about your garbage. Two forces collided, triggering a massive explosion. The battle raged on Elpam's silhouette, flickering in and out of existence. The cultist used his skill to observe scoffing idiot using a decoy again. Why do you keep using the same stale tricks? He slammed his hand onto the ground, mocking. Do you not know how to evolve? The surrounding golems shattered instantly, as a shockwave ripped through the area. Everything disintegrated, yet Elpam was nowhere to be seen. The cultist continued to provoke him. You know these cheap parlor tricks won't work on me. How disappointing. Suddenly, Elpam materialized directly behind him. I thought so too. He launched a surprise attack. Did you really think I wouldn't predict such an obvious move? A massive explosion engulfed them. Elpam stood safe within his barrier, sighing. What a complete waste of time. Elpam scoffed at the arrogance before him. You really don't plan on stopping, do you? Just standing there leaking energy while spouting trash. My apologies if I offended you. Elpam analyzed his opponent with a sharp gaze. The guy was completely unharmed. My attacks are useless. It feels like my power is being sucked into a void the moment it touches him. A chill ran down his spine. He realized the ominous aura wasn't coming from the man, but from the ring he wore. Fine then. Elpam's expression went cold as he raised a finger. If you want to play, I'll show you what true power looks like. Suddenly, Elpam's attack curved midair, slamming directly into the ground. The enemy gritted his teeth as magic surged. What is this? The earth itself began to tremble and collapse beneath them. The enemy stared in disbelief. Impossible. You shouldn't be able to cast direct skills on living beings. Is that what you thought? Elpam smirked, his voice dripping with mockery. I'm not controlling you. The enemy finally realized it was psychokinesis, a transcendent skill that dominated the space itself. The enemy regained his composure. In this territory, your tricks mean nothing. Elpam struggled against the pressure. Realizing this was no ordinary telekinesis, it was spatial manipulation. The enemy unleashed his skill, forcing Elpam to calculate rapidly. What happens if I counter with the exact same frequency? But the barrier couldn't hold. Cracks began to spiderweb across the surface. The enemy sneered. Are you deaf, boy? His laughter grew manic, echoing through the battlefield. I told you, inside my domain, you are powerless. He continued to drain the energy around them, his mouth running as fast as his mana absorption. To dominate a zone is to become its god. I control the mana in the air, the gravity that binds you, and even your pathetic abilities. With this power, I have achieved perfection. He looked like a madman, eyes wide with delusion. I am the supreme entity that the Dark Mage has been searching for. But in that instant, the ring on Elpam's finger shattered. The enemy froze. A terrifying vacuum opened up, swallowing the chaotic energy in an instant. The cultist lost his mind, clutching his head and howling at the sky like a rabid dog. I did it. The vessel is finally mine. But suddenly, a cold voice cut through his celebration from the other side. Celebrating a bit too early, aren't we? Elpam stepped forward, his aura calm. I admit, with my current build, I can't beat you. He launched a new rapid-fire attack, his voice steady as steel. But it's a different story if I switch up the skill set. What kind of nonsense is that? Your elements are fire and telekinesis. The enemy recoiled in shock. How are you using a poison breath attack? Pure fear flashed in his eyes as Elpam unveiled a power that defied logic. A mage is limited to 2 elements, an unshakable rule of this awakening Manhwa world. No one has ever broken that law. But then, a blinding light erupted. The light detonated with violent force, turning the battlefield into a sea of roaring flames. The enemy's ring glowed desperately, trying to absorb the impact once again. The enemy screeched, his voice cracking with arrogance. A single poison skill changes nothing. 2 elements, 3 elements, it doesn't matter. My power is absolute. He opened his mouth to boast further, but the words died in his throat. Elpam, covered in wounds, was still casting. Who told you? I stopped at 3. Arcs of electricity crackled around Elpam, manifesting as jagged bolts of lightning. In that moment, Elpam remembered how this miracle came to be. Memories from his past life flooded back. Before my regression. Back when I first unlocked the second circle. I discovered a glitch in the system, aside from just fire and telekinesis. A massive block of ice materialized. At the second circle, I unlocked poison. At the third circle, I commanded ice. The higher I climb, the more elements bow to me. 3 distinct elemental forces began to swirl and fuse within his body. I named this rule-breaking power, Elemental Master. He now stood at the 4th circle. The masked enemy trembled, his brain unable to process the impossibility before him. No, how can you possess such power? The enemy collapsed as Elpam released the energy, the lightning gouging a deep trench into the earth. Elpam stared at the crackling lightning in his palm. He didn't know why he was gifted this anomaly, or what purpose it served. But in this life, I will use this power to rewrite everything. The Dark Mage's follower cowered in terror. Elpam shouted, "Vanish! In the future I will build, and the future I once knew. You do not exist." The storm of lightning swallowed the enemy whole. In his final moments of despair, he reached out toward a fading light. Flashback to the Dark Mage Akaram staring at him with madness in his eyes. "You think you can replace Elpam bound by the Dark Serpent?" He had begged for a chance. "I can do it. I'll prove I'm more useful than him. Elpam is uncontrollable. Let me be your vessel." The Dark Mage had grinned. "Interesting. Let's see if you have what it takes. Consider this a test." The mage revealed the cruel price. The loser becomes fertilizer for the winner. That is the only rule. As he disintegrated, he finally understood. Elpam unleashed his ultimate technique. I was never the one Akram wanted. Elpam had returned. The dust settled. "Looks like the trash has been taken out." Elpam turned to his team. "Everyone okay?" Raf giggled weakly from the ground. "I'm fine. Just totally drained. Thank goodness. Let's move." It was eerie how casually they treated Raf's exhaustion. Elpam pointed ahead. "Follow me." I spotted an emergency exit on the way in. The team marveled at his instincts. Truly, the Elpam. Light spilled in as they stepped onto the sand. Raf cheered. "Finally, we just need to reach the palace and we're home free." Suddenly, a cold blade pressed against a throat. What the A group of assassins wielding sickles emerged from the shadows encircling them. "Who are these guys?" Giano stepped forward, his presence suffocating. "I've been waiting for you, Third Prince." It was Giano, the leader of the Death Guild. The prince lunged forward. "Who dares block my path?" One of Giano's subordinates intercepted him instantly. "Freeze." Her voice was ice cold. "Move one finger and the prince's story ends right here." The betrayal stung. Iren. Since when Kassan struggled against the grip. "Let me go." She tightened her hold. "Stay still, if you value your limbs." Giano observed them, his eyes locking onto a specific item. That staff. It belongs to Lord Sail-Lay. Not even the great Sail-Lay had returned from that gate. Did they actually clear the dungeon? Kassan demanded. "Identify yourself. Did Arida send you to finish us off?" The assassin shook his head. Quite the opposite. His gaze hardened. "I am here to save Arian from the suffering Arida has caused. We share a common enemy." The prince recognized the symbol immediately. The Sanex Guild, famous revolutionaries fighting against the corrupt throne and greedy officials, champions of the common people. Kassan lowered his guard slightly. "I've heard the stories. Though we stand on different sides, your desire to save the people mirrors mine. What do you want? If it's for the kingdom, I will lend you my strength. I have no expectations left for you." The faces of the Sands members darkened like a storm cloud. Because of King Abdullah, a puppet dancing on Queen Arida's strings, the rot had infected the very roots of this empire. Officials gorged on corruption, while the people starved. It was a monarchy that had betrayed its sacred mandate. His voice thundered with cold resolve. "The time for talk is over. I will sever the royal bloodline, crush the court, and build a new world from the ashes, a kingdom without a crown." A declaration that defied the heavens themselves. Assad trembled in their grip, a pathetic hostage. "Stand up, you worm," they barked. His terrified scream pierced the air, shocking the crown prince's younger brother. Assad stammered in panic. "To kill Abdullah, you must breach the 2,000 royal guards. An impossible feat I've failed at for years." Then, his trembling finger pointed accusingly at the two princes. "That is why I need royal blood. Only a prince who clears the trials can bypass the barrier. With you, the guards will stand aside and grant us free entry." He offered a devil's bargain. "Just one person. Bring me Lord Salah's relic and lead me inside. Do this, and I grant you a life of peace far from this chaos. But fail me, Jono," hissed, "and you die right here." Assad didn't hesitate. "I'll do it," he cried. his honor completely shattered. If I get Salah's relic, just keep your word. I don't care who takes the fall. Ereska spat. Filthy coward. Raf urged. Prince Khan, say something. We can't let this chance slip. But Khan clenched his fists. Defeated. I have no choice. What? Khan's eyes hardened. If letting you in means destroying the throne, then I cannot cooperate. I won't be the key to your destruction. Killing intent exploded from Jano's subordinate. Her blade flashed. Scum, still clinging to your greed for the throne. Her voice was ice cold. Then greet the Reaper right here. Kiri dashed forward in a blur. Prince El-Pamumi moved to intercept. Suddenly, a projectile tore through the air. Her eyes widened in fury. Who dares interfere? A figure in a green hood blocked the strike, catching the naked blade. She roared. Back off, Sejun. Why do you stop the purge? He stood firm. Cease this madness. Ereska, this is wrong. Lord Jano, King Abdullah, and the witch Arita must fall, yes. But dragging innocent princes into this bloodbath, that is not our way. She scoffed, killing intent rising. Spare me the righteous speech. They are all the same. Every drop of that filthy royal blood must be purged from existence. Filthy blood. Sejun's voice dropped an octave. You ungrateful fool. Do your words not spit on the memory of Lord Salah himself? She froze. No, I didn't mean. Have you forgotten who gave us power? Do you think we slum rats had the strength to rise alone? Lord Salah created the sand bandits to give the voiceless a roar, to check the throne's power, not to massacre it entirely. Khan felt a wave of awe. Saleh founded the sand bandit Saleh. You were the true king. Even from the shadows you fought only for the people. Sejun fell to his knees before Jano. This path betrays Lord Salah's dying wish. Please reconsider before we lose our way. Jano closed his eyes, the weight of the past pressing down on him. Jano mused. Though he was born a prince, he poured his life into saving trash like us. He truly possessed the heart of a sovereign. However, his aura darkened. What we do now might stain his legacy. Jano. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. But Lord Salah is dead. Our last hope lies in the grave. There is only one path to save this dying nation. Cut out the rot and forge a new empire from zero. And do you really possess the strength to build this utopia? El-Pamumi's voice cut through the tension. The crowd froze. El-Pam, he addressed the leader. After you kill Abdullah and use a prince as a scapegoat, then what? Do you think 2,000 elite royal guards will bow to you just because the king is dead? His gaze was piercing. They will slaughter you where you stand. It's game over. Raf tried to intervene. El-Pam stop. But El-Pamumi pressed on. If you want to kill Areta and the royals, go ahead. But save time and slit your own throats afterwards. That isn't a revolution. It's suicide terror. Ereska snarled. You outsider. What do you know? If I can crush the monarchy and die smiling, I accept that fate. Then go ahead. El-Pamumi stepped closer, his presence expanding. If you don't mind dragging every citizen of Ariant into a massacre alongside you. Jano balked. What? What do you mean? El-Pamumi smirked. You think removing Areta ends the nightmare? How naively cute. He signaled that the problem wasn't just the queen. The real threat is the shadow looming behind her. Jano's blood ran cold. A backer behind Areta. The scene shifted to the endless, merciless desert sands as El-Pamumi unveiled the truth. Is it not too convenient? The timing of her rise, her every move. It's as if she was engineered to plunge this kingdom into absolute anarchy. Have you never questioned her true endgame? The atmosphere grew heavy. Let me tell you a story. He dropped the bombshell. Queen Areta of Ariant is a disciple of the Black Wizard. The rebels recoiled in shock. Lies. A disciple impossible. But in their minds, the terrifying silhouette of the Dark Mage, the one who eclipsed the sun, materialized. Think about the cults rising in Portel. What if their corruption has already stretched its tentacles all the way to Ariant? A chill ran down their spines. If I'm right, destroying the central power now creates the perfect feast for them. Without a royal successor, chaos will reign and they will consume us all. Jano realized the horror. In that chaos, the cult would spark a civil war. The kingdom would shatter and the people would suffer hell on earth. Khan nodded gravely. Exactly. They pieced the puzzle together. As long as the throne stands, the king is their shield and target. They manipulated Abdullah because they thrive in the darkness, hiding their true claws. Khan outlined the doom. But if the king falls and the nation fractures, the shadows will rise. Just like Port El, this entire kingdom will be swallowed whole. The nightmare here will eclipse anything seen before. Truly, I apologize. The royal family failed you, and your anger is justified. I have no desire for the crown. It is heavy with sin. But Jano Khan's eyes burned with resolve. This land needs a successor, not a revolution. The Sands members finally understood. Third Prince Khan was the legitimate heir who conquered the prince's tomb. This was the ultimate awakening Manhwa plot, twist a chance to evolve Ariant without a river of blood. Ereska glanced at the trembling Asa, then back at Khan. If this is the only path, then he is worth far more than that piece of royal trash. Jano stepped forward. To overthrow Abdullah and take the crown. Do you realize you will become the target of all that hate? Jano asked. Abdullah fell to corruption. How can I trust you? Won't rot the same way. Khan didn't flinch. Then stand beside me and watch. If the day comes when I become a monster, then do not hesitate to strike my head from my shoulders. You choose to rule with a blade constantly at your throat? Jano marveled. Why go this far? For what? Khan smiled, a majestic aura surrounding him. Is it not obvious? It is the burden of royalty. Jano was struck silent. The image overlapped perfectly with a memory of Lord Salah. He whispered, "Why do you sacrifice so much for us?" He retorted sharply, "What are you implying, Jano? My resentment toward the royal family stems from their deep-seated prejudice." Saleh recounted the truth. "And yet you granted me the title of Sand Shadow, risking your life, and the stigma of a traitor." He couldn't fathom why royalty would bleed for scum like us. He chuckled softly. "You ask why I suddenly chose kindness. It's a laughable question. I did it because it was necessary. Because that is the burden of the royal bloodline." Those words shattered Jano's resolve. He extended a trembling hand. "Fine. Perhaps I will place my faith in you. One last time." He supported Kesar as he stood. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the palace steps, where a demanding voice echoed, "Have you recovered Salah's relic?" Kesar confirmed without hesitation, "Yes." The king examined the artifact. There is no doubt. This belonged to Salah. His mind raced. This reality contradicted everything Arita had poisoned his ears with. She told me how to act, yet now she has vanished. The king spoke with renewed authority. "Excellent. You have emerged victorious in this war for the throne, Prince Kesar. From this day forth, the third Prince Kesar shall be the crown prince." But Kesar cut him off, his voice sharp. "No, father. I will not be your crown prince." The court froze. The king, stunned, could only sputter curses. "Kesar, you ungrateful wretch." But the boy declared with absolute power, "From now on, I am the king." The crown descended onto Kesar's brow amidst the thunderous applause of the masses. All hail the new king of Ariant. He stood bathed in the golden sun and falling flowers of his succession. The cheering was endless. Long live King Kesar. Inside, Kesar turned to his allies. "I wish for those who aided me to remain by my side. Have you reconsidered? El Pam, I truly desire your company after all we've endured. Say the word, and I shall grant you titles of nobility befitting heroes." El Pam respectfully declined the offer. "I apologize, Your Majesty, but we still have a score to settle with those cultists. We cannot rest here. I hope you understand." Kesar nodded, though regret lingered in his eyes. "I see. Then may I interpret this as a promise that you will return once the chaos has ended? Greedy kings like myself hate to let talented individuals slip away." El Pam offered a knowing smile, a silent vow passing between them. "When the dust settles, we will consider it." Suddenly, Kesar presented 2 massive sacks of gold. "You may be leaving, but I cannot let my saviors depart empty-handed." 2 servants struggled under the weight. "These are the promised items and a small bonus." But to Ma Kiri and Debo, this small gift looked like a fortune. "Your Majesty, this is hardly small. Isn't this too much? And why give that stingy old man royal treasures?" The words recalled Saleh's ecstatic face when he received the staff. "Think nothing of it. I trust Saleh will find satisfaction using it to crush those cultists." Kesar's expression darkened. Regardless, the situation has become complicated. Meanwhile, outside the palace walls, a surviving cultist lurked in the shadows. He stood amidst the swirling sands, the reality grim. "Before we returned, Areta had already vanished. We have absolutely no leads on the cult's hideout. Do you possess a method to track them?" Kesar's patience was wearing thin. El Pam explained, "Although I am not certain, I have a theory." Kesar leaned in, intrigued. "What is it?" On the ground, a Black Mage cultist lay severed at the waist, gasping for air. Surprised, I still draw breath in this state. El Pam needed answers, not taunts. "You bastard. What exactly is your organization plotting? And this vessel you mentioned, what is it?" The cultist scoffed. "You ask a villain for the truth. Do you think this is some generic system, Manhwa, where I explain my skills to you?" His voice dripped with malice, hinting at a chaotic future. You must be desperate, but that is only a natural reaction, Elpam. Arcarium has you all dancing in his palm. Without knowing the plan, you can't save your precious little friends. Elpam raised his weapon. Shut up and answer before I blow your head off. The dark cultist remained defiant. Do your worst. I am finished regardless. In the end, Arcarium discarded me like trash, just like the others. My life sustained only by dark magic is flickering out. I fought so hard just to survive. His body began to disintegrate into particles of light. But now, facing the abyss of death, I find I no longer care. Elpam's eyes widened as the cultist whispered his final clue. Go to Magatia. There, you will find the truth you seek. The cultist grinned with his distorted face. Such a pity. I won't be around to see the horror on your face when you learn the truth. With the name Magatia, the puzzle pieces clicked. The city of scholars famous for alchemy. That is where they are hiding. Kassar stroked his chin. Magatia. It is not far. A 3-day march on foot. However, gaining entry is difficult. He paused, then gestured toward the door. Perfect timing. You can travel with them. Elpam blinked, confused. With them. Thank you for the entertaining tale. Suddenly, Qasim strode into the room. I thought I accepted a boring assignment, but it seems I was mistaken. If you are headed to Magasha, I assume the cultists are festering there too. Kiri froze in awe. Lord Qasim. The old knight smiled gently. Long time no see, Kiri. Kiri needed to know why a legend was here. What wind blows you to this place? Qasim replied. We received a distress signal from Magatia. It seems someone is conducting illegal experiments in the underground labs. Pools of blood traces of human subjects. It's a nightmare. If left unchecked, it will plunge Magatia into chaos. Qasim suppressed his anger. Magatia usually handles its own conflicts, but this time, the situation has spiraled beyond their control. They secretly requested the Cygnus Knights to investigate. However, since this is an unofficial mission, I was wondering how we might breach their security. Kassar interrupted with a confident smirk. That is when I remembered the pass we possess. He mentioned an item that even took Qasim by surprise. What pass do you speak of? Magasha is the mecca for alchemists. Images of rare minerals and precious ores flash through their minds. They require all manner of reagents and resources for their research. And Ariant is the very supplier of those necessities. Kassar produced a stamped document. This is the trade pass we use for exports. I had it prepared in advance at the request of the Cygnus Knights. It seems the chaos in Magatia is linked to the cultists. Kassar made his final strategic move. Elpam, you will join forces with Qasim's squad for this expedition. So, join their ranks. I believe your destinies are intertwined. Your Majesty, is it wise to let them go? Their journey began under the scorching tyranny of the desert sun. Khan had no power to halt the wheels of fate. We have no other option. He realized this burden was a quest bestowed upon them by the heavens. The world cries out for their strength. They will conquer Magatia, just as they saved us here. Khan watched their silhouettes vanish into the dunes, his heart heavy with hope. All we can do is have faith. Praying for the hero's triumphant return, the party finally reached their destination. Despite holding the royal pass, their path was barred. You're from Ariant, delivering minerals. The gatekeeper's eyes held nothing but cold refusal. Turn back. Excuse me, this was Magatia, the city of alchemy. Du stepped forward, his aura flaring. Why are we barred? We hold official clearance. Read it. But the guard remained an immovable wall. Denied. I never received any intel regarding your arrival. The guard scowled his hand, drifting to his weapon. I'm on duty. Keep bothering me, and you'll regret it. Suddenly, a messenger sprinted forward. Hold your fire. I have the official decree. She flashed the high-level clearance. They are guests of the Genuous Society. Apologies for my tardiness. She guided them in unraveling the situation. We were delayed by a detour. Elpam's party remained on edge. Is the leadership of Magatia in chaos? The guide shook her head. It's not that simple. The alchemists here are split into two warring factions. Genuous prioritizes the purity of life while Alcadno seeks to fuse life with machinery. Their philosophies clashed like oil and water. We of Genuis kept your invitation secret from Alcadno. It's a delicate political game. Moments later, they stood before a colossal forbidding gate. We suspect the Alcadno faction orchestrated this blockade. An Alcadno guard sneered. What, you think you can investigate us? Access denied. We are under high-level lockdown. Only Alcadno personnel may pass. Rage sparked in Du's eyes. Are you kidding me? Uma stepped up. Even an official diplomatic envoy from Genuis is barred. The guard shrugged. Unless you're a high-ranking officer, get lost. Uma smirked. Is that so? Then we have no issue. The guard blinked, sensing a shift in pressure. Who exactly are you? I am Uma, the chief researcher of the Genuous Institute. As the group strode past, the guard could only stand frozen in stunned silence. They split up to scour the area. But as the sun bled into the horizon, they found no trace of the anomaly. Menor sighed, kicking the dust. We've been at this all day. It's a bust. Kiri narrowed her eyes. Actually, every experiment here reeks of dark mana. Carson shook his head. Our sector was clean. Uma's gaze sharpened. If it's hidden this well, it can only be in one place. Du tilted his head. Where? Her subordinate whispered Lady Uma. She flinched, nervously stammering. I apologize. That is S-class, classified information. Carson's patience snapped. What? You dragged us into this Manhwa recap scenario. Don't play games with us. You're referring to the underground sector, Uma gasped. How did you? He had already scanned the depths with his sensory skills. The mana density masks the details, but something massive lurks beneath our feet. A labyrinthine map began to form in his mind's eye. It is a colossal underground network. If a secret laboratory exists, it is down there. Defeated Uma confessed the truth. It is no ordinary lab. It is a black site facility created by a mad alchemist dabbling in forbidden arts. The tunnels are a maze of horrors filled with failed test subjects and the vengeful wraiths of dead alchemists. I have never dared to enter, but rumors say it connects Genuous and Alcadno. Manor groaned. Are you serious? You should have led with that. We could have breached it hours ago. Uma trembled. This is information known only to the elite council. Access is strictly prohibited. She patted her pockets, her face turning pale. Without the key card. Wait. Panic seized her. What do I do? It's gone. I'm going to be executed for this. She was spiraling into a breakdown. Carson side-eyed her. Is she really a top-tier genius? The armored warrior sighed. Why is nothing ever a simple leveling Manhwa quest for us? Meanwhile, a fist pounded against a steel door. Open up. Dr. B's robotic voice buzzed. Quit your screeching. I just woke up. Who dares disturb me? My face. It's ruining. I need the beauty elixir. Give me the potion this instant. The mechanic voice was cold. I'm out of stock, and I won't be brewing another batch anytime soon. The Queen's eyes widened in fury. What unacceptable! I cannot exist like this. Dr. B scoffed. Go whine to someone who cares. I'm busy. He glanced at his surveillance monitors. It seems I have rats in my maze. I must prepare a lethal welcome while I continue my work. I have no time for your vanity. Queenie pointed a trembling finger at the speaker. Silence, I am the one funding your wretched research. She hammered on the door. Have you forgotten our contract? I know you're hoarding it. Hand it over. Silence hung in the air before the doctor spoke. Ah, yes. The contract. The heavy blast door hissed open. Queen E's expression shifted from rage to anticipation. Beauty, a monstrous mechanical construct with glowing red eyes, loomed over her. How about I just carve that ugly face off your skull? Splat crimson sprayed across the walls. Her crown clattered to the floor, echoing in the silence. Dispose of the trash. Deep underground, two shadows bowed. The Genuous dogs are sweeping the streets. A wheelchair creaked forward. Did they detect our presence? The director of Alcadno, eyes burning with malice, gripped his armrests. Ensure your lips are sealed. No one enters this sanctuary alive. Shadows concealed two figures as they spied on the trio from a distance. Uma's teammate couldn't hide his shock, whispering, Isn't that the headmaster of Ankado Academy? So they really are plotting something deep in this underground labyrinth. Kat Sim narrowed her eyes. It seems we've found the answer we were looking for. Uma signaled, let's pull back. Our mission was just to identify the mastermind, not engage. But as the words left his mouth, Uma's foot clipped a metal bar, sending a sharp clang echoing through the silence. Headmaster Matt's group spun around instantly. Who's there? Uma lost his balance and face-planted in the most undignified way possible, leaving the enemies completely speechless. Sorry, my bad, Uma stammered. But Matt's henchmen wasted no time. Locking onto the noise, they surged forward with killing intent. As they closed in, the henchmen recognized the uniforms worn by Uma's partner and Kat Sim. Their eyes widened. That crest. Uma's partner, realizing stealth was broken, grit his teeth and pulled out a test tube. No choice left. But before he could throw it, a blast shattered the vial in his hand. Don't even think about it. Zenuma scum, Matt's lackeys roared, emboldened. Just as they were about to seize, Uma's partner Kat Sim sighed. With one fluid motion, she incapacitated both attackers before they even saw her blade move. Kat Sim pointed her cold steel directly at Headmaster Matt. Damn it, he cursed. She held her ground aura, radiating dominance. Checkmate. She glared at Headmaster and Kato Matt. Do you have any excuses left? Matt's face twisted in rage. How dare you filth try to pin your crimes on us? You disgusting Xenumus rats, Matt screamed, veins bulging. But it doesn't matter. Nothing will go according to your plan, you filthy cultists. Kat Sim blinked, genuinely confused by his outburst. What? What nonsense are you spouting? Suddenly, 3 streaks of purple lightning tore through the air from the shadows. One of Matt's subordinates barely dodged, relying on his armor to deflect the bolt, but the force sent him skidding. Kat Sim's eyes widened. What the hell is that energy? The caster of the purple lightning stepped out, arrogance dripping from his voice. Sweet dreams, you alchemist morons. A blond man in an elegant suit appeared, crackling with violet electricity. El Pamo's eyes widened in horror. You! Thunder Emperor Deke. Memories of a typical leveling Manhwa villain flooded back, but this was real and terrifyingly familiar. El Pamo's mind flashed back to that rainy night. He saw his comrades lying broken on the ground, and not far away, that man bathed in purple lightning, choking the life out of a girl. Under the pouring rain, Deke had laughed like a maniac as the light faded from her eyes. Rage ignited in El Pamo's chest. Deke smirked, tilting his head. Huh, have we met before? Kat Sim stepped forward, sword raised against the pressure. Thunder Emperor, a flashy title. Clearly, you aren't one of these alchemists. She leveled her blade at his throat. So you're a dog of the Black Mage. You're the one conducting forbidden experiments down here. What is your goal? Deke chuckled darkly. You absolute imbecile. He fired another arc of purple lightning. I don't know how you rats sniffed this out. The electricity followed a preset path on the floor. But you're far too late. The energy surged into the conduits, racing toward the iconic Tower of Ankado. The ritual has already succeeded. Everyone froze. What? Ankado's subordinates stared in confusion, which quickly turned to primal fear. The lid of the symbol opened, releasing a sinister smoke, illuminated by a blinding violet light. The ship and the hanging bell began to resonate with a bone-chilling hum. The henchmen clutched their heads, screaming as their very souls were ripped from their bodies, flying toward the tower like moths to a flame. Headmaster Matt watched in horror as the souls were siphoned away. This isn't Xenumus doing this. Wait, what is that thing? Matt cried. Deke laughed, a sound of pure madness. Consider it an honor. Your pathetic souls will serve a glorious purpose. The resurrection of the Black Mage, El Pamo's group, watched the nightmare unfold. Matt trembled, realizing the truth. Our souls. Then we. Uma shook with fear. We have to stop this mechanism now. El Pamo's voice cut through the panic, cold and commanding. You guys go stop the ritual. I will handle the trash. Menor and Kiri shouted in unison. By yourself? We will. El Pamo cut them off sharply. You'll only get in my way. Menor looked at him with worry. El Pamo turned his gaze to Deke. I've been waiting for this moment. Deke. The villain looked annoyed. Who the hell are you? El Pamo let his aura explode the ground, cracking beneath him. I'm so glad you're still alive, El Pamo growled, eyes burning with vengeance. Because I'm going to rip that head off your shoulders with my own bare hands. Suddenly, the chairman's voice crackled over the radio. To all alchemists hearing this broadcast, this is the chairman of the Ankado Association. Cease all conflict with Xenumus immediately. They are not the cultists, they are not our enemy. He revealed the grim truth. The real enemy has begun their assault on the surface. Even as I speak, the souls of Magisha's citizens are being harvested indiscriminately by a magical mechanism they triggered. Judging by the scale of the spell, those bastards have corrupted the underground pentagram, the very system meant to protect Magisha. We are moving to the core of the magic engine now. We will decode their installation and shut it down. All units move to your designated positions and await orders. I repeat, all alchemists of Magatia, defend this town from the cultists with your lives. As the emergency broadcast ended, Chairman Menor and 2 others breached a sealed chamber. Menor's voice was grave. Just as I feared, they tampered with the pentagram. One of the aides gasped. Chairman Menor, what is this place? Menor began to explain, his voice echoing in the vast chamber. An immense energy radiates from here. Who knew such a place existed beneath our town? Another aide asked, trembling. Is this the pentagram you spoke of? Menor nodded solemnly. Since it has come to this, I can no longer hide the truth from you. This is the pentagram that protects Magishia, a magical construct created by the Black Mage himself. Uma's jaw dropped. What? The Black Mage's magic? Why would something like that exist in Megasha? Menor gritted his teeth. No time for history lessons. We have to revert the distortion caused by the cultists and restore the pentagram to its original state. Spread out. Find a way to restore the seal. Uma snapped to attention. Yes, sir. Menor joined the frantic search, barking orders. Look for anything, any clue that might help us. A pentagram created by the Black Mage defies the logic of any modern genius. But surely someone studied its distortion. If we find those records, we can reverse it. Menor's brow furrowed in deep concentration. His eyes locked onto 2 pages covered in ancient script. This content, it reads like a journal. He checked the date. 10 years have passed since I discovered this hidden laboratory that the association buried. Here, I learned the truth they were so desperate to hide. The roots of alchemy in Megasha. They stemmed directly from the Black Mage's accursed pinnacle. I am certain this ominous light will lead me to the ultimate truth. If I complete this research, won't I finally grasp the secrets of this world? For years, the greatest barrier to my ascension has been a lack of raw energy. To fuel this experiment, I need a colossal power source. I have exhausted every conventional method, yet I remain at a standstill. Then, a revelation struck me like lightning. What if I utilize the human soul itself as an energy source? To my shock, I discovered that the minerals in this very lab have the capacity to store souls. Is this yet another dark gift he left behind for us? Infinite possibilities are flooding my mind. I have named this vessel the Soulstone. Thudmad slammed the book down the moment he finished reading. Startled by the noise, Carson turned around. What is it? You looked like you were lost in a nightmare. It was a violent reaction to mere words. It's not just murder, Matt hissed. They meticulously modify the pentacle to convert souls into fuel. They are actually trying to resurrect him. The Black Mage. Carson's face twisted in horror. The Black Mage Mad nodded grimly. Yes, but no alchemist in Megasha possesses the skill to modify the pentacle with such terrifying complexity. No one, not even me. At this stage, the pinnacle of Megasha is beyond repair. Suddenly, Carson cut in sharply. We can stop it. Mad stared at him, stunned. What? Carson spoke with rapid-fire intensity. We may not be able to retrieve the consumed souls or reset the pentacle immediately, but we can at least freeze the corrupted engine before it completes the cycle. If we reverse the flow of the circuits originally installed to distort the pentacle. Yuma, drenched in sweat from her frantic analysis, finally chimed in. It's possible. Theoretically, if we short-circuit the flow, the chaotic discharge will act as a signal flare for the counter-reaction. Meanwhile, watching the Black Mage's fanatic scramble away, his opponent scoffed. What's wrong? You talk big like a hero in a Manhwa recap, but all you do is run. No matter how much time you buy, I'll send you to the afterlife soon enough. Don't worry, your little friends will be joining you shortly. Instantly, a storm of blinding light erupted. The cultist sneered as he saw the boy collapse to the ground. Is this really all the strength you have? The boy gritted his teeth. What did you say? Another voice cut through the chaos. I'd love to crush you into dust, but I don't have the luxury of time right now. The Black Mage's followers slowly turned. Forget about meeting your friends. Unlike before, you're taking a solo trip to hell. Thunder and light collided in a catastrophic explosion. At the critical moment, Yuma activated her radio, her voice desperate. Carson, anyone hear me? This is Yuma. I am a senior alchemist of Zenimist. I found a way to halt the pinnacle. The key lies in circulation and transformation. You must infuse mana into the 3 magic circuits in front of you, in the order of humility, honesty, and trust. While blocking the reverse flow, you must simultaneously force the current back to its original path. The fighters paused, confusion washing over them. What implies simultaneously? One scoffed in disbelief. To restructure the pentacle, we need the biological alchemy of Zenimist and the mechanical engineering of Alcadno to work in perfect unison. That means the alchemists of Zenimist and Alcadno must pair up. Don't make me laugh. What would a lowly researcher know about high-level alchemy? You expect me to cooperate with those Alcadno scumbags. They study a completely different field. But just as Yuma panicked, a commanding voice silenced the dissent. Stop your whining and obey her. The listeners froze in terror. It was the guild president of Zenimist. He snatched the radio, his voice booming with authority. Have you fools not realized this is no time to be picky? It is literally hell on earth out here. If we hesitate now, Megasha is finished. As the president of the Zenimist Society, I order you, do not give up. As long as the success rate isn't 0, it is an experiment worth dying for. Time was running out, and the challenge was brutal. Yuma and Mad hissed through gritted teeth. Damn it, let's just do this. Yuma returned to the mic. I will guide you. We have one shot at this. Keep up or we all die. Circuit humility, 376 to 28. Circuit honesty, 884 to 3 and 1 divided by 25. Circuit trust, 3,679 to 1. Circulate energy. Now, finally, the seal was broken. Yuma cried out in ecstasy. Magnificent, the flow is reversing. Just a little more. Hold the line, she screamed, urging them to maintain the formation. Almost there. The hatch blew open light, flooding the chamber. As the matrix was summoned, the golden shards linked together, clicking into place with mechanical precision. In a flash, the corruption shattered. The system normalized, bathed in radiant light. The soulstone fragments began to glow with pure energy. The entire system had rebooted. The engine roared to life with a steady hum. Yuma gasped for air relief washing over her like a tidal wave. She collapsed, completely drained. Success, Carson cheered. You did it. Alchemist. I honestly truly thought we were dead. If anyone had made even a micro-error, the pinnacle would have gone berserk and vaporized our souls. Mad let out a heavy sigh. It's a relief. The immediate crisis is averted. But so many souls were already consumed. The situation is still grim. Yuma spoke slowly, her voice trembling. You're right. Why would they go this far? Are they truly trying to bring the Black Mage back to this world? Carson replied with a darkened expression. I wonder the same. I need to tear through the research archives. There might be more evidence regarding these cultists, or this forbidden ritual. The journal was opened once more, the memoirs reading like a descent into madness. Date recorded, 43 years since I began. I can finally see the end of the road. Though decades have passed, I have zero regrets. My only sorrow is that I cannot finish this research with my own hands. I must find a new vessel. Date recorded. Still no progress. Still no progress. Date recorded. Finally. It has been an eternity, but I have found a way to complete the work myself. Carson finished reading, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. This is... He slammed his hand on the desk. Elsewhere, a chilling, maniacal chuckle echoed in the shadows. Pam's voice cut through the dark. Something funny. Have you lost your mind? The answer lies deep within this artifact. I have engraved the very essence of life alchemy into its core. For a brief moment, Carson peered through the invisible rifts in his consciousness to decipher the bracelet, but suddenly, a massive projectile smashed into the lab. The shell tore through the wall. Carson took the full force of the impact, coughing up a mouthful of crimson blood. What the hell was that? It was Uma wearing a twisted, sadistic grin. Damn it. I never expected they could repair the transformation matrix. That woman Uma is making everything infinitely more complicated. Where are the believers? When the situation is this dire, useless. Absolutely useless, trash all of them. Whatever. This is still well within my calculations. From here on out, I will handle this myself. A mechanical beast roared to life, charging straight for Carson. Uma laughed maniacally, looking like a total lunatic. Small fries get lost. I am busy here. This sudden power spike put me on high alert. That thing is a roid unit. How can a mere genomist like you control a roid unit created by our nanotechnology? Uma spread her arms wide, cackling in triumph. You should thank me. I personally upgraded this useless pile of scrap metal. Meanwhile, Carson struggled desperately to hold back the crushing weight of the machine. A life science genomist, suddenly mastering mechanical engineering. The method to continue the research was recorded in the diary. Uma's bracelet matched the blueprints perfectly. As the puzzle pieces clicked into place, Carson's fighting spirit erupted with renewed intensity. He grit his teeth. It was you. Uma distorted the magic circle. She didn't deny it. She owned it with pride. Carson's aura exploded, creating a massive pressure wave. Thanks to you, things just got a lot messier. Me was still reeling from the shock, unable to believe that brat Uma could destroy his magic circle. I have no choice but to repair it. Uma, having cleared a path with her subordinates, walked away casually. You guys just stay there and play. Fools. First one, then dozens. The army of Roid multiplied rapidly, sending the mages into a panic. Stop them. It is a legion of Roid. Damn it, they are ignoring the signals. One mage thought, quickly swinging a mace. Do not just stand there, throw something. The heavy mace smashed into a Roid unit, taking it down. A cheer of victory went up. This is the might of traditional alchemy against scrap metal. In seconds, the Roid monsters were engulfed in roaring flames. But as the smoke cleared, they stood there completely unscathed. Wave after wave appeared. The mages turned tail and fled. Run, the Roid attacks were becoming faster, sharper, and deadlier. Questions raced through the mages' minds. What is happening? Where did this swarm come from? Did something happen while we were dealing with Rick? Is this his final stand? Panic flashed in Kai's eyes as she realized her attacks were bouncing harmlessly off the roid. Elsewhere, the same confusion reigned. Why are we missing? Jep spotted the pattern and screamed a warning. Careful, the longer we fight, the more they analyze our attack patterns, Kiri cried out in desperation. Damn it, what do we do? Suddenly, a familiar voice crackled over the radio. This is Max. Carson, everyone hear me. I found a way to deal with them. First, stop attacking and focus entirely on defense. They are connected by a single network. If you defeat one, the others download the data instantly, just like the hive mind in a system Manhwa. Until we sever that connection, the roid will only evolve and get stronger. Just hold the line a little longer until I destroy their network. The hub connecting the roid can destroy the host. Dread washed over Kiri. That is too dangerous. Since he is a special entity, there must be a trap. Debo stepped up. Go help him. Debo smiled knowingly. You are worried about him, aren't you? Kiri hesitated to leave her teammate, but Debo cut her off. Do not worry about me. I have no intention of losing to this trash. It is time I showed my true power. Hearing that, Kiri bolted. Thank you, Debo. I leave the rear to you, he shouted back. Leave it to me. Meanwhile, Uma grinned with savage delight. Just as expected from a student of Mihile. Impressive skills. Drops of blood splattered on the floor. Carson's voice was weak, but his aura flared up with explosive intensity. It ends now. The door at the end of the control room began to glow. The roar of engines and machinery echoed through the underground bunker. Just as Carson was about to be crushed, Kiri arrived. She swung her blade, knocking back the entire line of roid. Uma raised an eyebrow in genuine shock. What? Kiri smirked. Apologies for the delay, Lord Carson. Carson smiled gently, closing his eyes. You made it just in time. The next second, his eyes snapped open. He launched himself forward. Follow my lead, Kiri, she responded instantly. Roger, watching the monitors, even Uma felt a chill of fear. What is happening? I already have their combat data, but fighting together, their movements had completely changed. Watching her precious roid get dismantled, Uma's composure cracked. No. She screamed silently. This cannot be happening. Carson and Kiri moved as one, a seamless dance of destruction, with zero openings. Seeing their devastating speed aimed at the central brain, hatred boiled over in Uma's heart. I said no. A sword slash tore through the air, sending stone shrapnel flying everywhere. Carson spun around. Kiri was off balance, and a massive mechanical drill was rocketing straight for her. Carson screamed her name in terror. Kiri. Kiri froze, paralyzed by fear. The drill struck home. A massive geyser of fresh blood sprayed into the air. Uma watched the gore with glee. I did not expect that outcome. But wait. Kiri stood there, completely unharmed. Uma's smile faltered. How is that possible? Kiri's eyes widened, filled with absolute horror. Uma finally realized what happened. Carson had thrown himself in front of the giant drill. She giggled darkly. You really are that stupid. Having taken a fatal blow, Carson's body went limp and collapsed. Kiri rushed to his side. Lord Carson. He showed no pain, only a look of relief. Thank God. Kiri was on the verge of tears, heart shattered. Why did you take that hit for me? Uma's voice mocked them through the roid unit. Apologies for interrupting this tear-jerking melodrama. Honestly, I despise these emotional scenes more than anything. As the drill pierced the ground once more, Uma realized the area was completely empty. Seeing that Menor had already dragged the others away, she clicked her tongue in annoyance, realizing one cowardly little rat had been left behind. Kiri couldn't suppress her rising panic. Lord Carson's eyes were critically injured. He needed a healer immediately. Gathering his fading strength, he made her a solemn promise. I will try to hold on. Menor's voice dropped heavy with anxiety. But can we even make it there in time? Seeing the relentless horde of enemies blocking their path, Kiri cursed in sheer frustration. Damn it all. Carson, trembling, reached out a hand to brush against her. His voice was faint, barely a whisper. Kiri. With deep reverence, Carson spoke. Take this. It is the blade I inherited from my master. Unlike me, you possess the talent to awaken its true potential and unleash the power I never could. Kiri looked at Carson's smile, and her heart felt like it was being sliced into ribbons. Please save your strength. The wound is opening. But he didn't fear the end, she envisioned. His words were light, unburdened. I should have done this long ago. Forgive me, Kiri. Carson's absolute trust ignited a fire in her soul. She couldn't let Uma and her mechanical roid win. She barked a command. Put me down, Menor, get Lord Carson out of here. I will hold them back. Uma let out a shrill, amused laugh. Nice spirit, but I've already analyzed your entire skill set. Struggle all you want. It is futile. True to her words, the moment Kiri unleashed her first technique, she was instantly countered and thrown back. She crossed her arms to block, skidding across the ground on her back. Uma approached leisurely. Consider this a special service. I'll send you to the afterlife using the very swordsmanship of the knight who died saving you. Kiri suddenly went deadly silent, whispering a prayer to the wind. Forgive me, Lord Carson. Allow me to demonstrate one final technique. She knew how much he had suffered to master that blade, the blood, sweat, and tears, the endless sacrifices. From the moment he first gripped that hilt, he had been her ultimate goal. Every time she looked at his broad, unwavering back, she had pushed herself past her limits, just to chase his shadow. She had trained until her bones ached, just to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. The more she thought about it, the tighter her grip became on the sword handle. Her dream wasn't to follow behind him, but to stand beside him as an equal. Absorbing the skills she learned from Carson, Kiri straightened her posture, ready to ascend. When her first blade flashed horizontally, it moved at a speed Uma couldn't perceive, landing a devastating critical hit. Uma's eyes widened in shock. How could a single strike destroy a roid? You little wretch. I don't know what kind of trick you used, but it's useless. Die. But Kiri's mind was locked onto a single conviction: I will never give up. Even if I am broken, even if I fall, even if this is just a desperate struggle in the void, I will keep moving forward until I reach your level. The atmosphere plunged into chaos as hatred and resolve exploded from Kiri. Light, electricity, and thunder merged into a symphony of destruction. The control unit was obliterated in a single strike, ripping open a black hole to another dimension. Menor stood ready at the escape portal, while Kiri overflowed with boundless energy. What do you think, Lord Carson? Compared to yesterday, have I finally gotten a little closer to you? Even in his weakened state, he felt her overwhelming aura and knew she controlled the battlefield. In that fleeting moment, he smiled with pure pride. After that catastrophic attack, the roid was critically damaged, and Uma realized the tide had turned. The roid can't hold out as long as I calculated. She glanced at Debo, who was frantically attacking the machine, and cursed. Damn it, I just needed a little more time. Seeing Menor successfully take down another roid, Uma's anxiety spiked. At this rate, they will. She tried to calm herself, noting internally that the fundamental corruption of the area was complete. Her eyes darted to the nearby monocrystals. But the remaining soul essence is too low. If I don't find a replacement power source immediately. Her frantic gaze searched the lab. Where is the energy source? Suddenly, realization struck. She stripped off her coat, laughing maniacally. I must be losing my mind. I almost forgot the very thing that henchman brought me. Without hesitation, Uma leaped into the massive high-capacity monotank. The scene shifted to Debo, rushing toward the group screaming, Kiri, are you all right? But when he saw Carson lying motionless, the group's collective voice trembled in horror. How can this be Lord Carson? Kiri, choking back emotion, said, We have to move. Debo asked urgently, What the hell is happening here? Carson, wearing a grim expression, began to explain, It's madness. Absolute madness. I don't know the full extent. Before he could finish, Menor interrupted. That disciple Uma is controlling the roid. It seems she is attempting to restart the interrupted ritual. Debo's face twisted in tension. What? What do you mean? Before he could get an answer, a wave of dark, suffocating energy suddenly washed over them. Debo shuddered the moment he felt it. As the aura thickened, panic spread through the group. What is that? That terrifying pressure. It's coming from over there. Stop or hurry. As the darkness expanded, everyone instinctively recoiled. Within moments, the ominous aura had seized total control of the space. Inside the mana tank, Uma looked at her transformed state, murmuring in surprise. That was close. She raised her voice, dripping with sarcasm. I just finished my emergency treatment. Thanks for waiting, you pathetic alchemists. Carson ground his teeth in fury. You lured those henchmen to this village. Human experimentation is forbidden, and now this ritual. Are you truly the architect of all this horror? Uma. Before he could finish, Elpam cut him off his magical eyes, scanning her data like a high-level user in a system Manhwa. That thing is not Uma. We've confirmed it's not even a human henchman. The entity before them had mutated into an abomination. Something Elpam confirmed was an entirely different existence from the woman they knew. A moment later, she cackled wildly. Correct. This body now belongs to Parwin, the greatest alchemist in the world, Menor screamed at her. You bastard! What do you intend to do with the souls of Magasha's people? Are you trying to resurrect the Black Mage here? She shrieked with laughter, her arrogance skyrocketing. Is that what you think? Even those foolish henchmen thought that, which is why they helped me. Uma, believing she had ascended beyond humanity, didn't hold back her mockery. You are overestimating your own soul. With that pitiful amount of energy, you couldn't even resurrect the Black Mage's fingernail. Menor hesitated, trying to piece together her plan. Then what are you? Before he could finish, she unleashed her magic, cutting him off. I am not trying to summon the Black Mage to this world. I am going to meet him. Kiri refused to hesitate, launching a ferocious strike while roaring. We can't let him finish. Stop him now. But shock paralyzed the party as the attack dissolved into nothingness before reaching Uma. Her dark magic swallowed it whole. Menor drew his weapon with trembling hands, shouting, "Impossible! My skill was nullified." Panic took over as he barked orders to the squad. A dark mage? No way. We have to end this instantly. But as her magical aura expanded violently, desperation set in. With the situation spiraling into the unknown, Uma's excitement reached a fever pitch. Standing before the arcane gate, she declared, "The time is finally here." The party unleashed a combined barrage, their wills united. "Hell no. We won't let your scheme succeed. Intercept him." But Uma began her incantation, her mind drifting to the ancient obsession that had fueled her for centuries. "I sacrificed my entire existence researching until this flesh rotted away." A sinister grin twisted her face as she whispered to her own soul, "Even beyond death, I forced my spirit to linger, just for this one moment." Her twisted expression made them realize Uma was possessed. Is that him? Their worst fears were confirmed as the ritual magic flared to life before their eyes. They screamed, "Dark Mage!" instantly. A cataclysmic wave of mana erupted from Uma, blinding Elpam's former comrades with its brilliance. She stepped toward the looming shadow of the Dark Mage, her laughter growing manic with every step. Reaching out, she cried, "I finally found you, the one I've sought for eons." But terror suddenly gripped her. "Wait, you're not him." The entity recoiled. "What? What are you saying?" As the Dark Mage channeled his power, she shrieked in absolute horror. "Why?" she wailed as the dark aura consumed the artifact. The mage's voice boomed. "Why do you reject my gift? Aren't you the one who summoned me?" The onlookers stood frozen, unable to comprehend the chaotic scene unfolding. Elpam activated his demon eye to analyze the threat. Suddenly, the Dark Mage's hand reached out and crushed the eye remotely. Elpam howled in agony. Elpam Menor screamed. Gasping for breath and clutching his bleeding socket, Elpam realized that energy. "Don't tell me." Through the pain, Elpam stared at the Dark Mage. As the entity reached out again, a chilling realization struck the protagonist. He just called my name. Suddenly, the dungeon began to crumble. Carson yelled, "It's over. The ritual is out of control." Elpam grit his teeth against the pain. His voice was steady as steel. "I'm going in." "What are you, crazy, Elpam?" Du shouted. "You don't know what's in there." But Elpam ignored their pleas, stepping forward into the abyss. The Black Mage seemed intrigued as Elpam approached. "The MC knew one thing for sure. I don't know why, but that monster wants me." "Perfect," the mage's voice echoed. Elpam smirked. "Good. I wanted to see your damn face too." "Elpam," his team cried out, as he vanished into the endless void. Fate was pulling him toward the ultimate confrontation. It was a summons that sounded simple, yet carried the weight of a legendary Manhwa recap cliffhanger. "Perfect. I've waited an eternity to see you." The scene shifted to a surreal dimension, where Luminous sat calmly at a chessboard, as if the apocalypse wasn't happening. "Your curiosity is misplaced." Elpam scowled, sensing the instability of the dimension. "We don't have time for riddles." "Listen closely," the figure said, pointing to a document. "The answers you seek are right here. Follow the coordinates Jack Rick gave you. You must go alone." Suddenly, Elpam's body began to glow with blinding light. "The truth awaits you there." But then a grotesque clawed hand snatched Freud away. A higher power was interfering. Finally, the Black Mage Elpam materialized from the shadows. "I have been waiting for you." The MC narrowed his eyes. "Why are you here? You knew I would come," the mage scoffed. "It was inevitable. The Archmage tried to stop me, and that cursed ring of phrase caused a delay, but I arrived nonetheless." "Trifles. But tell me, why are you obsessed with me? Why do all these forces converge on my existence? You're trying to annihilate the Maple World. I'm just the hero standing in your way, right?" The mage's aura shifted. He didn't see Elpam as a bug to be crushed, but something else. "Standing in my way. Don't flatter yourself. You cannot stop the inevitable, Elpam. You are merely a necessary ingredient for the grand design." The words struck Elpam like a physical blow. "If you were useless, I wouldn't have turned back time for you." Elpam froze. He was the one who triggered the regression. "You doubt me. Even if another casts the chrono magic, your second life follows the script of my design, like the architect of a system Manhwa." You think you have free will. You don't even realize the abyss hidden within your own body. None of this exists without my permission. For I am the sovereign of time. Rage boiled over. It was you. Why would you do that? The mage remained cold. I owe you no explanations. However, know this. My goal isn't the destruction of the Maple World. The mystery only deepened. If I wanted destruction, this world would be ash already. Facing the overwhelming pressure of a god-tier entity, Elpam could only grit his teeth and endure. He wasn't bluffing. The man standing before him possessed power that defied logic. Yet, he wanted to abandon this world. What I seek isn't something as crude as mere destruction. It may sound ironic coming from a system Manhwa villain, but I intend to be this world's savior. Savior of the maze world? Don't make me laugh. After the massacre you caused, after watching Elpam scream in absolute despair, is that your idea of salvation? Unfazed by the boy's rage, he replied with chilling calm. Where are my manners keeping a guest standing like this? With a simple snap of his fingers, reality warped. The scenery shifted instantly to a stark monochrome room centered around a stone chessboard. Sit, he commanded with a handsome smile that hit a heart darker than the abyss. This was going to be a long story, a tale from before the archives began. Let us rewind the clock. Back to the Genesis, long before the maze world was even a concept. The primordial era was a living hell. A chaotic desert where humanity scurried like rats, while 365 ancient gods waged an eternal war for dominance. It was a realm of absolute chaos. Mortals were crushed beneath the feet of gods, and even the flow of time itself was fractured and broken. But then they descended. The first god created three entities, the rulers. They gifted humanity a shard of divine power to fight back. Armed with this new strength, the awakening Manhwa began in earnest. Humans rose up fighting a bloody war to seal the ancient gods away. When the dust settled, the rulers didn't leave. They established an elite force to act as their proxies in this realm. They created the Transcendents to enforce their will, forging a new world governed by the strict laws of light, life, and time. And that is where we are now. The maze world is their creation. But after this history lesson, Elpam only had one question burning in his chest. So what are you using this ancient fairy tale to justify wiping out everyone alive today? Your patience is wearing thin. You don't enjoy history. His eyes crinkled in amusement, urging the boy to listen. Pay attention. The answer to your question lies in the past. A world of absolute order without chaos? It sounds like a paradise, doesn't it? But the reality was a lie. Even amidst the ruins and flames, humanity pushed forward. But so did their bottomless greed, their wars, and their endless suffering. The source of pain merely shifted from ancient gods to other humans. The weak were still trampled. And in the shadows, a third force waited for its chance. Of course, there were those who tried to stop the cycle. Seekers who tried to reach the ultimate truth. Desperate to fix this flawed reality. It seemed simple, yet it was an impossible dream. I was one of them. A free world where no one suffers. I thought I could lead us there. But in the end, it was all meaningless. After eons of research, the only conclusion I found was despair. Trapped in a sunless dungeon bound by heavy chains and crippling loneliness, I realized there was no way to fix this. No, to be precise, there was no need to fix it. This unstable world is exactly what the rulers intended. The laws here aren't justice. They're a rigged scale that only tips one way. For one to gain wealth, another must lose it. The rulers designed this system to ensure humanity would always suffer. This world is a prison. The architects don't care about the feelings or thoughts of the creatures trapped inside their creation. We are locked in an invisible cage, living out our lives in their scripted order. We are nothing but cattle to them, helpless and controlled. Forbidden to deviate from the script. Tell me, do you really think the world would rejoice if I just disappeared? Even if one piece is removed, the wheel keeps turning. Nothing changes. Everyone continues to live as puppets dancing on the ruler's strings. You and I are the same. But Elpam instantly shut down that ridiculous notion. I don't care about fate or free will. A world where everyone is happy was impossible from the start. Cutting through the philosophy, the villain struck a nerve. Even knowing the truth, are you willing to go that far? To let the rulers win? To condemn your friends to a horrific fate? That broke him. Rage boiled over. You're doing this just to save the concept of a world. I don't care if it can't be changed. As long as it exists, life goes on. Ha! Whether you understand or not is irrelevant. If the rulers want it, it becomes reality, no matter how hard you struggle. The choices you make, the sacrifices you offer. In the face of their power, it is all meaningless. He stared down at the chessboard. In a world without true life, no one has meaning. Yet one cannot break the game while playing by the rules. You asked what salvation is. What I intend isn't simple destruction. He crushed the orb in his hand, his eyes burning with a maniacal resolve. I will shatter the cage the rulers built. I will create a world where we control our own destiny, a realm of infinite possibilities beyond their reach. It sounds simple, but it is a feat no one has achieved. My goal is not to destroy, but to reset. Reset. You paint it with pretty words, but the method is still genocide. Every living being right now is tied to the ruler's system. That is exactly why they must vanish. I will wipe the slate clean to build the future I desire. And once I finish, I won't have to listen to this naive moralizing anymore. That is my salvation for the maze world. The boy was trembling with pure fury now. My answer hasn't changed. I don't give a damn about rulers or free will. Aura exploded from Alpam, shaking the very air. Pointing a trembling finger at the Dark Mage, he roared. If your plan ends with the death of my friends, then I will destroy you right here. Unshakable, he stood his ground like an iron fortress. Your puny will changes nothing. The grand design is unfolding exactly as ordained. Faced with that sickeningly calm expression, his rage boiled over. To hell with your wretched plan, you are no different from those arrogant overseers. A twisted smirk curled the enemy's lips. Perhaps. But before the boy could strike, the earth itself began to tremble. Such a pity, but the clock has run out. This conversation was amusing, but everything returns to the start. Return to your world, Alpam. Even he seems displeased with this outcome. I pray that when our paths cross again, you will have awakened true power. Reality shattered the illusion, returning them to the chaotic battlefield. Voices cried out his name, Alpam. He emerged from the smoke, cradling a battered girl in his arms, her life force fading. The team gasped in horror. What happened? Is that really her? But Alpam remained the eye of the storm, soothing their fears. Do not worry. The entity that possessed her has vanished into the void. Du jumped in, his voice trembling with relief. Alpam, we were scared to death out here. Thank the gods you are safe. Is the nightmare truly over? Glaring at the closing dimensional rift, a silent vow formed in his heart. Just you wait, Dark Mage. Next time, I will end you. This chapter of the Manhwa recap closes with the majestic silhouette of a castle rising ahead. 3 days later, peace had finally returned to the land. Kiri mused thoughtfully, noting that the fanatics hiding within Magatia had been completely purged. Amidst the bustling crowd, Pa stood, conversing with the rescued girl. Was there any sign of the entity seizing her body again? Thanks to Alpam's intervention, her aura remained pure. Who could have predicted that the artifact I stumbled upon harbored such a calamitous soul? To be honest, fragments of my memory seem to have been wiped away. He gripped his injured arm, his voice dropping to a somber whisper. Since the moment that bracelet shattered, the presence ceased. Perhaps the villain's soul dissipated, along with the cursed item. If so, it is a blessing. As they transitioned to a new location, Du's mouth ran a mile a minute. Hey, where exactly are we headed? Don't tell me this is another hidden dungeon event. She answered sharply. This is the secret laboratory we uncovered yesterday. It connects directly to my personal workspace. It seems that bastard Parwin utilized this facility while my consciousness was suppressed. A pristine, untouched laboratory revealed itself. This was the den of a high-threat individual linked to the cult. Stay sharp. Danger could be lurking in every shadow. Attempting to clear this zone alone would be courting death. That is why the entire party has gathered here today, strictly for a cleanup quest. I need your strength to purge this place. The moment those words left her lips, greed sparkled in John's eyes. Wait, does that mean we get to keep the loot for free? Look at these Magacia artifacts. If we liquidate this haul, we will be swimming in gold. Bao Mi tried to intervene, but the greed-struck fool was already reaching out. Hey, don't touch other people's property. Why not? It's getting trashed anyway. A little souvenir won't hurt. Did you not hear her warn us about the traps? Without hesitation, Debo charged in to shove him away, but he underestimated his own brute strength. When someone is speaking, you better learn to listen. Unhand me? Haven't you heard of finders keepers? You greedy moron? You stingy miser? Amidst their childish scuffle, a mysterious purple vial slipped and crashed to the floor. Kiri cried out in panic. Debo, are you all right? Are you injured? How can I be all right? Because of that damn brat? My precious treasure has been wasted. They continue to shove blame onto each other, neither accepting responsibility. Why are you pointing the finger at me? If you had just listened. But thanks to that spilled chemical agent, a bizarre transformation took hold. The two froze, staring at each other with widening eyes. My rugged masculine face. It's turned into a baby-faced brat. Watch your mouth, you scoundrel. And my handsome visage has morphed into a hideous old uncle. How can I go on living like this? For such a potent elixir, calling it a mere prank potion is an insult. Could this be the legendary elixir of metamorphosis? The ultimate plastic surgery in a bottle? Both victims turned their gazes toward the alchemist, desperate for answers. Do you recognize this substance? Is there an antidote? I apologize. The formula for that concoction was lost to history ages ago. My knowledge is limited. Despair washed over them as the truth sank in. Must we live in these skins for eternity? Wait, why do you look more disgusted than I do? Why do you act like being me is a curse? Meanwhile, Bao Mi calmly analyzed a document she found. In this system, Manhwa world effects usually have rules. I don't think you two need to panic just yet. It was a transaction invoice detailed like a high bounty wanted poster. The primary client for this illicit substance was none other than Irina herself. It appears she bartered resources with the cult in exchange for this vanity. The records show she received a shipment every single month. That confirms it. The potion's effects are temporary. Clutching the remaining vial, a mischievous glint entered his eyes. An appearance-changing elixir. I can see the gears turning in your head. In the right hands, this could be a formidable tool. A group of locals approached the building. Are you departing already? We cannot thank you enough. Because of you, Magisha stands tall today. He turned to his comrades, his expression serious. Do you all have a plan for what comes next? Suddenly, his vision darkened. Ancient memories surged from the depths of his mind. Fragments of the past coalesced into the image of that man. The one who lent him the power to crush Ban Rock and shielded him from the Black Wizard's curse. It could be no one else. The legendary hero Freud. It felt as though his spirit was reaching out across time trying to deliver a message. A connection was formed only to be severed by that interference. Freud was the one who sealed the Black Wizard 800 years ago. If anyone knows how to end this nightmare, it is him. The path is clear. I must go to that sanctuary and commune with Freud once more. Determination set in stone, he announced to the party. I am heading to a destination I have put off for far too long. A place you've been avoiding. He retrieved a weathered parchment from his inventory. It marks the coordinates found on Freud's treasure map. Jaws dropped in unison. Did he just say Freud's treasure map? Hearing the word treasure, greed illuminated their eyes regardless of whose face they were wearing. Gold? Hey, don't make that disgusting face while wearing my skin. Minur blinked, utterly lost. A map from the legendary hero Freud. Hold on, such a divine artifact actually exists. You never mentioned this. I received it as a quest reward for rescuing Jagrick. I was swamped with quests, so I postponed the expedition. But the game has changed now. If you had a legendary item like that, you should have told us sooner. Suddenly, the two elders chimed in. Please allow me to join your party. As a scholar of the arcane arts, I would kill to study Freud's grimoires. I demand to come as well. They erupted into a fierce debate over a party slot. Why should a talentless hack like you tag along? Who are you calling talentless? You noisy buffoon. Shouldn't you be in a library? Perhaps realizing their skills might unlock hidden mechanics, he agreed. And so, Xenimus and Alcadno, bitter rivals for decades, were finally united by the allure of legend. From this moment forth, the history of both academies shall be rewritten as one. Is this not the grandest research project Magesha has ever witnessed? Flattery aside, the value of this research is undeniable. Even though we mix like oil and water, I cannot deny the brilliance of the other side. I agree, even if working with him makes my skin crawl. Bao Mi is grinning ear to ear, so it must be done. I tried to intervene earlier, but fate had other plans. But, masters, if you both depart, I will be trapped alone in a hell of endless overtime. Apologies. I rambled so much I nearly forgot the critical intel. By the way, have you deciphered the coordinates? Relying solely on this map is a fool's errand. Fear not, look ahead for I have recruited a true specialist. Judging by the icy glares from those two, he seems about as welcome as a plague. Long time no see, everyone. It is him, the cheeky brat, yet an absolute genius when it comes to tracking. Where's the map? Put your faith in Piru, the legendary hero tracker. A joyous voice pierced the air. Well, I never expected to run into you in a place like this. Minur was the first to offer a warm, energetic greeting. Since the dungeon gate right, sharp as ever, Elpam summoned me personally. If we are hunting hero relics, how could I refuse? And so, the party marched painfully across the scorching desert sands. We have been walking for half a day. Is the treasure still far away? Du's patience finally snapped. Treasure, this treasure that Kiri say something to him. Fine. It is getting annoying to watch. She finally cut in. Listen, Debo. I hate to say it, but with that face, even a simple touch feels absolutely revolting. Carson, you please stop groping around with that visage. You are making Kiri's skin crawl. Ah, my apologies, that was not my intention. Du tried to explain his innocence, but suddenly, boom, a thunderous explosion echoed. And just like that, Debo and the others were switched back. Are we truly back? Zacian's face lit up with pure ecstasy. Finally escaped. He thought he was doomed to live with that cursed mug for the rest of his life. But his joy was cut short by a brutal kick from Debo. Your face was absolutely disgusting to look at. It seems shifting your face also warped your body structure. Furthermore, the transformation effects last longer now. This party is as chaotic as ever. Amidst the banter, Menor steered them back to the mission. Is our progress steady? We are not there yet. The moment she spoke, Piru stepped up with a confident smirk, ready to drop some knowledge. Relax, no need to panic. In fact, steel yourselves. We have arrived. Before them loomed an ancient fortress. The map identifies this place as Abrasas. The relics of Freud are undoubtedly inside. However, the gate is sealed tight. How do we breach it? Isn't the solution glaringly obvious? These mechanisms follow a strict law. Brute force is useless. It requires finesse. It is all about technique, channeling raw mana directly into the core. He bragged like the protagonist of a leveling manhwa. This is child's play. But suddenly, silence. A colossal beast erupted from the earth. A monster. The team glared at him with murderous intent.